Chapter 1. Ancestor, I truly tried. People of the Lin family, cease your flight. Hand over the broken heaven record, and Lin Yin ran to me, Wang Tung, and I promise to spare your lives. Otherwise, I shall annihilate the Lin family. A resonant voice reverberated throughout the entire Taishan realm, like thunder, heard by all practitioners within this domain. Gasps of shock and murmurs of discussion erupted among the crowd. Is the Lin family the once glorious imperial clan? Who would have thought they would be reduced to such a plight, hunted like dogs by the Wang family? Countless cultivators sighed, lamenting the fall of this once majestic imperial lineage to such depths. Simultaneously, they recognized the voice's owner. He was Wang Tung, the current patriarch of the Wang family, another imperial clan. At the pinnacle of the great saint realm, he was but a mere step away from ascending to the status of a quasi-emperor, a terrifying existence. In the next moment, a colossal Dharma manifestation appeared. At its center, a middle-aged man wielding a supreme imperial weapon, exuding an aura of terrifying pressure, emerged from the void. He was Wang Tung. As he spoke, he pronounced the doom of the entire Lin family. Surveying the multitude of onlookers below, Wang Tung did not see any members of the Lin family and could not help but shake his head with a cold smirk, muttering to himself, "Very well, I shall draw you out." With that, he swung the supreme imperial weapon in his hand. The void nearby was torn asunder, revealing figures who stared in shock at Wang Tung across the divide. They were none other than the fleeing members of the Lin family. In an instant, a wave of panic and despair enveloped them entirely. Wang Tung was a peak great saint. In an era where emperors remained hidden and quasi-emperors were absent, he represented the most formidable force in the Taishan realm. Moreover, rumors suggested that an ancestor of the Wang family still lived. Conversely, the Lin family had lost all their strong practitioners and found themselves in an embarrassing predicament, lacking in capable successors. Currently, the Lin family patriarch, Lin Bufan, was merely a peak saint king. He was still some distance from being a great saint, let alone when compared to Wang Tung. The pursuit had been ignited by the incident in which Lin Yin ran. A junior from their clan accidentally killed a prodigy of the Wang family during a grand competition, inciting the wrath of the Wang family. Now, the Lin family, in its weakened state, could hardly withstand the retaliatory strikes from the Wang clan. Thus, Patriarch Lin Bufan decisively led his entire family to flee. Yet unexpectedly, they were found by Wang Tung first at this moment. Despair unlike any they had ever known gripped the hearts of the Lin family. With gritted teeth, Lin Bufan, his anger boiling over, stepped forward. Wang Tung, the deaths and the conflicts among juniors are inevitable. Why must you cling to this matter and seek to exterminate our Lin family? We have already prepared to leave the Taishan realm. Is that not enough? Lin Bufan's voice rang out strong and resolute, eliciting sympathy from the countless cultivators below. Many felt that the Wang family had gone too far in this matter. Yet they dared not voice their anger, silently sympathizing with the plight of the Lin family. You think it's enough, but I deem it insufficient. You lack the qualifications to bargain with me. Be sensible and swiftly hand over your imperial supreme art, the breaking heaven record, along with Lin Yanran. Otherwise, today shall mark the annihilation of your Lin family. Enough. Let me enlighten you about the vast disparity in our strengths, so you may comprehend that you possess no leverage to negotiate with me. Wang Tung stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly raising one palm, conjuring a colossal hand that obscured the sky. With a single strike, he aimed at Lin Bufan. Lin Bufan's expression darkened as he hastily summoned the indestructible cauldron to defend himself. Yet the gap was insurmountable even with the aid of an imperial weapon. He felt a trickle of blood in his throat. Simultaneously, Lin Bufan bitterly chuckled in his heart, wondering why his family's imperial weapon was solely for defense. Otherwise, he would truly wish to engage Wang Tung in a life-and-death struggle. The Wang family was exceedingly oppressive. In days of old, when the breaking heaven ancestor was still alive, would they have dared to act so brazenly? No, at that time, the Wang family did not even exist. Seeing that his casual strike had been thwarted by Lin Bufan, Wang Tung raised his brow, intrigued, and spoke playfully. Your Lin family's indestructible cauldron is indeed a remarkable artifact. Hey, race the deal. I propose a wager with you, Lin Bufan. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall grant you an additional 5 days to ponder your choices. The annihilation of your family, or the surrender of your techniques, and Lin Yanran. What say you? However, should you fail to withstand my strikes, the indestructible cauldron shall be mine to claim. After all, Lin Yanran's act of slaying my family's prodigy is a grave offense. Upon hearing this, Lin Bufan's heart sank. This was nothing short of blatant robbery. Moreover, it was under the guise of a baseless accusation. He had witnessed with his own eyes that Lin Yanran had not harmed his family's prodigy. It was the prodigy himself who had perished from his own actions. From that moment, Lin Bufan realized that they had been ensnared in a trap. Moreover, he understood that Wang Tung merely sought to use this pretext to utterly devour his Lin family. The Wang family had long coveted the Lin family's imperial techniques, the breaking heaven record. Almost every month, Wang Tung would send someone to the Lin family, seeking to borrow the breaking heaven record. As the clan leader, Lin Bufan was acutely aware of the significance of imperial techniques to their family. Without a moment's hesitation, he had firmly rejected this unreasonable demand. But he never anticipated that Wang Tung would abandon pretense and attempt to seize it outright. Gazing at the anxious young clan members behind him, Lin Bufan suppressed his fury and declared resolutely, "Very well. I accept your challenge. 3 strikes it shall be. Should I endure them, I trust you will uphold your promise." Wang Tung waved his hand, his smile vanishing abruptly. Fair enough. I shall extend a grace. Your earlier defense counts as 1 strike. You now have 2 more to withstand. Prepare yourself." Upon hearing this, Lin Bufan's expression turned grave. He summoned the indestructible cauldron with all his might. Whoosh! Wang Tung's entire aura surged forth, an onslaught of radiant punches hurtling towards Lin Bufan. Bang! Lin Bufan was sent flying for 100,000 zhong. The imperial weapon held firm, yet half of Lin Bufan's body was obliterated, leaving him on the brink of death. "Clan leader, please, senior, spare our clan leader." Countless members of the Lin family were engulfed in sorrow, and the cries of innumerable children echoed in the air. This scene was far too cruel for them to bear. Wang Tung shook his head, finding it rather dull. If this was to be the end, then all the treasures of the Lin family would soon fall into his hands. Yet in the next moment, a figure half buried in the ground, Lin Bufan, astonishingly rose to his feet, roaring, "I have one more move. Please enlighten me." At that moment, Lin Bufan was consumed by a singular thought. The glory of his ancestors needed his protection. Boom! The once motionless pinnacle of the Saint King realm began to tremble. Lin Bufan had, at that instant, ascended to the great sage realm. Wang Tung gazed coldly at Lin Bufan, a murderous intent brewing in his heart. "Then, prepare yourself," he declared, taking a deep breath, raising his left hand slightly, and summoned the Wang family's ultimate imperial weapon, the fire-punishing sword of heaven. All his cultivations surged forth as he unleashed a single strike towards Lin Bufan. The sword light stretched for 100,000 miles, piercing through the 9 heavens with a deafening roar. A sense of impending doom surged within Lin Bufan. He understood that he could not withstand this blow. Placing the indestructible cauldron before him, Lin Bufan caressed this ancient companion, which had watched him grow and safeguarded the Lin family for 100,000 years. Sighing, "Brother Cauldron, I have failed the Lin family. I cannot protect you any longer. If the ancestor of breaking heaven has a spirit, please forgive this unworthy descendant, for I have truly done my utmost." Boom! The sword light rushed forth, indiscriminately cleaving through the indestructible cauldron and Lin Bufan alike. The imperial weapon, imbued with spirit, let out a heart-wrenching wail, lamenting its fate. It wept and mourned. In a moment of violent collision, under the enveloping fire and light, the cauldron's sorrowful cries transcended countless domains and the vast seas of realms. At long last, this lament reached Lin Patian, who had stood alone throughout the ages, guarding the celestial void and protecting the worlds for 100,000 years. For 10 millennia, Lin Patian's heart, which had never known turmoil, now burned with rage. He had single-handedly thwarted the invasion from other realms, safeguarding countless worlds, enduring even until his vitality ran dry. Yet, someone dared to annihilate his family. Such audacity was intolerable. Swish! Lin Patian immediately rose, causing countless waves to surge, each wave representing a grand era. Wait, what imperial clan is the Wang family? It matters not what imperial clan it is. We must return now, there is still time. At Lin Patian's level of cultivation, a mere thought could traverse countless miles in an instant. He prepared to cross the vast seas of realms, returning to the Taishan realm. As for the celestial void, with his family on the brink of annihilation, let others guard it if they wished. Chapter 2. Perhaps there is still hope. With the price of my desiccated vitality, I shall seal the celestial void for a millennium. Before departing, Lin Patian had considered the myriad beings of the realms, incurring a significant cost to seal the celestial void. Unless 5 high-ranking emperors from the foreign realms attacked simultaneously, the celestial void would remain firmly shut. Sensing the direction of the Taishan realm, he prepared to descend with a single thought. However, in an instant, Lin Potion's expression froze. How is this possible? The coordinates and marks I left behind have completely vanished. Alas, I never anticipated that the passage of 100,000 years would erase so much. Lin Patian forced a bitter smile. The loss of the coordinates meant he could not return to the Taishan realm immediately. If he were to search through each realm one by one, even with his unparalleled cultivation and extraordinary speed, it would surely take years before he could return. The myriad realms were indeed vast. Moreover, due to the immense distance and the dilution of the imperial blood over 100,000 years, Lin Patian could no longer sense the presence of his kin. Yet, there remained one method. Lin Patian promptly seated himself cross-legged upon a sea of realms, gesturing with one hand and stirring his spirit. At that moment, Wang Tang's sword light struck Lin Bufan with full force. Lin Bufan's eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground. In the midst of chaos, Lin Bufan believed he had perished. The reason was simple. A man identical to the first ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Patian, had appeared before him. Only, he bore a bit more facial hair. Lin Bufan thought he had encountered the spirit of Ancestor Patian in the underworld. With a thud, Lin Bufan knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Ancestor, I truly try my best, but I am useless, a mere failure. I could not protect the Lin family, nor even safeguard your imperial weapon. I deserve to die. Saying this, Lin Bufan repeatedly knocked his head against the ground, overwhelmed with guilt and unable to lift his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, the man before him was not the spirit of his ancestor Lin Patian, but rather a fragment of divine consciousness that had traversed countless worlds too. Return. Fortunately, Lin Bufan had previously activated the immortal cauldron, allowing Lin Patian to establish a faint connection through the cauldron, enabling him to enter Lin Bufan's consciousness just as he was on the brink of death. The ancestor knows you have done your utmost, and he bears no blame. Your injuries are grave, and I have already repaired them. Remember, once you awaken, you must find a kin with a robust bloodline to ignite the family's everlasting lamp. The ancestor shall return. However, due to the immense distance traversed, this fragment of consciousness was exceedingly frail, coupled with the effort to heal Lin Bufan's injuries. It was on the verge of dissipating. Seeing Lin Bufan's dazed expression, Lin Patian decided to be succinct. I am Lin Patian. You, return and find someone to ignite the everlasting lamp. Understood? Lin Bufan's eyes widened. Feeling somewhat disoriented, he instinctively replied, Understood. Good, now go. With a swift kick, Lin Patian expelled Lin Bufan's consciousness from that space. Ancestor. Upon awakening, Lin Bufan finally grasped what had transpired. He had actually encountered Ancestor Patian from 100,000 years ago. The ancestor had instructed him to seek kin with a deep bloodline to guide him back. Moreover, upon surveying his surroundings, he found his injuries had completely healed. Now, the Lin family truly has hope. But before Lin Bufan could revel in his joy, a sudden terror washed over his face. In the distance, Wang Tang was erasing the marks he had left on the indestructible cauldron, attempting to reclaim it. Lin Bufan glared with fury and shouted, Wang Tang, I am not dead. Cease your actions. At the same time, he activated his own mark, swiftly pulling the indestructible cauldron back. Swish, swish, swish. Countless cultivators below, along with the Lin family members, turned their heads in astonishment. Wonderful! Clan leader Bufan is alive. Heaven bless our Lin family. The members of the Lin family were overcome with joy, tears streaming down their faces. This is impossible. Wang Tang's expression darkened, shock coursing through him. He had not held back in his previous assault. Logically, Lin Bufan should have been doomed. Yet now, not only was he alive, but his shattered body had miraculously healed, and he bore no wounds. Strange. Truly strange. Wang Tang was utterly baffled. As he pondered, Lin Bufan spoke decisively, taking the initiative. Wang Tang, I have withstood 3 of your strikes. You must honor our wager. Grant me 5 days to contemplate my decision. Wang Tang's face shifted between shades of green and white upon hearing this. He understood that if he were to attack again today, the multitude of cultivators below would undoubtedly lose their respect for the Wang family, deeming him a man devoid of integrity. I, of course, shall abide by the wager, Wang Tang said after a prolonged silence, each word deliberately articulated. With a cold snort, he warned, 5 days hence, I shall return to the Lin family. Should you fail to make a choice by then, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. With that, Wang Tang tore through the void and departed. The multitude of cultivators below were astonished the formidable Wang Tong had truly left without further confrontation. Lin Bufan himself felt a twinge of disbelief. He had anticipated that Wang Tong would resort to deceit. Wang Tong was a figure Lin Bufan knew all too well. Over the past several centuries, among the 18 imperial clans of the Taishan realm, only the Lin and Wang families remained, with the other 9 having been devoured by the Wang clan. In the Taishan realm, the Wang family had become the unparalleled sovereign, wielding absolute power. Moreover, all these acquisitions had been orchestrated by Wang Tong himself, a man known for his ruthless cunning. Yet, unexpectedly, he had granted 5 days. Such an anomaly must have a cause. Lin Bufan felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger and silently led the Lin family members back home. He had no intention of fleeing. He believed that rather than running to the ends of the earth, it would be more worthwhile to burn brightly for a moment. Furthermore, opportunities still lingered. Meanwhile, high above in the void, Wang Tong silently observed the Lin family. He had not truly departed. Lin Bufan, regardless of the secrets you harbor, I shall uncover them all. Wang Tong thought to himself, his eyes scrutinizing the scene below. Lin Bufan had gathered the clan members together, each attempting to light a candle while kneeling in reverence. Wang Tong was perplexed. What were they doing? With curiosity piqued, he continued to watch. Below, Lin Bufan's expression was grim. This was the most potent lineage of clan members he could muster. But why, oh why, can the everlasting lamp not be ignited? Could it be a mere illusion? Lin Bufan's heart sank into despair. Yet he refused to relinquish hope and continued his attempts. Thus, for long days passed, with the members of the Lin family having tried every possible means, and Wang Tong, too, grew weary of the endeavor. Rubbing his bloodshot eyes, he was left utterly speechless. It appears I've been overly cautious, watching these fools attempt to light a wretched candle for 4 days. The crux of the matter is, it remains unlit. Very well. Regardless of what hidden cards Lin Bufan may possess, I shall certainly lead my forces to the Lin family on the morrow. With a cold snort, Wang Tong turned and strode away. After 4 days of observing the futile candle lighting, he felt an overwhelming urge to step forth from the void himself and ignite it for the Lin family. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Lin family, silence reigned supreme. Despair etched upon their faces. They were haunted by the words of their patriarch, who spoke of the ancient ancestor, the broken sky elder, who once struck fear into the hearts of all 100,000 years ago, still being alive. They believed that if the everlasting lamp could be lit, the ancestor would return. Yet the harsh reality remained. No matter the efforts exerted, the everlasting lamp refused to ignite. Dear Patriarch, it seems they are mercilessly grinding their intelligence into the ground. Lin Bufan's expression was grim, his demeanor shifting uneasily as he murmured, "Oh, ancestor. What am I to do?" At that moment, members of the Lin family began to return one by one, all having ventured forth to seek external assistance, yet none succeeded. Those imperial clans, who had previously maintained cordial relations with the Lin family, now shunned them with fervor. Many Lin family members were even turned away before they could cross the threshold, hastily urged to depart. As the last hope of those who sought help dwindled, despair filled the eyes of the Lin clan. In just 4 hours, the Wang family would march against them. If this continued, the Lin family would surely face annihilation. In the main hall, the air was thick with the sighs of men and the sobs of women and children. The little ones, innocent to the circumstances, cried along as the adults wept. The elder members of the Lin family lamented their plight, and even Lin Bufan wore an expression of fearless resolve. He stood tall, surveying the despondent faces around him, his gaze unwavering as he declared with conviction, "To defend the last vestiges of the Lin family's glory is our unassailable duty. The women and children shall retreat to preserve our lineage, while the valiant sons of the Lin family shall follow me to confront the Wang family, paving the way for our legacy." With that, he raised his arm in a rallying cry. I, Lin Bufan, vow to never become a slave to the fallen. Countless Lin family members were stirred by his fervor, raising their arms in unison, shouting, I, Lin E, I, Lin Hao, I, Lin Feng. We vow to never become slaves to the fallen. The hall reverberated with their resounding shouts, a chorus of defiance. Yet, within such a vast lineage, there were those who lacked the same valor, contemplating an alternative means to preserve the Lin family as flame. Surrender. Just then, as Lin Bufan organized the orderly retreat of the women and children, a graceful figure emerged from the shadows of the hall. Her voice, though soft, resonated powerfully within the somber chamber. I believe there may still be hope for the Lin family. If the revered ancestor truly lives, perhaps I, Lin Yanran, can find a way to bring him back. The members of the Lin family turned their heads in unison, and Lin Bufan, overwhelmed with excitement, hurriedly approached and exclaimed with a trembling voice, "Yanran, is what you said truly authentic?" Lin Yanran nodded emphatically and said, "My approach is worth trying." Chapter 3. Invasion from Distant Lands, Standing Alone to Restore Order. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bufan's eyes once again sparkled with the light of hope. However, beyond the boundless expanse of the myriad realms, a chorus of profound regret resounded. Alas, 100 millennia have elapsed. Surely the ever-bright lamp has expired. Oh, I wondered why. After so many days, my kin have yet to illuminate the path for me. Lin Patian suddenly realized his oversight, exclaiming in dismay as he anxiously paced back and forth above the boundary sea. His agitation caused countless realms within the sea to tremble, leading many to believe that a calamity was descending upon the world. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Patian conceived of a remaining solution: to hold a divine ritual. This was a contingency he had left behind upon his departure. Settling into a meditative posture, he cradled his chin and sighed, lamenting, "Alas, I wonder if future generations are even aware of this method." Who would have thought that after single-handedly quelling the turmoil of foreign realms and guarding the heavenly rift for 100,000 years, my own kin would be on the brink of extinction? Lin Potion's heart swelled with increasing rage, wishing he could return immediately. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Lin family within the Taishan realm, Lin Yanran orchestrated her kin to collectively extract their essence and place it in the Lin family's nirvana pool, anxiously awaiting the final step. "Yanran, are you certain that this method is truly effective?" Lin Bufan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression fraught with anxiety. Lin Yanran shook her head despondently and remarked, "I am uncertain, yet we have reached a dead end. There seems to be no other recourse, is there?" She recalled encountering a method known as the divine rite in an ancient tome belonging to her clan. This technique involved merging the lifeblood of the clan members and utilizing the pure essence of a newborn to forge a connection with the lost ancestors, guiding them back home. The reason this notion surfaced in Lin Yanran's mind was that her second aunt was on the verge of giving birth, serving as a timely reminder. Calculating the days, today marked the expected date of delivery. However, whether the divine rite truly existed remained an enigma to Lin Yanran. Yet, at this juncture, there appeared to be no alternatives. With a resolute spirit, she felt compelled to attempt it. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bufan furrowed his brows, gazing skyward with a profound sigh. What if there is a glimmer of hope? Indeed, what if? Lin Yanran replied with a lackluster tone, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt within her. Had it not been for her unfortunate mishap that led to the demise of the Wang family's prodigy, perhaps the Wang family would not have sought vengeance. Not long after their conversation, a sharp cry pierced the air. The wail of a newborn echoed from within the inner chambers. The sky rumbled ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The Lin family, previously shrouded in solemnity, rose to their feet in unison. With hurried steps, the midwife emerged, cradling the newborn in her arms. Trembling, Lin Bufan accepted the infant, his eyes glistening with tears as he beheld the child's innocent beauty. "May the heavens bless my Lin family." With unwavering resolve, he pierced the tiny hand of the infant, allowing a single droplet of pure blood to fall into the nirvana pool. As the baby's cries resonated, an earth-shattering transformation occurred within the pool. Boom! A towering column of blood surged skyward, reaching for the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yanran followed the ancient text methods, continuously forming seals with her fingers, her heart fervently calling out, "Ancestors, are you truly still alive? If so, please return swiftly. The Lin family is on the brink of ruin." Her plea traversed countless miles. Suddenly, Lin Patian, seated cross-legged above the ocean of realms, opened his eyes. He received the summons from his kin and immediately pinpointed their location. Lin Patian slightly parted his lips, responding with fervor, "Yes, I have always been here." In an instant, Lin Yanran was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Ancestor, you truly still live. Please return, for we need you." Countless members of the Lin family wept bitterly upon hearing her words. Lin Bufan's piercing tiger-like eyes brimmed with tears. He knew without a doubt that the ancestor had not deceived him. He was indeed still alive. The man who, 100,000 years ago, suppressed the myriad races, quelled the chaos, and became a figure so formidable that none dared to claim supremacy in the world. The one who, for the sake of the myriad realms, willingly guarded the heavenly abyss and was revered by the world as the great emperor of the broken sky, was still alive. Lin Bufan could not help but let out an exultant howl towards the heavens. "Let us begin anew." reclaiming our former glory. The Lin family shall endure, and our ancestors shall remain eternal. Lin Patian was equally exhilarated, rising from the sea of realms, poised to manifest in the Tai Xian realm. Yet, at that moment, the already sealed heavenly void was ruthlessly torn apart by 5 colossal hands that obscured the sky. Countless figures, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, gazed at him with predatory intent. The 5 formidable leaders among them exuded such overwhelming power that it instilled a profound sense of dread. Merely standing there, they were on the verge of causing innumerable great worlds to collapse. The reason was simple. They were all sovereigns, each a mighty emperor. Lin Potion's figure stiffened, and his pupils constricted. Damn it, they actually chose this moment to ambush me. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Patian swiftly transmitted a message to Lin Yanran, clan members. Our ancestors are facing some difficulties. There is an invasion from another realm. I must reseal the celestial abyss, and it may take some time. I will be unable to arrive in the Tai Xian realm immediately. You must hold on for a while, no more than 3 hours. Once I resolve this predicament, I shall return without delay. Lin Yanran was taken aback. The ancestor. However, the connection had already been severed, and she could no longer reach out. The surrounding members of the Lin family quickly gathered, their voices overlapping in anxious queries. Yanran, when will the ancestor return? The Wang family is set to mobilize their forces against our Lin family in just 2 hours. Lin Bufan approached and said in a solemn tone, Yanzhan. What did the ancestors say? Lin Yanran felt as though the world was spinning around her, her hands and feet cold as ice. The inquiries from the crowd echoed incomprehensibly in her ears, her mind a blank slate. After a prolonged moment, she finally managed to respond, her delicate frame trembling. The ancestor. The ancestor said that an invasion from another realm has occurred. He must first seal the celestial void, and only after 3 hours will he be able to descend. Lin Bufan's expression shifted momentarily to one of ease, but then froze in disbelief. 3 hours. What would remain of the Lin family after such a duration? Would it be akin to a shattered egg yolk, or a nest of ants drenched in silver? In the blink of an eye, the members of the Lin family felt as if they had plummeted from the heights of hope into the depths of despair. Many fell to their knees, pounding the ground in anguish, crying out, Ancestors, have you abandoned us? What concern is the invasion from another realm to our Lin family? You have safeguarded this world for 100,000 years. Is that not sufficient? If you do not return now, our Lin family shall perish. Their heartfelt lamentations echoed deeply within the souls of the Lin clan. They could not comprehend how the threat of invasion could eclipse the impending doom of their lineage. Even if it did, their ancestor had already watched over them for eons. Was it not enough? Many hung their heads in despondency, their faces ashen, exchanging bitter smiles as they murmured, Perhaps our ancestors have given up on us. Bang! Lin Bufan, who had remained silent until that moment, could no longer contain himself upon hearing those words. With a forceful slap on the table, he rose to his feet, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fervor as he shouted, Our ancestors would never forsake us. In the face of this invasion, we must not blame our forebears, but instead find ways to hasten their return. If they are in trouble, we should strive with all our might to relieve their burdens. We ought not wallow in despair. Remember the glory of our ancestors. Their protection of this realm is our honor and pride. We can offer our blood as a sacrifice to aid them. Yes, let us sacrifice our blood. A fervent spark ignited within many of the Lin clan's youth. Patriarch. We shall indeed offer our blood. For our ancestors, I, Lin Yi, would brave the fiery depths and razor-sharp peaks. We too. The young prodigy Lin Hao stepped forward first, his eyes brimming with resolve. A multitude of talented scions of the Lin family followed suit, their faces similarly etched with determination. Yet, there remained a number of gifted youths who stood silent, for they understood that such sacrifices could lead not only to a regression in their cultivation but, in severe cases, a significant decline in their innate abilities. Lin Bufan observed the varied reactions of the crowd and found them utterly predictable. The clan had never been united in purpose. Had they truly been of one mind, the Lin family would not have fallen into such decline. He looked with appreciation at the valiant young men willing to offer their blood in sacrifice and gently spoke. First, let the women, children, and the elderly be withdrawn. And thereafter, we shall offer our blood to honor our ancestors. Yanran, you understand the ritual of the divine sacrifice, so you shall preside over it. Yanran understood. Lin Yanran nodded emphatically, her fists clenched tightly. The steady drip of her vital blood fell continuously into the nirvana pool. Yet the Lin family members displayed no trace of resentment. They were expending their utmost efforts to welcome the return of their ancestor. At this moment, A myriad of miles away in the Sea of Realms, the voices of the 5 foreign emperors resonated. Lin Patian, you have grown old. Your vigor has withered. And even your seal has been effortlessly shattered by us. Heed our warning and depart swiftly, lest you jeopardize your precious life. Alternatively, you may choose to join us. We assure you, we shall honor you as the emperor among emperors, akin to the esteemed Emperor Zun. Lin Patian cast a disdainful glance, utterly unmoved. How dare these insignificant creatures speak so boldly? As for joining your ranks, I must decline. I have no interest in the detritus that dwells in darkness. With that, Lin Patian prepared to strike. However, his current condition was far from optimal. A century of guarding had left his vitality nearly depleted. If he did not take the initiative to seal the breach swiftly and conclude the battle, returning home would become an uncertain prospect. Just as he was about to take action, Lin Patian suddenly felt a continuous surge of blood essence flowing into his being. He immediately understood that this was the power of his lineage. His kin were aiding him. Lin Patian felt a warmth in his heart and did not refuse. He required this essence of blood to nourish his parched imperial body. In the next moment, Lin Patian gestured, summoning the vast thunder prison suspended in the sky to descend upon the countless soldiers of the foreign realm. This was another of his supreme imperial weapons, the thunder prison of 10,000 lightning. Simultaneously, the 5 great emperors of the alien race acted in unison, opting for a collaborative assault. Only through such a concerted effort could they demonstrate their respect for Lin Patian. It was only by joining forces that the 5 emperors believed they could ensure Lin Patian's ultimate demise. For 10,000 years, the formidable reputation of Lin Patian, the strongest emperor of the human race, had overshadowed the foreign realms for far too long. They had discerned Lin Patian's dwindling vitality and imminent departure, preparing to eliminate him once and for all, thereby launching an invasion across the myriad worlds. They aimed to turn all beings into sustenance, igniting a grand feast of gluttony. Chapter 4. Ultimate Ascendancy. The Imperial Battle Commences. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming imperial might emanated from Lin Patian, as the thunder prison of 10,000 lightning ensnared the myriad soldiers of the foreign realm. At this moment, the battlefield transformed into a scene where Lin Patian single-handedly confronted the 5 emperors of the alien race. Lin Patian raised his hands and shouted, "Sword, come forth." Ding, arrive. An ancient and majestic sword surged forth from the void, landing firmly in Lin Patian's grasp. This was yet another imperial weapon, the Sword of Heaven's Destruction. Lin Patian possesses 3 imperial weapons: the indestructible cauldron for defense, the 10,000 thunder heavenly prison for suppression, and the eternal sword of heaven for offense, embodying both attack and defense. Whoosh! Simultaneously, the indestructible cauldron in the Lin family hall trembled with a resounding echo, and, much to Lin Buffon's astonishment, it broke free from his grasp and soared into the void. What on earth is happening? The members of the Lin family were utterly bewildered. Lin Buffon was initially taken aback, but he soon sensed an immense and formidable power. A realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "It is the Ancestor. The Ancestor is summoning the immortal cauldron. The Ancestor must be facing an unprecedented crisis. Let us hasten our efforts and offer our vital essence to assist the Ancestor." Upon hearing this, the others felt a tightening in their hearts, consumed by an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Their vital essence fell into the nirvana pool as if it were of no cost at all. Lin Yanran's delicate face was already glistening with beads of sweat as she exerted herself in her role as host. The unquenchable cauldron moved with unparalleled swiftness, reaching Lin Patian in mere moments. Buzzing with excitement, the cauldron trembled vigorously. It had been an entire 100,000 years since it last beheld its master. How could it not rejoice at this reunion? Lin Patian, filled with emotion, caressed the cauldron and sighed, "Old companion, let us once again vanquish the malevolent spirits together." The 5 emperors across from him simultaneously scoffed, "Lin Patian, your arrogance knows no bounds. In your current state, a single one of us could easily slay you. Oh, why not have the god-eating emperor come forward and give it a try?" Lin Patian wore a playful expression, teasingly gazing at a long-established emperor from a foreign land. Yet, he was undoubtedly the weakest among them. After all, one must choose the softest persimmons to squeeze. "I shall take the lead. None of you shall intervene. If I cannot defeat you in 300 moves, I shall take my own life." With a swift motion, the God-Eater Emperor lunged towards Lin Patian, ready to strike. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Patian's mouth as he murmured to himself, "Ha, you fell into my trap." Everything that had transpired was but a ruse orchestrated by Lin Patian. He had deliberately feigned an utter depletion of vigor, presenting himself as being at a disadvantage. All to lure one opponent into a duel. The reasoning behind this strategy was quite straightforward. His adversaries were none other than 5 formidable emperors of unmatched might. Notably, the leader, the Black Dragon Emperor, possessed an immensely potent strength. Even at his peak, Lin Patian believed that although he could eventually vanquish them all, it would require a century of relentless combat. However, time was of the essence, and thus he had no choice but to capture one first. The Devouring God Technique. Though the Devouring God Emperor feigned disdain for Lin Patian, the moment he struck, it was with imperial might. Boom. A beam of divine light, capable of piercing through myriad worlds, surged towards Lin Patian in an instant. The remaining 4 emperors stood with arms crossed, their expressions betraying a sense of amusement at the unfolding spectacle. Little did they expect. Lin Patian wielded the indestructible cauldron, its divine radiance illuminating his form, as he struck directly at the God-Eater Emperor, subduing him with overwhelming force. The effects of the indestructible cauldron varied depending on the wielder, who claimed it was solely a defensive artifact. No, Lin Patian, you have concealed your true power. The God-Eater Emperor writhed desperately within the cauldron. Yet his efforts were in vain. The other 4 emperors exchanged glances, poised to intervene and rescue their comrade. Stop! He is refining me. The anguished cries of the God-Eater Emperor compelled them to halt, their expressions grave as they focused intently on Lin Patian. In stark contrast, Lin Patian appeared at ease, pointing at the 4 emperors with an air of command. Stand back, allow me to pass, and present me with an elixir of immortality. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee his survival. With that, Lin Patian exerted his full strength upon the indestructible cauldron, eliciting a chorus of agonized screams from the God-Eater Emperor within. Yet unexpectedly, Lin Patian taunted, "Go ahead. Kill him. Ha! Regardless, you shall perish today." The 4 emperors frowned deeply, resolute in their refusal to grant Lin Patian the elixir of immortality. Even in his weakened state, Lin Patian proved to be a formidable adversary. Should they bestow upon him the means to rekindle his vitality, the consequences would be dire indeed. They could sense the essence of life within Lin Patian ebbing away. Guarding the celestial abyss for 100,000 years had drained this once mighty figure, who had been comparable to the emperor. Nevertheless, the 4 emperors dared not underestimate him, for they had witnessed Lin Patian cleave emperors asunder countless times. Even the emperor held him in considerable regard. Now, with the opportunity to encircle and eliminate Lin Patian as he neared the brink of exhaustion, there was no reason to risk everything for a reckless individual. Upon hearing the words, Lin Patian's expression momentarily turned grave, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Today, he must return. Even if it means exhausting every last ounce of his strength, he is determined to go home and aid his kin in overcoming their tribulations. After learning of the Lin family's hardships over the years, Lin Patian was utterly consumed by darkness. 100,000 years of unwavering guardianship met with the humiliation of his imperial lineage, then so be it. Lin Patian will no longer be constrained by such matters. After all, the human race is not solely represented by Lin Patian as a singular emperor. Should the heavens truly collapse, what concern is it of Lin Patian's? Lin Patian pondered silently. Having guarded for 100,000 years, he believed he had fulfilled his duty to all beings. With clarity of thought, Lin Patian pressed his hand against the indestructible cauldron, temporarily suppressing the God-eating emperor. Step by step, he descended from the heavenly abyss, his piercing gaze slicing through the 4 emperors like a blade. He pronounced each word with deliberate weight. Black Dragon Emperor, Sacred Tiger Emperor, Heavenly Leopard Emperor, Demon Bull Emperor. I shall reiterate. Grant me the immortal divine medicine and allow me to depart. Once I leave, any invasion from the foreign realms shall have no further connection to Lin Patian. Should you prevent my departure, I shall unleash my fury, storming into the foreign realms to slaughter its denizens. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test me. The voice of Lin Patian, empowered by immense magical prowess, resonated throughout the entire foreign realm beyond the heaven's rift in an instant. All beings who heard Lin Patian's voice were struck with awe and disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Lin Patian, who had guarded the heaven's rift for 100,000 years, would utter such words. Could it be that he had succumbed to darkness? In the foreign realm, over a dozen alien emperors, who had been waiting to witness Lin Patian's downfall, found themselves stirred by his proclamation. Was it possible that yet another formidable emperor, rivaling the esteemed emperor, was about to emerge in this realm? The emperor was recognized as the mightiest sovereign among them, bestowed with the title by the alien emperors. Yet, in their hearts, they believed Lin Patian was indeed worthy of standing alongside the emperor. However, the majority remained skeptical of his words. What if he were truly granted the elixir of immortality, allowing him to live once more, only to retract his resolve. The Black Dragon Emperor shared this sentiment. Sneering as he remarked, Lin Patian, do you truly believe we would fall for such tricks? You have aged, your life has reached its twilight. What use is it to reignite your power? Huh, do you truly think you are still at your peak? As soon as his words faded, the Saint Tiger Emperor chimed in, Lin Patian, do not harbor such foolish dreams. If you were to receive the elixir of immortality, what if you were to change your mind? You should abandon that hope. We merely need to outlast you, and then we shall completely invade the myriad realms. After all, the other human emperors lack your strength and dedication that cannot withstand our advance. The Heaven Leopard Emperor and the Demon Bull Emperor spoke in unison. Lin Patian took a deep breath, for he had long anticipated their reactions. Therefore, further words would be futile. Boom. Lin Patian stepped forth, completely departing from the void of the heavens, unveiling the myriad realms before the gaze of the otherworldly. In that instant, he plunged into the foreign domain, and his once withered form underwent a magnificent transformation. His silvery hair gradually morphed into raven locks, his parched skin swiftly regained vitality, and the wrinkles upon his visage vanished at an astonishing pace, replaced by an ethereal grace, unparalleled and resplendent. Amidst the astonished gazes of the four emperors led by the Black Dragon Emperor, they had yet to react when Lin Patian surged directly into the ranks of billions of otherworldly soldiers. With a mere gesture, he grasped, and countless soldiers were instantaneously absorbed and refined by Lin Patian, transforming into the purest essence of life that rejuvenated him. I am not here to negotiate with you. You possess no right to choose. In the past, it was you who instigated chaos, consuming my kin as sustenance. Today, I shall reverse the tide. Since you refuse to yield, do not blame me for taking what is rightfully mine. Lin Patian's voice resonated with authority and power, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill as he voraciously absorbed the essence of life. In the mere span of a breath, he had nearly annihilated half of the legion of countless alien soldiers at the forefront. The four emperors were thrown into disarray upon witnessing Lin Patian's rampant slaughter. They acted without a moment's hesitation, charging towards him with lethal intent. Simultaneously, 5 more alien emperors descended from the depths, converging upon Lin Patian. A total of 9 emperors united in their effort to thwart him. Lin Patian glanced back, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With an extraordinary display of power, he annihilated the remaining soldiers from the foreign realm, proclaiming loudly, "You are all too weak. I shall shatter the heavens." Lin Patian decisively unleashed his most formidable imperial technique, countering the encirclement of the 9 emperors with a powerful suppression. The Black Dragon Transformation. The sacred tiger roars to the heavens. The celestial leopard descends. The demonic bull charges. In an instant, the 9 emperors also summoned their strongest imperial techniques. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the great emperors yielded no discernible victor, as they fought fiercely, locked in a relentless struggle. However, the myriad beings of the foreign realm could scarcely withstand the sheer terror of such a monumental confrontation. Countless lives were melted and evaporated in that moment. The entire foreign realm trembled. This was precisely why Lin Patian had ventured into the foreign realm. Should a battle erupt across the myriad worlds, it would surely lead to untold suffering. Yet, in this foreign conflict, he remained indifferent to the fate of its countless beings. At that moment, a voice of unfathomable terror resonated from the depths of the foreign realm, echoing like thunder across the skies. Lin Patian, enough. Do you desire the divine elixir of immortality? I shall grant it to you. Upon hearing those words, Lin Patian showed no hesitation and swiftly retreated, directly returning to the heavenly void. His countenance marked by apprehension as he gazed into the depths of the foreign realm. The source of that voice belonged to the most formidable emperor of the alien domain. Concurrently, the indestructible cauldron emitted a mournful cry, conveying to Lin Patian a matter of utmost significance. Alas, this is cursed. A tempest of fury surged within Lin Patian's heart, for the indomitable cauldron had revealed to him that the protective formation of the Lin clan was on the verge of collapse. The Lin family is on the brink of annihilation. Xiao Ding, please safeguard them for me. Lin Patian's eyes were aflame with a crimson hue as he unleashed a surge of imperial aura upon the immortal cauldron. Without a moment's hesitation, he released the God-Eater Emperor, previously suppressed within the cauldron, and hurled the immortal cauldron back into the void, directing it straight towards the Tai Xian realm. Chapter 5. The Crisis of the Lin Family. 1 hour prior, in the ancestral land of the Lin family in the Tai Xian realm, Lin Bufan paced anxiously. While the numerous members of the Lin family below felt an overwhelming sense of despair, They had already exhausted every drop of their own vital essence. Yet the revered patriarch of the heavens had still not returned. Lin Yanran wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and inquired, "Chieftain, our time is running short, and the venerable ancestor Poti cannot return at this moment. Perhaps you might ponder further on whether the Lin family possesses any means to withstand the Wang family's advances? Have you still not managed to contact the ancestor?" Lin Bufan suddenly halted his steps and posed this question unexpectedly. Lin Yan wore an expression of reluctance, nodding with difficulty. At that moment, the numerous members of the Lin family felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Lin Bufan's heart sank, and his expression became exceedingly grim. With a forced smile, he replied, "Of course, there are ways to withstand the Wang family's pressure for a few days. It should not pose a problem." Yet, as the head of the Lin family, Lin Bufan was acutely aware of the truth. His previous words were nothing but a facade. The treasured relic of the Lin family has long been exhausted, leaving only the ancestral defensive formation, reputed to withstand a strike from an emperor. Furthermore, this formation necessitates the invocation by a powerful being of quasi-emperor caliber. Should one fall below this realm, not only would its efficacy be severely compromised, but it would inevitably lead to a singular fate, death. Lin Bufan was deeply apprehensive, given the profound heritage of the Wang family. If indeed an esteemed ancestor had ascended to the realm of the great emperor or was nearing the pinnacle of quasi-emperor strength, wielding an unparalleled imperial weapon, the Lin family would face utter annihilation. Moreover, the 5 days granted by Wang Tung had already elapsed. Boom, boom, boom. The very fears one dreads often manifest. As the warships of the Wang family darkened the skies, majestically approaching from the void, Wang Tung stood at the forefront of the vessel, hands clasped behind his back, casting a disdainful gaze upon the members of the Lin family below. The terrifying aura of a peak great sage instantly enveloped the entire Lin family. Within the grand hall of the Lin family, countless clan members gazed anxiously at the ominous skies above. The overwhelming presence of the Wang family's army instilled an intense sense of dread. Wang Tung, determined to seize control of the Lin family, had spared no expense. Not only had he, the peak patriarch of the Wang clan, personally descended, but he was also flanked by the formidable third ancestor of the quasi-emperor realm, who stood resolutely at the rear to ensure absolute certainty of victory. Behind Wang Ting loomed a formidable throng of thousands of elite warriors, their powers ranging between the Divine Bridge realm and the Saint King. Lin family, the time has come. Have you made your decision? Wang Tung's voice thundered throughout the Lin family estate, sending shivers down the spines of many young prodigies who looked to their patriarch, Lin Bufan, for solace. In this moment of peril, Lin Bufan represented their unwavering pillar of strength. Lin Bufan glanced at the equally anxious Lin Yanran, fully aware that she had yet to establish contact with the ancient ancestor Patian, which left him feeling restless. Sighing, he thought to himself, the clan elders. Please protect Yanran. I shall take my leave. Lin Bufan sighed deeply and resolutely stepped out of the grand hall of the Lin family, confronting the formidable army of the Wang family looming darkly in the void. His gaze fell upon Wang Ting, who stood at the forefront with an air of unassailable arrogance. In an unprecedented act of humility, Lin Bufan lowered his posture, bending slightly as he implored, "Might you grant us a little more time for consideration?" Lin Bufan was utterly humbled, though he remained uncertain whether Lin Yan and could successfully summon their ancestor. All he could do was to strive to prolong the time as much as possible, hoping to delay it even further. However, to his surprise, Wang Tung wore a mocking and derisive expression as he remarked, "Do you truly believe that lighting a few meager candles for a few days will summon your long-lost ancestor from 100,000 years ago to save you? If I hadn't inquired with my family's ancient ancestor, I would never have realized how deluded the Lin family has become. It has been 100,000 years. An ordinary emperor can only last for 20,000 years. Even if your ancestor were the most formidable emperor, he would have long since turned to dust." Lin Bufan's countenance darkened as he listened, not daring to retaliate, and even nodded in reluctant agreement, chuckling wryly. "You are right. It is indeed a foolish fantasy on our part. However, might you grant us a little more time to deliberate?" Observing Lin Bufan's subservient demeanor, the members of the Lin family below were filled with rage, their eyes bloodshot and fists clenched. Wang Ting, upon hearing this, grew increasingly impatient and retorted, "Do not feign pity with me. I have already afforded you ample time. Let us speak plainly. Surrender your family's breaking the heavens record and the indomitable clan treasure, the eternal cauldron. And then ensure that all members of your family under the age of 15, as well as any elders who have attained the saint realm, take their own lives. Perhaps then, I may consider sparing your clan. Lin Bufan was taken aback by Wang Tung's malicious demands. The conditions proposed were utterly unacceptable. Moreover, the eternal cauldron was no longer in the possession of the Lin family, rendering it impossible to comply. The members of the Lin family were seething with indignation. Yet, Lin Bufan hesitated and solemnly inquired, "But how can I trust that you will uphold your promise?" Wang Ting sneered, his smile devoid of warmth, and replied in a low tone, "Ha! You possess no right to negotiate with me, nor do you seem to grasp your family's predicament." Behind him, the crowd from the Wang family erupted in laughter, declaring, "Do you expect our patriarch to swear an oath by the heavens? What a farce! As soon as the patriarch gives the command, all of you shall perish. As for the breaking the heavens record and the eternal cauldron, once we have annihilated you, the Wang family shall retrieve them ourselves." Upon hearing the Wang family's utter refusal to offer any chances and their lack of moral standing, Lin Bufan's complexion turned pale as he contemplated a final desperate measure. He commanded the Lin family members, "Retreat into the Great Hall. Activate the clan's protective formation." A roar erupted from Lin Bufan's lips as he ascended into the air, his entire being aflame with fervent vitality. Weaving and intertwining the mystical runes emanating from every corner of the Lin family estate, completely enveloping the clan within its protective embrace. The protective formation of the Lin family has been activated. Simultaneously, Lin Bufan is acutely aware that after today, he shall meet his demise. Yet, he finds himself with no alternative. He feels compelled to act, as it is an imperative. For even the most feeble of eagles must safeguard the chicks nestled beneath its wings. Should there be any defiance? Then let it be known that I shall not spare a single soul from the Lin family. Wang Ting gazed with icy resolve at the suddenly manifested protective formation of the Lin family. Without a moment's hesitation, his form swelled, growing until it reached a height of 1,000 zhang, clad in magnificent battle armor that radiated authority. Wang Ting unleashed the Great Sage's avatar, delivering a forceful stomp upon the Lin family's protective formation. Boom! Resplendent spiritual light erupted, and a terrifying shockwave surged forth. The members of the Wang family in the void hastily activated their defenses to withstand the ensuing turbulence. As they finally discerned the situation below, they were left in a state of bewilderment. Each one stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "The Lin family's protective formation is astonishingly powerful. A formation activated by a newly anointed great sage has withstood the patriarch's onslaught. It seems we have indeed underestimated the Lin family." After a moment of surprise, Wang Tung's expression turned solemn as he observed the Lin family, untouched and resilient. "How splendid! The patriarch of the Wang family has been thwarted. We may yet survive. And the Lin family need not face annihilation." Many members of the Lin family rejoiced. However, the patriarch and the elder clan members, who were aware of the truth, lowered their heads and wiped away their tears. They knew that only those at the level of a quasi-emperor could activate the protective formation of the clan, while the patriarch, possessing only the cultivation of a great sage, faced a path of certain demise. The patriarch was sacrificing his very life to safeguard the Lin family. Just as Wang Tung prepared to strike again, the third ancestor of the Wang family, Wang Wuxiang, who had been quietly meditating in the rear, suddenly opened his eyes. He stepped forward, arriving at the forefront of the battlefield, placing a hand on Wang Tung's shoulder, and gently shook his head. "You cannot breach the Lin family as protective formation. This was established by their first ancestor, the formidable Emperor Lin Patian. Though 10,000 years have passed, its defensive capabilities remain astonishingly formidable. Allow me to handle this myself." "Yes, ancestor." The fierce Wang Tung immediately yielded, withdrawing from the battlefield and leaving it to Wang Wuxiang, standing alone in the void. His silver hair billowed in the wind as he gazed at the Lin family ancestral grounds enveloped in the formation below, his expression grave. He murmured, "The mightiest emperor. Indeed a great reputation. What a pity I could not coexist in the same era as you. Otherwise, Even more regrettable is that your Lin family is on the brink of annihilation." With that, he turned sharply to the members of the Wang family and commanded, "Everyone, retreat. Move back 100,000 miles to avoid collateral damage." With swift precision, the Wang family battleships turned and departed without a moment's hesitation, fearful of being caught in the turbulence of the impending clash. The reason was simple. Wang Wuxiang had already become an invincible figure in the hearts of the Wang family. He was a pinnacle expert at the 7th level of quasi-emperor. With deliberate steps, Wang Wuxiang advanced to the entrance of the Lin family, coming to a halt and locking eyes with the panicked and helpless members of the Lin family within the protective formation. With a tilted head, he smiled and said, Your path has grown narrow. This era belongs to our Wang family. Any remnants of the old age shall meet their end under our thunderous might. Upon finishing, Wang Wuxiang produced an object resembling a shuttle and thrust it toward the protective formation. Upon seeing the shuttle, Lin Bufan, who had transformed into the formation yet retained a glimmer of awareness, was engulfed in despair. He recognized this item. It was the extreme imperial weapon of the Yi family. The Breaking Heaven shuttle, renowned for its ability to breach any formation. The Yi family had already been annihilated by the Wang family a century ago. As merely a great sage, there was no possibility for the protective formation he had activated to withstand this object. Indeed, the moment the Breaking Heaven shuttle made contact, the protective formation trembled violently. No, don't. Block it for me. In the midst of the battle, Lin Bufan exerted every ounce of his strength, roaring in desperation. Yet his efforts proved futile, merely accelerating the consumption of his vital essence. The disparity was insurmountable. Although the semi-emperor was merely one realm above the great sage, even 10 peak great sages could not hope to contend with a newly ascended semi-emperor. Moreover, Wang Wuxiang was a peak semi-emperor at the 7th level, wielding the formidable extreme Dao imperial weapon, the sky-piercing shuttle. The resistance of these insignificant creatures was nearing its end. Soon, they would all meet their demise. Wang Wuxiang chuckled with amusement, fully channeling the power of the sky-piercing shuttle. Estimating that it would take merely 3 breaths for the Lin family's protective formation to be utterly obliterated. The Lin family had resigned themselves to their fate, awaiting death. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The sky reverberated with the sounds of dragons roaring and tigers howling, as torrential rain began to pour. The overwhelming light of the indestructible cauldron pierced through the void, descending fiercely upon Wang Wuxiang. In that instant, Wang Wuxiang's expression turned grim, instinctively glancing upwards. The ever-enlarging form of the indestructible cauldron made his pupils constrict in horror, prompting him to reflexively strike out. Bang! Dust erupted, and the earth trembled violently. Chapter 6. The cauldron descends to subdue Wuxiang. Oh, no. Wang Wuxiang's anguished scream echoed, but once before he was utterly suppressed by the indestructible cauldron. What instilled greater terror in him was the realization that his fist shattered upon contact, taking his entire arm with it. He recognized this as the Lin family's ancestral imperial weapon, the indestructible cauldron. But why was the cauldron so powerful, capable of subduing him with a single encounter? Could it be? A tide of dread washed over Wang Wuxiang. Could the legendary strongest emperor truly still be alive? He regretted his earlier bravado. The indestructible cauldron, capable of perceiving the thoughts of those it had subdued, found amusement in the situation. A mere quasi-emperor dared to confront an imperial weapon with sheer physicality? And it was one empowered by imperial energy. Truly, he was audacious. Did he truly believe it remained in the state of a certain great sage's activation? Fortunately, the indestructible cauldron lacked a mouth. Otherwise, it would have burst into laughter. The members of the Lin family rubbed their eyes in disbelief, confirming that it was indeed their indestructible cauldron descending from the heavens, having suppressed the ancestral figure of the Wang family. Each of them was overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, Lin Yanran, who was presiding over the blood sacrifice, opened her beautiful eyes and smiled gently, saying, "Esteemed clan leader, your formation can now be lifted. The ancestor of Breaking Heaven has conveyed to me that the indestructible cauldron carries a trace of his imperial energy. Allowing it to activate the protective formation for our clan is beyond what any quasi-emperor could dismantle. It is sufficient to withstand a formidable adversary at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm or 2 adversaries at the 1st level." Upon hearing this, the elders of the Lin family were filled with excitement. Previously, Wang Wuxiang had nearly suffocated the entire Lin family under pressure. However, with the imperial energy bestowed upon the formation by the ancestor of Breaking Heaven, as long as they remained within, the entire Lin family would be safe and sound. As for whether the Wang family would maintain their vigil outside, that was beyond their concern. They could only proceed step by step. Lin Bufan, weakened, staggered out of the formation, his complexion pale and on the verge of collapsing, but fortunately, he was caught by the members of the Lin family. After gesturing with his hand to indicate that he was fine, Lin Bufan exclaimed with excitement, "Yinjin, be sure to inform our ancestor that the entire Lin family eagerly awaits his return." Lin Yanran's expression darkened. She yearned to convey the message from the ancestor. However, the revered elder had only transmitted a few words before vanishing once more. To prevent unrest among the Lin family, she swiftly redirected the conversation, saying, "The ancestor also mentioned that the strength of those suppressing the indestructible cauldron will significantly diminish. causing the quasi-emperor to descend into the Four Extremes secret realm. We must make good use of this opportunity to buy time until his return. Very well. A number of young disciples hastily sprang into action, collectively lifting the indestructible cauldron back to the Lin family estate. They curiously observed the figure of Wang Wuxiang within the cauldron, yet dared not approach too closely. The Four Extremes secret realm, indeed? However, 3 young individuals gazed at Wang Wuxiang with fierce determination. Among them, a slightly older youth displayed a disdainful demeanor and leaped directly into the cauldron. Wang Wuxiang was taken aback, panic-stricken as he exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" Devoid of his former power, he could no longer maintain his haughty stance and cowered in a corner of the cauldron. "I simply wish to ascertain the sturdiness of your physique." The youth who had jumped into the cauldron was none other than Lin Yi, the Lin family's foremost prodigy. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that his eyes concealed a pair of barely perceptible hidden pupils. You are a dual pupil wielder." Wang Wuxiang gasped in astonishment. Rising to his feet, it was said that a dual pupil could rend the heavens, and those who possessed such eyes were undefeated throughout their lives, also known as the invincible. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, appearing once every 50,000 years. Who would have imagined encountering one here? Yet, why was it a member of the Lin family and not his own Wang family? Following suit, 2 more individuals leaped into the cauldron, those very 2 youths who had previously stood beside Lin Yi, their eyes burning with the spirit of battle. Wang Wuxiang scrutinized these 2, and his expression froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "Could it be that they possessed the supreme bone, which appears once every 20,000 years, and the innate sacred body, which is encountered once every 10,000 years? Why had I not noticed that this humble Lin family harbors such extraordinary talents?" Despite being suppressed by the indestructible cauldron, his quasi-emperor's vision remained sharp. Lin Yi smiled knowingly as the 2 approached, saying, "Hao, Feng, you have arrived." Lin Hao and Lin Feng felt a touch of shyness in the presence of their elder cousin, lowering their heads in acknowledgement. How infuriating. Why are these prodigies not from my Wang family? In an instant, Wang Wuxiang's murderous intent surged, his fists clenched as he launched an attack at Lin Yi. With a resounding slap, before Wang Wuxiang could even make contact, Lin Yi deftly struck him, sending him spinning through the air for 3.5 rotations. Without losing momentum, Lin Hao, quick to react, followed suit and delivered another slap, intensifying Wang Wuxiang's spin. Lin Feng unleashed a powerful slap. A series of 3 consecutive strikes nearly turned the elder of the Wang family into a spinning top. "How dare you strike this emperor? How could you possibly have the audacity?" Wang Wuxiang covered his face, quickly retreating to the corner of the cauldron, baring his teeth in fury. So enraged that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts, Lin Yi crossed his arms and looked down, stating, "A mere quasi-emperor, and yet you dare to call yourself an emperor? How amusing. It appears that aside from your quasi-emperor prowess, you are nothing more than an empty shell." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wuxiang suddenly recalled his current predicament. He had been subdued, his power diminished to the realm of the Four Extremes. The 3 youths before him, though merely fledgling cultivators within the same realm, might not be able to slay him, yet they could certainly inflict considerable pain. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. How could they, fellow practitioners of the Four Extremes, wield such prowess against him? The silence was deafening. A profound sense of apprehension and murderous intent flickered in Wang Wuxiang's eyes. Yet, Lin Yi's words were not directed solely at him. They were meant for all the young members of the Lin family present. He turned and leaped atop the indestructible cauldron, addressing the young Lin clan members below with a resounding voice. "You all have witnessed it. This old fool can feel pain. He is no deity. The Wang family is certainly not the sovereign of the Tai-Xian realm. They merely rely on their age, longevity, and slightly greater strength to oppress us during this period of weakness for the Lin family. If we were of equal standing, you can all see that he is no match for the 3 of us combined. Therefore, the quasi-emperor is not untouchable, nor is the Wang family." Lin Yi delivered a stirring and impassioned speech. Wang Wuxiang, rendered speechless by anger, realized that this young man, with his profound insights, had skillfully plunged him into despair, thereby significantly bolstering the morale of the Lin family. Yet, he found himself utterly helpless, awaiting the arrival of the Wang family's army for salvation. This realization only deepened Wang Wuxiang's regret. Why had he ordered the Wang forces to retreat 100,000 miles? Now, this solitary elder was subjected to the humiliation of being assaulted by 3 youths. No one was aware of his plight. Indeed, as Wang Wuxiang had anticipated, Once Lin Yi concluded his remarks, the youthful members of the Lin family beneath the unyielding cauldron suddenly appeared invigorated, leaping into the cauldron with ferocious determination as they fixed their predatory gazes upon Wang Wuxiang. Wang Wuxiang swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure. Though his imposing facade belied his trepidation, "Do not allow yourselves to be swayed by this young rascal. I am merely a temporary victim of circumstance. Should you dare to show me disrespect, once the Wang army returns, I assure you, the Lin family will be left in utter ruin. However, if you treat me with the utmost hospitality, perhaps even release me, I guarantee that none of you will come to harm, and you may even find a place within the ranks of the Wang family." The group of young men turned to their pillar of strength, Lin Yi, seeking guidance. Even the esteemed elders of the Lin family and Lin Bufan directed their collective gaze toward Lin Yi, awaiting his response. Lin Yi said nothing, but took action. He delivered a swift kick, sending Wang Wuxiang tumbling to the ground, all the while berating him. "You just spoke of a tiger falling to the plains? Allow me to enlighten you. You are the dog here. Our Lin family surpasses your Wang family in historical depth and countless other aspects. What do you have to boast about?" He continued. "Beat him. Make him smoke. Do not worry about killing him. He is a quasi-emperor and can certainly withstand it." With his words, more and more individuals joined the fray to assault the elder of the Wang family. Wang Wuxiang, driven to madness, trembled uncontrollably, desperately swaying left and right to evade the rain of fists descending upon him. The esteemed reputation he had accumulated over thousands of years as a quasi-emperor was utterly obliterated today in the Lin family. Just then, a roar echoed from the sky. "You little brats, cease this at once." Upon hearing the commotion, the members of the Lin family swiftly gazed towards the heavens. Chapter 7. The Speculation of Wang Wuxiang. Boom. The Wang family's army, a dark mass, descended upon the Lin family estate, completely enveloping the sky above. Wang Ting's face was etched with a fierce intent to kill, and the elite warriors behind him seethed with rage. Had they not waited in vain for quite some time, compounded by Wang Ting's ominous premonition regarding the potential mishap of their ancestor, they would not have led the army forth. Little did he expect that his own ancestor, Wang Wuxiang, was being toyed with and brutally assaulted by a group of mere Lin family youths. Wang Ting's fury reached its zenith. Although Wang Wuxiang was not the strongest ancestor of the Wang family, his presence in the world represented their dignity. To witness such an affront to the Lin family was intolerable. Amidst his rage, Wang Tung was beset by doubts. How could an individual of Wang Wuxiang's caliber possibly be captured by the Lin family? Furrowing his brow, he murmured. Could it be that the great emperor who shattered the heavens 100,000 years ago still lives? That cannot be true. But how else could Wang Wuxiang find himself in such a predicament? Apart from the possibility that Lin Patian still lived, Wang Ting could not conceive of any other reason for his ancestor's subjugation by the Lin family. Thus he hesitated to act impulsively. Cough, cough, Wang Tung. Quickly shatter the communication jade slip and summon Wang Xiao for assistance. Wang Wuxiang, his visage battered and bruised, exerted all his strength to shout, his voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. Wang Xiao was the second ancestor of the Wang family, a peak expert at the ninth heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. The disparity in power between the Wang and Lin families was immeasurable, had it not been for their protective family formation. The Lin family would have been annihilated countless times over. Silence. Before he could finish, Wang Wuxiang was met with a resounding slap from Lin Yi and a menacing glare. "You dare to humiliate our ancestor Wang Wuxiang in such a manner? You seek death." The fury in Wang Ting's eyes threatened to erupt, and without a moment's hesitation, he shattered the communication jade slip. Thunder rumbled, and the sky erupted with phenomena, amidst the flashes of lightning. A young man with a countenance like jade and a tall stature stepped forth from the void. With a single stride, he traversed the distance of hundreds of thousands of miles from the Wang family. Merely standing in the air, he conjured extraordinary manifestations around him. Surrounded by the essence of the Tao, exuding an overwhelming pressure, he was Wang Xiao. Upon Wang Xiao's arrival, Wang Ting hurriedly paid his respects, exclaiming, "I have seen the ancestor." The elite warriors of the Wang family also rushed to bow in reverence, their gazes filled with admiration. Indeed, Wang Xiao acknowledged with a tone of inquiry, "What is the matter today?" Just as he was poised to question Wang Tung about the reason for his summons, he turned slightly and lowered his head, inadvertently catching sight of Wang Wuxiang, who had been mercilessly beaten to a pulp below. His expression instantly froze. An uncontrollable aura of murderous intent surged within Wang Xiao, as he unleashed the pinnacle of his cultivation at the ninth heavenly layer of the sovereign realm. Lin family, you truly possess audacity. Without further ado, he formed a hand seal and directed a mighty divine ability towards the Lin family below. It must break, it absolutely must. Wang Wuxiang fervently prayed that Wang Xiao would shatter the protective ancestral array of the Lin family, temporarily alleviating the suppression of the indestructible cauldron upon him. Only then could he hope to escape. Furthermore, he yearned to eradicate each and every one of those little brats who had just assaulted him. Particularly, the three exceptionally gifted prodigies of the Lin family. Wang Wuxiang felt an insatiable need to personally annihilate them to quell the rage that burned within his heart. Endure. I must endure. The young heirs of the Lin family wore expressions of anxiety, fearing the breach of their ancestral protective array. At the forefront, Lin Yi and his peers were already perspiring profusely. Although the venerable ancestor had assured them that the formation could withstand the onslaught of imperial powerhouses, the assertion had not been empirically tested, leaving uncertainty hanging in the air. What if even Wang Xiao, a figure of the ninth layer of the semi-imperial realm, could not hold back the assault? Such a scenario would spell disaster for the Lin clan. The clan leader, Lin Bufan, clenched his fists tightly, and the other elders shared his apprehension. The potential consequences of a breach were simply unfathomable. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Xiao's formidable technique surged forth, crashing violently against the protective array, radiating brilliant light that momentarily rendered the surroundings into a vacuum, shattering the air itself. Dust and debris danced wildly, obscuring vision for a moment. As the dust settled, Wang Xiao's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the haze. To his astonishment, the formation had not shattered. His eyes widened in disbelief. The members of the Lin family, who had felt their hearts racing, collectively exhaled in relief. The protective array, imbued with imperial energy, merely rippled gently, showing no signs of violent tremors, let alone collapse. Wang Wu's complexion turned ashen, his breath caught in his throat. How could it be that even Wang Xiao, of the ninth layer of the semi-imperial realm, could not breach this protective formation? The unsettling feeling within Wang Wu intensified. He harbored a suspicion. Could it be that the Lin family's legendary emperor, who had once quelled the chaos of distant lands 100,000 years ago, still lived? This would indeed explain why the seemingly feeble Lin family had managed to thwart the joint efforts of two of his family's ancestors, including himself. However, he dared not voice this conjecture, for doing so might lead the Wang family to reconsider their assault on the Lin clan, and he himself would be forever suppressed. Furthermore, Wang Wu understood the deeper motives behind the Wang family's aggression towards the Lin family. Their desire for the Lin family's imperial weapon, the indestructible cauldron, and the imperial law of breaking heaven was not an absolute necessity. Behind this lay a terrifying force orchestrating their actions, the most fearsome entity in all realms, the Imperial Alliance. Thus, as Wang Wu found himself suppressed, speculations began to swirl in his mind. Yet, these thoughts could never be brought into the open, for they would spell doom for the Wang family. Ancestor, something is amiss. Wang Ting approached Wang Xiao, who wore a pensive expression. Wang Xiao nodded thoughtfully, responding, indeed. It is peculiar. Their protective array seems to be safeguarded by an exceptionally potent imperial energy. At this, Wang Ting was taken aback, recalling the Lin family's enigmatic behaviors. He whispered, do you suppose that the great emperor of 100,000 years ago from the Lin family is truly still alive? Wang Xiao immediately waved his hand, resolutely declaring, no, that is absolutely impossible. The lifespan of an emperor does not exceed 20,000 years, unless he has transcended to a second or even a third existence. Alternatively, to transcend to the realm of the great emperor, the legendary state of true immortality, otherwise it would be utterly impossible. If Lin Patian were indeed alive, his power would undoubtedly reach unimaginable heights. Yet, even as the Lin family faces annihilation at the hands of our Wang family, he is yet to return. Wang Ting felt that he was indeed overthinking, and he nodded thoughtfully, clasping his hands in respect. The ancestor speaks truly. What shall we do now? Should we abandon our assault on the Lin family? Wang Xiao pondered for a moment, contemplating. This trace of imperial aura may have been set by an old acquaintance of the Lin family. Although formidable, it appears exceedingly unstable. It could dissipate at any moment. Thus, you should remain here to prevent the Lin family from escaping. I shall first seek counsel from the Imperium Alliance regarding how to proceed and ascertain whether they know who this old friend of the Lin family is. We must avoid offending anyone in our endeavors. Wang Ting fell silent, his heart shaken. Could it be that someone is clandestinely aiding the Lin family? Who could it be? Perhaps those imperial clans that had previously been on good terms with the Lin family? If that were the case, then they must be eradicated. Wang Ting let out a soft cold snort, his face adorned with an indescribable pride. Currently, the Wang family stood unparalleled in the Taishan realm, and as the clan leader, he naturally looked down upon all others. The reason was simple. The Wang family possessed a true great emperor in the Imperium Alliance. That great emperor of the void was none other than the first ancestor of the Wang family, Wang Wutian, 3 centuries ago. He reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status and subsequently joined the Imperium Alliance, achieving the terrifying status of Great Emperor. The Imperium Alliance, as its name implies, serves as the sanctuary for all those who have ascended to the rank of Great Emperor across the myriad realms. The vastness of the myriad realms is boundless. While Great Emperors are not exceedingly numerous, they are certainly not scarce. Even in the most prosperous central regions, there have historically been dual or even triple emperors. However, the Taishan realm is not so fortunate. Its powerhouses have diminished, leaving a void. One great emperor is sufficient to suppress all. It is precisely because the Wang family has a great emperor backing them that they have been able to eradicate 7 of the 18 great imperial clans in the Taishan realm within merely a century. Wang Teng coldly surveyed the Lin family members huddled within their grand formation, then turned to Wang Shao and said respectfully, "Wang Teng shall heed the ancestor's command. If that is the case, I shall take my leave." Wang Shao nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Wang Wuxiang below, hoping to glean something from his eyes, but found nothing, shaking his head in resignation. With a swish, he tore through the void and departed. Immediately, Wang Teng's robes billowed as he issued a directive. "Wang family forces, stand by. Maintain a vigilant watch on the Lin family, and allow no one to escape." Yes, the darkened ranks of the Wang family surrounded the Lin family, poised and resting. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Lin family grew exceedingly tense. As it seemed the Wang family intended to capture them like fish in a barrel. It appears that the esteemed elder of the Wang family has gone to seek assistance. One cannot help but wonder whether the protective family array will withstand the aid he has summoned. Should it falter, our Lin family would face utter ruin. "Chief, shall we consider a negotiation?" The clamor from the faction advocating for peace has grown increasingly strident, causing many to waver upon hearing such sentiments. "Enough. Silence yourselves." Observing the increasingly outrageous behavior of some clan members, Lin Bufan furrowed his brow and issued a sharp rebuke. Instantly, the surrounding din subsided into silence. Lin Bufan cast a glance at Wang Wuxiang, who was intently eavesdropping while suppressed within the indestructible cauldron. He employed his divine powers to sever the 6 senses and turned to the members of the Lin family. "You all heard what Yanran just said. The clan's protective array can withstand a strike from a powerful being at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Therefore, there is no need for undue concern. Return and devote yourselves to your cultivation without delay. Furthermore, it is imperative that Wang Wuxiang remains unaware that Ancestor Patian is still alive. Let him remain in uncertainty, for only then will the Wang family refrain from recklessness." Upon hearing this, the gathered members found his reasoning quite compelling. The power disparity between the Lin and Wang families was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Only through illusion and reality might they procure a chance to prolong their survival. Noticing that the emotions of his kin had stabilized, Lin Bufan cleared his throat and made a momentous proclamation. "From this day forth, all cultivation techniques and resources of the Lin family shall be accessible to every clan member. Regardless of who you are, you may claim ample resources and teachings for your cultivation." "Chief, is what you say truly the case?" The younger generation of the Lin family is filled with fervor, each individual quivering with excitement. This is quite inappropriate. Many of the clan elders display expressions of concern. Speaking in hushed tones, Lin Bufan nodded emphatically, his gaze piercing, and continued, "There is nothing that cannot be done. If we let these resources go unused, and the clan faces annihilation, we would merely be fools leaving treasures for the Wang family. Furthermore, I, Lin Bufan, as the clan leader, pledge that those who break through to a higher realm shall receive additional resources. Although our Lin family may not be a top-tier imperial clan, we refuse to be mere playthings on a cutting board. We must convey to the Wang family that the Lin family cannot be trifled with. We must strive to achieve our ambitions without regrets, leaving no path of retreat. As members of the Lin family, you must endeavor to be self-reliant. And do not let the venerable ancestor, who resides far across the boundary sea, be disappointed. We must support until the ancestor returns." The prodigies Lin Hao, and Lin Feng inhaled sharply at these words. This decision was precisely what they had longed for. Each of them believed their talents were on par with any of their contemporaries, yet they were hindered by a lack of cultivation resources, resulting in stagnation in their realms. They even lagged behind the top prodigies of the Wang family. They had witnessed firsthand the remarkable prowess of several top prodigies from the Wang family, whose cultivation had already reached the transformation into a dragon stage, placing them a significant realm ahead. However, the Lin family had long fallen from affluence. Compared to other imperial clans, they could be deemed impoverished. Since Lin Patian departed to safeguard the Heavenly Gap, the Lin family had endured countless calamities. Had it not been for the emergence of several exceptionally gifted semi-imperial members of the Lin family who repelled external threats, the clan would have perished long ago. To have survived until now is truly remarkable. As for the cultivation resources in the Lin family's treasury, they had dwindled significantly. In the past, clan leader Lin Bufan had to meticulously manage resources to sustain the operation of this vast family, which is one of the fundamental reasons for the overall lack of strength among the clan members. Yet now, he has decided to open the entire clan treasury, sharing all cultivation resources and techniques. Every Lin family disciple, as long as they diligently cultivate and break through their realms, shall gain access to these resources. Lin Ishi, filled with unexpected joy, impulsively delivered a fierce kick towards Wang Wuxiang, exclaiming excitedly to the younger generation of the Lin family behind him, "Esteemed friends, we can utilize this Wang family ancestor as our sparring partner. Perhaps it will expedite the enhancement of our combat prowess. Fear not to inflict harm upon him. Although this old wretch's cultivation has been sealed, his life remains resilient." Brother Lin is absolutely correct. This is indeed a splendid strategy. The crowd swiftly echoed, casting sinister glances at the recently toppled Wang Wuxiang. Wang Wuxiang, bewildered, could hardly comprehend the situation. Not only had he been inexplicably kicked, but this group of Lin family brats also regarded him with malicious smiles. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. "Younglings of the Lin family, you wretched lot. Should you dare to lay a finger on our ancestor again, I vow that every one of you shall meet your demise." The Wang family's army, lurking with hostility outside, erupted in furious curses upon witnessing their ancestor being so humiliated. "Come forth if you dare. Let us see you breach our defenses." The younger generation, including Lin Yi, refused to be outdone, pinning Wang Wuxiang down and plucking his beard with relentless determination. "Oh, please stop. I command you to cease your taunts." Wang Wuxiang wailed, desperately urging them to silence themselves. "Old ancestor." The faces of the Wang family's powerful members turned a deep shade of purple, their fists clenched tightly, their gazes brimming with barely contained fury. Meanwhile, Wang Tong, the head of the Wang family, remained composed, sitting cross-legged in the void, seemingly oblivious to the scene unfolding below, his countenance adorned with a chilling smirk. "Heh, Lin family, you have already charted your path to demise. The moment old ancestor Wang Shao uncovers the depths of your Lin family's secrets will herald the annihilation of your clan." Below, Lin Bufan, after directing the clan's elder to distribute cultivation resources, approached Lin Yanran and inquired, "By the way, Yanran, did the old ancestor of Breaking Heaven inform you how long it would take for him to return to the family?" Upon hearing the leader's question, Lin Yanran's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. Certain things she was uncertain whether to voice. Noticing the change in Lin Yanran's demeanor, Lin Bufan gently reassured her. "Do not worry, Yanran. Whatever it is, feel free to speak. I am prepared to accept it." Lin Yan gently pulled Lin Bufan aside, her expression grave to the utmost as she whispered, "The ancestor Patian expressed a strong desire to return immediately, yet it seems this journey may not be so tranquil. He requires time." Lin Bufan was taken aback, his complexion paling, and he urgently transmitted a message. "What on earth is happening, Yanran?" Lin Yanran was engulfed in deep sorrow, her voice trembling with emotion as she recounted, "The ancestor has established a connection with me through the divine ritual. He conveyed to me that several formidable beings from the Empire Alliance have arrived at TRK. Instead of aiding him in sealing TRK, they have forced him to venture into the foreign realm alone. His current state is precarious, and without the indestructible cauldron, he is utterly incapable of confronting the Empire Alliance's powerful entities head-on. Furthermore, these formidable beings from the Empire Alliance have even threatened that if the ancestor refuses to comply, they will ruthlessly sever ties and return with overwhelming force to annihilate our Lin family. Yet, the ancestor also assured me that the Empire Alliance's strongest members would not openly confront him in battle. We must hold our ground and await his return." Upon hearing this, Lin Bufan felt as though he had been struck by a devastating blow. His mind spun, and unable to maintain his balance, he collapsed to the ground, his lips pale and trembling as he murmured, Why would the people of the Empire Alliance target the ancestor? He has safeguarded Tianke for 100,000 years. Why must they relentlessly pressure him, refusing to relent? Those beings, how can they call themselves human? Lin Buffan's hands and feet were as cold as ice, as if he had fallen into a frozen abyss. An overwhelming sense of desolation enveloped him, prompting him to pound the ground and roar at the heavens. Chapter 9. The traitor Lin Patian, be gone from the myriad realms. Lin Patian, you have indeed become a traitor to the myriad realms? We command you to immediately vacate the myriad realms and retreat to the foreign lands, never to return, should you disregard our orders. Do not blame us for exterminating your Lin family after we have dealt with you. However, if you promise never to show your face in the myriad realms again, we assure you that we will not take action against your Lin family. If you doubt our sincerity, we three can swear an oath by the heavenly way. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away at Tianke, the three supreme beings of the Empire Alliance delivered their final ultimatum to Lin Patian. Upon hearing these words, Lin Patian smiled sorrowfully. He never anticipated that after 100,000 years of unwavering dedication to guarding the heavenly void, he would be declared a traitor to the myriad realms. The three formidable leaders of the Imperial Alliance were also well acquainted with Lin Patian. They were equally powerful beings who had ascended to the rank of emperor 100,000 years ago. Lin Patian spoke coldly. Tai Chu, Mang Song, Tian and I. You three have colluded, haven't you? As I cast the indestructible cauldron back into the Taishian realm, my combat power significantly diminished. And after receiving the immortal elixir from the foreign realm that allowed my retreat, you three arrived, branding me, Lin Patian, a traitor? How convenient. Everything seems perfectly timed. Emperor Taichu's expression remained indifferent as he gazed at the immortal elixir in Lin Potion's hand, letting out a heavy snort. I have no desire to waste words with a scoundrel who conspires with foreign realms. Tell me, Lin Patian, what is it that you hold in your hand? And who bestowed it upon you? Emperor Mang Song interjected. I once esteemed you as a towering hero, holding you in high regard. Yet, who would have thought that you could be swayed by a mere immortal elixir, abandoning Tianke and opening the passage? What punishment do you deserve, Lin Patian? I need not fabricate accusations. Lin Patian coldly uttered a command, no longer wishing to engage in further dialogue, for he had already resolutely concluded that this was a blatant scheme against him. The foreign beings, who had previously gazed upon him with ravenous intent, akin to predators yearning to feast upon his flesh and drink his blood, were now momentarily taken aback. What was happening? When the three formidable emperors of the human race descended from the void, the foreign emperors had braced themselves for a desperate battle. Yet, to their astonishment, they proclaimed Lin Patian to be a traitor to the myriad realms. But could they genuinely be unaware of the truth regarding the so-called traitor? The most powerful emperor of the foreign realm wore an expression of fluctuating emotions, utterly blindsided by this astonishing turn of events. The human race, it appeared, possessed three emperors of the 10th heaven, each of whom was not to be underestimated. So why, over the span of 100,000 years, had only Lin Patian remained to guard the heavenly gap? Did they harbor ulterior motives? It dawned upon him. The path to immortality was about to unfold for the human race, heralding a monumental reshuffling. After eavesdropping on their conversation, the emperor's thoughts drifted to a significant matter. A smirk emerging at the corners of his mouth as his voice, imbued with formidable magic, echoed mockingly. Lin Patian, do you require my assistance? Did you not express to me your dissatisfaction with 100,000 years of guarding, contemplating allegiance to the foreign realm and the prospect of betraying the myriad worlds? But the condition is that I provide you with an immortal herb. The foreign beings were momentarily stunned, only to swiftly grasp the brilliance of the emperor's insinuation, realizing that Lin Patian could never clear his name from this accusation. Furthermore, should Lin Patian, the mightiest emperor of the human race, genuinely defect to the foreign realm, it would indeed be a tremendous boon for them. The foreign realm had always esteemed strength above all, devoid of the intricate machinations characteristic of the human race. Lin Potion's complexion suddenly turned pale. The emperor's underhanded tactics were truly insurmountable. This immortal herb was clearly bestowed upon him by the emperor to compel his retreat. The previously silent heavenly reversal emperor's expression turned frigid, his gaze sharp as a blade. At this juncture, Lin Patian, what further words do you have? Depart from the myriad realms. Your treachery is unwelcome here. As soon as his words fell, he unleashed a devastating imperial technique aimed directly at Lin Patian. Bang! Deprived of the indestructible cauldron, and with his blood vitality waning, Lin Patian, having already diminished in power, barely managed to withstand this assault. In the next moment, Both the primordial emperor and the vast Song emperor struck simultaneously, intent on subduing Lin Patian. Lin Patian's pupils suddenly constricted. Boom. After retreating a staggering 100,000 miles, Lin Patian finally managed to halt his steps, a trickle of fresh blood escaping the corner of his mouth. His gaze, icy and resolute, fixated on the three emperors. Yet he remained silent. It seemed he comprehended their intentions. Lin Patian, you truly are the mightiest of emperors, even with your vitality nearly extinguished. You could withstand the combined assault of the three of us. So let us try again. The three emperors regarded Lin Patian with grave expressions, and in an instant, launched another attack. But this time, the Emperor Lord intervened. His aura surged as he stepped forward, shielding Lin Patian from the impending strike. Simultaneously, he grasped Lin Patian and retreated into the other realm, speaking earnestly in a low voice. Lin Patian, this is the vast multiverse you yearn to protect. They do not care for your existence. Why not truly join us in the other realm? If you were to align with us, we would wholeheartedly welcome you without holding past grievances against you. I would even consider you my superior. The Emperor Lord held a profound admiration for Lin Patian. Should he succeed in persuading him to defect, he would willingly offer not just one, but even two immortal herbs in exchange. Lin Patian's expression was somber, and he remained silent. How could he possibly join the foreign realms, given their opposing factions? Each realm possesses its own roots. Furthermore, if he truly allied with the foreign domain, he would indeed become a traitor to the myriad worlds. In such a case, the Lin family would undoubtedly face annihilation. What is happening? The Emperor of Primordial Beginning was momentarily stunned by the foreign realm's unexpected acceptance of Lin Patian. Logically, shouldn't they harbor a deep-seated hatred for him? No. If Lin Patian is allowed to leave so effortlessly, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to us in the future. Primordial Beginning. There is no choice but to resort to that method. The two emperors, Meng Song and Tian Ni, simultaneously transmitted their thoughts to the Emperor of Primordial Beginning. Very well. Given the circumstances, it is time to lay all cards on the table with Lin Patian. He must be incapacitated today. The Emperor of Primordial Beginning swiftly made his decision. Recalling the plan they had long agreed upon, the three aimed to force Lin Patian to leave, but their true intention was to ensure his demise. As Lin Patian faced the relentless pressure from the three emperors, a fleeting moment of confusion washed over him. And the visage of a woman in red seemed to materialize before his eyes. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Lin Patian spoke in a grave tone. I understand you wish to drive me away, to tarnish my name by branding me a traitor, and I accept that. I can promise not to reappear in the myriad worlds, but you must meet two of my conditions. First, do not harm the Lin family. And second, I demand to see one person, Lin Wanner. Lin Patian harbored an unwavering obsession. Today, he must see his sister, Lin Wanner. The reason is simple. 100,000 years ago, he did not willingly accept the duty of guarding Tianke. Chapter 10. The Curse of the Fallen Emperor, the Grief of the Sovereign, the Domain War commences. His departure from Tianke was not solely due to the threats posed by the Imperial Alliance, who used the safety of the Lin family as leverage against him, but also because Lin Wano had been despicably captured by the Imperial Alliance during her journey of cultivation. The capture of Lin Wanner rendered Lin Patian utterly devoid of any means of resistance. He had never anticipated that the Imperial Alliance would resort to such despicable tactics. Rest assured, your sister Lin Wanner is in good health. We have sealed her within the divine source, and she has not aged a day. Furthermore, we are aware that you would wish to see her, so we have brought her along this time as well. Upon hearing this, the three emperors scoffed in unison. With that, the primordial emperor conjured a thought, and a humanoid divine source stone emerged from his imperial ring. Within the stone, a woman clad in red lay with her eyes gently closed, her breathing steady, resembling one in a peaceful slumber. Her skin was as pale as porcelain, translucent and luminous, while her long black hair cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, flowing like a waterfall. Lin Patian's eyes reddened, unable to resist the urge to step forward into the void. Wanner. Wanner. His trembling hand reached out, yearning to caress her. At that moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. A terrifying beam of black divine light, conjured by the three emperors in unison, surged toward Lin Patian, who had momentarily lost himself upon seeing Lin Wanner. The emperor, witnessing this, bellowed, Lin Patian, be cautious. Even this foreign being could no longer bear to watch. They actually dared to use Lin Patian's sister as leverage. These humans are truly despicable. Lin Patian instantly realized and turned to look. His pupils suddenly constricted, It was the fallen emperor curse. He hastily raised his hand to defend himself, activating the imperial light shield with all his might, barely managing to halt the curse 3 feet away from him, preventing its advance any further. Simultaneously, an inferno of rage surged within him. Several alien emperors were greatly alarmed, for they recognized this curse as well. Anyone still within the realm of emperors would surely perish upon contact. However, the fallen emperor curse could only be crafted by true immortals above the emperor level or by the supreme celestial beings of their foreign domain, an exceedingly terrifying spell. Moreover, the creation of the fallen emperor curse was an incredibly time-consuming endeavor. Even a true immortal or a celestial being would require over 10,000 years to forge it. Yet, the celestial beings of their realm had not directed this curse towards Lin Patian, which meant that the one behind its creation could only be from elsewhere. In an instant, many alien emperors regarded Lin Patian with eyes full of sympathy. Could it be that the human race so ardently wished for Lin Patian's demise? Even the true immortals of their kind had personally descended to craft the fallen emperor curse. Lin Patian's expression was one of profound displeasure, as he comprehended everything, truly everything. A tempest of fury surged within him, and he vowed that if he were to survive and return to the myriad realms, he would ascend to the highest heavens, ensuring that those of the Longxing family would find no peace. Suddenly, amidst Lin Patian's wrath, the divine source stone that sealed Lin Wanner began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Stop. Cease this at once. You despicable beings. Lin Patian's complexion turned ashen in an instant. The Emperor Taichu stood with hands clasped behind his back, halting his movements. He retrieved the slumbering Lin Wanner and coldly fixed his gaze upon Lin Patian. His tone devoid of any emotion. Lin Patian, at this juncture, I shall speak plainly. Not only do we desire your demise, but those esteemed lords also seek your end. Your very existence disturbs us all. Do you comprehend? Should you persist in your stubbornness, the next moment, Lin Wanner shall perish. The Emperor Mongsong shook his head and declared, Lin Patian, this is your fate. Accept it. If you relinquish your resistance, we assure you that we shall refrain from personally annihilating your Lin family, for apart from you, they hold no value whatsoever. The Lin family? Merely a swarm of insignificant insects. What we have always sought is your death. The words of the Emperor Tianni were succinct yet unmistakably clear. Lin Patian shook his head with a smile, saying, once again, you have triumphed. I have no desire to utter further words. It is merely laughable that I have guarded this realm for 100,000 years. Had I known it would come to this, I should have shattered the heavens and allowed the otherworld to invade the imperial pass, slaughtering you hypocrites. The 3 emperors remained silent, thinking it futile to argue with a man on the brink of death. At that moment, from behind, the Emperor of the Otherworld spoke solemnly. Lin Patian, I reiterate. If you join our Otherworld, I shall do everything in my power to eliminate these 3 despicable individuals. Though the Emperor's words were spoken with good intentions, to Lin Patian, they felt profoundly ironic. In the end, it was the very enemy he had battled for 100,000 years who showed the most appreciation for him and was willing to offer assistance. Yet, the myriad worlds he had tirelessly protected were now demanding his demise, using the Lin family and his sister, Lin Wanner, as leverage against him. Lin Patian shook his head. He had already made his choice. To be precise, he had no choice at all. With a wave of his hand, he dissipated the imperial light shield. And in an instant, the curse of the fallen emperor pierced through Lin Patian's imperial form. A cry of agony escaped his lips as his body began to convulse uncontrollably, pain seeping into his very bones. Lin Patian, oh, the emperor sighed heavily, truly perplexed. How could one family and a seemingly delicate, lowly ranked sister hold such significance? It was utterly foolish. Lin Patian trembled, gritting his teeth to withstand the encroaching curse of the fallen emperor, intermittently projecting his voice. I have fulfilled your demands. If you continue to disregard your word, I, Lin Patian, will ensure that you face dire consequences, even in death. The 3 emperors nodded in affirmation. Rest assured. Our word is our bond. They simultaneously turned their gaze towards the alien emperor, bellowing, Today, we 3 shall jointly defend the heavenly void. You must swiftly retreat to your realm. How amusing. I have never encountered such brazen arrogance. The alien emperor retorted, Do you truly believe that you are all Lin Patian, capable of subduing us from the alien realm? Huh. You 3 fools will soon realize that pushing Lin Patian to his demise is the most foolish decision you could ever make. The emperor shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. With that, he stepped into the Sea of Realms, instantly launching an assault against the 3 emperors. One man stood against 3, firmly maintaining the upper hand. The might of the emperor was terrifying beyond measure. Simultaneously, the heavenly blade of destruction and the thunder prison sea trembled ominously above the heavenly void. The divine weapons were sentient in this moment. They harbored an intense hatred for the human race. They were but weapons, devoid of any racial distinction, fueled only by unrelenting animosity. Thus, let them be utterly annihilated. In the next instant, both divine weapons departed from above the heavenly void, and the two-dimensional passageway was fully opened. The ever-watchful alien army seized the opportunity, surging into the Sea of Realms like a tidal wave. The Thunder Prison Sea enveloped Lin Potion's imperial form, safeguarding his true essence from obliteration. While the heavenly blade of destruction, stained with his blood, bore witness to Lin Potion's convulsions as he plummeted into the Sea of Realms, distancing himself from the battlefield. Almost simultaneously, the alien emperor had completely subdued the three emperors, forcing Taichu, Mongsong, and Tianni to retreat in disarray. The alien forces took advantage of the moment to seize full control of the Sea of Realms. At this juncture, the battlefield was less than 10,000 miles from the last line of defense, the Imperial Pass. In light of their impending defeat, the three emperors had no choice but to retreat from the Imperial Pass, activating the Great Formation to temporarily halt the advance of the alien army. The remaining human emperors within the Imperial Pass emerged to lend their support, barely managing to stem the tide of defeat. There had always been emperors present. They had simply never stepped forward to replace Lin Patian. The alien emperor coldly regarded the last bastion defending the myriad realms, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, without Lin Patian, all of you emperors of the myriad realms are utterly insignificant. Alas, I had always lived in his shadow, yet now that he has been rendered powerless, I find myself devoid of joy. Rather, I feel a sense of loss." The Black Dragon Emperor behind him expressed his concurrence, lamenting the weakness of the human race outside of Lin Patian. He stepped forward, speaking gravely, "Emperor, shall we continue our assault? I fear that the true immortals of the longevity clans may intervene personally." Upon hearing this, the emperor pondered briefly, his eyes gleaming with determination. What is there to fear? This opportunity is unparalleled. We must seize the moment to conquer the myriad realms. As for the true immortals, soldiers face soldiers, generals face generals. Our esteemed masters shall deal with them. Black Dragon, relay the order to reinforce our troops. Understood. The Black Dragon Emperor responded and departed, heading to the rear, where he promptly sounded the horn for reinforcements from the other realm. The melodious call echoed throughout the Sea of Realms, and countless formidable beings surged forth from the foreign lands like a relentless tide. The great battle had commenced, and no one gave a thought to Lin Patian. He had been momentarily forgotten. Yet, one individual harbored a deep-seated grudge against Lin Patian. With a fierce countenance and unwavering resolve, he soared into the Sea of Realms. This individual was none other than the god-devouring emperor from the foreign realm, who had previously been subdued by Lin Patian. Lin Patian, I fear your demise is not swift enough, so I have come to personally escort you to your fate. Chapter 11. Consuming the Immortal Elixir, Living a Second Life. Although referred to as a sea, the Sea of Realms is not truly a sea. It comprises countless lower realms, densely packed and vast as the ocean itself. Hence its name, Whoosh. The indestructible sword of heaven, bearing Lin Potion's battered imperial form, continued its descent. In this moment, Lin Patian pondered many things. Thoughts of the Lin family, memories of his sister Lin Wanner. He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Yet, all was beyond redemption, leaving only boundless desolation within his heart. Gradually, Lin Potion's consciousness began to fade, his eyes closing in exhaustion. Until, "Uncle, you have finally awakened? This emperor is not dead." Hiss. Lin Patian suddenly sat up in astonishment, his eyes wide open as he surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself ensconced in a web of bandages. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an array of pots and pans scattered about, and realized he was within a quaint wooden cottage. Standing before him was a girl of approximately 15 or 16 years. Her expression filled with concern as she gazed at him intently. Lin Po's subconscious was flooded with a series of 3 questions. Who are you? Where is this place? Why have I appeared here? Did you save me? The young girl, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and replied, "Dear sir, you were lying just outside my wooden cottage, barely clinging to life. Out of kindness, I decided to rescue you. As for your other inquiries, my name is Ji Xiaoya, and this place is known as the Great Yin Dynasty." The Great Yin Dynasty? I have never heard of it, Lin Po remarked. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoya's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her disbelief evident. Surely you jest, dear sir. You truly do not know of the Great Yin dynasty? It is the largest dynasty in the entire vast wilderness. The ruler of the Great Yin is said to be an unparalleled powerhouse from the secret realm of transformation. Lin Patian was taken aback. The dragon transformation's secret realm, an unparalleled realm of strength? It had been many years since he had last heard of such a domain. Lin Patian immediately recalled his previous fall into the abyss. Hence, this place must be a certain lower realm. At this moment, a pressing thought struck him. And he hastily inquired, Miss Ji, how long has it been since you found me? Ji Xiaoya tilted her head, stroking her chin in contemplation. It should be about 3 days, right? What's the matter, uncle? It's nothing, Miss Ji. Could you please step outside for a moment? Lin Potion's complexion was pale. He urgently needed to ascertain whether the Lin family still existed. Ji Xiaoya nodded, handing Lin Patian a herb resembling ginseng, and playfully remarked, All right, uncle. I shall take my leave for now. This is yours. I noticed you tightly grasping this herb, indicating its great value. Since you have awakened, it is only fitting that it returns to its rightful owner. Here you go. Oh, by the way, that beautifully crafted sword of yours is in the corner. I noticed it was quite sharp, and since our axe for chopping firewood was broken, I used it to chop some wood. I hope you don't mind. Upon encountering this ginseng-like object, Lin Patian was filled with immense joy. The immortal divine medicine bestowed by the emperor was still intact. Although it was precisely because of this immortal divine medicine that Lin Patian had been unjustly branded a traitor across the myriad realms, he now genuinely required this elixir. Otherwise, even without the emperor's curse, Lin Patian would soon face the inevitability of aging and death. Typically, an emperor's lifespan spans 20,000 years. While an emperor at the pinnacle of the 10th realm enjoys a longevity of 50,000 years, Lin Potion's unique constitution, however, has reached its limit at 100,000 years. Should he fail to utilize the immortal divine medicine to transcend into a second life, Lin Patian would truly find himself at a dead end. Not a problem, not a problem. My sword is indeed sharp, perfect for chopping firewood. The indomitable sword of heaven, lying quietly in the corner, trembled slightly at these words. The sword spirit was now thoroughly exasperated. Master, it's one thing for you to remain silent on my behalf, but to suggest I be used for chopping firewood? What does that imply? Is it that in your eyes, only the immortal divine medicine holds any value? After receiving the immortal divine medicine, Lin Patian spoke with great reverence. Thank you, Miss Ji, for safeguarding this precious item for me. If you have any wishes or requests, I, Lin Patian, would be more than willing to fulfill them. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoye covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Uncle, you should take care of yourself first. Be cautious while foraging for herbs in the mountains. I shall take my leave now. With a gentle click, she closed the door behind her. Moments later, she reopened the door, retrieving the indomitable sword of heaven, and called out, Uncle, may I borrow this sword once more? I needed to chop some wood. Evidently, Ji Xiaoye did not perceive Lin Patian as a supreme being, but rather as an herbalist who had descended from the mountains. This perception was understandable, as Lin Patian was completely unaware of the existence of the vast and mighty Yin dynasty, the largest empire in the great wilderness. Lin Patian shook his head with a wry smile, pondering whether he had been underestimated by a young girl of merely 15 or 16 years. He dismissed such thoughts and focused on sensing the imperial aura that had previously struck the indestructible cauldron, verifying whether the Lin family's protective array had been breached. Fortunately, all was well. Lin Patian exhaled deeply, feeling as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the elixir of immortality, swiftly refining its essence within him. To further ensure his safety, he reined in his aura after ingesting the potion, wary of any prying eyes. Yet, it was somewhat too late. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying resonance of the Tao reverberated around Lin Patian, his skin gradually becoming luminous, his aging visage rapidly rejuvenating, and his once gray hair transforming back to a deep black, cascading like a waterfall. His features sharpened, strikingly defined like those carved from stone. Crack, crack. The bandages that enveloped Lin Patian fell away entirely, revealing his wounds rapidly healing. After a quarter of an hour, he successfully transcended into a second life. Suddenly opening his eyes, mystical patterns danced within his gaze, reminiscent of a divine being. Sensing the state of his body, Lin Patian let out a soft sigh. This imperial descent curse is indeed terrifying, akin to a maggot burrowing into flesh. Even though I have emerged into my second life, I cannot rid myself of it. nor dare I erase its presence. Otherwise, those three despicable individuals and the true immortal behind them will surely discover me. Lin Patian felt his strength significantly diminished. Now, he could only exert a mere 10% of his former power, roughly equivalent to the 6th level of the Emperor's realm. Should he exceed the 6th level, the curse of the fallen Emperor within him would immediately retaliate. This was far graver than the previous depletion of his vitality. For even when his vitality was drained, he still stood at the pinnacle of the 10th level of the Emperor's realm, but now, pausing momentarily, Lin Potion's expression soured, and he spoke with deliberate intensity. Taichu, Mongsong, Tianyi, your schemes are truly commendable. Time and again, you have threatened me with honor. If I, Lin Patian, do not eliminate you, I would be unworthy of being human. And that celestial being behind you, I shall also ensure their demise. After thorough contemplation, Lin Patian resolved to keep his survival concealed. He feared that upon his emergence, those three despicable scoundrels would use the Lin family and his sister as leverage against him. Thus, he found himself in a precarious position. He was unable to rescue the Lin family or retrieve his sister Lin Wanner from the clutches of the Imperial Alliance. However, if he remained hidden, the formidable beings of the Imperial Alliance and the aloof celestial being backing them would not act against the Lin family or Su Wanner in the short term. Therefore, he still had time. With this realization, Lin Patian felt a sense of calm wash over him. At that moment, the God-Eater Emperor, who was frantically searching for Lin Potion's whereabouts, was hastening through the void. The reason was simple. Lin Patian had consumed the immortal elixir. Moreover, due to the proximity, the God-Eater Emperor had swiftly pinpointed Lin Potion's location. Even the emperors from various realms simultaneously sensed Lin Potion's presence. The Imperial Sovereign, who was relentlessly assaulting the human race's imperial defenses, suddenly paused, his eyes alight with excitement, exclaiming, Lin Patian, I knew you were not dead. You have indeed utilized the immortal elixir from our realm, although I did not intend to harm you. The nature of our immortal elixir is such that if refined by the human race, it will be instantly detected by all beings from other realms. Nevertheless, you still owe me a significant favor. Ah, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let me see where you are now. After some calculations, the Imperial Sovereign gazed down at the surging sea of realms. The Black Dragon Emperor stepped forward and gravely stated, Sovereign, Lin Patian is currently afflicted by the curse of the fallen Emperor, and his strength is undoubtedly diminished to a mere fraction. I believe we can. As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. Chapter 12. The Sword Approaches. The Imperial Sovereign decisively shook his head and admonished, Black Dragon, your vision is too myopic. Lin Patian is no longer our enemy but our ally. Those three despicable individuals and the everlasting family behind them have treated Lin Patian in such a manner. He will undoubtedly seek vengeance. I surmise he intends to stealthily return from the Tower of Heaven in the lower realms to the myriad worlds and exact his retribution. So, what do you mean by how has he become our friend? The Dark Dragon Emperor found himself in a state of perplexity, struggling to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. The Emperor's lips twitched, a look of exasperation crossing his visage as he remarked, How on earth did someone with your intellect ascend to such high ranks? It is a pity that your dragon physique harbors a mind akin to that of a swine. What I mean to convey is that you should immediately accompany the Holy Tiger, the Celestial Leopard, the Demon Bull, and that peculiar devourer of gods. The five of you must hasten to assist Lin Patian in navigating the Celestial Tower of the lower realm, facilitating his return to the myriad realms. When he stirs chaos among the heavens and the myriad worlds, seizing them shall be as effortless as child's play for us. Upon hearing this, the Dark Dragon Emperor smacked his forehead in realization, trembling with excitement. Your words ring true. I was momentarily befuddled and failed to consider this possibility. The Emperor waved his hand dismissively, gazing meaningfully into the distance, his eyes deep and contemplative as he declared, Go forth, but I have one matter that eludes my understanding. You must ascertain how he is capable of withstanding the curse of the fallen Emperor, and then report back to me. Furthermore, do not act recklessly. Follow him from a distance and convey any developments to me at once. He was genuinely anxious that his subordinates might mishandle the situation. The Dark Dragon Emperor nodded earnestly and swiftly turned to depart. After briefing the Holy Tiger Emperor, the Demon Bull Emperor, and the Celestial Leopard Emperor, they prepared to descend into the lower realm. At that moment, he suddenly recalled an individual and, filled with dread, inquired, What of that devourer of gods? The others shook their heads with furrowed brows. We are at a loss regarding his whereabouts. Ever since the onset of the Domain War, he has been conspicuously absent. Could it be that he was suppressed by Lin Patian and, in his shattered resolve, retreated to the outer realm? No, that cannot be. He is, after all, a being of the eighth heaven of the Emperor's realm. How could he possibly be so fragile? No, it is likely he has gone to seek out Lin Patian. Quickly, we must pursue him and ensure he does not hinder the Emperor's grand designs. The Dark Dragon Emperor snapped to attention without a moment's hesitation, transforming into a streak of light as he plunged into the Sea of Realms. The others exchanged knowing glances and swiftly followed suit. Meanwhile, outside a humble wooden cabin, the panicked voice of Ji Xiaoye resonated. Uncle, the sky is collapsing. Run, you must flee. Inside, Lin Patian, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. Stepping forth in an instant, he gazed upwards, witnessing the heavens of this lower realm rapidly caving in, with countless fragments of space plummeting as if the very sky was collapsing. He observed innumerable cultivators soaring skyward, attempting to mend the breach in the heavens. Yet their efforts were akin to moths drawn to a flame, their lifeless bodies falling like leaves. In the next moment, an immense shard of space, unfathomably vast, larger than even the so-called Great Yin Dynasty, descended from above, rapidly enlarging in Ji Xiaoye's despondent gaze. She yearned to flee, yet her legs had turned to jelly from fear. Even if she could run, escape was a distant hope. Even those ascendants who soared to the heavens had met their demise. As an ordinary human, she could only await her fate. Out of the corner of her eye, Ji Xiaoye seemed to glimpse a tall figure resembling a celestial being, a young man striding towards her from the wooden cabin. Overwhelmed with urgency, tears streamed down her face, almost causing her to forget to think. She exclaimed, "Who are you? How did you get in my house? What happened to that uncle?" Then, dismissing his identity, she urged, "Never mind who you are, just run." But this was a calamity. No one could escape. The young man parted his lips. Shatter. Boom. In the midst of Ji Xiaoye's bewildered gaze, that fragment of space capable of annihilating the world shattered instantaneously, transforming into a myriad of luminous particles. "Who are you? Why are you in my house? What happened to the uncle?" Ji Xiaoye crumpled to the ground, her voice trembling as she clutched Lin Potion's indestructible sword of heaven, summoning her courage to inquire. Lin Patian chuckled softly, realizing that in this second life, he had shed the frail visage of his former years and returned to the vigor of his prime. How could this young lady not recognize him? Shaking his head, he approached Ji Xiaoye. "Stop. Don't come any closer. I won't ask anything more. Please, don't kill me. I still wish to live." Ji Xiaoye's complexion suddenly drained of color, her courage evaporating as she instinctively retreated. The innate reverence that mortals held for cultivators was deeply ingrained within her being. She had witnessed a formidable cultivator regard human life as mere fodder, slaughtering an entire city for the sake of alchemical pursuits. Moreover, the young man before her was undoubtedly more powerful than she could have ever imagined. Indeed, Ji Xiaoye felt that even the legendary Great Flame Emperor, said to have reached the dragon transformation realm, might not rival the strength of this young man standing before her. Lin Patian paused, letting out a soft sigh. Observing Ji Xiaoye's palpable fear of him, he felt an indescribable sense of repression. "Miss Ji, I'm indeed the uncle you speak of. What do you think? I've shaved my beard. Do I not appear quite youthful?" Lin Patian spoke in the gentlest and most tranquil tone, mindful of not startling Ji Xiaoye. Ji Xiaoye was taken aback, quickly scrambling to her feet, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Uncle? Is that really you, uncle?" Lin Patian smiled broadly, just about to nod when a mocking voice echoed through the shattered sky. "Lin Patian, I have finally found you. So, you were here all along. This world is utterly feeble. Even my true form has yet to descend here, and yet the heavens of this realm have already crumbled. Let all the inhabitants here accompany you to your grave." As the voice faded, a terrifying, colossal insect head materialized in the void, fixated intently on Lin Patian. Suddenly, a monstrous insect limb reached forth. Boom. The heavens of this diminutive world were instantaneously crushed, leaving it completely exposed to the void, as chaotic spatial currents surged violently within. Countless cultivators stood numbly, witnessing the apocalyptic scene as if the sky were collapsing, with the insect limb looming ominously, devoid of any will to resist. They closed their eyes in despair, awaiting their demise. The mightiest cultivator in this realm had barely attained the threshold of a quasi-saint. As for the mortals, their plight was even more dire. Ji Xiaoye had long since rolled her eyes back, rendering herself unconscious. She harbored an intense fear of insects. Lin Potion's gaze sharpened. He had no time to contemplate how this foreign god-slaying insect emperor had discovered his presence. All he knew was that if he did not act quickly, everyone in this lower realm would face annihilation. With a low shout he commanded, "Come forth, sword." Buzzing resonated as the indestructible sword of heaven flew from Ji Xiaoya's embrace. Lin Patian grasped it firmly in his hand. With a single stroke, he cleaved at the insect leg that the god-devouring insect emperor extended toward him. Chapter 13. The sword light whistles across 10,000 miles, a blade as cold as frost across 19 continents. Boom. The sword light howled across 10,000 miles. Its chill penetrating the 19 continents. The leg of the god-devouring insect emperor was severed by a single strike. A piercing scream erupted, filled with sheer hysteria. Many cultivators in the lower realm, hearing this wail echo throughout, opened their eyes, their pupils constricting in shock. They beheld a colossal insect leg, stretching from one end of the continent to the other, plummeting to the ground, seemingly endless. Looking up, they saw a gigantic insect roaring in agony. Instantly, the lower realm exploded with commotion. What just happened? I didn't even dare to open my eyes. A cultivator from the Holy Land shook his head, eyes filled with regret. I witnessed a sword light emerge from the wilderness, cleaving that insect leg. Who is it who could wield such terrifying power in our small world? The leader of the Holy Land, at the quasi-saint level, was struck dumb with astonishment. The previous astonishing scene had etched itself deeply in his mind. And now he only wished to uncover the identity of the formidable being capable of unleashing such a breathtaking sword strike. Could it be Lin Patian, as mentioned by that insect race powerhouse? I do not know. I have never heard of a strong figure named Lin Patian emerging from the wilderness. The cultivators buzzed with speculation. Before they could ponder further on Lin Patian's identity, the ear-piercing scream that resonated throughout the lower realm abruptly ceased. Moments later, a youth with a pale complexion, adorned with 2 insect antennae on his head and blood at the corners of his mouth, emerged from the void. He gazed below and bellowed with deliberate enunciation, "Lin Patian, come out." As the words fell, the lower realm cultivators, still in ignorance of the youth's identity, were stunned. This youth was none other than the transformed form of the colossal insect. But was it not said that only beings of the great sage level or above could take on such forms? Could this monstrous insect be a great sage? Gasped. The cultivators collectively inhaled sharply, despair filling their hearts. This world had never produced a great sage. The very concept existed solely within scriptures. How could they not be alarmed? The god-devouring insect emperor coldly surveyed the realm below, scanning incessantly in search of Lin Patian's whereabouts. Yet to no avail. He pondered uneasily. How strange. Why has Lin Patian's presence vanished? Could it be that he has discovered the location mark of the undying elixir so swiftly and erased it? No. Having finally incapacitated Lin Patian, I must find him today to avenge the grievances of that day when he was suppressed in the cauldron. This swarm of insects is insufferably noisy. The great sage? Such worthless scum. I could effortlessly extinguish thousands of them with a single breath. A bunch of ignorant natives. After killing Lin Patian, none of you shall escape. You will all become my blood nourishment. The clamor below vexed the divine insect emperor to no end. Yet the countless discussions among the cultivators sparked a realization within him. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated his mind, and a smirk graced his lips. A voice, laced with mockery and indifference, echoed forth, "Lin Patian, if you do not emerge, do not blame me for turning all the cultivators of this realm into blood food. I shall grant you 3 breaths of time. After that, the massacre will commence." In an instant, the faces of all cultivators below turned ashen. Despair, deep, unyielding despair. Countless voices erupted in curses. "Lin Patian, who exactly are you? Come out. Do not implicate us. Is that too much to ask? Come out. Reveal yourself. Lin Patian. If you do not show yourself, I curse you to a wretched death, and I curse your entire family to perish." For a moment, the air was filled with a cacophony of insults. Yet, more prevalent were the sounds of weeping. Soon, the countdown of 3 breaths began. The divine insect emperor observed every movement below, starting the count. 3. No one emerged. 2. The voice became sharp and sinister. And as the terrifying imperial might radiated from him, all cultivators spewed blood, as if struck by a heavy blow. Thunder rumbled as the heavens unleashed a rain of blood. This world lamented. No one was left to curse Lin Patian. All had lost their strength. 1. It is your own Emperor Patian of the human race who forsakes you. Do not blame me. The divine insect emperor, having lost all patience, transformed into his true form, opening his mouth to inhale. Countless cultivators and mortals were lifted, just as they were about to fall into Isma. A sword's cry resonated from a wooden house deep within the wilderness. The divine insect emperor's eyes sparkled with joy. Lin Patian, you have finally chosen to show yourself. He halted his actions, allowing the cultivators and mortals to plummet as he turned toward the source of the sword's cry. In but a moment, he appeared above the wooden house. All cultivators instinctively gazed toward the wilderness. Within their collective sight, a tall figure emerged from a wooden house, a youth whose demeanor was as cold as frost, akin to a celestial being, wielding a sword as he ascended. Upon seeing the youth, the divine insect emperor's heart surged with excitement. His breath quickened, and a fierce murderous intent ignited in his eyes. He sneered and bellowed, Lin Patian, you have now fallen to the 6th layer of the Emperor realm. Can you still suppress me? The Emperor has released you, but I shall not. Today marks your demise. As his words fell, Lin Patian showed no reaction, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Calmly, he replied, you have spoken incorrectly. Today, it is you who shall perish. Even if you are merely at the 6th level of the great Emperor, you remain no match for me. Those who have fallen before me, I grant you the time to catch up, until you are but a distant memory. With that, Lin Patian fell silent. Not because he found his words inappropriate, but because he finally understood why he was able to withstand the curse of the fallen emperor without succumbing. A descendant had sacrificed everything for him. Lin Patian was filled with profound sorrow. The cultivators below, upon hearing these words, widened their eyes in astonishment. Yet, strangely, such audacious statements emanating from a person they barely recognized as the human emperor, Lin Patian, felt entirely justified to them, particularly among those who had previously berated Lin Patian. One tremblingly inquired of a companion, what did I just hear? He is Lin Patian, the emperor? Indeed, the emperor. It's over. I have insulted the emperor. I'm doomed. Rolling their eyes, they fainted in terror. It is said that an emperor must not be insulted. Those who dare to show disrespect will lose their lives. Unable to tread the path to rebirth, destined to become wandering souls after death. How could these blasphemers not be afraid? Everyone was numb, questioning why a mere small world would witness the emergence of an emperor. No, too. The youth, transformed from a colossal worm, also appeared to be an emperor, seemingly even more formidable than the human emperor Lin Patian. Upon speaking, he had directly condemned Lin Patian to death. It was over. This small world was doomed. Regardless of who prevailed in the Emperor's battle, our realm would be shattered. Saint Lord, is there still a way to contact the myriad realms? Can we summon reinforcements or be evacuated? The Grand Elder of the Holy Land cried out in desperation. No, it's futile. 3 days ago, I discovered we could no longer reach the myriad realms. The last message I received was that the Sea of Realms had been entirely taken over by the alien domains. They have abandoned us, urging us to fend for ourselves. The Saint Lord's eyes reddened, fingers clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh. They have forsaken us, even though we have never ceased our offerings. Beasts! The Grand Elder of the Holy Land seemed to go mad, engulfed in despair, trembling with cold dread. This was merely a microcosm of the larger catastrophe. Such scenes unfolded throughout the entire Sea of Realms. Countless small worlds were mercilessly slaughtered by the alien domains, reduced to mere sustenance. Even before the 3 emperors, Taichu, Mongtsong, and Tianyi, retreated to the Imperial Pass, they had already resolved to abandon the Sea of Realms. The reason was simple. Within the Sea of Realms lay a terrifying tower, the Tower of Heaven, for the myriad realms. The tower posed a far greater challenge than dealing with the alien domains. Inside, it imprisoned a host of madmen. Thus, relinquishing the tower to the alien domains had long been a premeditated decision, even at the cost of countless lives within the myriad small worlds of the Sea of Realms. Boom. The God-Eater Insect Emperor drew forth his life-bound supreme artifact, the God-Eater Spine Sword, from his very spine, charging towards Lin Patian, who had fallen silent, his gaze lowered. Lost in thought. You've reached this dire state. Cease your grandiloquence. Perish, Lin Patian. With a sinister grin etched upon his face. He seemed to envision the scene of Lin Patian being obliterated by his sword, reduced to a mist of blood, along with the demise of the entire miniature world. Merely contemplating this ignited the shattered fragments of his Tao heart anew. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Patian lifted his gaze towards the approaching God-eating insect emperor and slightly raised his hand. Chapter 14. The first emperor in history to weep in defeat. Boom. Lin Patian reached out to grasp the sword embedded within the spine of the devouring god, his aura devoid of any fluctuation. He dared to confront an emperor's weapon with mere flesh. Yet, his expression was marked by an unparalleled despondency, bloodshot eyes betraying his anguish. Lips parting to utter hoarse words. It should not be this way. Truly, it should not be this way for such an exceptional descendant. You ought not to suffer so. The devouring insect emperor, taken aback at first, feared Lin Patian might be employing a ruse and promptly withdrew his sword, his demeanor tinged with wariness. What descendant? He pondered. Never has an emperor opted to face another emperor's weapon with raw physical might. What is Lin Patian truly attempting? Has he lost his sanity? Or does he genuinely perceive himself as weak? However, upon witnessing Lin Potion's disheveled state of mind, the devouring insect emperor suddenly understood. He seeks death. Lin Patian, it appears you are not only rendered useless, your mind has also faltered. To challenge my spine of the devouring god in such a manner is indeed madness. Very well. I shall pave your path to the beyond. With a sinister grin, the devouring insect emperor's aura surged forth as he charged at Lin Patian once more, causing the very fabric of the small world to shatter. The heavens trembled. In that moment, the terrified gazes of the cultivators below could only bear witness to the unfolding chaos. Lin Patian shook his head, casting aside all distractions at that moment. With a single pointed gesture, he managed to stabilize the crumbling miniature world, even mending the scattered fragments of space that lay upon the ground. Simultaneously, his right hand extended, accompanied by the resounding roar of a tiger and the majestic cry of a dragon. He seized the sword embedded in the spine of the god-eating insect emperor with formidable strength. His fist glimmered like a dragon soaring through the skies as he unleashed a powerful strike toward the god-eating insect emperor. Boom! That terrifying blow sent the god-eating insect emperor hurtling out of this realm. Whoosh! Without affording the god-eating insect emperor a moment's respite, a vast expanse of thunderous seas enveloped him instantaneously. One of Lin Potion's supreme imperial weapons, the Sea of Thunderous Prisons. How is this even possible? My supreme imperial weapon was actually caught by him with his bare hands. Ah, Lin Patian, you have deceived me. Your cultivation at the sixth heaven of the great emperor is merely a fade. Your despair is but an act. You are no different from those despicable members of the human race. Both of you are contemptible scoundrels. The devouring god insect emperor unfurled its true form, rolling and struggling within the sea of thunder, incessantly cursing in fury. Lin Patian stepped out of the small world, each stride in the void blossoming like a lotus. Arriving before the sea of thunder and lightning, he gazed at the struggling god-devouring insect emperor, whose cultivation at the sixth level of the emperor realm was laid bare. He shook his head in disbelief. You are simply too weak. I have shown you mercy, had it not been for the face of your imperial lord. I would not merely suppress you, but annihilate you. Therefore, do not push me further. The insect emperor froze momentarily, his Tao heart resonating with a faint sound before shattering completely. He vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, his spirit waning as he lay motionless in the sea of thunder. And after a long pause, he unexpectedly burst into tears. I cannot believe it. I truly cannot believe it. By what right do you possess such strength? I am at the 8th level of the Emperor realm, you at the 6th, and yet you can defeat me in an instant? Ah, this cannot be real. It is all a lie. My Tao heart has truly shattered into pieces. Lin Patian was taken aback. Throughout the past 100,000 years, he had vanquished numerous extraterrestrial emperors, yet only this devouring god insect emperor had been reduced to tears. Was it truly so difficult to accept a mere statement of truth? Strangely, Lin Patian felt an inexplicable urge to offer some words of comfort to the devouring god insect emperor. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as 4 streaks of light pierced through the heavens above. Lin Potion's expression hardened as he adjusted himself to the optimal state, the blade of eternal destruction in his hand shimmering with a golden light. He was genuinely perplexed as to how these individuals could locate him so swiftly. The newcomers were none other than the 4 emperors, Black Dragon, Sacred Tiger, Heavenly Leopard, and Demon Ox, sent by the emperor to seek out Lin Patian. Just as Lin Patian was poised to unleash a strike to intercept the 4, the Black Dragon Emperor hastily gestured. Do not attack. Do not attack. We are not here to be your foes. It is the emperor who has sent us to assist you. He has instructed us 5 to help you traverse the Tower of Heaven at the fastest pace, so you may return to the myriad realms. With a single utterance, the Black Dragon Emperor succinctly conveyed the entire situation, observing the god-eating insect emperor weeping pitifully in the sea of thunder. The Black Dragon Emperor cautiously approached Lin Patian and inquired, Brother Patian, would you consider releasing the god-eating insect? We assure you, he will no longer oppose you. Sigh. The others, witnessing the god-eating insect emperor's current state, felt a profound sense of sorrow. They had indeed arrived too late. They could only wonder what dreadful torment Lin Patian had inflicted upon the once indomitable god-eating insect, reducing him to such a pitiful condition. Lin Patian slightly nodded and waved his hand to dispel the thunderous sea. He was quite astonished. They had not only located him, but were also willing to assist him. How could the emperor, who resided countless miles away, know what his next move would be? Upon reflection, he shook his head with a smile, murmuring to himself, "In the end, it seems that even after 100,000 years of enmity, my most profound understanding still lies with my sworn enemies." Curiosity got the better of him, and he posed the question lingering in his mind, "How did you manage to discover my whereabouts?" The several emperors exchanged glances, and the Black Dragon Emperor cleared his throat awkwardly, stating, "You consumed our foreign realm as immortal divine elixir. Thus, we were able to detect your presence at the moment of your refinement. However, now that you have completely refined it, no one will ever be able to trace your whereabouts again." Upon hearing this, Lin Patian was rendered speechless. It appeared that the emperor had initially intended to eliminate him at the moment he refined the undying divine medicine, but unforeseen circumstances led the myriad realms to strike first, prompting a change in strategy. Yet, the fact that his subordinates could openly convey this was far preferable to the treachery of the three despicable individuals from the Imperial Alliance. Nodding slightly, he turned to leave. If they wished to follow, so be it. However, he had no need for their assistance, for he was not a traitor of the myriad realms. Furthermore, convey to your emperor to keep a tight rein on his subordinates. Do not let them ravage the Sea of Realms. Otherwise, should we meet again, I shall not show mercy. His tone was grave. In but a breath, Lin Patian returned to his humble abode in the lower realm, leaving the 5 foreign emperors awkwardly suspended in the void, while the god-eating worm continued to weep. The Black Dragon Emperor scolded, "What are you crying for? Cease your weeping. A dignified emperor should not be reduced to such a state. Do you not fear being ridiculed?" But Black Dragon, he withstood my god-eating spine sword with his 6-layered cultivation and then suppressed me with a mere flick of his wrist. My thou heart. With that, he spat another mouthful of blood. The sacred tiger, heavenly leopard, and demon bull were all astonished. 6 layers countering 8. Barehandedly receiving an ultimate imperial weapon and effortlessly subduing him. Just how terrifying was Lin Patian? The Black Dragon Emperor, upon hearing this, was equally astounded. Lin Patian was overwhelmingly powerful, a chasm of strength. He recalled a rumor the emperor had once mentioned. It was said that 100,000 years prior, Lin Patian had single-handedly battled 36 emperors of the Imperial Alliance, even confronting the highest heavens of the myriad realms over the Longxing family's rearing of lower realm beings. Challenging the celestial beings, it took the intervention of 2 true immortals to finally drive Lin Patian back. Subsequently, they coerced him into guarding the heavenly deficiency using threats against the Lin family and his sister Lin Wanner. However, this was merely a rumor, and the Black Dragon Emperor was skeptical. Yet, one thing was clear to him. The emperor had once clashed with Lin Patian at his peak, and within 300 exchanges, the emperor had found himself in a dire predicament. Thus, the god-eating worm was merely courting disaster. Suppress your imperial might. Follow him closely. Once we ascertain how he withstood the fallen emperor's curse, promptly report back to the emperor. Yes, with a swish, the 5 gathered their imperial might and swiftly descended outside the small wooden house. Inside, Lin Patian found himself at a loss. There, the maiden Ji Xiaoyan knelt fervently upon the ground, her forehead striking the earth repeatedly. With tears welling in her eyes, she implored, "Uncle, could you teach me the ways of cultivation? I wish to avenge my brother. I beg you, please teach me." Thud, thud, thud. 3 heavy knocks upon the ground left her pristine forehead bloodied. At that moment, a voice, weak to the utmost, resonated from within Lin Patian, pleading, "Ancestor, please grant her request. Fenger begs of you." This voice belonged to Lin Feng, the prodigy of the Lin family, blessed with an innate holy body. At the moment the voice resonated, Lin Patian felt a pang of sorrow at the tip of his nose. It was precisely because his descendant, Lin Feng, had completely sacrificed himself that he was able to withstand the curse of the fallen emperor. The sacrifice of such an extraordinary descendant caused Lin Patian immense grief. Chapter 15. Concluding the karma, setting off for the Celestial Tower. Without uttering a single superfluous word, nor inquiring about the grievances at hand, Lin Patian gently raised his hand, levitating Ji Xiaoye from the ground, and brushed away the injury on her forehead with a tender gesture. However, when it came to taking on a disciple, Lin Patian was truly reluctant. Ji Xiaoya was merely a mortal, and the path of cultivation seemed as daunting as ascending to the heavens. After pondering for a moment, Lin Patian spoke softly. My dear girl, you are but a mortal. The path of cultivation is truly unsuitable for you. How about this? I have promised to grant you a wish, to bestow upon you a life of wealth and honor, and to eliminate the one who harmed your brother. What do you think? No, I want to avenge myself. Even if I am a mortal, I must cultivate. Uncle, I must personally slay the man in the black robe who captured my entire family to refine into elixirs. I beg you, please teach me the ways of cultivation. Ji Xiaoya fervently rejected without a moment's hesitation. Lin Patian furrowed his brows, reluctant to see Ji Xiaoya embark on the treacherous path of cultivation. Believing that living a life of earthly glory as a mere mortal was indeed quite splendid. Each person harbors their own aspirations, and thus Lin Patian refrained from further persuasion. Letting out a gentle sigh, very well, since you cannot cultivate my self-created technique, the chaotic yin-yang art, I shall bestow upon you this manual I once devised. Suitable for mortal cultivation, the transcendence of the mundane technique. Consider it a resolution of the karmic ties between us. However, be forewarned, the practice of this technique is exceedingly arduous. You may need to exert efforts 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold more than the average person to achieve success. Moreover, I have only extrapolated it to the saint realm. The path ahead will require you to navigate on your own. In other words, this is but an incomplete text. Additionally, you lack a slight measure of cultivation talent. As he spoke, Lin Patian conjured a time-worn tone that appeared to have been treasured for many years. Ji Xiaoya was overwhelmed with excitement. Paying no heed to the mention of the saint realm, for she was unaware of its significance. All she comprehended was that she finally had the opportunity to cultivate. Clumsily performing a gesture of reverence, she deeply bowed to Lin Patian. Master, esteemed uncle, please accept Ji Xiaoya's humble salute. Lin Patian shook his head in disbelief. Uncle, master? At my age, being called uncle seems rather absurd. With a smile, he decided against calculating the enemies of Ji Xiaoya. In this vast universe, one's affairs mattered little. However, to ignite Ji Xiaoya's fighting spirit, Lin Patian deliberately spoke in a grave tone. Young lady, the one who harmed your brother possesses formidable strength. Yet, since you have chosen the path of cultivation, you must diligently hone your skills. Perhaps then, you may seize the chance to avenge your brother. Just how strong are they? Lin Patian pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating. Perhaps it is somewhat akin to my own experience. At that moment, Ji Xiaoya fell silent, stepping aside to quietly peruse the Breaking the Ordinary to Become Immortal manual. Meanwhile, a frail voice emerged from within Lin Patian, filled with bewilderment. Ancestor, you mentioned that the technique you practice is called the reversal of yin and yang. But what exactly is the breaking the heavens that the Lin family has been cultivating? The breaking the heavens? Lin Patian replied, as the name suggests, it consists of my casual reflections and drafts derived during my practice. Is it possible that you have been diligently practicing that? Lin Patian's expression changed dramatically, his face clouded with frustration. Old ancestor, you have truly led us astray. We mistook it for the imperial law. The voice of Lin Feng is steeped in profound sorrow. I recall leaving no fewer than 10 martial arts manuals capable of leading directly to the imperial realm within the clan. How could you possibly practice such trifles? In that moment, Lin Patian was genuinely on the verge of a breakdown. With so many teachings left unpracticed by the descendants, they chose instead to dedicate themselves to the drafts authored by themselves. For a time, he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Feng explained with a wry smile, esteemed ancestor, I have perused our family's ancestral records, which state that 3 millennia after your departure, a sudden celestial fire ravaged many of the sacred texts, leaving them incomplete. Only the imperial law of breaking the heavens, believed to be your cultivation method, was cherished by our forebears and preserved in its entirety. Consequently, the Lin family has continuously practiced the breaking the heavens technique through the generations. Yet no member has ever ascended to the status of a great emperor. The highest achievement among us has only reached the realm of the semi-emperor. Upon hearing those words, Lin Patian awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and instinctively blurted out, your talents are truly remarkable. Even drafting can lead to imperial precision. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, Lin Patian suddenly realized something profound. How could the heavenly fire have appeared so unexpectedly? If such a catastrophic event were to occur, the heavens would undoubtedly exhibit some signs of disturbance, and I would have certainly sensed it. Thus, only one possibility remains. that heavenly fire from years past was orchestrated by human hands. In the span of a fleeting moment, an indescribable sense of crisis enveloped Lin Patian completely. He replayed the events in his mind. Had it not been for Feng'er's sister, Yan Ran, who, through the divine ritual and the bloodline connection we established, sensed my impending demise and learned from the ancient texts of our clan that I possessed the innate sacred body of Tao, alongside Feng'er sharing the same lineage. Coupled with her resolute sacrifice, I would have likely succumbed this time. But who could it be? Who has spent countless years plotting against my Lin family, reducing us to a state of desolation and weakness, repeatedly endeavoring to bring about my end, abducting Wanner, and seeking to annihilate my clan. Such audacity is utterly intolerable. No matter who you are, I, Lin Patian, shall engage you until the very end. Fury, an overwhelming blaze of wrath, threatened to burst forth from Lin Patian's eyes. Lin Patian was acutely aware that the three emperors of the Imperial Alliance were merely pawns of the enigmatic figure shrouded in the shadows. However, he found himself devoid of any suspects to contemplate. In fact, he yearned to swiftly traverse the sea of realms through the Celestial Tower, eliminating each of these pawns one by one, until he could finally unveil the mastermind behind them. Without hesitation, he decided to nurture the remnants of Lin Feng's soul. Turning to the earnest and studious Ji Xiaoya, he spoke gently, "Little girl, your uncle master must depart." "Ah, where to? But you haven't taught me anything yet." Ji Xiaoya sprang to her feet, anxiously tugging at her elegant gown, her heart inexplicably sinking. "The place I must go is perilous. Bringing you along would only plunge you into further danger. Then may I accompany you to see you off? Once we arrive, I shall take my leave." Ji Xiaoya bit her lip, her tone imbued with a hint of playful coaxing. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Patian felt a surge of emotion within, reminiscent of his sister, Lin Wanner, who once playfully pouted and acted spoiled just like this. Yet, he shook his head resolutely, proclaiming, "No, this is far too perilous. You absolutely cannot go." With that, Lin Patian gently tapped his finger on Ji Xiaoya's forehead, imparting his profound understanding of the breakthrough to immortality technique. He then added several layers of seals, allowing her to gradually unlock them as her cultivation advanced. Furthermore, he bestowed upon her 3 divine auras, which would shield her from 3 imminent life-threatening crises. Without granting Ji Xiaoya the chance to respond or speak, he stepped out of the wooden cabin and soared into the sky, his destination set on the Celestial Tower. Bringing a mere mortal along would consume too much time. Lin Patian could hardly wait to return to the myriad realms of existence. The Lin family could no longer wait. According to the words relayed by Lin Yanran, a descendant of the Lin clan, the mighty emperor of the Wang family has already come knocking at their door. The Lin family stands on the brink of peril. With a swift rush, the black dragon lords outside the wooden house witnessed the departure of the god-devouring insect emperor, whose shattered resolve transformed into a fleeting light as it pursued its target. Creak! Ji Xiaoya suddenly dashed out of the wooden house. But Lin Patian's figure had already vanished without a trace. His arrival was as fleeting as a dream, and his departure even more so, leaving her to gaze at the empty doorway in frustration. With her heart heavy with indignation, Ji Xiaoya stomped her foot and exclaimed, "Yet you must at least tell me where your home is. Once I attain mastery in my cultivation, grant me the chance to repay your kindness. To leave so abruptly. Do you so look down upon me, a mere mortal? Humph, let them all go." The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, and her eyes grew increasingly red. Just then, a feeble voice echoed behind her. "In the Taishan realm, the Lin family faces grave dangers. The ancestor is protecting you." "Who?" Ji Xiaoya turned warily to look back. There stood a pale-faced youth, strikingly handsome yet ethereal, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, smiling gently at her. "I am Lin Feng. The ancestor has instructed me to enter your body." Ji Xiaoya was taken aback, instinctively responding, "I am Ji Xiaoya, wait a moment." Her delicate face flushed crimson. Lin Feng came to his senses, exclaiming in surprise, his ethereal and pale residual soul gaining a hint of color. He hastily clarified, "I am merely a wisp of soul, yet I possess considerable skill. The ancestor has instructed me to guide you in your cultivation. Be clear about this. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought you intended to seize my body." Ji Xiaoya rolled her eyes, though her heart felt otherwise. This uncle's descendant turned out to be rather intriguing. To his descendant, Lin Feng, Lin Patian presented 2 choices. One was to remain by his side. Before he could finish, Lin Feng decisively opted for the second choice, expressing his desire to venture out and explore. Thus, Lin Feng chose to stay. To facilitate Lin Feng's cautious development, Lin Patian bestowed upon him a fragment of his innate holy body Tao essence, along with the unique cultivation method, the reversal of yin and yang technique. Perhaps one day, upon the reconstruction of his physical form, Lin Feng would become the second innate holy body of the myriad realms, forging a path uniquely his own through the reversal of yin and yang technique. Yet, it was equally possible that he might perish along this journey. The cosmos remained uncertain. From this moment onward, the fates of Lin Feng and Ji Xiaoye began to intertwine. Simultaneously, in the Taishan realm, a pair of celestial hands mercilessly battered the protective formation of the Lin family, causing the defensive array to ripple violently. The members of the Lin family were beset by profound despair, for the formidable Emperor Wu Tian of the Wang family had personally descended upon them. Chapter 16. The relentless pressure of the Wang family's emperor. Release my ancestor, the Wuxiang, without delay, or when the formation is breached, there shall be none spared. Wang Teng stood at the forefront of the Wang army, a sinister grin upon his face. Yet, at the very front, a middle-aged man donned in an imperial crown and a robe of 9 colors exuded an aura of authority, his countenance grave and devoid of ease. This man was none other than Wang Wutian, the foremost ancestor of the Wang family, a mighty emperor of the First Realm, known by the title of Wutian. Behind him, Wan Shao, the second ancestor at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor Ninth Realm, sensed the stalemate and transmitted a solemn message. Father, even you cannot breach this protective formation of the Lin family? Wang Wutian furrowed his brow, his eyes glinting with intensity as he replied, it is exceedingly difficult. Within the Lin family's protective formation lies a strand of remarkably potent imperial energy. Though faint, it suffices to withstand my full force. I estimate that we require at least 2 experts of the first realm of emperor level to dismantle this formation. Alas, the array-breaking imperial weapon, the Breaking Heaven Shuttle, remains in the hands of Wu Xiang. Otherwise, I could shatter it alone with a wave of my hand. Wang Shao, troubled, queried, Father, what then shall we do? The Lin family will assuredly not return the Breaking Heaven Shuttle to us. Shall we simply allow the Lin family to act with impunity beneath our very noses? Casting a deep gaze upon the Lin family's protective formation, Wang Wutian felt the overwhelming imperial energy coursing through it and suddenly recalled a singular individual. There existed but one such formidable entity within the Lin family. With a cold smile, Wang Wutian announced, Shower, I have discerned the source of this imperial energy. Whose is it? Wang Wutian's gaze became profound as he indicated a direction. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. It belongs to Lin Patian, once deemed the mightiest emperor across the myriad realms, now regarded as a forbidden existence. Wang Zhao's face drained of color, his voice trembling. Father, could it be that Lin Patian is still alive? Wang Wutian nodded, a playful smile crossing his face. To be precise, he was indeed alive 3 days ago. This is unthinkable. An emperor who has lived for 100,000 years. Father, we have stirred a grave calamity for the Wang family. Why do you persist in attacking the formation? We must retreat from the Taishan realm at once. If he returns, our family is doomed. Wang Shao's urgency was palpable. What? How can this be? Wang Ting, who had overheard their conversation, felt his smile freeze, his expression twisting into one of anguish. If Lin Patian had truly returned, his humiliation of the Lin family would warrant a fate worse than death 100 times over. Noting the dismay of both men, Wang Wutian turned sharply and admonished, I have made it clear that he was alive 3 days ago. Now he is dead. To be so easily frightened by the mere mention of Lin Patian, what a disgrace. What manner of decorum is this? One is the esteemed second ancestor of the Wang family, and the other is the current patriarch. There is no fear of ridicule in sharing this information. Dead? Wang Shao and Wang Tung were both taken aback. Wang Wutian ceased his onslaught, nodding as he spoke. On that day, Lin Patian, in his quest for survival, accepted the immortal elixir offered by the foreign emperor and opened the rift, allowing entry from the other realms. He betrayed the myriad worlds and joined the ranks of the foreign forces. Fortunately, he was swiftly discovered by 3 formidable members of the Imperial Alliance, who executed him with overwhelming force. However, due to his grievous error, the Sea of Realms fell into disarray, overtaken by foreign invaders, resulting in countless beings becoming fodder for their insatiable hunger. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tung, gritting his teeth, shouted furiously, This is truly a matter for universal condemnation. His demise is well-deserved. In light of this, I believe the Lin family has no reason to exist any longer. With such a traitor among them, Our Wang family is merely acting in accordance with the will of heaven. Wang Xiao sighed, shaking his head. Initially, I regarded Lin Patian as a hero and disagreed with the extermination of the Lin family, but now their existence is a gross violation of natural order. They must be eradicated. With that, he cast a cold glance towards the members of the Lin family below. There is no need for such fervor. The Lin family is not necessarily doomed to extinction, Wang Wutian unexpectedly remarked, observing the two youths within the Lin family hall. He looked down upon them and spoke with a measured tone. You two are Lin Yi and Lin Hao, correct? Higi, your talents are commendable, and I hold great esteem for such prodigies. Should you choose to join my Wang family and abandon the darkness for the light, I shall refrain from pursuing any grievances against the Lin family for a century and will not take action against you. Moreover, regarding the incident involving Lin Yanran's slaying of my family as prodigy, I shall also let it go. However, if you refuse, well, nonetheless, the Lin family must release Wang Wuxiang. As for the broken heaven shuttle in his possession, if you doubt my commitment, you may retain it temporarily. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tung exclaimed, Elder, this is unwise. Why grant the Lin family a chance? We should simply annihilate them. His face flushed with urgency. Are you questioning my decision? Boom. A wave of pressure descended, and Wang Ting let out a muffled grunt, lowering his head in submission. I dare not. Even Wang Xiao found it difficult to understand his father, the mighty Emperor Wang Wutian's decision, but with Wang Ting's example before him, he dared not voice his thoughts either. The mind of an emperor is inscrutable. In an instant, the gazes of the Lin family members turned towards Lin Yi and Lin Hao. Brother Yi, how will you choose? Many of the younger generation of the Lin family, heads bowed, inquired, hoping for stability for a century. Numerous elders also displayed a conflicted expression, staring intently at the two youths. In that moment, the two became the focal point of attention. Lin Bufan clenched his fist, a surge of indignation flooding his heart. How ruthless was this move from the Wang family's ancestor? Was he truly intent on stripping away the future of the Lin clan? Moreover, Lin Yi and Lin Hao were his own sons. The pain of losing them was unbearable. Presently, within the Lin family, only 3 individuals were aware of the fact that the ancestor Lin Patian had not perished: Lin Bufan, Lin Yanran, and Lin Yi. Oh, but one person was overlooked. If we include the sacrificed Lin Feng, there were precisely 4. Due to Lin Hao's youth and immature thoughts, Lin Bufan refrained from divulging this matter to him. Lin Patian had previously conveyed a message, emphasizing the utmost necessity of keeping his survival a secret from too many. Should the members of the Empire Alliance learn that he still lived, the Lin family would be left without hope, facing imminent destruction. Furthermore, Lin Patian could no longer exert his power to transmit imperial energy. Should he attempt to stabilize the protective formation of the clan, the Empire Alliance would undoubtedly take notice. Thus, Lin Bufan feared that this information might fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, and he had not even informed the elders of the Lin family. Consequently, when they witnessed the arrival of the emperor from the Wang family, panic ensued among them all. Now, they regarded Lin Yi and Lin Hao as their final lifeline. Lin Hao transmitted a message to Lin Yi. Brother, how should we choose? It was rare to see the usually mature and opinionated Lin Yi at a loss for words. I do not know. Whichever choice we make seems to be a mistake. If we depart, even if our ancestor returns in the future, our clansmen may no longer accept us. If we stay, and the Wang family's ancestor seeks out another emperor to breach the protective array of our clan, the Lin family could face annihilation, and we brothers would be branded as eternal villains. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao bit his lip, his breath rising and falling with intensity. His fists clenched tightly, yet powerless to release. The weight of such a choice fell upon the two youths, leaving them utterly bewildered, truly at a loss. At that moment, Lin Yanran, who had been attempting to reach Lin Patian, approached Lin Bufan and whispered, Patriarch, we must buy some time. Allow me to consult the ancestor on how to proceed. I doubt that the elder from the Wang family will be so benevolent. I possess a strong premonition that if we misstep at this juncture, our Lin family may find itself in an irretrievable predicament. Lin Bufan's pupils constricted sharply. He too possessed this instinct. What intentions could this great emperor of the Wang family possibly harbor? Chapter 17. The dual pupils are innately invincible. What does it matter if there are multiple bones? Just as Lin Hao and Lin Yi exchanged a glance, they were on the verge of stepping forward to make their choice. Lin Bufan swiftly grasped the two individuals and, with a respectful gesture, turned his gaze towards the ethereal figure of Wang Wutian. Bowing humbly, he implored, Great Emperor, My two sons are still young and unable to comprehend the situation so swiftly. Might I request a little more time for them to ponder? In good faith, we of the Lin family are willing to release your esteemed ancestor, the Wu Xiang, as a gesture of sincerity. With that, he promptly released Wang Wu Xiang from the indestructible cauldron, thrusting him out of the Lin family as confines, offering no opportunity for Wang Wutian to refuse. As for the celestial shuttle upon Wang Wu Xiang, it had long been removed by Lin Bufan. Upon exiting the Lin family, Wang Wu Xiang, who had been suppressed to the four-polar secret realm, experienced an instantaneous restoration of his cultivation, reaching the zenith of the seventh heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. Ah, you Lin family members shall all perish. Wang Wuxiang, still bearing the bruises of his earlier defeat, did not even have time to recover before unleashing a torrent of divine abilities upon the Lin family's protective array. He felt a profound sense of grievance. The younger members of the Lin family regarded him as less than human, particularly Lin Hao and Lin Yi, who would use Wang Wuxiang as a mere punching bag whenever they made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Step back, Wang Wutian bellowed, his sleeves sweeping through the air, sending Wang Wuxiang flying far into the distance. The might of the emperor was indeed formidable. Gazing at Lin Bufan, a fleeting glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he said with a faint smile, "You, the patriarch of the Lin family, perform your role adequately. Though like an ant, your actions are meticulous. Very well, I shall grant you another night to ponder. By this time tomorrow, should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory response, you shall witness the extent of my power. All members of the Wang family, heed my command and gather in my palm." With that, Wang Wutian turned, the aura of the emperor radiating from him, and a colossal figure, towering at 100,000 zhang, emerged behind him. All members of the Wang family leaped into his grasp and vanished in an instant. He had no interest in making threats nor any concern about the Lin family's potential escape. Even if they tried, they could never elude his grasp. The moment the emperor's figure appeared, every member of the Lin family, including Lin Bufan, widened their eyes in shock. Their hearts plummeted, for they understood that had it not been for the protective family formation, this emperor could annihilate the entire Lin family with a mere step. Shortly after, within the grand hall of the Wang family, Wang Wutian sat upon the high dais, with Wang Shao, Wang Wuxiang, and Wang Tong below him. He raised his eyelids slightly and spoke softly. "Are you all curious as to why I have acted in this manner today?" As his gaze swept over them, the three dared not respond. The fear that the Lin family felt towards this emperor was palpable, and even the members of the Wang family held him in profound reverence. "Very well, I shall elucidate." Wang Wutian stood with his back to them, his hands clasped behind him, and began to speak slowly. "Lin Patian is dead. That strand of imperial energy, lacking the essence of life, will dissipate within 10 days at most. Thus, eradicating the Lin family will be effortless. However, Lin Hao and Lin Yi are extraordinary talents, one a rare wielder of dual pupils appearing once every 50,000 years, the other a supreme bone, emerging once every 20,000 years. To deal with such individuals, we do not seek to kill, but to subdue. Once they consume our Wang family's soul-disturbing pill, they shall become our most loyal servants. In just 1 or 2,000 years, they will transform into our most formidable assets. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the three suddenly raised their heads. "Father, I bow to your wisdom," Wang Shao declared, his conviction unwavering. The ancestor is indeed sagacious. Wang Ting paid his respects, though an inexplicable feeling lingered in his heart. Yet, when the urge to speak arose again, he dared not utter a word. Wang Wuxiang, being of the same generation as Wang Wutian, did not kneel, but merely clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Wutian, your insights are profound, yet deep within." He sensed an undercurrent of treachery. He understood Wang Wutian all too well. He was not as noble as he claimed to be. Wang Wuxiang harbored a bold conjecture in his heart, yet it required time for validation. "In that case, you may leave," he declared, dismissing the crowd with a wave of his hand. He then gestured once more, sealing the grand hall in an instant as an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, materialized before him. Upon opening it, the first page revealed the text, extracting the supreme bone, seizing the creations of heaven and earth, ascending to the pinnacle of the great emperor. Meanwhile, the members of the Lin family were restless, unable to find solace through the night. In a secluded chamber of the Lin residence, Lin Yanran sat cross-legged upon a mat, establishing contact with Lin Patian. Beside her, Lin Bufan paced anxiously, awaiting developments. The chamber was cloaked in silence, occupied solely by the two of them. "Ancestor, the Emperor Wang Wutian demands we surrender. What shall we do?" Upon making contact, Lin Yinran swiftly conveyed the Emperor Wang's coercion to Lin Patian, as if reporting a grievance. At that moment, Lin Patian stood outside the Tower of Heaven, preparing to enter the first level. Pausing briefly, he struggled to contain the fury boiling within him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low tone. Though I have not heard of this so-called Emperor Wutian you speak of, I am certain he harbors ulterior motives. In my era, there was a malevolent cultivator of the Wang clan who reached the peak of the Emperor realm. He too possessed the and the Supreme Bone, both obtained through the plunder of others. What? Lin Yanran's complexion turned pale in an instant. Lin Patian continued, if my ancestors' predictions are accurate, the Wang family must indeed be descendants of this sinister cultivator's imperial lineage. At this juncture, we are left with but two courses of action. The first option involves me taking action to possess your body and eliminate this Wang family emperor. However, the moment I make my move, the three old geezers of the Imperial Alliance will undoubtedly take notice, and the Lin family will face an unrelenting onslaught. No, ancestor, this plan is unfeasible. Lin Yin immediately rejected the idea. If the Lin family could not contend with even a single emperor of the Wang family, provoking the most terrifying force in all realms, the Imperial Alliance would spell utter doom for the Lin family. There is, however, a second option. Lin Potion's voice emerged with a hint of resignation. Ancient ancestor, please, do share. Lin Yin urged impatiently. It is thus. If the dual pupils and the Supreme Bone reside within the same individual, it necessitates a great sage's realm for effective separation. That emperor from the Wang family should be well aware of this fact. Moreover, the Supreme Bone will not merely grow once throughout one's lifetime. The second generation will significantly surpass the first. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Lin Potion's tone suddenly darkened, and with each additional word he uttered, the murderous intent surrounding him intensified. The inexplicable surge of malevolence caused the Black Dragon and others trailing from the imperial capital to feel an involuntary chill of apprehension. The god-eating insect emperor shuddered visibly, his countenance betraying a profound fear. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Patian thoroughly explained the second method to Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran's lips had turned pale. Grand Ancestor, is it truly possible for the Supreme Bone to regenerate after it has been lost? Yanran, the Grand Ancestor replied, I assure you that the Supreme Bone can indeed grow back. However, this action, alas, I am deeply sorry for you all. I truly am. Lin Yanran immediately interrupted, her voice trembling. Please, Ancestor, no more. I understand. With great courage, she dared to ask one final question. What of my brother, Lin Feng? Is he valiant? This inquiry left Lin Patian momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, he is my most exceptional descendant. All of you are my most distinguished progeny. Lin Yanran smiled, her smile tinged with a hint of bitterness. Ancestor, please return soon. We are truly on the brink of collapse. With that, she concluded her transmission. In the next moment, a resounding bang echoed through the air. Lin Patian unleashed a formidable punch, shattering the tightly sealed first level of the Tower of Heaven. Ignoring the backlash from the fallen emperor's curse within him, he forcefully restored himself to an optimal state. With his cultivation limits lifted, he brandished his sword and plunged into the depths of the tower. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he ascended to the second level. Behind him, the 5 foreign emperors were left in awe. Meanwhile, Lin Yin lifted the divine ritual and opened her eyes. Yanran, what did the ancestors say? Why are you in a daze? You must inform the clan leader at once. Lin Bufan had long been consumed by anxiety, his eyes bloodshot as he let out a desperate roar. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yin lowered her head, biting her lip, and finally uttered the words. In an instant, upon hearing them, Lin Bufan collapsed weakly onto the ground, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth. His face drained of color, he muttered to himself with a wretched smile, but they are all flesh and blood of my own. Every one of them is a part of me. Lin Yanran remained silent, turning her head away, uncertain of what to say. By the time she looked back, Lin Bufan had already departed from the chamber. The entire Lin family was enveloped in a somber gloom, devoid of any vitality, until the dawn approached. Oh no, brother, why must you treat me this way? Lin Hao's anguished cries pierced the sky above the Lin residence. The members of the Lin family were abruptly awakened, rushing out in a state of alarm, their hearts pounding as they hurried to rescue Lin Hao. Thunder roared, amidst the flashes of lightning. They all beheld Lin Hao's bloodied back. They witnessed Lin Yi swiftly refining his brother Lin Hao's supreme bone. Suddenly, his back erupted with radiant light. The supreme bone and the formidable heavy pupil, two of the most powerful entities, now belonged solely to Lin Yi. The members of the Lin family were utterly astonished, completely unaware of the reasons behind this astonishing upheaval. Were not the two of them sworn brothers? Brother, why have you chosen to act in such a manner? Lin Hao, utterly weakened, spoke in a fractured voice, continuously coughing up blood. The excruciating pain in his back served as a relentless reminder that his brother had extracted his supreme bone. He could scarcely fathom that his brother, Lin Yi, would abruptly kick open his door and without a hint of hesitation, strike him down with a sword. Claiming his supreme bone. Caught completely off guard, he had eagerly rushed forward, believing that Lin Yi had come to discuss a solution to their predicament. Little did he expect that he would instead be the victim of such a treacherous act. Lin Yi's gaze was frigid, seemingly devoid of sorrow. His expression impassive as he spoke softly. Brother, the dual pupils are indeed a path of invincibility, yet I do not mind acquiring more bones and paths. The Wang family represents the righteous way. If I continue to linger within the Lin family, my options will truly dwindle. However, should the Wang family annihilate the Lin clan in the future, I shall spare your life, considering the favor of this bone you have granted me. Lin Hao was taken aback. Brother, what did you just say? He could hardly fathom that such cold and unfeeling words would emanate from Lin Yi's lips. The remaining members of the Lin family appeared as if petrified, gazing at Lin Yi with a sense of unfamiliarity, as though they were meeting him for the first time. Not a single soul dared to intervene as Lin Yi gradually departed from the Lin residence. At that moment, Wang Wutian once again made his presence felt at the Lin family estate. In a moment of profound intensity, Lin Yi knelt before Lin Wutian, his voice imbued with sincerity. I have forsaken the shadows for the light, he declared, having personally excavated the supreme bone of my brother, Lin Hao, and transplanted it into myself, thus becoming an unparalleled prodigy. If the great emperor does not reject me, I humbly beseech to be accepted as your disciple. The Lin family members now fully comprehend that Lin Yi has betrayed his clan, and in the most brutal manner conceivable. They trust only what their eyes perceive. Unleashing a torrent of vitriol, Lin Yi, you are truly a beast. Lin Yi, you disgraced the title of son and brother. Spittle flew as their harsh denunciations resounded incessantly. Lin Yi appeared to be oblivious to the unfolding situation, maintaining an air of composure, yet the bitterness within him was a burden only he could comprehend. Following Lin Bufan's departure from the secret chamber, he sought out Lin Yi directly to elucidate the circumstances, thus commencing a dramatic spectacle. To be precise, it was the inception of a high-stakes gamble. Brother, this shall be the last time I address you as such. From this moment forth, we shall sever all ties. Lin Hao managed a sorrowful smile before collapsing, overwhelmed by a tumult of grief and agony, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 18. The Severance of Ties. Is Lin Yi betraying his clan? Lin Yi, undeterred, continued to plead, I beseech the great Emperor Wutian to take me as a disciple. In the future, I shall surely repay the Wang family with utmost loyalty. Upon hearing this, Wang Wutian's expression remained devoid of joy, instead contorting into an unspeakable grimace, as if he had ingested something vile. For he desired not a disciple endowed with both A and the supreme bone. If that were the case, he could not swiftly extract the bone and eyes upon bringing this young man back to the Wang family. He would have to wait until Lin Yi attained a higher level of cultivation before proceeding, rendering the whole endeavor futile. This young man had utterly disrupted his meticulously laid plans. Was there an influential figure guiding him from behind? Wang Wutian gritted his teeth, the sound echoing in the air. Yet he maintained a semblance of a smile as he tentatively inquired, Lin Yi, was your intention to excavate your brother's supreme bone deliberate, or merely an accident? Lin Yi clasped his hands together and addressed his master. I inadvertently let slip a golden opportunity to align myself with the Wang family, which rightfully belongs solely to me. Lin Yi. Wang Wutian was momentarily taken aback. The young man before him articulated his thoughts with such precision that it was difficult to find any fault in his reasoning. Boom, boom, boom. As the formidable forces of the Wang family surged forward behind him, they could not help but cast disdainful glances at Lin Yi's response. At the forefront, Wang Ting observed Lin Yi kneeling and stroked his beard thoughtfully, contemplating. This lad is indeed willing to go to great lengths to join our Wang family. He even resorted to sacrificing his own brother. If we manage to recruit him, he must be properly trained to temper his ferocity. Wang Xiao, dismissing the notion, waved his hand. What can a fallen imperial clan offer to retain a prodigy? Such talents rightfully belong to our Wang family. Let it be known that even if he has just attained the dragon transformation stage, or is a formidable figure at the great sage or emperor level. Once he consumes our soul-confounding pill, he will inevitably become our most loyal servant. Wang Ting nodded in agreement, choosing to refrain from further commentary. For this gathering included several elders, and he felt constrained in his speech. Meanwhile, the third elder, Wang Wuxiang, who had remained silent, stroked his chin, observing Lin Yi, who had once been steadfast and dismissive, but now had betrayed the Lin family. He thought to himself, this young man could not have simply forsaken his family. Yet, the evidence stands before me, compelling me to accept the truth. It is indeed perplexing. Wang Wuxiang continued to watch, still unable to reconcile his thoughts. Lin Yi once again called out loudly to Wang Wutian, I beseech you, great emperor, to accept me as your disciple. Wang Wutian gazed deeply at Lin Yi and replied in a low voice, if that is the case, I shall accept you, Lin Yi, as my disciple. Lin Yi suddenly raised his head, a joyful expression illuminating his face. Thank you, master. At that moment, a weary figure emerged from the crowd of enraged members of the Lin family below. Lin Bufan. His eyes were bloodshot as he spoke, each word deliberate. Beast. You are no longer worthy of being my son. After his outburst, he sighed inwardly, reflecting on how convincingly he had acted amongst the Lin family. He was the most astute, even surpassing Lin Bufan himself, afraid that he might falter in his response and reveal a flaw. Lin Bufan's thoughts were interrupted when Lin Yi suddenly turned to look back. Wang Wutian immediately fixed his gaze on Lin Yi's expression, knowing that even the slightest hint of hesitation or anguish from him would imply that there was someone of great wisdom guiding Lin Yi from behind. It would mean that he had possibly uncovered the truth of the Wang family's secret techniques. In that case, he would unhesitatingly renounce his oath, annihilate the Lin family, and force the one behind him to reveal themselves or make a mistake. Unfortunately, there was none of that. Lin Yi's expression was filled with resentment, a chilling aura surrounding him. He pointed at Lin Bufan and exclaimed, how dare a mere newly ascended great sage claim the title of my father? I refuse to be burdened with such a weak progenitor. Since you have chosen to reveal this today, I shall lay my cards on the table. I hereby sever our father-son relationship. No, I intend to renounce my ties with the entire Lin family. Upon these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Impudent wretch. Lin Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed, only to be steadied by members of the Lin family. With tears of rage in their eyes, the onlookers erupted in furious shouts. Lin Yi, begone. We never wish to lay eyes upon you again. Should you fall into our hands, we shall ensure that you, the traitor to your kin, meet a fate worse than death. A throng of the younger generation of the Lin family hurled invectives at Lin Yi, while the elders behind him regarded him with disapproving glares. Moreover, the members of the Wang family wore expressions of deep disdain. Such a person, were it not for his exceptional talent, would never have earned their family's favor. Disloyal, unjust, and unfilial, utterly heartless. Wang Wutian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but click his tongue, nearly convinced of the unfolding drama. A peculiar smile crept upon his lips as he closed his eyes to meditate. He felt there was no longer a need to observe further. At this moment, he truly could not discern the truth from the facade. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Once he administered a soul-shattering pill to Lin Yi, the latter would surely become obedient. A swarm of insignificant insects, who among the younger generation could match me in a single bout? Ah, yes, aside from my dear brother Lin Hao, who might exchange a few moves with me, the rest of you are utterly worthless. Lin Yi cast a subtle glance downward, a hint of mockery escaping his lips. Having spoken, he strode directly behind Wang Wutian, closing his eyes in unison, refusing to cast another glance below. Lin Yi, one day, our Lin family shall undoubtedly purge you from our midst. The entire younger generation of the Lin family has been completely ignited, their eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Lin Yi's eyes were tightly shut, yet he merely uttered two words with a hint of indifference. That's cough, cough. In an instant, Lin Bufan appeared to age over a decade, his form stooping as he gazed sorrowfully at Wang Wutian. Great Emperor, might you spare our Lin family? Wang Wutian opened his eyes, impatiently nodded, his profound gaze lost in thought. With a wave of his hand, he declared, I am a man of my word. For a century, I shall not take action against your Lin family. However, you must participate in the grand competition of the Taishan realm in 5 days. As you are also an imperial clan, this time, my Wang family will present the ultimate imperial weapon, the reincarnation disc, for the contest. I trust you understand the rules of this competition. With that, he summoned the world within his palm, whisking Lin Yi and the entire Wang family away. dismissing any further discourse with the Lin family. Left behind were the Lin family members, faces filled with humiliation and resentment, pounding the ground in despair. The grand competition of the imperial clans occurs once every decade. The rules stipulate that the 7 great imperial clans of the Taishan realm each must send 300 of their younger generation to battle in the ancient battlefield. The clan with the most surviving members at the end will be declared the victor, with rewards distributed according to their ranks. The Lin family's current predicament stems from their consecutive last-place finishes in the previous 3 competitions, leading to a severe depletion of their cultivation resources. In stark contrast, the Wang family has triumphed in 10 consecutive competitions, earning the right to designate rewards for the victors. Should the Wang family offer the ultimate imperial weapon as a prize, all other imperial clans would be compelled to present their own ultimate weapons in a gamble. The Wang family, with their formidable strength, has always emerged victorious, while the other clans, like the Lin family, find themselves suppressed and struggling desperately to avoid becoming the prey. It is dire, should they lose again this time. They may even have to part with their indestructible cauldron. Curse Lin Yi, as the foremost prodigy of our clan. He has the audacity to betray us at this critical juncture, watching helplessly as the Lin family descends into ruin. Bah, what a farcical prodigy. He is nothing more than a treacherous wretch. The younger generation of the Lin family has mercilessly berated Lin Yi, who has departed alongside Wang Wutian, and in their fervor, they have also dragged Lin Bufan into their scathing criticisms. Lin Bufan shook his head with a bitter smile. Choosing not to dwell on the anguish of carrying his unconscious second son, Lin Hao, whose supreme bone had been extracted. With each step, he left a trail of crimson footprints behind him. Tears streamed down his face as he murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Ancestor, the Wang family still does not spare us. This temporary strategy cannot hold them back. If you do not return soon, I truly cannot endure any longer." Observing Lin Bufan's retreating figure, Lin Ran, whose eyes had long since reddened, could no longer contain herself and shouted, "I believe Lin Yi has underestimated you all. You are merely a group of lamenting wastrels. After you have finished your complaints, go and focus on your training. If no one steps up, I will." As the young matriarch of the Lin family, Lin Ran commanded considerable respect, and her fierce reprimand sent the others scurrying away. Once the crowd had dispersed, only Lin Ran remained in the square, gazing in the direction of the Wang family. Her delicate frame trembled as she whispered to herself, "Lin Yi, take care. One day, you shall prove to the world that you, Lin Yi, are the most formidable man in the entire Lin family and across the myriad realms." Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Wang family, only 2 figures occupied the space. Wang Wutian sat at the highest seat, observing Lin Yi, whose expression was one of dazed confusion. In a grave tone, he inquired, "Why did you personally extract your brother Lin Hao's supreme bone? Was there someone guiding you from behind?" He had even employed the formidable art of soul hypnosis on Lin Yi. Cautious, exceedingly cautious. Apart from a certain emperor who had been reduced to tears, not a single emperor was to be underestimated. All possessed steadfast hearts and profound schemes. Lin Yi tilted his head, his expression vacant as he remarked, "No one has guided me. I, Lin Yi, am born with dual pupils, destined to become an unparalleled prodigy, possessing multiple supreme attributes that will only enhance my capabilities. Yet, why then have you joined the Wang family and sought me as your mentor?" Lin Yi remarked. "In the realm of Taishan, there exists an ancient adage, those who understand the times are the true heroes. To join the Wang family and take the great emperor as my mentor is a tremendous opportunity for me." Lin Yi. Wang Wutian's countenance darkened. Could it truly be mere coincidence? If so, it would be imperative to nurture this Lin Yi, allowing him to ascend to the status of a great sage at the swiftest pace, so that he might be able to excavate his very essence in the blink of an eye. With a swift gesture, he released his divine powers, and Lin Yi's eyes suddenly regained clarity. With a look of trepidation, he inquired, "Master, what just transpired? Why did I feel as though my mind was beyond my control? I did not utter anything inappropriate, did I?" Wang Wutian responded with a gentle smile, "It is nothing. You were simply fatigued. Go and rest now. Take these few creation pills and cultivate diligently. Do not let me down in my expectations of you." With a raised hand, several pills gracefully fell into Lin Yi's palm. Lin Yi clasped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." Wang Wutian waved his hand and softly replied, "Go ahead." "Very well." Lin Yi carefully stored the elixir and departed. Wang Wutian turned around, hands behind his back, a trace of a cold smile flickering in his eyes. Consume it. Once you partake of my Wang family's soul-confounding pill, regardless of any other intentions you may harbor, you shall become the most loyal dog. Meanwhile, within the boundless sea of realms, Lin Patian has successfully cleared the first level and arrived at the entrance of the second level of the Tower of Heaven. Chapter 19. Pinnacle of Immortals, Proud of the World, Who Lies at the End. The origins of the Tower of Heaven remain a mystery, as if it has existed since time immemorial. The tower consists of 9 levels, yet within it lie not mere floors, but rather realms of existence, each a life-restricting zone. Each level corresponds to a vast world. Many ancient emperors and supreme beings who once refused to succumb to death have chosen to linger here. When their time approaches once more, they will not hesitate to emerge from the tower, inciting dark chaos. They plunge into the myriad realms, feeding upon the life essence of its inhabitants to replenish their vitality. In fact, those ancient emperors and supreme beings struggling within the Tower of Heaven are often among the strongest of each era across the myriad realms. When they emerge to unleash dark turmoil, it is far more terrifying than an invasion from otherworldly realms. Tick-tock. Drops of blood fell from Lin Patian's hand, staining his entire body crimson with imperial blood. He coughed continuously, blood spilling from his lips as the violent backlash of the fallen emperor's curse caused him to tremble. Clutching the indestructible sword of heaven's severance, he barely managed to hold himself upright. Nearly on the first level of the Tower of Heaven, he encountered a peak ancient emperor. Although this ancient emperor's vitality was nearly extinguished upon seeing Lin Patian, he regarded him as prey. In an instant, he surged forward, intent on overwhelming Lin Patian. Yet, after merely the span of an incense stick, the ancient emperor was defeated. His imperial weapon was claimed by Lin Patian. Witnessing this scene, the 5 emperors from the other realms were utterly horrified. This was an ancient emperor not weaker than any of the triumvirate of the Human Emperor Alliance, Taichu, Monsong, or Tianyi, who had been vanquished by Lin Patian in the blink of an eye. Terrifying. The Holy Tiger, Celestial Leopard, and Demon Bull were collectively astonished. I knew he was no ordinary human. My defeat is not unjust. The God-eating insect emperor's Tao heart seemed to heal slightly. The Black Dragon Emperor wore a grave expression, speechless, only filled with shock, gazing at the nearby entrance to the second level. Lin Patian shook his head and smiled. In my current state, if I were to immediately enter the second level, I fear. Lin Patian was acutely aware that if he were to maintain his peak condition for yet another battle, he could very well fall victim to the backlash of the fallen emperor's curse. However, time was no longer on Lin Potion's side. Lin Yin has successfully informed Lin Yu about Lin Potion's entry into the Wang family, even though subsequent plans were laid out to further entangle the Wang family. Lin Potion's heart was filled with nothing but guilt. Lin Patian was filled with guilt, his voice a mere whisper as he spoke to himself. Yanran said you possessed the wisdom beyond your years, that you could hold back the Wang family's advances. Yet all I can feel is your suffering. You bear the disgrace of betrayal alone, shunned by our kin. This is a burden no 17-year-old should endure. And then there's Howard, betrayed by his own brother, living forever in the agony of familial treachery. This should not be. It truly should not be. Cough. A mouthful of dark blood was expelled, and Lin Potion's condition had reached an alarming instability. At that moment, a chilling voice inexplicably echoed in his mind. At last, we have awaited your arrival. The one possessing the innate sacred body. Who is speaking? Lin Patian vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, yet aside from the distant figure of the foreign 5 emperors, there was no one else in sight. A chilling voice resounded once more. I am the spirit of this celestial tower. As the words fell, an essence of profound mystery emanated forth. What? Feeling this essence, Lin Patian gasped in astonishment. This celestial tower actually possessed a spirit. In his memory, wasn't this tower an ancient existence? Countless generations of ancient emperors had passed within its confines, yet the tower remained eternal. If this celestial tower were not a heavenly artifact, but rather a divine object endowed with a spirit, he could scarcely fathom the caliber of this treasure. A true immortal weapon? Perhaps even more. He had once sensed the celestial weapons wielded by true immortals, which far surpassed the imperial weapons of the highest order. Yet none exuded such terrifying and profound resonance. Furthermore, since the ancient battle of the immortals, the scarcity of longevity substances had rendered even the immortals incapable of eternal life, with lifespans barely reaching 1,000,000 years. Yet this celestial tower had existed for no less than several million years. In the midst of Lin Potion's astonishment, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the watchful gaze of the 5 emperors of the foreign realm, stepping into an uncharted territory. Amidst the chaos, Lin Patian discerned the formidable silhouette of a towering figure, its back turned towards him, emanating an aura of terror that filled him with profound dread. In comparison to this magnificent figure, Lin Patian felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. A voice resonated from the imposing man. At last, I have awaited your arrival. The second being with the innate sacred body and Tao, besides myself. Lin Patian was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Who are you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding boom echoed through the air. The towering figure rose abruptly, his grand stature reaching for the heavens, yet he remained turned away from Lin. His voice rumbled like thunder from the depths of the sky, proclaiming, at the pinnacle of immortality, standing proud amongst mortals, who awaits at the end. My name is the Forbidden. In due time, you shall come to understand. Observing Lin's current state, he added, however, it appears you are not well. Thus, you shall remain here for a while. As the great figure turned, Lin Patian scarcely had the chance to glimpse his face before bang. He was struck with a finger and plunged into a deep slumber. The celestial curse within him immediately surged forth. The towering figure extended his hand once more, and an ancient tome materialized, radiating an aura of immortality, inscribed boldly with the words, "The Supreme Celestial Emperor's Art." With another gesture, he pressed the art into Lin Patian's consciousness. Having completed his task, the magnificent figure gazed into the distant sky, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if a great weight had been lifted. With a resounding thud, his form dissipated into the expanse of the universe. This imposing figure, seemingly divine, was but an external manifestation. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and Lin Patian awoke, only to discover that his strength had significantly increased compared to when he first arrived. At this moment, Lin Patian realized that there existed a realm above the great emperor's 10 heavens yet beneath the true immortal, the pinnacle of the 9 transformations great emperor. Only those who transcend the 9 transformations to become true immortals can attain the status of the unblemished true immortal, also known as the mortal immortal. They even possess the capability to challenge the immortal kings, who reside above the true immortals. However, the immortal kings have long vanished, having disappeared millions of years ago. Yet, this towering figure was indeed an emperor, not merely a great emperor, but an immortal emperor. Furthermore, he was an immortal emperor born of the innate sacred body, sharing the same lineage as Lin Patian. The profound Taishing Tiandi Sutra he practiced could elevate one to the immortal emperor realm upon reaching the 9th level of complete perfection. Paving a direct path to immortal emperor status, Lin Patian resolutely altered his cultivation method, drawing upon his foundational prowess as a peak emperor. He swiftly ascended to the initial stage of the 3rd layer, achieving the pinnacle of a first transformation emperor. His strength surged more than threefold. Yet, the curse of the fallen emperor had not been entirely eradicated. Approximately 1/3 remained, clinging to the depths of his being like a maggot to a bone. Cradling his throbbing head, Lin Patian rose, surveying the desolate expanse around him, and unconsciously muttered to himself, "How much time has elapsed? It had been 10,000 years." In the void, the cold voice of the celestial tower's spirit answered him. In a flash, Lin Patian's complexion turned pale. A decade had indeed slipped away. The Lin family was already on the brink of collapse. So now, why has a millennium passed? Even though I have attained the pinnacle of a first transformation emperor, what does it matter? My Lin family. I am filled with rage. Lin Patian was engulfed in agony, his anguished roar piercing the heavens, as the very fabric of this world trembled with turmoil. At that moment, the voice of the spirit echoed chillingly, "What is your haste? A single day in the outside world equates to a millennium here. The flow of time is disparate in this realm. As the chosen heir designated by the Master, once you conquer the 9th level of the Celestial Tower, you shall be able to take me with you." Lin Patian was momentarily taken aback, his furious roar abruptly ceasing as he involuntarily shouted, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The voice of the instrument spirit remained as frigid as ever, responding, "You did not inquire. You. Lin Patian felt the turbulence of the weather, left speechless. He could only quietly remind himself not to be angry. After all, this Tower of Heaven was an artifact of the Celestial Emperor. It was quite normal for such a supreme treasure to exhibit a hint of arrogance. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Patian was about to inquire further about the Master of the Tower of Heaven when a sudden disturbance in space occurred. Bang! Lin Patian was abruptly ejected from the mysterious realm, finding himself at the entrance of the 2nd level of the Tower of Heaven. A voice echoed within him, "You are not yet in a position to inquire so much." Only upon your successful passage through the Tower of Heaven will you become my new master. Until then, I shall not utter a single word more." With that, the voice of the artifact's spirit vanished, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Lin Patian inwardly scoffed, quite the proud and aloof one. At that moment, the 4 and 5 emperors stood in utter astonishment. They had just witnessed Lin Potion's inexplicable disappearance, only to reappear mysteriously a day later. What in the world is happening? The 5 emperors simultaneously swallowed hard. Another day has passed. They must hasten their way through the trials. There can await their return. Lin Patian shook his head, dismissing any further thoughts, and elevated himself to the optimal state, impervious to the backlash of the fallen emperor's curse. Grasping the indomitable sword of heaven's decimation, he stepped forward and thrust it into the crevice of the gate leading to the second level of the celestial tower. With a decisive motion, he drove it deep. And instantly, the portal swung wide open. An immeasurable torrent of water gushed forth, rapidly transforming the surroundings into a vast ocean, a deluge of salt water. From within, 2 resonant voices thundered forth, demanding to know who dared to intrude upon the second level of the celestial tower. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. "Kneel," they commanded, "or face the obliteration of your imperial form." Though separated by great distances, the 5 emperors from foreign realms sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they realized the magnitude of the threat. The devouring god insect involuntarily tightened its legs, trembling as it spoke. Hiss. The auras of these 2 individuals surpass even that of the ancient emperor from the first level by a significant margin. Chapter 20. A sword ignites the sea. From amidst the raging waters emerged 2 towering figures, each adorned with dragon-like horns and standing over 3 meters tall, exuding an aura that was nothing short of terrifying. Unsurprisingly, they were also ancient emperors of the perfected realm, albeit more accurately described as ancient supremes. They were not of the human race, but rather from the demon clan, the supreme dragonkin among the demons. In an instant, the faces of the 5 foreign emperors turned pale, even from a great distance. They nearly faltered under the sheer force of the presence before them. It was important to note that, aside from the devouring god insect emperor, who was at the 8th level, the remaining 4 were formidable beings of the 9th level. In the next moment, an overwhelming tsunami surged forth, transforming the second level of the celestial tower into an aquatic realm, vast and boundless, engulfing all within its grasp. Lin Patian maintained a demeanor of tranquility, surrounded by a surge of golden light, not a single droplet of water clinging to his form. Is this truly Lin Patian? Indeed, he possesses remarkable prowess. No wonder he can reign supreme in an era. The 2 ancient supreme beings exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of astonishment and a hint of trepidation. They then approached Lin Patian, their steps blossoming with grace, as waves of energy surged around them. With grave and piercing eyes, they admonished in unison, "Lin Patian, our dragon clan and your human race have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. Why have you dared to trespass into our forbidden territory today? Do you truly believe that our dragon clan is without guardians? Very well, I shall not waste words with you. Those who invade our sanctum shall meet their demise." As their words fell, 2 magnificent 4-clawed golden dragon apparitions emerged, stretching across an expanse of countless miles. Lin Patian was filled with curiosity as he beheld the 4-clawed golden dragon Dharma form for the very first time. This was merely a step away from the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, the ability to attain this 4-clawed golden dragon Dharma form indicated that the true dragon bloodline within these 2 dragon-human supreme beings was on the verge of ancestral return. Should they achieve the status of true immortals, they might indeed shatter their shackles, allowing their bloodline to revert to its ancestral form and transform into genuine 5-clawed true dragons. Lin Patian, understanding the arduous journey of their cultivation, preferred to avoid conflict. He clasped his hands and spoke with a serene demeanor. "I kindly request that you allow me passage through the second layer. I merely seek a path and harbor no desire to be adversaries with you." Upon hearing this, a slightly younger Dragonman Supreme chuckled, but his smile swiftly vanished as he sternly exclaimed, "If we were to permit you passage, what would become of the dignity of our Dragonman's forbidden zone? What would happen to the prestige of Alan?" Upon hearing the words, Lin Patian raised an eyebrow, choosing to disregard him, and instead turned his gaze towards another elder-looking dragon, Lord Supreme. With a calm demeanor, he inquired, "My friend, what is your perspective?" "The implication of my son Ao Een is synonymous with my own, Ao Wushuang. However, should you offer us those 5 insignificant creatures behind you as sustenance, I may consider allowing you, Lin Patian, to pass. As Ao Wushuang spoke, his gaze remained fixed hungrily upon the black dragon and the other foreign emperors, licking his lips with unrestrained avarice. This action utterly terrified the black dragon and his companions. Do they intend to consume us? The god-eating insect emperor's expression shifted dramatically. If Lin Patian were to relinquish them to these ancient supremes, their lives would undoubtedly be forfeit. The black dragon emperor felt a surge of panic, discreetly retreating behind the others while striving to maintain a facade of calm. It appears that may be the case. But fear not, I shall guard your rear. The usually taciturn trio of the holy tiger, celestial leopard, and demon bull twitched at the corners of their mouths, pondering the absurdity of being safeguarded by someone who had just retreated behind them. Alas, their collective gaze fell upon Lin Patian, hoping that in light of the immortal herb bestowed upon them by the emperor, he would spare their lives. Lin Patian shook his head repeatedly. Out of respect for the elderly, he had already afforded these two ancient supreme beings the dignity they were due, yet they chose to cast it aside. What could he do? These two dragonmen supreme beings, despite possessing the bloodline of the true dragon, were not worthy of his fear. Had this been before his monumental transformation? When he had not yet broken through to the pinnacle of the first realm, it would have been a formidable battle. However, circumstances had since reversed dramatically. Without further ado, Lin Patian spoke, his voice not loud but imbued with an unparalleled authority. I owe a favor to a person from the other realm. You cannot touch these five. Since you refuse to let me pass, I shall forge my own path. In that case, I shall graciously accept your true dragon blood, dragon tendons, dragon bones, and dragon flesh. As his words resonated, silence enveloped the space. Only the sound of Lin Patian's footsteps echoed through the boundless oceanic world of the second level of the celestial tower. Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang were momentarily stunned, their expressions turning a ghastly shade of blue and purple. Arrogance. Realizing that negotiation was futile, the two immediately ceased their words and unleashed their full power. Charging towards Lin Patian, Ao Yin expelled a breath of dragon essence, while Ao Wushuang, embodying the form of a golden dragon spanning countless miles, lashed out with its tail towards Lin Patian. In an instant, Lin Patian retaliated with a punch directed at Ao Wushuang's golden dragon manifestation, unleashing a torrent of fistlight. A scream pierced the air. With a swift motion, he delivered a slap that extinguished Ao Yin's breath of dragon essence before it could fully escape his mouth. Before the shock could settle, another punch followed, and then another. The sound of splashing echoed as the two members of the Ao family plunged into the depths below, quickly turning to flee. How could Lin Patian allow them to depart so easily? Since softness is ineffective, let us resort to force, and offer them the most formidable of encounters, the great sword. With a resounding command, he proclaimed, "Sword, come forth." The sword of eternal obliteration was gripped firmly in his hand, and a beam of light, potent enough to annihilate worlds, surged forth, crashing down into the ocean below. Boom. The seawater surged upwards, evaporating instantaneously, as the heavens themselves seemed to bow low, as if the very sky were collapsing. With a single stroke, he compelled the Ao family's father and son to reveal themselves, for the ocean had been entirely vaporized. One sword, a conflagration of the seas. The emissaries from the foreign realms were rendered speechless. In comparison to Lin Patian, they appeared as fragile as fledgling recruits. So Navi, without the slightest hesitation, Ao Yin immediately knelt down, his expression earnest, having drifted through life for half a lifetime without encountering a wise sovereign. If you do not mind my age surpassing yours, I am willing to adopt you as my foster father and provide for you in your old age. Ao Wushuang, too, was equally exaggerated, bowing deeply and gesturing towards a direction, obsequiously stating, "Friend, the path lies this way. Please, do come forth." Lin Patian's expression stiffened. He had initially intended to strip the skin and drain the blood of these two dragons for their meat. Now, what was he to do? As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, not even a smiling dragon. Under normal circumstances, this might have sufficed, but now, drawing blood was genuinely vital for the sake of saving a life. Lin Patian took a few deep breaths, sheathing his sword and rubbing his hands together, his tone carrying a hint of negotiation. My esteemed friends need not be so hasty. After all, the world of martial arts is not solely predicated on violence, but rather on the intricacies of human relationships. I do not intend to eliminate you entirely. However, my descendant, possessing the supreme bone, has been harmed. If only your true dragon's essence could nurture his body. Before he could finish, Ao Yin, filled with righteous indignation, rose abruptly, speaking without hesitation, "Who dares to have such audacity to injure the descendant of my foster father? Foster father, should you command it, I shall procure an immortal herb at once and confront this brazen individual." Upon hearing this, Lin Potion's lips twitched. There is no need for such extremes. The one who excavates bones is another descendant of mine. Ah, my apologies. Aoin stood awkwardly in place, secretly lamenting that his flattery had landed in the wrong place. Beside him, Ao Wushuang clenched his teeth and spoke in a hushed tone. "My friend, let us be candid with you. Currently, both my son and I are utterly depleted. Even if you were to extract every last drop from us, you would find nothing. However, if you possess 2 divine herbs of immortality, granting us the chance to live once more, we would willingly offer you our blood by the barrel." Lin Patian was taken aback. Is it truly the case that robbery has become so brazen? 2 immortal divine herbs, such audacity in their claims. Why do they not dare to seize them for themselves? Lin Patian felt that these 2 old dragons not only changed their expression swiftly, but also possessed an exceptionally thick skin. Chapter 21. The third layer of the Tower of Heaven, Wang Ji's founding ancestor, Wang Daoji. Lin Patian spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I do not possess such a thing. The elixirs of immortality from the myriad realms are all in the hands of those immortal families. How could I possibly have any?" Ao Wushuang immediately retorted. "Then how is it that you are still alive? 100,000 years ago, you were already an emperor. Do not tell me you have merely lived for over 100,000 years in a single lifetime." Lin Patian did not conceal the truth. "It was given to me by the exalted sovereign of the otherworld. This is why I previously forbade you and your father from slaying those 5 individuals from the otherworld. I owe a debt of gratitude to the sovereign." "I see." Ao Wushuang nodded in acknowledgement, his mindset finally achieving a semblance of equilibrium. The dragon race is renowned for its longevity. While the human emperors of the 10 heavens can only live for 50,000 years, their lifespan extends to a remarkable 150,000 years. However, even the most prolonged existence approaches its conclusion, and coupled with their half-blood lineage. Neither Ao Wushuang nor his father Ao Yin harbored desires to instigate a dark upheaval or wreak havoc upon the world. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Ao Yin. He hurried over, ingratiatingly exclaiming, "Adoptive father, the malevolent cultivator on the 3rd level possesses 2 immortal herbs. He has committed countless atrocities. His malevolence knows no bounds. You should take decisive action." Lin Patian furrowed his brows and raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "Do not call me adoptive father. You are the 4-clawed golden dragon, a title I cannot bear. Furthermore, this transaction is far too unprofitable. Your essence blood is likely worth less than 2 immortal divine herbs." Ao Yin's expression turned awkward as he forced a smile and replied, "Adoptive father, what shall we do then?" Lin Patian exclaimed without hesitation, "We need to increase the payment. No, I misspoke. We must replenish our vitality." With that, he swiftly retrieved the sacred glazed pool. The genuine dragon's blood flowed continuously, gradually filling the entire basin. Ao Wushuang and Ao Yin turned pale, as if completely drained of strength. Lin Potion's expression darkened. These 2 little dragons were truly insidious. Just moments ago, they had claimed that not a single drop of their vital essence would be released, yet hardly had he finished speaking when they unleashed their blood with reckless abandon. Moreover, to Lin Patian's knowledge, these 2 had never ventured into the tumultuous world outside. Otherwise, he would not have been so accommodating. Ao Yin's face turned pale, revealing a smile that hinted at the success of a cunning scheme as he cheerfully proclaimed, "Father, truly, there is not a single drop left to extract." Ao Wushuang was even more exaggerated, his demeanor utterly listless, conveying the impression that without the elixir of immortality, he would perish at any moment. Lin Patian waved his hand, retracting the dragon blood pool into his storage space, and spoke with irritation. "Encountering you 2 peculiar father and son today is indeed unfortunate for me. I shall take on your matter. However, it is contingent upon the fact that the individual from the 3rd layer is indeed an evil cultivator. Otherwise, I would prefer to return this blood to you rather than forge an enmity that could sever your path in life." Upon hearing this, Ao Yin's heart raced with certainty as he asserted, "That individual is undoubtedly an evil cultivator. I have never encountered someone covered in eyes and afflicted with rampant bone growth." He continued, "According to your human terminology, this is referred to as the double pupils and supreme bone." At the mention of this person, Ao Wushuang displayed evident trepidation and cautioned. "This individual is exceedingly malevolent. causing turmoil once every millennium, and every night he exclaims that he has attained enlightenment. I wonder what he has actually achieved. He is nothing more than a madman. After a brief pause, Ao Wushuang offered an awkward smile, but it was unmistakably clear that this lunatic possesses formidable power. Even with both Ao Yin and myself joining forces, we were still subdued with ease. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves trapped in this second layer. Lin Potion's expression froze for a moment as he suddenly thought of someone, stirring a wave of memories. He tentatively inquired, "Is this person surnamed Wang?" Ao Wushuang was taken aback for an instant, responding, "Fellow cultivator, how do you know his name is Wang Daoji?" Lin Potion's expression subtly changed as he inwardly acknowledged the truth. It was indeed him, Wang Daoji, the infamous rogue cultivator who, 100,000 years ago, usurped the Dao fruits of others and seized the supreme bone of the double pupils to attain the status of an emperor. If my calculations are correct, this Wang Daoji is also the first patriarch of the Wang clan, which has been pressing hard against the Lin family. In those days, Wang Daoji mercilessly slaughtered countless beings across the myriad realms in his relentless pursuit of breakthrough to the true immortal realm beyond the emperor level. Lin Patian had once pursued him, only to find that he had taken refuge in the Tower of Heaven. It seems fitting to settle both old and new scores. Since we cannot annihilate the Wang clan for now, let us extract some interest from Wang Daoji himself. Meanwhile, Ao Yin recalled something and, with gritted teeth, exclaimed, "That Wang Daoji demands we offer him a drop of true dragon blood every 100 years to refine his body. Truly despicable. Did you comply? He insists on it, and we are powerless to resist him." Ao Yin's expression was filled with resentment, reminiscent of a wronged woman in a secluded chamber. Ao Wushuang sighed helplessly, a hint of melancholy in his voice. If only we could start anew, we would certainly fight to the bitter end. Alas, after yielding once, we were bound to yield again, and in this ebb and flow, we find ourselves wholly outmatched. Lin Patian revealed an expression of realization. No wonder these two young dragon beings harbored such profound animosity towards Wang Daoji, for they had indeed been subjugated by him. It is understandable, after all, for a figure capable of escaping from his grasp was undeniably formidable. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded across the sky. A colossal visage of a blindfolded figure emerged, occupying the entire expanse of the heavens, adorned with multiple glaring eyes. A chilling and tyrannical voice emanated from its mouth. "Why, upon the arrival of the century, have you not yet delivered the true dragon's blood to this emperor? Do you two Muriels seek death?" Ao Yin's countenance paled in terror, instinctively retreating behind Ao Wushuang, who in turn shrank back behind Lin Patian, trembling as she pointed at the enormous face above, saying, "Taoist friend, that is Wang Daoji." Lin Patian naturally observed this, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was him. He immediately shouted, "Open your numerous eyes, and behold who I am." Above, Wang Daoji felt an eerie familiarity in the voice, yet could not immediately recall its source. He involuntarily opened his eyes, gazing down to see dozens of colossal eyes, as large as stars. "It is you, Lin Patian. You are still alive." Panic surged through Wang Daoji. The shadows of his past oppression resurfaced in an instant. In those days, he was brimming with confidence, believing himself to be the foremost beneath the true immortals, only to be reduced to a wretched state within 100 moves. Not only had Lin Patian shattered his supreme bone with a single kick, but he had also blinded one of his twin pupils, forcing him to flee barely alive. Now, confronted once more, fear gripped him. Yet soon, Wang Daoji regained his composure. After that fateful encounter, he had realized the inadequacy of his supreme bone and twin pupils, vowing that had he possessed more, he would not have suffered defeat. Over the past 100,000 years, Wang Daoji had scoured countless graves and indeed unearthed numerous ancestral twin pupils and supreme bones. Without a moment's hesitation, he refined them into his own being, transforming into a figure neither human nor ghost, yet more terrifying than a mere specter. Despite his monstrous appearance, he had gained immeasurable strength, reaching an unprecedented realm. Although he could not name this new level, it was undoubtedly far superior to that of a peak emperor. As he gazed down at Lin Patian, who remained unfazed, Wang Daoji taunted, "Lin Patian, while I remain uncertain how you found your way here, do you truly dare to seek me out, courting death? Do you still believe I am the same Wang Daoji from before? Take a good look at my current realm." A wave of terrifying imperial might pressed downward. Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang immediately felt a surge of blood rise in their throats, coughing up large amounts of fresh blood. The two, already weakened, could barely withstand the overwhelming pressure. Lin Potion's expression subtly shifted for a moment, inwardly acknowledging the presence of something noteworthy. Although Wang Daoji's swordsmanship deviated from the conventional path, he had surprisingly attained the same first transformation of the Emperor realm as Lin Patian. However, while Lin Patian stood at the pinnacle of the first transformation, Wang Daoji, despite also being at the peak of this stage, could not be compared on the same level. Lin Patian exuded unwavering confidence, poised to vanquish Wang Daoji with the ease of crushing an ant. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, he sent Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang soaring into the distance, landing beside the onlooking black dragon and others, who were gripping the ground in anticipation. He ascended into the sky, drawing his sword with a flourish aimed at Wang Daoji. The blade sliced through the air with a fierce whistle as he bellowed, "With such an unsightly appearance, you merely repulse me. You, a product of flawed foundations, shall be dealt with as effortlessly as squashing an ant beneath my foot." Lin Patian exhibited no mercy in his words, showing no inclination to spare Wang Daoji either. He refrained from addressing his parents directly. Instead, he unleashed a torrent of invectives with an intensity that was remarkable. Wang Daoji, taken aback, noted that Lin Patian had typically offered at least a few words before engaging in battle. Yet now, upon seeing him, it was as if he had been injected with adrenaline and charged straight into combat. Observing Lin Patian's fierce approach, Wang Daoji couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief, thinking, "You strike at me as one would swat a mere ant? How audacious!" With a fierce determination, he activated his abilities. Dual Pupil, Open the Heavens, 9 Nether Calamity Light. As the adage goes, adversaries meet with heightened animosity, and with no superfluous words exchanged, they clashed directly. The atmosphere erupted with an explosive force as brilliant rays of light emanated from their powers, shattering the very heavens. Just as the sword lights and calamity rays were about to collide, a frigid voice resonated from the second level of the Tower of Heaven. "Take your battle to the pinnacle arena. This is merely the second level of the Tower of Heaven, and the laws cannot accommodate your duel." As the voice faded, a magnificent arena of golden light emerged, complete with established rules and a solid foundation of principles. Below, Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang exchanged hurried breaths and astonished glances, simultaneously exclaiming, "The legends are indeed true. Could this be the voice of the Tower of Heaven's spirit?" The pinnacle arena mentioned in the ancient text was real. Ao Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, while Ao Wushuang's gaze carried a mix of fear and admiration. "Indeed, it is real. The records of our dragon clan hold truth. The Tower of Heaven is not an unclaimed entity. The father and son had lived long enough to be privy to many secrets." The ancient texts of the dragon clan had suggested that the Tower of Heaven was not merely an artifact born of nature, but rather an unparalleled treasure belonging to a terrifying entity, whose name was considered taboo. Even the ancient texts dared not inscribe it. Ao Wushuang's mind raced as he recalled another passage from the ancient texts, murmuring, "There exists a realm above the 10 heavens and below the true immortals, known as the 9 transformations of the Supreme Emperor. Should one reach the pinnacle of the 9 transformations and ascend to true immortal, they could transcend into the earthly realm of immortals and rival the strength of an immortal king. Alas, since the ancient cataclysm known as the fall of the immortal emperor, no emperor has reached this realm again. This pinnacle arena opens only to the ultimate powers of each realm." And it was astonishing that both of them had gained the Tower of Heaven's acknowledgement. Had they transcended the constraints of the 10 heavens and embarked on the path to becoming earthly immortals? Upon hearing this, Ao Yin's expression turned grave as he gazed at Lin Patian and Wang Daoji in the void, filled with awe. With a resounding roar, the golden arena fully materialized, and both combatants were drawn into it, landing upon its surface. Lin Potion's body trembled, overwhelmed by a force he could scarcely comprehend. He could only resist for a fleeting moment. Wang Daoji, equally astounded, found his numerous heavy eyes and over 100 supreme bones utterly subdued, involuntarily drawn into the arena. He was rendered incapable of any form of resistance. Although these powers were acquired through plunder, they paled in comparison to their original wielder. Yet the might of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Heaven was terrifyingly formidable. Wang Daoji's true form was revealed, confirming Ao Yin's assertions. His heavy eyes were scattered across his body, and his supreme bones protruded in a grotesque display. At that moment, the cold voice of the tower's artifact spirit echoed once more. "The pinnacle arena has commenced. The victor shall live, while the vanquished shall perish. Only one shall leave alive, and the winner shall be granted a gift of the great path." This brief proclamation ignited a fierce glimmer of greed in Wang Daoji's eyes. He was filled with exhilaration. This was a gift of the Great Path. Despite his extensive cultivation, he had yet to grasp even a single Great Path, possessing merely 300 minor paths. Yet there existed a total of 36 Great Paths across the myriad realms, while minor paths numbered an astonishing 18,000. Mastery of merely 300 minor paths already placed one above the masses. The mere thought of acquiring a Great Path sent Wang Daoji's imagination soaring. The future appeared extraordinarily bright, a path laid out before him without obstacles. His gaze turned fervent as he looked at Lin Patian, and he bellowed fiercely, "Lin Patian, today I shall settle the grievances of yesteryear and use your blood to solidify my resolve, achieving my supreme Great Path." Lin Patian's expression remained tranquil. His disdain for further conversation with Wang Daoji evident, yet the fury burning in the depths of his eyes was palpable. Not only did he seek the grand path that had been bestowed upon him, but he also coveted the life of Wang Daoji. This desire stemmed not only from Wang Daoji's past transgressions across the myriad realms, where he had wrought havoc and committed unspeakable acts, but also from the sheer audacity of the Wang family descendant. This was a matter of cause and effect, and it was only fitting to begin collecting interest from Wang Daoji. The battle commenced, with a low command from the weapon spirit. The oppressive forces binding the two combatants were instantly lifted. Wang Daoji sprang into action, launching the first strike without the slightest hesitation. He unsheathed a bone sword inscribed with profound runes and aimed a fierce slash at Lin Patian. Those observing below were astonished to realize that this bone sword was crafted from the supreme bone. How many graves had Wang Daoji desecrated to acquire so many supreme bones? The onlookers could scarcely fathom it, shaking their heads in dread, exclaiming, "What a lunatic!" The black dragon's eyes shimmered with contemplation as it moved away, mentally communicating with the emperor, reporting the unfolding scene. Just as the radiant blade of the bone sword was about to descend upon Lin Patian, he moved. Soaring into the air, he met the sword's brilliance head-on, seizing the bone sword with his grasp. Despite the sword's capacity to cleave through small worlds countless times, it merely drew a trickle of blood from Lin Patian. How could this be possible? Wang Daoji's expression froze, a tempest of astonishment stirring within him. How incredibly tough. Not one to remain passive, he swiftly formed a hand seal, preparing to unleash his divine abilities to create distance between them. With a ghostly agility, he shouted, "The eye of the heavy pupil can be opened." Yet, before he could finish, the heavy pupil had not yet even opened when Lin Patian's fist loomed larger in Wang Daoji's vision. It struck directly against Wang Daoji's right cheek. With a resounding cough, a torrent of blood erupted from Wang Daoji, shattering half of his face, as tears of blood streamed from his heavy pupil. Without granting Wang Daoji a moment's respite, Lin Patian reached out, summoning the indestructible sword of heaven, raising it to unleash a beam of golden light. Boom! Thud, thud, thud. Wang Daoji barely managed to parry the blow, his form retreating to the edge of the arena, his expression a portrait of despair. In the brief exchange, he found himself once again at a disadvantage, reminiscent of his past encounters. Unwilling to accept this fate, he clenched his teeth, vowing inwardly, "If there is a path of absolute despair, it shall only be traversed through the trials of life and death. Lin Patian, you could not slay me then, and you shall not succeed now." In the next moment, a terrifying imperial might emerged from him. The heavy pupil on his body detached and floated in the air, merging into a singular black sphere. The black hole contracted violently, swiftly integrating into Wang Daoji's brow, transforming into a third eye that incessantly pulsated with dark light. The silver runes of the supreme bone within him shone brilliantly, a stream of silver radiance poised to burst forth. Lin Patian paused momentarily, swiftly retreating as he unhesitatingly summoned another supreme imperial weapon, the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Prison, to shield himself. His instincts screamed of impending danger. Simultaneously, Lin Patian sensed that after this decisive strike, Wang Daoji would have no strength left to counterattack. Wang Daoji was all in on this gamble. Thus, let the strike determine victory or defeat. I desire to shatter the heavens. Lin Patian did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He unleashed his most formidable imperial technique from before. Although he had acquired the supreme Holy Emperor's art, granting him even greater divine abilities, Lin Patian remained steadfast in his previous path, viewing the supreme Holy Emperor's art as more of a reference than a replacement. Lin Patian firmly believes that each individual's path is unique. Only by walking one's own journey with unwavering resolve can one achieve invincibility. An indomitable spirit. Without such conviction, Lin Patian would not have ascended to the status of the most formidable emperor among the human race, a truth that has never been questioned. Swiftly, Lin Patian's palms swiftly converged and then violently parted, unleashing a divine light interwoven with the essence of Tao and reason, embodying the pinnacle of its profound rhythm towards Wang Daoji. Simultaneously, the dark light emanating from the third eye, formed by the fusion of numerous pairs of heavy pupils on Wang Daoji's forehead, surged forth at this moment. The supreme bone in his chest radiated with an unparalleled silver brilliance, as yet another top-tier divine ability was unleashed. In the span of a breath, the three strikes collided fiercely. In that instant, the golden light of the peak arena was overshadowed, leaving only the resplendent clash of spiritual brilliance, rendering the scene indistinct. You must win, adoptive father. If you do not triumph, I may very well turn into a loach. Friend Patian, give it your all. If you win, I shall truly ensure Ao Yin provides for your retirement. The hearts of the spectators below raced to their throats, particularly that of Ao Yin and his son Ao Wushuang, who clenched their toes in anxiety. Should Lin Patian falter and perish, they would undoubtedly face Wang Daoji's reckoning. At that time, they might truly be stripped of their dragon forms and meet their demise. As the spiritual light dissipated, one could see a figure half kneeling on the arena, supporting himself with a sword, while another lay thunderously on the ground. The sounds of gulping from the likes of the black dragon echoed repeatedly. The five from the foreign realm stared in astonishment, overwhelmed by the tumult of emotions, having witnessed a breathtaking duel. The clash between Tao and Tao. The astonishing confrontation of the innate holy body of the Tao fetus against the supreme bone of the heavy pupils. The god-eating insect, devoid of its previous hostility and no longer shattered in spirit, was left with nothing but fervent devotion. Breathing heavily, to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. I, the god-eating insect, have truly submitted this lifetime. Chapter 23, Explosive Kill. Unexpected turn of events. The three emperors, Holy Tiger, Heavenly Leopard, and Demon Bull, expressed their profound sentiments. In this battle, they witnessed the depth of the human race. Humanity is not feeble. It is merely the lack of unity and camaraderie. Otherwise, the myriad realms would not fall so easily, not to mention conquering the Sea of Realms. Even breaching the heavenly void would be immensely challenging. Now, reports from the front lines indicated that the human imperial defenses were on the brink of collapse. Ao Yin, unable to bear the uncertainty, trembled as he asked his father, Ao Wushuang, "Father, who has emerged victorious?" But Ao Wushuang also dared not look, his body trembling slightly. "I do not know either." Ao Yin was taken aback, then looked up, his expression turning ecstatic. He hurriedly opened his father Ao Wushuang's eyes, exclaiming excitedly, "Adoptive father has won, my adoptive father has triumphed. Indeed, friend Patian has truly emerged victorious." Ao Wushuang glanced up, inhaling sharply in shock. Stunned by the scene before him, Lin Patian, though half kneeling and gasping for breath, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, was in a far better state than Wang Daoji overall. In truth, had it not been for the backlash of the fallen emperor's curse, Lin Patian would not have appeared so disheveled at all. Upon sensing the peril and unleashing his full combat power, he had swiftly subdued Wang Daoji. Yet, this came at a cost, as the surge of energy and blood within him continued to roil incessantly. In stark contrast, Wang Daoji was a mere shadow of himself. His body battered and torn, blood gushing from his wounds, with half of his form seemingly obliterated. The dark light within his dual pupils had completely extinguished, and even the radiance of his supreme bone had dimmed significantly. Lin Patian stood up unsteadily, taking measured steps forward while shaking his head and muttering to himself, "Ultimately, it is not my own possession, otherwise, this battle would be difficult to win." The formidable strength of the heavy eye and supreme bone left Lin Patian deeply alarmed. If Wang Daoji himself possessed the heavy eye and supreme bone, this confrontation might only reach a conclusion when the heavens darkened and the earth trembled. Wang Daoji coughed up blood, watching Lin Patian approach relentlessly, retreating with his battered body while feigning bravado. He exclaimed, "Is it truly necessary for you to kill me today?" Lin Patian paused momentarily, a fleeting smile crossing his face. "If I'm not to kill you today, shall it be tomorrow?" Without a single superfluous word, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Wang Daoji was struck, blood gushing forth relentlessly. A barrage of successive punches followed, leaving Wang Daoji with but a single drop of blood remaining. One drop of imperial blood. Panic ensued within Wang Daoji. He was genuinely terrified. Lin Patian has undergone a profound transformation. He is no longer the indecisive Lin Patian of 100,000 years ago. The current Lin Patian resembles a merciless deity of death, devoid of emotion. Brother Patian, grant me a chance. Spare my life. I shall no longer contest for the Grand Tao. I vow to retreat into seclusion and never emerge again. A wisp of divine soul emerged from the blood of the emperor, crashing to its knees. Tears streamed down its face, filled with deep remorse. To the unknowing observer, one might mistake Wang Daoji as the true victim. Lin Patian's expression was as cold as ice, utterly unmoved. After being repeatedly schemed against by the Imperial Alliance, he had learned not to trust anyone anymore. They were all seasoned actors, and their oaths were as worthless as mere wind. Moreover, Wang Daoji was a being of heinous sin. Should he be spared, the calamity he could unleash upon the myriad realms was unimaginable. If he were to return to the Taishan realm and the Wang family before Lin Patian, the consequences would be dire indeed. After collecting the yen that had fallen from Wang Daoji, Lin Patian turned his gaze to the corner of the arena, where the white light of the immortal divine medicine radiated. His brows arched slightly. This old rascal was indeed quite wealthy. He possessed not one, but two immortal divine medicines. With little hesitation, Lin Patian, now living a second life free from the worries of mortality, casually tossed the two immortal divine medicines down to Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang below. This was a promise. Having made a vow, he intended to fulfill it. Seeing this, Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang were so exhilarated that their pores seemed to open wide with excitement as they trembled while receiving the divine medicine, both exclaiming in unison, Ao Yin, thank you, adoptive father, for the medicine. From now on, if you say to go east, I shall never go west. Ao Wushuang, thank you, friend, for the medicine. Almost mistakenly calling out, Ao Wushuang was truly ecstatic. The five individuals from the foreign realm gazed up at Lin Patian with profound respect. His unmatched strength, loyalty, and commitment to his promises made them wish he had been born in their realm. Fear not, for my word, Lin Patian is worth its weight in gold, Lin Patian declared, raising the heavenly slashing immortal sword high, prepared to put an end to Wang Daoji once and for all. Wang Daoji's soul trembled, completely stripped of thought, paralyzed by fear, and he blurted out, I will not fight any longer. I surrender. Clang. Lin Patian, regardless of the prospect of surrender, sought to eliminate his opponent with unwavering resolve. However, a mysterious and unfathomable force enveloped Wang Daoji entirely, rendering Lin Patian unable to advance even a single step. In an instant, Wang Daoji was filled with elation, astonished that surrender was indeed a possibility. The cold voice of the weapon spirit resonated. Due to Wang Daoji's voluntary surrender, he forfeits his residence eligibility on the third level of the Tower of Heaven and is hereby expelled from the tower. Consequently, the victor of this pinnacle competition is Lin Patian. Lin Patian was taken aback. What did this mean? Was he protecting Wang Daoji? After the spirit of the vessel spoke, it was about to teleport Wang Daoji out of the tower. Lin Patian, regaining his composure, unleashed his full strength to momentarily halt the teleportation. Blood streamed from the corners of his mouth as he disregarded the backlash from the fallen emperor's curse, clenching his fists and glaring upwards, roaring, What are you doing? Was it not decreed that only one may leave alive? By what right do you interfere? The voice of the weapon spirit echoed ethereally, except for voluntary surrender. This is the rule of the pinnacle arena. Lin Patian's expression froze for a moment, and after a brief pause, he exclaimed in fury, Why didn't you mention it earlier? The voice of the spirit remained calm and indifferent. Did you inquire? You did not ask. Lin Patian felt an overwhelming sense of despair, clenching his fists so tightly that his teeth ground together, articulating each word with fervor. This man is a scourge. By protecting him today, you are complicit in his tyranny. Once he is free, the world shall suffer. The voice of the spirit remained impassive. This is not my concern. These are the rules set by my master, and I am bound to follow them. Upon hearing this, Lin Patian felt as if the air had been let out of him, drained of all strength and means. Reluctantly, he tightened his fists and then released them. Why would the elder establish such rules? Did he not anticipate that someone might surrender? Yet, anyone could yield, except for Wang Daoji. If he were to escape today in his current state, chaos would surely follow as he sought to absorb the essence of life, wreaking havoc upon the innocent. The spectators were bewildered. The presence of a spirit within the celestial tower had already astonished them, yet now it intervened in the duel, speaking solely of rules with an air of superiority. Ao-in, with a fiery temper, placed his hands on his hips and angrily exclaimed without a moment's thought, "You, spirit, seem to be gravely ill. Do you not care for the plight of the world? Are you truly incapable of flexibility? I cannot fathom what is wrong with your master for having forged you. Ener, be silent." Before Ao Wushwang could cover Ao-yin's mouth, there was a resounding bang. A beam of white light descended from the heavens, striking Ao-in. With a scream, Ao-yin's true form was forced out, lying motionless on the ground, barely clinging to life. Ener. Ao Wushwang's eyes turned crimson as he hastily administered the immortal elixir to Ao-in, managing to stabilize his life force. Though whether he would survive to see another life remained uncertain, what was once a foregone conclusion now seemed to unravel. The spirit's voice rang out coldly. "A presumptuous and audacious wretch dares to insult my master? This is merely a warning. Should there be a next time, you shall perish." Ao Wushwang felt both anguish and rage, but could muster no words of defiance. Creak. Witnessing this scene, Lin Potion's fury surged uncontrollably. He could no longer restrain himself. Pointing into the void, he roared, "Spirit, I challenge you. If you lose, you shall surrender Wang Daoji to me and heal Ao-yin's wounds. Should I lose, then I shall die." Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to Lin Patian, utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why he would act so recklessly. To challenge the spirit of the celestial tower? Had he lost his senses? Even the gravely weakened Wang Daoji could not suppress a smirk, finding this to be the most ludicrous jest he had ever heard. Below, Ao Wushwang was deeply moved, shouting in desperation, "Fellow cultivator, I am grateful to you on behalf of Ao-in, but please, do not act so rashly." Lin Patian waved his hand dismissively, ignoring the words around him. His gaze fixed on the void, his eyes brimming with martial fervor. He was acutely aware of his intentions, yet today, he would not allow Wang Daoji to depart. Otherwise, Wang Daoji would undoubtedly become a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment without warning. "Do you dare to challenge me?" A chilling voice echoed once more, tinged with a hint of astonishment. As the words fell, the ethereal figure of a magnificent man materialized, turning his back to the crowd. Chapter 24. A thought reaches the heavens, unfazed by gods and demons. The entire void was engulfed in tumultuous changes, a series of extraordinary phenomena unfolding. As the ethereal figure of the magnificent man sat upon the void, resembling a deity from the heavens, unattainable, with his back to the crowd, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "The rules cannot be altered. Lin Patian, do not remain obstinately ignorant. Otherwise." Lin Potion's expression suddenly stiffened. This towering figure was indeed the legendary predecessor who imparted the supreme heavenly emperor's teachings. Yet, it could not truly be that venerable figure. Although this presence exuded terrifying power and possessed an extraordinary aura, it lacked the profound sense of awe one would expect. As anticipated, this must be the manifestation of the Tower of Heaven's spirit, a mere imitation of its master. As Lin Patian was about to speak, the Black Dragon Emperor's voice resonated in his mind. "Brother Patian, I have already reported the matter regarding the Wangdao Extreme Tower to the Emperor. He has stated that he will take action. Release him from the tower, and it shall be regarded as your repayment for the divine elixir of immortality, thus resolving this karmic bond. Should you find yourself in opposition to the foreign realms in the future, he will show no mercy." Lin Patian was momentarily taken aback, processing the situation for a second before turning to look at the Black Dragon Emperor below, who nodded knowingly. In an instant, Lin Patian experienced a profound realization. A completely weakened, nearly incapacitated pinnacle-level emperor was an irresistible temptation. The foreign realms have always pursued the path of devouring and refining. Moreover, the emperor's strength was not significantly inferior to his own. Even if he unleashed the ultimate law of kings, he would still be unable to escape relentless pursuit. If he truly allowed the ultimate law of kings to flee, it could be an indefinite period before they encountered him again. Furthermore, Lin Patian had no desire to create a scene with the spirit of the transcendent tower that would leave him embarrassed. After all, this was an imperial artifact of a taboo predecessor. One must show respect to the Buddha, even if not for the monk. Shaking his head with a smile, he conveyed through thought, "Your emperor truly possesses a remarkable knack for seizing opportunities. In that case, I shall leave him in your capable hands. Ensure that he is subdued and do not allow him to return to the myriad realms." The Black Dragon Emperor gestured affirmatively, indicating a firm grip on the situation. Lin Patian nodded slightly, turned his head back, and gazed deeply at Wang Daoji, enveloped in golden light. He then bowed respectfully to the towering figure. the embodiment of the artifact spirit. Since he had imparted the supreme heavenly emperor's technique to him, Lin Patian regarded him as a mentor, albeit a half-one. Though merely an imitation of the artifact spirit, he was nonetheless a figure of forbidden lore deserving of respect. This gesture of reverence was also directed towards that esteemed predecessor of forbidden knowledge, separate from the artifact spirit itself. The majestic figure referred to himself as forbidden, and thus Lin Patian chose to address him as the esteemed predecessor of the forbidden. As for the artifact spirit of the celestial tower, he merely chuckled. Lin Patian, neither servile nor arrogant, remarked, "Very well, I shall not defy the rules. You may release Wang Daoji. However, I implore you to assist in alleviating Ao Yin's injuries. He merely speaks his mind and does not harbor any intentions of disrespect towards his elders." Wang Daoji was taken aback. How could Lin Patian suddenly soften? Was he not known for his unwavering demeanor? Such a rapid change. Just moments ago, he had boasted of challenging this formidable spirit. Boom. As Lin Patian's voice faded, his towering figure, turned away from the crowd, abruptly vanished. The indifferent voice of the artifact spirit resonated from all directions. To encounter the emperor without reverence is to forfeit one's fate, let alone this indiscreet dragon, which must be met with punishment. Therefore, reconciliation is not permitted. Lin Patian's heart sank with immense frustration. This artifact spirit was utterly unreasonable, exuding overwhelming power. Yet, Ao Yin's injuries were grievously severe. The celestial emperor's artifact, the Tower of Heaven, could unleash attacks of celestial magnitude with a mere flick of its hand. Having transcended the realm of humanity, if the artifact spirit did not relent, Ao Yin would surely perish. No one could rescue him. Below, Ao Wushuang's face turned pale. Trembling uncontrollably, her voice hoarse as she uttered, "Thank you, friend Patian, but perhaps this is simply Iner's fate." One could see that Ao Yin's once mighty form of a golden dragon, spanning thousands of miles, had dwindled to less than a meter. Moreover, it continued to shrink at an alarming rate. The divine herb could not preserve his life. Ao Wushuang's face bore the weight of profound sorrow as she cradled Ao Yin, preparing to depart. Wait! A thunderous shout erupted from Lin Patian. Ao Wushuang halted, tears streaming down her face, her expression one of bewilderment as she turned to face him. Lin Patian's hands shimmered with golden light, and a heavy, ancient token inscribed with the words Tower of Heaven materialized in his grasp. With a face etched in fury, he bellowed, "Artifact spirit, upon seeing the Tower of Heaven token, why do you not promptly reveal your true form and kneel?" In an instant, the atmosphere fell into silence. Everyone stared at Lin Patian in utter bewilderment. Thunder rumbled in the sky. A striking young man with silver hair, his countenance stern, emerged, bearing an expression of profound shock. No, it was not merely white hair. It was silver, cascading like a waterfall. His expression was cold yet dignified, particularly his eyes, which regarded all with indifference and icy detachment. Surrounding him were various laws, embodying the essence of the great Tao. He appeared before Lin Patian in the blink of an eye. Lin Patian took a step back, his demeanor cautious as he inquired, "Are you the spirit of the artifact?" The silver-haired youth remained silent, his eyes widening in disbelief, breath quickening with every passing moment. "How could the master possibly bestow the celestial order upon you? This is inconceivable. You are merely a frail mortal cultivator, not even a celestial being, and yet the master would grant you such an honor? What a farce!" Lin Patian furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying defiance in the spirit of the artifact. A myriad of dreams spanning millennia had led him to acquire this celestial token. Yet the enigmatic elder had merely stated that to behold this token was akin to encountering the true self, revealing naught else. Thus, Lin Patian resolved to test its efficacy. With the token firmly in hand, he adopted a formidable demeanor and commanded, "To behold this token is to behold my true self. Speak only after kneeling." It was imperative to temper this spirit's audacity. "Do you wish to perish?" The silver-haired youth, manifesting as the spirit, quivered momentarily, his fury igniting as he glared with a glint of menace. Grasped firmly in his hand was a spear, forged from the very essence of the laws, its three-pronged blade gleaming ominously. Upon witnessing this, Lin Patian's pupils constricted slightly. He inwardly mused, what a formidable killing intent. This spirit of the artifact, upon seeing the Tongtian order, not only refuses to kneel but dares to seek my demise. Humph, then let it be known that Lin Patian shall show no mercy. With a thought, he transcended the heavens, unafraid of gods and demons alike. Lin Patian, infuriated, silently recited a phrase, and activated the Tongtian Ling according to the prescribed method. A mysterious azure light emanated from the artifact. Boom. In an instant, it felt as though a myriad of colossal mountains bore down upon the youth, who was transformed from the spirit of the artifact, producing a series of crackling sounds as he let out a low, pained cry. The youth gritted his teeth, defiantly striving to stand upright inch by inch. With a fierce expression, he bellowed, "You are merely a mortal emperor. What right do you have to demand my submission? You are unworthy." Lin Patian was incensed. After all, he was a person acknowledged by the esteemed elder of the Forbidden. He had initially intended to spare some consideration for this spirit of the artifact, taking into account the elder's benevolence. However, the spirit's arrogance was simply insufferable. Thus, he could hardly be held accountable for what was to follow. "I command you to kneel before me." Lin Patian did not hesitate to exert all his strength to activate the celestial order. A series of anguished cries erupted from the young man's lips. As the law surrounding him began to unravel, the more Lin Patian confronted him, the more alarmed he became. If this youth was not merely an incarnation of a spirit but rather a cultivator, then Lin Patian felt utterly incapable of comprehending his realm of mastery. Lin Patian had once encountered the true immortals of the Chongqing family and even sparred with two of them. Although he was no match for them, the disparity was not insurmountable. However, the spirit of the heavenly tower before him manifested over 10 grand laws, with countless minor laws swirling around it. Were it not for the heavenly order he possessed, he would be utterly incapable of contending with this spirit. Furthermore, he felt a profound sense of relief, as it was fortunate that the spirit remained unaware of his possession of the heavenly order. Otherwise, he would likely have been effortlessly vanquished before even revealing it. Lin Patian pondered to himself, "It must be an existence surpassing even the true immortals. Could it be the immortal king?" Gulp. Wang Daoji swallowed audibly, the sound piercing the eerie silence of the surroundings. Indeed, he was a pinnacle emperor, far surpassing the great emperor of the 10 heavens, managing to recover his corporeal form from a state of being nearly slain in the span of merely an incense stick's worth of time. However, his dual pupils and supreme bones had been entirely stripped away by Lin Patian, leaving him in a feeble state. Witnessing Lin Patian genuinely contend with the spirit of the Tongtian Tower in the void, Wang Daoji was filled with trepidation. What on earth is that token? It has managed to suppress the lofty spirit of the Tongtian Tower to the point of being unable to retaliate. As his thoughts shifted, a glimmer of greed flickered in Wang Daoji's eyes as he murmured, "Hee, those from the Longevity clan must find this token exceedingly intriguing." Wang Daoji had already resolved where to head after exiting. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to depart. He dared not linger even for a second longer. If the spirit were truly subdued by Lin Patian, escaping would become an impossibility. The 5 members of the Black Dragon, who had been closely observing Wang Daoji, quickly followed suit. Although they were immensely curious about the nature of the token in Lin Potion's grasp and whether he could indeed subdue this overwhelmingly terrifying spirit, their task had now shifted to following Wang Daoji. They must not lose track. The emperor was already en route. In the arena, only Lin Patian and the spirit remained locked in confrontation within the void. Below, there stood Aoyin and his son Ao Wushuang. Aside from them, there was no one else. "Friend Patian, regardless of what transpires in the future, even if I cannot save Iner, I, Ao Wushuang, will remain steadfastly by your side." Ao Wushuang dared not even breathe too loudly, silently vowing as he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the void. He understood well that had it not been for Ao Yin's impending demise, Lin Patian would never have chosen to engage in battle with the spirit of the Tongtian Tower. Such a choice was utterly unwise. However, should Lin Patian truly manage to subdue the spirit, perhaps it could indeed be compelled to alleviate the celestial energy within Ao Yin's body, thus saving Ao Yin's life. At that time, if Lin Patian instructed them to head east, they would never venture west. The Dragon Clan was renowned for its gratitude and loyalty. A full day and night passed, with various phenomena occurring without cease. The result was finally unveiled. Chapter 25. The Name of the Spirit, a Gift from the Great Tao. I yield. Please, stop. I cannot endure any longer. The spirit let out a desperate howl, its visage one of fear and resentment. For an entire day and night, it had been subjected to relentless torment, at times gentle, at times harsh, at times swift, and at times slow. It was as if it were on the verge of transcending into the celestial realm, yet unable to escape. If Lin Patian did not cease, the spirit's ethereal form would soon be torn apart, utterly ruined. Lin Patian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and withdrew the Tongtian order. Yet instead of returning it, he retained it in his grasp. With a raised brow, he remarked, "Must you insist on drinking the punishment wine instead of the ceremonial toast? Have you now discerned who holds the true authority?" The youth, transformed from the vessel spirit, turned away with a cold snort and declared, "Since my master acknowledges you, I shall refrain from further comment. However, to earn my approval, you must conquer the 9 tiers of the Tongtian Tower." "Very well. Your approval is of little consequence to me. I only require you to release Aoin from the ethereal shackles. Otherwise," as he spoke, he tossed the Tongtian order playfully in his hand, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he gazed at the vessel spirit. "Fine, I shall do it." The vessel spirit reluctantly waved his hand, a beam of white light descending into Aoin's body below. "Cough, cough. Father, I am still alive," Aoin exclaimed as he spat out a mouthful of black blood and opened his eyes, astonished. He had believed his demise was imminent, having recently encountered his great-grandmother, who had passed away over 100 millennia ago. Ao Wushuang's face lit up with joy, filled with excitement. "Splendid. But quickly, cover Aoyin's mouth." His expression turned grave as he spoke earnestly. "You should speak less. Do not provoke that entity again." Ao Wushuang feared that Aoin might inadvertently offend the spirit of the Tongtian Tower once more. Aoin nodded repeatedly, his face etched with fear. He surveyed his surroundings and then looked upwards, puzzled. Where are the others? And what of Wang Daoji? Who was that youth confronting my adoptive father? They have all departed. The silver-haired youth is none other than the vessel spirit of the Tongtian Tower. Your survival is attributed to. Ao Wushuang paused, astonished by his adoptive father's prowess. Looking towards Lin Patian in the void, Ao Yin's eyes sparkled with utmost admiration. Given the lengthy lifespan of the Dragon Clan, Ao Yin was indeed a junior to Lin Patian, who had already attained the status of an emperor when Ao Yin first embarked on his journey. Thus, calling him adoptive father felt entirely natural. As for the vessel spirit's casual display of power, Ao Yin bore no resentment. He merely recognized his own impulsiveness. It was quite normal for strong individuals to possess an eccentric temperament, a touch of arrogance. Moreover, this vessel spirit was not human. Meanwhile, above, Lin Patian and the vessel spirit exchanged glances, both seemingly awkward. The atmosphere grew tense at the prospect of confrontation. Lin Patian lightly cleared his throat, shattering the silence. "By the way, has the esteemed senior of the Forbidden given you a name? I find it rather impolite to keep referring to you as Tool Spirit." The young man, hands on his hips, retorted with annoyance, "You never inquired before. Why ask now? I assumed you had no intention of asking at all." Lin Patian touched the tip of his nose, offering an awkward smile. This spirit seemed to possess a rather poor memory. How could he possibly find the time to inquire? Not only was its memory lacking, but it also exhibited a touch of arrogance. Nevertheless, the master had indeed bestowed upon me a name, declaring that once I transcend my spirit form, I shall be called the Holy Emperor. Lin Patian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively repeating, "Holy Emperor," his eyes sparkling with admiration for such a commanding title. It perfectly complemented the haughty spirit of the artifact. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Lin Patian rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Holy Emperor, what of my reward? Did you not promise a grand prize for my victory?" "Rest assured, I have not forgotten. The Celestial Order serves another purpose. It can alter the flow of time. With your cultivation, you should be able to experience one day in the outside world as 500 years within. Take your time to comprehend." The Holy Emperor rolled his eyes and waved his hand. The void collapsed, and a radiant stream of golden light instantly merged into Lin Potion's body. With another wave, the Celestial Order shimmered with a ghostly light, drawing Lin Patian inside. The token fell, landing squarely in the hand of Ao Yin. Ao Yin's expression froze, and before he could utter a word, the Holy Emperor cast a glance downwards. Ao Yin felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly explained, "The token just dropped by itself. It's not my fault." Ao Wushuang was equally anxious. Given the artifact spirit's previous demeanor, it was notoriously capricious. Attracting its attention would certainly not bode well. Fortunately, the Holy Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back and remarked indifferently, "I understand. You shall safeguard Lin Patian. Upon his return, inquire whether he wishes to continue challenging the 4th level of the Celestial Tower or exit. After clearing the 3rd level, he's already eligible to enter the Imperial Gate of the Myriad Realms. The remainder can be pursued at a later date." The Holy Emperor sensed that the likelihood of Lin Patian succeeding further was slim. From the 3rd level onward, the strength of the inhabitants surged dramatically. The resident of the 4th level, though appearing as weak as a child in his eyes, was a formidable pinnacle of the 9 revolutions emperor. A half-step into the realm of the mortal immortal. Upon hearing this, Ao Wushuang quickly responded, Understood, understood. Ao Yin tilted his head, instinctively asking, If my adoptive father departs, may we accompany him? The Holy Emperor's gaze turned icy as he looked down. You wish to leave? Do you treat the Celestial Tower as a mere inn? To come and go as you please? Ao Wushuang hastily covered Ao Yin's mouth, panicking, My lord, my son did not mean that. Truly, he did not. Ao Wushuang's heart raced. Should the artifact spirit take offense and lash out at Ao Yin again, who would defend them? Ao Yin, realizing the gravity of the situation, trembled with fear. The terrifying artifact spirit already harbored grievances against him, and without his adoptive father present, a single displeasure could spell disaster. To their astonishment, with a swift sound, the artifact spirit vanished into the void, leaving behind only its echoing voice. Very well, thanks to Lin Patian, you are permitted to leave. However, should you wish to return in the future, that opportunity shall not be afforded again. After Lin Potion's return, you may decide for yourselves. As soon as the words were spoken, Ao Yin's eyes sparkled with joy. Now that he had consumed the elixir of immortality, with ample lifespan ahead of him, who would wish to linger here? The Tower of Heaven could significantly slow the passage of time, contrasting sharply with the external flow of time. However, with a lifespan now secure, Ao Yin truly yearned to venture out. Ao Wushuang felt similarly, yet a glint of cold light surged in her eyes. Turning to Ao Yin, she spoke solemnly. Iner, after tens of thousands of years, do you still remember the enemies of our dragon clan? At that moment, Ao Yin's eyes reddened as he replied emphatically, Of course I remember. I will never forget Taichu, Mongsong, and Tianni, the 3 wretches who, while we sought the elixir of immortality away from our clan, intruded upon our dragon clan and stole the ancestral divine weapon, the true Dragon Emperor's staff. They were discovered by our kin, leading to the annihilation of our clan. If they still live, I, Ao Yin, will assuredly seek vengeance upon them. Ao Wushuang clenched her fists, her chest heaving with intensity. We must settle the score with them. Iner, hasten to refine the elixir of immortality and embrace a second life. Understood. The two set aside the heavenly order and sat cross-legged, swiftly refining the elixir within their bodies. The heavenly order shimmered with a ghostly light, creating a world of its own where scenes shifted unpredictably, and time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. Meanwhile, Wang Daoji had just exited the Tower of Heaven when a booming voice echoed from behind. Wang Daoji, where do you think you're going? Stay right there. The sudden shout startled Wang Daoji, causing him to turn nervously. Black dragon, sacred tiger, celestial leopard, demon bull, and god-eating insect were all rushing towards him. Upon seeing them, Wang Daoji felt a wave of calm wash over him and let out a cold laugh. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you 5 petty fools. Are you dissatisfied with how slowly I am recovering and have come to offer me nourishment? Do you really think that just because I am weakened, you can feel superior? With that, instead of retreating, Wang Daoji charged towards them. Oh, so you think you are strong? Let me have a taste of your prowess. Just then, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, unexpectedly slamming him to the ground and pinning him down. The emperor had arrived. Wang Daoji gazed in horror at the figure above. The one who had ambushed him was undeniably powerful, rivaling his own strength. Given his current frailty, he stood no chance against this foe. Without a moment's hesitation, he self-destructed his recently restored imperial body, breaking free from the grasp, and fled in a frantic escape. After him, the emperor commanded, simultaneously taking a step forward, rapidly closing the distance to Wang Daoji. He fled, and they pursued, leaving Wang Daoji with little hope of escape. 2 days later, a beam of golden light erupted from the heavenly order, and Lin Potion's form grew increasingly solid as he emerged from within. Flames blazed fiercely from his right arm, exuding a terrifying aura. Dispelling the flames, Lin Potion's smile grew broader, culminating in a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. It turns out to be the second most powerful path of flame for offensive prowess. This is quite a lucrative discovery. Chapter 26, Comprehending the Path of Flame. Divine Technique of the Wrathful Fire Lotus. In the external world, 2 days have passed, but within the celestial order, a millennium has elapsed. Lin Patian has grasped a full 60% of the path of flame. This path of flame is the second most formidable among the 36 paths, surpassed only by the first-ranked path of metal. Mastering it is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. As for other paths, such as those of time and space, while they are indeed more enigmatic, in terms of sheer lethality, they fall short. Thus, throughout this millennium, Lin Patian devoted his time to comprehending the path of flame, resulting in no advancement in cultivation. He remains at the pinnacle of the first transformation of the great emperor. However, his combat strength has significantly improved. Moreover, he has discerned a divine technique from the flames, the wrathful fire lotus. He feels that should he engage in battle against Wang Daoji once more, the emergence of the wrathful fire lotus would reduce Wang Daoji to nothing more than a pile of charred remains, scattered by the wind. Its might could even transform an entire world into scorched earth. Even if he were to face a second transformation great emperor, Lin Patian now feels no trepidation. However, against a third transformation great emperor, the outcome remains uncertain. One must engage in battle to truly understand. The reason is simple, although Lin Patian is confident. Choosing the path of the 9 transformations of the Emperor means that all who ascend to become red dust immortals are undeniably prodigies. There are no weaklings among them, though currently, the presence of powerful practitioners following the path of the 9 transformations of the Emperor and cultivating as red dust immortals is scarcely seen. The history of the myriad realms is exceedingly long. It is not implausible that one day a multitude of self-proclaimed divine sources will emerge, following the path of the 9 transformations, and perhaps even red dust immortals may arise. Thus, Lin Patian feels it prudent not to fall into blind arrogance or underestimate the myriad heroes of the realms. Shaking his head, he refrains from further contemplation. Turning inward to assess his own condition, he absent-mindedly touches the stubble that has recently appeared on his chin and muses. The curse of the fallen emperor has been diminished to a mere quarter of its original essence. Should it be further diminished, the true immortal who concocted the curse of the fallen emperor would undoubtedly become aware, though it affects his combat strength. It is best to pause its erosion for now and address it upon returning to the myriad realms. As he speaks, he turns his gaze and coincidentally spots Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang, father and son, sitting cross-legged not far away. Lin Patian's expression changed dramatically upon closer inspection. Ao Wushuang appeared perfectly normal, radiating brilliance as if on the verge of living a second life. However, Ao Yin was engulfed in a suffocating aura, his breath in disarray, and his body trembling incessantly. Lin Patian's pupils constricted sharply as he immediately discerned that the divine elixir of immortality within Ao Yin had been depleted, relentlessly consuming the remnants of his lifespan in a desperate final surge. If Ao Yin could not transcend to a second life before his life essence was exhausted, he would be utterly lost, perhaps even reduced to nothingness. The heavenly Tao forbids those who defy its will. To live again is an act of rebellion against the natural order. Any sovereign of the imperial realm aspiring to attain a second life, a third, or even more, would inevitably face divine retribution. Should one fail, the consequence would be the disintegration of their soul, leaving no chance for reincarnation or rebirth. Lin Patian's ease in navigating his second life stems from his exceptionally solid foundation, further enhanced by Lin Feng's sacrifice, which replenished his sacred body as essence, thus creating an appearance of effortless success. However, it would be a grave error to underestimate Ao Yin. On the contrary, he possesses remarkable strength. The dragon clan is favored by the heavens, endowed with an innate dragon physique and extraordinary vitality, reaching the threshold of emperorhood upon maturity. Not to mention that Ao Yin has already attained the form of a 4-clawed golden dragon, which is undeniably formidable. Yet, the assault from the artifact spirit of the celestial tower, that is, the strike from the sacred emperor, was overwhelmingly powerful. A mere flick of his hand nearly brought Ao into the brink of death. Most of the life-sustaining properties of the immortal elixir within him were expended in a desperate struggle for survival. Thus, his current predicament was well within Lin Patian's foresight. For the sake of your repeated calls to me as foster father, I shall offer you my aid once more. With that, as Ao Yin faced imminent demise, Lin Patian acted without hesitation, raising his hand. A pure essence of life surged forth towards Ao Yin. A low growl escaped Ao Yin's lips as he clenched his teeth, the surrounding deathly energy writhing in a frantic struggle before ultimately dissipating. Streams of vibrant, multicolored energy erupted from within him, heralding the auspicious arrival of a divine dragon, a clear sign that he was on the verge of embracing his second life. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Patian shook his head with a faint smile, his complexion slightly paler than before. He settled down cross-legged, a radiant golden light enveloping him, serving as a protective barrier for the dragon father and son. This essence of life was imbued with a staggering 10,000 years of longevity. As he sat, Lin Patian wore an expression of vexation, his fingertips rhythmically tapping upon his thigh, lost in thought. It had been quite some time since any ill tidings had reached the clan, following Ear's departure to the Wong family. The members of the Wong clan had been momentarily pacified. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve, for the Wong family would undoubtedly not rest easily. With a shift in tone, he sighed heavily, expressing a hint of resignation. Alas. Hey, if only you were a touch more mature, less naive, perhaps your father, Lin Bufan, might have confided the truth in you. According to the messages relayed by Yan Ran, Heir had been wandering aimlessly, his expression vacant and devoid of luster. Such a state could not persist. Lin Potion's gaze was intricate, his face etched with anxiety. His palms and backs of his hands felt the weight of concern, for he was deeply pained. Like a devoted father, he regarded each descendant with equal affection. Yet, unable to directly reach Lin Hao or swiftly return to the clan, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of urgency. Lin Patian was genuinely concerned that Lin Hao might act impulsively, perhaps even contemplate taking his own life. At that moment, as if sensing Lin Potion's emotional turmoil, the Tongdian order emanated a brilliant white light. A beam of white radiance pierced Lin Potion's forehead, swirling and dancing before him. Lin Patian was initially taken aback, but soon his delight erupted. What a treasure! You claim to possess a solution? The entity, seemingly imbued with sentience, swayed gently up and down twice, as if nodding in agreement. Following this, a voice reminiscent of a 7- or 8-year-old girl's chimed in. I can carry a fragment of your divine soul back to the Taishan realm, and no one will ever discover me. Lin Patian was taken aback. You are the spirit of the Tongdian Ling, yet you appear as a child? After a brief silence of 2 seconds, the child's voice, tinged with a hint of indignation, resounded once more. Is this really the crux of the matter? How am I to know why I manifest as a child? If you continue to prattle on, I shall cease to assist you. Lin Patian awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled, saying, all right, my apologies, I should not have offended you. But tell me, can you carry this essence of the true dragon? He truly did not anticipate that the formidable entity, which surpassed even the spirit of the Tower of Heaven, would be a mere child. Just as he effortlessly produced a vast pool of true dragon essence, a sudden whoosh echoed as it was drawn into the celestial order. A proud voice emerged, declaring, you underestimate me far too much. I can contain anything. I could encompass half of the myriad realms. What is this, after all? Upon hearing this, Lin Patian swiftly began to fill the Tongtian Ling with everything that could enhance his cultivation. He chuckled inwardly, perceiving the spirit of the artifact as ostentatious, yet undeniably amusing. Its voice was soft and sweet, akin to a delightful little machi. Perhaps it was not truly trying to show off, but the endearing tone it emitted certainly brought a sense of joy. Compared to the aloof and indifferent sacred emperor, who bore a rebellious demeanor, this Tongtian Ling spirit was simply charming. What were you just laughing at? With that exclamation, a petite girl with 2 sky-high pigtails, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, burst forth from the Tongtian Ling, hands firmly placed on her hips, glaring at Lin Patian. The spirit was nearly exasperated. Was it not just a tad smaller? It had emerged with good intentions to aid Lin Patian in his predicament, yet he dared to mock her? Upon witnessing this, Lin Patian found the spirit's appearance to be as delightful as its voice, and he couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, exclaiming, oh, it's nothing, truly nothing. I shan't laugh anymore. Thank you. Clearing his throat, he inquired, what is your name? The spirit glared at Lin Patian with indignation, clenching its fists and fiercely declaring, you had better not laugh again. Otherwise, I shall summon the Holy Emperor to deal with you, and I won't care about the consequences. Lin Potion's smile abruptly froze, his expression turning serious. All right, I shall not smile anymore. The little girl raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, and with a tone of playful arrogance, she remarked, Humph, you bully the weak while fearing the strong. My master named me Xiao Xiao. Doesn't it sound far more delightful than that haughty fellow, Saint Emperor? Lin Patian, with a face clouded with irritation, rolled his eyes. Am I someone who fears the weak and bullies the strong? That is a jest. I, Lin Patian, am the epitome of resilience, as is well known throughout the myriad realms. This is simply a matter of knowing when to advance and when to retreat. A strategic retreat can lead to vast horizons. The strength of the Holy Emperor is undeniably exceptional, exceeding all norms. Can that truly be termed as bullying the weak? To illustrate, if I, Lin Patian, am akin to a wooden stick, then the Holy Emperor is like an iron rod, Both are formidable, yet the Holy Emperor's strength surpasses mine. Little one, it is evident that the esteemed predecessor has not imparted the wisdom of language to you, as you misuse words with reckless abandon. However, time is of the essence. Little one, you must set forth at once. Lin Patian furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him, an unsettling feeling that Lin Hao was destined for misfortune. Chapter 27. Did Lin Hao leap from the cliff, encountering an unparalleled opportunity? The little figure nodded, although seemingly unreliable in appearance when it came to action. There was no hesitation. With utmost seriousness, he said, You must divide a fragment of your spirit and inscribe it upon the Tongtian order. I shall set forth to the Taishan realm at once. Very well. Lin Patian separated a fragment of his soul, which swiftly descended into the Tongtian Ling. This fragment possessed Lin Potion's thoughts and memories, and apart from the absence of cultivation, it was indistinguishable from his very presence. In other words, this fragment of the soul was equivalent to Lin Patian himself appearing. As for the reason behind the lack of cultivation, Lin Patian was too naive to take the risk. Should he be discovered by the Immortal Alliance and the true immortals of the eternal family behind it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Patian was fearless, yet he possessed vulnerabilities and concerns. Therefore, one must refrain from reckless actions. If one were to strike, it must be with the intent to obliterate completely, leaving no trace behind. Whoosh! The Tongtian Ling pierced through the air, its speed beyond imagination. As he drew closer to the Taishan realm, Lin Patian increasingly felt the pulsating bloodline of his kin, immediately honing in on Lin Hao. A prodigious descendant like him had a bloodline density far superior to that of ordinary clan members, standing out like a crane among chickens, easily discernible at a glance. Simultaneously, at the ancestral grounds of the Lin family, a disheartened youth ascended the heights of the Lin family's rear mountain, step by step. Pausing at the edge of a sheer cliff, his eyes glazed over, he murmured, "Only with dual woods can a forest arise. Brother, why have you treated me so? Tomorrow marks the grand competition of the imperial clans in the Taishan realm, and I have become a mere shadow of my former self. What can I possibly contribute to the Lin family now?" Ancient texts of the clans speak of a member who fell from a precipice and attained unparalleled fortune. Could this be true? I can only hope it is. If it is false, then let this worthless existence perish. The youth forced a bitter smile, arms outstretched, eyes closed, his lips twitching, yearning for genuine providence. I am not taking my life. I am not so cowardly. Rather, I find myself utterly helpless. Ancestor, may you grant me your blessing. After offering a sincere prayer, the youth leaped into the abyss without a hint of hesitation. Upon closer inspection, this youth was none other than Lin Hao. Meanwhile, the Tongtian Ling raced through the void, disregarding the protective formation upheld by the indestructible cauldron, and directly entered the Lin family, making a beeline for the rear mountain. From a distance, Lin Patian witnessed this scene, and his pupils abruptly constricted. A profound sorrow enveloped his heart, accompanied by a tinge of disappointment. He had never anticipated that the descendant he had held in such high regard, Lin Hao, whom he had worried about, would indeed choose to end his own life. The wind howled around Lin Hao, creating a cacophony in his ears as he endeavored to maintain his balance, his eyes wide open, peering downwards in search of unparalleled opportunities. At last, clarity dawned upon him. There was nothing in sight, only a few scattered bones. At this moment, he was less than 5,000 meters from the precipice below. Alas, he felt deceived by his ancestors. Lin Hao was immediately thrown into a state of panic. He merely sought to discover a fortuitous opportunity, never intending to end his own life. Although he struggled to accept the harsh reality of his elder brother Lin absconding with his supreme bone and betraying their clan, he was even more eager to contribute to the Lin family in the forthcoming great competition of the Taishan realm. Thus, he earnestly believed in the ancient texts of his lineage, hoping to chance upon a stroke of luck. Alas, he fell victim to the deception of his ancestors. In his frantic state, Lin Hao attempted to grasp the stone wall, only to find it slick with moss. Unsurprisingly, he slipped once more and plummeted again. With a resounding thud, Lin Hao felt as though his back had collided with a tree, halting his descent, yet an unsettling sensation lingered. The tree behind him seemed to be moving, and an unsettling odor reminiscent of blood and decay wafted through the air. Turning his head, he was met with a shocking sight. Indeed, a colossal black sunlit golden python was before him. The serpent, impossibly long, with two small bulges on its head and scales as dark as ink, hissed menacingly while turning its head towards Lin Hao, its tongue flickering. Unbeknownst to him, He had landed perilously close to its vital spot. Lin Hao's complexion had turned an exceedingly pale shade. The ancient text of his clan had not only spoken of unparalleled opportunities at the bottom of the cliff, but also mentioned a terrifying creature. The black sun radiant golden python, lurking between the cliffs, on the verge of transforming into a dragon. To his dismay, the notion of an unparalleled opportunity was a mere fabrication, while the existence of the black sun radiant golden python was all too real. Hiss! The python opened its cavernous maw, lunging towards Lin Hao. The foul stench nearly caused him to lose his breath as he quickly assessed the distance to the cliff's edge. It was less than 3,000 meters. Lin Hao contemplated whether he would meet his demise within the serpent's belly or take the risk to see if he could survive the fall. Hiss! The python's gaping mouth was already alarmingly close. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao leaped once more, albeit with a newfound cleverness. This time, he aimed directly for the moss-covered stone wall, embedding his fingers into its surface to slow his descent. Yet, to his astonishment, the black sun-scorched golden python continued its relentless pursuit. With a powerful flick of its head, its muscles tensed, and it plummeted downward with a speed far surpassing his own. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and gazed downward. Only 1,000 meters remained, and he was certain that the fall would not be fatal. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped. Bang! Ouch, that hurts. Lin Hao fell into a state of disarray, yet the situation was not dire. Although his supreme bone had been seized and his cultivation realm had diminished, now merely a practitioner at the initial stage of the Four Extremes secret realm, this level still posed no significant challenge. It should be manageable. Lin Hao, supporting his waist, stood up and patted his chest, grateful to have survived the ordeal. Before he could finish his words, a rumbling sound akin to the friction of serpent scales against the stone walls echoed from above. Instinctively, he looked up, and the head of the black sun golden python loomed larger before his eyes, its immense size eclipsing everything else. At that moment, Lin Hao realized that the entire length of the black sun golden python was comparable to the height of the cliff, reaching an astonishing 10,000 zhang. The putrid saliva dripped onto Lin Hao's face, and a singular thought consumed his mind. So long, so massive. Just as despair enveloped Lin Hao, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a resonating chime, a token shot through the air, rapidly enlarging as it positioned itself above Lin Hao's head. The serpent's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively attempting to halt its advance, but to no avail. The token radiated a brilliant white light, drawing the creature into its depths in an instant. The entire process took less than a second, as the colossal serpent was completely absorbed. Subsequently, the token descended to the ground, revealing itself to be the celestial token. At this moment, Lin Podien, or rather a fragment of his divine essence, stood behind Lin Ho, wearing an expression of profound disappointment. To resort to the act of suicide as a means of evading reality, frankly, Lin Podien found this descendant of the celestial elite to be rather feeble. Thud! Lin Hao swallowed hard, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stood frozen in place. Utterly dazed by the scene before him, his mind was a blank, caught in a moment of sheer astonishment. As a gentle breeze swept by, Lin Hao jolted back to reality, dropping to his knees before the several white bones in front of him, exclaiming with joy, "Ancestors, you do not deceive me. Indeed, there are treasures at the bottom of this cliff." Previously, he had felt a sense of offense in his heart and hoped for the ancestors' forgiveness. He bowed 3 times in rapid succession, then reverently tucked the celestial order into his sleeve, as if it were a priceless gem, turning to leave without a backward glance. The ability to capture the black sun radiant golden python indicated that this was undoubtedly a magnificent treasure. First, he would take it away, and then he would conduct further research. Lin Podien couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Aren't you even going to glance back? This treasure belongs to me. Yet you so nonchalantly take it away. Has no one informed you that before acquiring a valuable item, one must first assess the safety of the surrounding environment?" Lin Hao froze, abruptly turning his head. Before him stood a tall young man, with a visage as exquisite as jade and lips as red as coral, gazing at him with an expression of utter disbelief. It was as if he had committed some grave misdeed, bearing a lecturing demeanor that Lin Hao had only witnessed on the face of his elder brother, Lin Yi. This expression irked Lin Hao immensely. Yet the most crucial detail was that this young man was a stranger to him. He was certainly not a member of the Lin family. Lin Hao, filled with vigilance, exclaimed in a low voice, "Who are you? How dare you appear in the Lin family? If you do not speak the truth, beware of my wrath. Furthermore, you claim it belongs to you. Does that truly make it yours? I could just as easily assert that it is mine." Lin Petion shook his head and calmly stated, "You have committed a grave error once more. The very fact that I boldly stand before you indicates that my strength far surpasses yours. How can you dare to speak to me with such disrespect? Instead, have you given any thought to your own safety? What is the correct course of action? Enlighten me." Lin Petion finally comprehended why Lin Hao's father, Lin Buffon, deemed him immature. The fact that he had not even informed him of his survival was indeed indicative of a lack of maturity. As for Lin Hao's failure to recognize him, Lin Petion bore no resentment. It was not his fault. He had presented himself in the guise of his youth, and there were no likenesses of him within the Lin family. In other words, the entire Lin clan was incapable of recognizing him. However, Lin Hao's multitude of personal issues was alarming. Not only did he attempt suicide and seize treasures without consideration, but most critically, he lacked the discernment to assess situations. This was the gravest of concerns. Throughout the myriad realms, there is no shortage of prodigies. Yet only those who possess the ability to adapt and understand the nuances of circumstance can truly survive. In moments of weakness, if one cannot safeguard their life, how can they hope for a future? Lin Hao once again scrutinized Lin Petion, indignantly exclaiming, "Your approach may be correct, but why should I divulge it to you? By what authority do you instruct me? Who do you think you are?" With that, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from his body, signaling an imminent confrontation. Lin Hao keenly observed that the young man before him was not a corporeal being and possessed no cultivation whatsoever. He resembled a wandering soul or a restless spirit. But wait, even such spirits possess a trace of ethereal energy. How could this young man be devoid of it? It was utterly perplexing. Regardless, it was best to take action and subdue him first. Chapter 28. I am a cherished confidant of your revered ancestor. Who am I? On what grounds do I instruct you in your duties? Lin Petion's lips curled in exasperation, his frustration manifesting in deep breaths. Internally, he reminded himself that this was his own child, foolish perhaps, but nonetheless his own. He must endure and suppress his anger. However, when he witnessed Lin Hao truly launching an attack against him, Lin Petion could no longer restrain himself. He raised his hand and waved it. Ding! The Tantian order resonated with a tremor, spinning forth from Lin Hao's sleeve and sending him crashing to the ground. Lin Hao fell to the ground in a most humiliating manner, feeling dizzy and disoriented, his vision clouded with stars. Lying on the ground, he exclaimed in shock, "Oh dear! What happened? Could it be that a treasure has turned against its master?" The person before him displayed no cultivation, leading Lin Hao to genuinely suspect that it was the token hidden in his sleeve that was causing this commotion. Lin Petion smirked, "Haha. A treasure that devours its master. You truly are a remarkable individual. I have no time to indulge in lengthy discussions with you. Just let me in." With another wave of his hand, the Tongtian order swiftly drew Lin Hao into its embrace, as he was engulfed in a dizzying whirlwind of rapid transit. A resounding thud announced Lin Hao's arrival to solid ground. Clutching his backside, which had nearly met a disastrous fate, Lin Hao grimaced and rose to his feet. Scanning his unfamiliar surroundings, panic surged within him as he thought, "This is it. That person was merely masquerading as a fool. Where have I been brought? Is this still the Taishan realm?" His gaze continued to roam until it settled upon the imposing figure of a black, sunlit golden python, firmly bound by several chains not far away. Lin Hao's complexion changed dramatically, astonished and speechless. The token truly belonged to that individual. This place was indeed the world of the forest. He was an extraordinary powerhouse. But why did he choose to masquerade as a simpleton, playing tricks on a humble cultivator like me? Thunder rumbled. With a crack of lightning, Lin Petion strode forth from the void. Moving with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his gaze was indifferent to the suffering of the world. And the essence of the Tao enveloped him, while his right hand emanated an extreme and searing heat with every gesture. Lin Hao merely cast a glance and was instantly overwhelmed, his legs weakening beneath him, nearly causing him to collapse. He had previously encountered the formidable Emperor Wu Tian of the Wang family, yet this youth before him exuded a far more terrifying aura. Who, exactly, is this individual? Thud. Lin Hao instinctively swallowed hard, not daring to lift his head, fiercely cursing himself for his impulsiveness in provoking such a formidable deity. If it were merely his own demise, it might have been bearable. However, should this individual choose to vent their wrath upon the entirety of the Lin family due to his actions, the consequences would be dire. Lin Hao could hardly fathom the consequences, his anxiety and trepidation only intensifying. Upon witnessing this, Lin Petion nodded in satisfaction, feeling an immense sense of delight within. Did this explosive entrance not utterly terrify that insufferable brat? How audacious of him to dare engage in combat. He was, after all, his ancestor, within the heavenly command. Lin Podian could manipulate everything at will, altering the very fabric of existence, except for a few places that required his complete acknowledgement to unlock. He was the unequivocal deity within this realm. By mimicking the essence of his true self, he instilled in Lin Hao a profound sense of existential doubt. Lin Podian remained silent, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing like that of an eagle fixed upon Lin Hao below. After a brief moment, Lin Hao, gritting his teeth and appearing exceedingly embarrassed, lowered his head and trembled as he spoke. Senior, it is I, Lin Hao, who failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. You may do as you wish, whether to punish or to take my life. However, I implore you, do not let your wrath fall upon my family. I sincerely beseech you. With that, he executed a deep 90-degree bow, shedding all remnants of his previous arrogance. Upon hearing this, Lin Potion's lips curled into a faint smile. This impudent boy, despite his numerous shortcomings, is not without his merits. Lin Podian spoke in a hushed tone, posing the question he had longed to ask. Pray tell, what prompted your attempt at suicide? Lin Hao's expression momentarily froze, and he instinctively looked up. Senior, I did not attempt suicide. I merely came across an ancient text in my clan that spoke of opportunities at the base of the back mountain. I thought I would take a chance to restore my damaged supreme bone, only to find it was all a ruse. So when your token appeared, I genuinely believe there was indeed an opportunity. Lin Hao candidly articulated the reasons, his expression brimming with indignation, entirely fueled by the frustration of having been deceived. Lin Potion's expression darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The phrase "there was a fortuitous encounter" was indeed penned by him. Yet, at the bottom of that cliff behind the mountain, there truly existed an opportunity of unimaginable magnitude, one that continues to evoke profound reminiscence in Lin Podian. That year, he was merely 16, standing at the threshold of life, possessing nothing but an undeniable charm that permeated everything. Ahem, while that may not be of utmost importance, the significant detail remains that at the cliff's base, there resided a celestial maiden. However, after exhausting her own journey, she returned a year later, leaving behind 3 children, a wealth of cultivation resources, and a manual on breathing techniques before soaring away. With these resources, he rose from obscurity, ascending the ranks to become the most formidable emperor. The Lin family thus originated from this. Lin Podian sighed and said with a wry smile, I see now. It is all due to your esteemed ancestor, who has an insatiable penchant for recording everything, fearing that future generations might forget him. Lin Hao had yet to comprehend the situation, repeating, the great ancestor. His eyes suddenly widened in terror. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward and exclaimed, Elder, do you know our ancestor? You actually belong to the same era as him? Lin Podian chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, that is indeed too familiar. I am a close friend and brother of your ancestor. He then continued, Young one, I perceive that your bones are exceptionally unique. And you are the descendant of my dear friend. I wish to impart to you the supreme principles and pass on my legacy. Would you be willing to accept? Lin Podian executed an urgent break, silently exclaiming how perilous it was. He nearly let slip the truth with his hasty words, almost revealing what was truly happening. However, the moment to divulge the reality to this insufferable brat had not yet arrived. Lin Bufan once remarked during the divine ceremony of Lin Yan that his second son, Lin Haosen, possesses a pure and innocent heart, one that cannot conceal his thoughts. He is easily exploited by others. In contrast, his elder brother, Lin Yi, exhibits maturity, understanding the virtue of patience and harboring profound thoughts, always calculating his strategies meticulously. Thus, Lin Podian must adopt a different approach to assist Lin Hao in overcoming his current predicament. The forthcoming competition of the Tai Xian realm's imperial clans must not result in a last-place finish, for should the immortal extinguishing cauldron fall into the hands of the Wang family, the protective array of the Lin clan would be rendered ineffective, placing the family in a precarious situation. As for the Wang family's emperor's promise not to take direct action against the Lin clan, Lin Podian dismisses it as mere nonsense. Upon his return, he will ensure a thorough reckoning, keen to assess the true measure of the Wang family's emperor in comparison to his ancestor, Wang Daoji. Lin Hao was first filled with joy, but soon a bitter smile crossed his face. Senior, I have become a wasted talent. My supreme bone has been stripped away. How can I still possess extraordinary bones? You overestimate me. What merit do I have to inherit your mantle? Perhaps it is best to abandon this notion, for I am not up to the task. Lin Potion's expression transformed, radiating confidence and vigor. A man must never utter the words "I cannot." What could possibly be difficult? I shall resolve this with ease. With a grand gesture, a vast pool of true dragon's blood cascaded from above. It exuded a powerful aura, and the energy contained within left Lin Hao momentarily breathless. He had never encountered such a robust and vibrant essence of blood before. Lin Hao exclaimed, "Senior, what kind of essence is this? It possesses such vibrant and vigorous energy." Lin Patian wore a mysterious smile. "This is indeed the blood of a true dragon. Although it is not an authentic true dragon, it is not far from it. It can assist you in regrowing new supreme bones." "Senior, can the supreme bones truly be regrown?" Lin Hao was utterly perplexed, as this ventured into the realm of his ignorance. Lin Patian furrowed his brow, wondering why this insufferable brat was so loquacious. "With my 100,000 years of experience, what information could possibly elude me? What techniques, divine powers, alchemical concoctions, weapon crafting, or tantalizing curiosities do I not know? You, an esteemed senior, actually spied on a beautiful woman while she bathed?" Lin Hao stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. "I did not say that. Do not spread false rumors, or I shall teach you a lesson. You infuriate me. Be quiet, you insolent little rascal. Just go inside." Lin Potion's face was clouded with frustration as he kicked Lin Hao directly into the blood pool. He felt that spending prolonged time with this insufferable brat might considerably shorten his own lifespan. "Ah, it hurts." Anguished cries erupted from Lin Hao's lips as his skin was completely torn apart and incessantly reformed. Lin Patian remained unfazed. He was a veteran, fully aware of this sensation. Initially, it would indeed be painful, which is entirely natural. However, as one becomes accustomed to it, with the continuous influx of stimulation and the relentless expansion of blood, a comforting warmth gradually envelopes the body. After all, he had previously immersed himself in the essence of the true dragon. Chapter 29, The Supreme Bone Rebirth. The light of reincarnation. Yet, the absorption of the true dragon's essence demands a protracted period, possibly spanning several months, or even longer. Nevertheless, within this celestial command, the passage of time flows differently. Even without Lin Patian exerting spiritual energy, the fundamental rate of time equates to 1 day in the outside world, while 2.5 years elapse within. Lin Hao not only has the opportunity to regenerate the supreme bone within this realm, but he can also hone his skills for an impressive 2.5 years, bridging the gap between himself and other prodigies of similar caliber. However, restrictions do exist. Those who have not garnered the recognition of the Tongtian Order are permitted entry only once. Any subsequent attempts to return will be futile. Even Lin Patian, had it not been for the intervention of the Holy Emperor, would not have been granted another chance to immerse himself in a millennium of training to comprehend the path of flames. Nonetheless, the Tongtian Order has bestowed upon Lin Patian certain privileges. With each minor breakthrough he achieves, he is allowed to cultivate for a millennium within, while merely 2 days pass in the outside world. While this may not seem extraordinary, it is indeed remarkable, especially after the master of the Tongtian Tower appeared and granted him a dream that spanned 10,000 years. Lin Patian could only lament his own lack of diligence. Such is the essence of a peerless powerhouse. Lin Patian has once again rediscovered the indomitable spirit of his youth. The path of cultivation is diligently paved, while the vast ocean of the Tao requires arduous labor as a vessel. Initially believing that becoming a true immortal was the ultimate goal, he soon realized that the true essence of the Tao knows no bounds. "Ah, it feels so delightful." As expected, before long, Lin Hao's roars were gradually replaced by sounds of sheer exhilaration. "Senior, it seems that my supreme bone is truly undergoing a rebirth." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Lin Hao's expression froze. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, the Imperial Clan tournament." Instantly, he felt compelled to stand up. Lin Patian stepped forward, firmly restraining Lin Hao, and spoke in a deep voice. "The supreme bone is currently in a period of frenzied growth. If you rise now, lacking sufficient energy, there is a significant risk that the supreme bone may completely wither, rendering it incapable of further development. Sit down quickly." Lin Hao's expression turned anxious. "Senior, you are unaware that the Imperial Clan competition is imminent. I have delayed for far too long, and it is likely about to commence. I cannot afford to linger any longer. I must join the fray and contribute to my Lin family's efforts." Lin Patian felt a warmth in his heart as he gently patted Lin Hao's shoulder and said softly, "Good child, do not worry. The flow of time here differs from that of the outside world. While a day passes outside, 2.5 years elapse within. You still have plenty of time. If you wish to contribute to the Lin family, your current strength at the 4th extreme is insufficient. You must at least reach the pinnacle of the dragon transformation stage. Make haste to absorb your training, and once you have completed that, I will impart to you some profound techniques and powers. Lin Hao nodded emphatically, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the elder's generous affection. Lin Patian touched the tip of his nose and awkwardly remarked, "It is only right. It is only right." What a jest. If one's own descendants do not cherish one, then who will? One must pamper their own progeny. Lin Hao cast a discreet glance at Lin Patian, feeling an inexplicable sense of peculiarity, though he could not quite pinpoint its source. Was this elder's fortune perhaps too extraordinary? It seemed almost surreal. Yet he dismissed the thought. After all, he was merely a fledgling cultivator at the 4th realm, powerless to resist whatever fate might befall him. Since resistance was futile, he decided to surrender himself to the pleasures at hand. Indeed, immersing oneself in the essence of the true dragon's blood was an exquisite experience. Initially, the pain was so intense that it nearly rendered him unconscious, but once he persevered through that phase, an unparalleled sense of euphoria washed over him. Every pore in his body eagerly opened, greedily absorbing the essence. Lin Hao closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged as he continued to refine the essence of the true dragon's blood. Yet, the process felt akin to drawing water with a sieve. The essence scarcely diminished. However, considering the source, it was hardly surprising. After all, this was the blood of Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang, a father-son duo who were both emperors at the pinnacle of the 10th heavenly layer. Time flowed like a fleeting horse. Half a year had passed within the celestial command. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light emanating from Lin Hao's chest grew increasingly radiant, almost bursting forth from his body. The supreme bone had fully matured, exhibiting greater resilience than before, adorned with incomprehensibly profound runes. Lin Patian rose to his feet, his heart racing as he beheld the transformation of Lin Hao. 100,000 years prior, Lin Patian had encountered a peak quasi-emperor possessing a supreme bone, and now, Lin Hao had manifested his own second supreme bone. The formidable strength of this transformation left Lin Patian both astonished and exhilarated. The two had battled fiercely for 30 years over the singular opportunity to ascend to the throne of an emperor. And it was only by a narrow stroke of fortune that Lin Patian emerged victorious, ultimately claiming the imperial title. Thus, he held great anticipation for Lin Hao's second-generation supreme bone. Almost in the very next breath, Lin Hao's eyes burst open. With a resounding explosion, a beam of golden light erupted from his chest, hurtling towards a distant 1,000-meter hill. The hill shattered with a deafening roar. Lin Po's eyelids twitched, realizing the tremendous power at play. Eagerly approaching Lin Hao, he exclaimed with delight, "You rascal, you truly are impressive. This strike is equivalent to a full-force attack from a mid-stage dragon transformation cultivator, yet you are merely at the early stage of the 4 extremes. You have surpassed an entire realm, and then some. The potency is indeed remarkable. What is the name of this supreme bone divine ability of yours?" Lin Hao blushed momentarily, his expression reflecting a subtle embarrassment after receiving praise. This divine ability is called the Light of Reincarnation. Not only that, it can also strip away the lifespan of my adversaries. Should my opponent be nearing the end of their years, a single invocation of the Light of Reincarnation would grant them a peaceful twilight. Lin Hao had completely lowered his guard. Whatever Lin Patian inquired, he would answer without hesitation. Feeling that this elder was truly benevolent, Lin Patian, upon hearing this, was filled with exhilaration. "I never anticipated that you would comprehend such a remarkable divine ability. Congratulations. Truly, this is a cause for celebration. You, rascal, may be a bit foolish, yet your talent is undeniably exceptional." Lin Hao was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Senior, where have I displayed any foolishness? My brother often praises my innocent heart, claiming that I am quite clever. He also mentioned, oh, never mind, let's not speak of him." Lin Hao's expression suddenly darkened, leaving him speechless, his countenance exceptionally grim, even tinged with an unusual fury. It was as if a mortal enemy had been mentioned. Lin Patian saw an opportunity for guidance had finally arrived. He gently inquired, "Young lad, it seems there is some discord between you and your brother. Would you be willing to share what troubles you?" Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. He had betrayed his clan and dug his own grave. He no longer wished to speak of it. Such a person was unworthy of being mentioned by me, Lin Hao, and he no longer deserved the title of my brother. Pausing for a moment, he clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed each word with conviction. "One day, I shall awaken him and reveal to him that possessing dual pupils and a supreme bone does not equate to invincibility, and that his betrayal of the clan was a grievous mistake. Lin Patian let out a deep sigh, his gaze profound. I see. Have you ever considered that he might have his own reasons? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao, without a moment's hesitation, decisively spoke. What sort of grievances could he possibly have? He merely believes that with the absence of the ancestors, the Lin family is doomed. He has simply ventured forth to pursue his own path. Since childhood, he has always claimed that I lack a broader perspective. And he possesses a broader vision? Betraying his own kin is his interpretation of a grander scheme. I, Lin Hao, am entirely different. Even if it means the annihilation of my clan, I shall perish alongside the Lin family. To die with dignity is far superior to treachery. Ancestor, I wish not to dwell on him any longer. Please impart to me the profound techniques and methodologies, for I yearn to commence my cultivation immediately. Moreover, should you not find me too feeble, kindly inform me if my assistance to you in the future is required for your generous aid. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy receiving benefits without merit. With that, Lin Hao deeply bowed to Lin Patian. Lin Patian felt a profound sense of despondency, rendered speechless as he entrusted several secret techniques and the meticulously prepared cultivation methods to Lin Hao. With a swift turn, he vanished from the scene. Only the lingering voice remained. I require nothing, nor do I lack anything. Fear not, for as the descendant of a dear friend, you are, in essence, my progeny as well. I have matters to attend to. You shall cultivate here, and when the time is ripe, you will naturally emerge. Yes, esteemed senior. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt an inexplicable sense that the elder seemed somewhat irate. Yet, it was unfathomable. There was no reason for him to be angry. Confounded, Lin Hao truly could not comprehend. Shaking his head, he impatiently turned his focus to cultivating his supernatural abilities, striving to enhance his cultivation level. Lin Patian swiftly revealed the Tongdian order and strolled beneath the cliffs of the rear mountain, feeling a sense of trepidation. He murmured to himself, I must pay a visit to the Wang family and see here, with the strength of my soul. It is unlikely that anyone in the Wang family will detect my presence, unless their esteemed emperor possesses a realm comparable to mine or is not significantly inferior. Otherwise, it is impossible. Without hesitation, Lin Patian utilized his bloodline to sense Lin Yi's location and headed directly towards the Wang family, his aura entirely concealed. Lacking any cultivation and spirit, yet his speed was unparalleled. Before long, Lin Patian arrived at the Wang family. He refrained from probing anyone's cultivation level and, in particular, the emperor's, for fear that a highly ranked emperor might expose him. Such an occurrence could provoke the Imperial Alliance and the enigmatic Changsheng family behind it to target the Lin family, leading to an unimaginable disaster. He made his way directly to Lin Yi's cave dwelling and entered without restraint. The scene before him caused Lin Potion's eyes to redden instantaneously. His mind became chaotic, and his spirit trembled with sorrow. He beheld Lin Yi biting down on a meteorite iron rod, a dagger in hand, as he began to carve open his own chest, painstakingly excavating his supreme bone. After a brief inspection, he would fill it back in. Astonishingly, 2 small characters were inscribed upon the supreme bone. How E. Lin Yi's voice trembled as he repeatedly murmured, It hurts so much. Truly it hurts. How D. I am so sorry. Haha. Yet I also suffer greatly. Your anguish is something I must endure daily, awakening from my pain, gazing upon the inscriptions etched into my bones. Lest I succumb to the allure of the Wang family's elixirs, losing my sanity and becoming their mere hound. Lin Patian gazed intently. A myriad of words lodged in his throat, his heart wrenched with anguish. As he attempted to restore his composure, his trembling hand rose. And despite having meticulously prepared countless opening lines, he could only utter 2 words in the end. Hier. Chapter 30, The Unparalleled Talent of Lin Hao Through the Ages. In an instant, Lin Yi raised his head, his lips moving. With a resounding clatter, the meteorite iron rod fell to the ground. With just a glance, Lin Yi recognized Lin Patian, kneeling and bowing his head, softly choking on his words. Unworthy descendant Lin Yi pays his respects to the venerable ancestor. Lin Patian quickly stepped forward, gently assisting Lin Yi to his feet, tenderly brushing off the dust from his clothing, and softly murmured, My dear Yi, you have suffered greatly. Lin Patian was filled with profound emotions. To be able to lurk beneath the watchful eyes of the great Wang family emperor, suppressing his lost sanity with excruciatingly painful elixirs, his beloved ear had truly endured immense suffering. Lin Yi's body trembled slightly at those words, which spoke volumes beyond mere language. The grievances in his heart dissipated like mist, and with a gentle shake of his head and a smile, he replied, "It's nothing, ancestor. I am indifferent. As long as the Lin family is well, that is enough for me." Then, filled with joy, he exclaimed, "Ancestor, are you planning to return? If you do, does that not mean I can return to the Lin family as well?" Lin Patian gently shook his head, turning away with a sigh. "I require more time before I can return. If I were to come back now, it would only invite greater calamity upon the Lin family. This is merely a fragment of my spirit. I cannot rest easy without checking on you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart. Yet warmth enveloped him even more. The ancestors indeed held the Lin family in their thoughts, never relinquishing their care. However, his gaze soon darkened, and he spoke with a bitter tone. "Ancestor, the Wang family demands my participation in tomorrow's imperial clan competition. Wang Wutian has bestowed upon me numerous elixirs to enhance my cultivation and has personally imparted his wisdom to me. I have now ascended to the initial stage of the divine bridge realm. Moreover, Wang Wutian has ordered me to lead the Wang family's prodigies with the intent to eliminate all of the Lin family's younger generation. Wang Wutian has issued a deadly command to eradicate our young members during the competition. Yet, at this moment, he does not fully trust me. I must completely earn his confidence, otherwise he will doubt my loyalty. I find myself ensnared in a predicament." Lin Potion's expression was grave, and he understood in his heart that the Wang Wutian mentioned by Lin Yi must be the great emperor of the Wang family. This matter was rather complicated, and Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss, seeking the wisdom of his ancestor, Lin Patian. Lin Yi furrowed his brows and said, "Ancient ancestor, what should I do now? Please illuminate the path for ear." Lin Patian's eyes subtly shifted as he spoke in a low voice. "First and foremost, our clan members must not suffer even the slightest injury. Secondly, the Wang family must remain unharmed, for at least until my return. This matter is relatively straightforward. As long as our Lin family does not rank last, we shall not be deemed defeated. This is indeed manageable, for I have my methods. However, the crux of the matter lies in how you will earn Wang Wutian's trust in the future." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately spoke up, "Ancestor, I have my own decisions regarding this matter. There is no need for concern. Please inform me how I can ensure the Lin family does not rank last. This is the most challenging task for me." After spending a few days at the Wang family, Lin Yi finally recognized the vast disparity in strength between the two families. The younger generation of the Wang family possessed a minimum cultivation level of the Four Extremities realm, with many already at the Transformation Dragon realm. And even among those who matched his own Divine Bridge realm prowess, there were 3. Furthermore, Wang Wutian had issued a deadly order to annihilate the Lin family without mercy, leaving Lin Yi with no choice but to tread carefully. However, this contradicted Lin Yi's original intentions. He could never bring himself to harm his own kin. Not to mention, he could not become an accomplice to tyranny. Yet, if he refrained from aiding the oppressor, Wang Wutian would never place his trust in him. Observing Lin Yi's anxiety, Lin Patian felt a sense of satisfaction within, raising his right hand to reveal a meticulously crafted map that now lay before Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi immediately leaned closer to take a look, his heart filled with astonishment. This was, in fact, a detailed map of the small space leading to the Imperial clan's grand competition. Even the locations of formations and opportunities were clearly marked. Lin Yiling exclaimed, "Ancestor, how could you possess such an item?" Lin Patian wore an awkward expression, clearing his throat as he spoke. "This confined space was created by me, and it was I who proposed the grand competition among the Imperial clans. Let's not dwell on that for now. First, you need to guide them here, and then we can discuss the subsequent matters. Do you understand?" Lin Patian never anticipated that time would bring such a decline to the Lin family, which had once enjoyed continuous victories. At the same time, he became increasingly convinced that a hidden hand was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Otherwise, the Lin family would not have fallen into such rapid decline. Indeed, the deterioration of every family is an inevitable phenomenon. Lin Patian had never blamed anyone. However, this unseen force should never have targeted the Lin family so ruthlessly, aiming for their total annihilation. This has undeniably crossed Lin Potion's bottom line. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment. Then, as if having discovered a precious treasure, he eagerly picked up the map and exclaimed with delight, "I understand now, ancestor." Lin Patian was taken aback. Could it be that his descendant Lin Yi was truly astute to such an extent? He himself believed he had not articulated his thoughts clearly. Yet Lin Yi had managed to comprehend it. If it were Lin Hao, he would likely need numerous explanations before grasping the concept. That insolent young lad possessed exceptional talent and cultivation, but let us refrain from discussing his shortcomings in other areas. Lin Patian could not help but inquire, "Very well, but how do you intend to gain Wang Wutian's trust?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression instantly dimmed. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Patian, with acute awareness, sensed an alarming presence approaching rapidly. Someone was spying on them. Witnessing the elder's reaction, Lin Yi was suddenly reminded of Wang Wutian's daily visits to the cave dwelling to refine his essence and enhance his cultivation. Lin Yi hurriedly spoke, "Ancestor, Wang Wutian is approaching. Shouldn't you consider evading the storm?" Lin Patian nodded swiftly. Without a clear understanding of Wang Wutian's cultivation level and whether he could detect his presence, he was unwilling to take such a risk. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain, and he might as well return and obliterate the Wang family immediately. He quickly transmitted a message. "The ancestor believes in your ability to resolve this issue. I shall take my leave first. By the way, I forgot to mention something important. Our Supreme Bone has regrown and is now exponentially more powerful than before. Do not blame yourself any longer. You have done more than enough." With that, he departed hastily. Had he lingered even a moment longer, Lin Patian might have discerned just how feeble Wang Wutian truly was. Nevertheless, this did not concern him, for he did not regard the Wang family as a worthy opponent. Upon his return, he intended to topple the entire Imperial Alliance and rescue his sister, Lin Wanner. Moreover, he sought to eliminate the Chaoshan family lurking behind them, thus eradicating any future threats. How Supreme Bone has healed and grown stronger? Excellent, splendid. Lin Yi murmured to himself, overwhelmed with joy, as a significant portion of his inner turmoil dissipated. Knock, knock, knock. "Disciple, open the door. Your master has come to refine your essence and marrow, and I bring numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures to aid in your cultivation." Accompanied by a series of knocks, Wang Wutian's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but smirk coldly within. "Wash the marrow and refine the essence. Are you attempting to feed me the soul disorientation pill again? To turn me into a mere hound for the Wang family? Wang Wutian, one day you shall meet your demise at my hands, and I shall claim everything that belongs to you." Suppressing his emotions and adopting a different demeanor, Lin Yi opened the door with a broad smile, even infused with a hint of flattery. "Master, you have arrived. Please, come in. I sense that my cultivation is on the brink of a breakthrough and urgently require your guidance." Wang Wutian's expression instantly brightened. Gazing at Lin Yi as if he were an enchanting beauty, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He felt that the faster Lin Yi progressed, the better. The Wang family's precious resources had been entirely directed towards Lin Yi, inciting considerable discontent among the clan members. Yet Wang Wutian remained unconcerned. Once Lin Yi reached the Great Sage Realm, his reincarnation eye and Supreme Bone would rightfully belong to Wang Wutian. At that point, even amidst the powerful figures of the Imperial Alliance, Wang Wutian would undoubtedly rise to prominence. In a brief moment, Lin Potianshan returned to the foot of the back mountain cliff. No sooner had he arrived than the anxious voice of the spirit of the artifact, Xiao Xiao, echoed urgently, "Why have you returned so late? Your descendant has gone mad. He has even shattered his own Supreme Bone, proclaiming his intent to tread an uncharted path. In short, I sense he has lost his mind. You must go and check on him." Xiao Xiao, who usually stuttered, was now so flustered that the stutter vanished entirely. Illustrating the gravity of the situation, Lin Potian's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly entered the Tongtian order. The scene before him nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment, prompting him to exclaim with unrestrained fervor, "Have you truly discovered a new path? You are indeed a genius." Before him, Lin Hao was drenched in blood. After shattering the newly regrown Supreme Bone once more, he chose to merge it with his own body. Mysterious runes enveloped him, his aura contained, as he formed a self-sustaining cycle within, continuously rotating and thriving. Though it was merely in its nascent stages, it was unlike any cultivation method known today. Lin Patian was utterly astonished, hastily utilizing the Tongtian order to continuously infuse energy into Lin Hao, safeguarding him as this exceptionally gifted successor forged a new path. Furthermore, Lin Patian harbored an intense intuition that this somewhat slow-witted, inexperienced, yet singularly dedicated Lin Hao would, one day, transcend all else to become the most formidable descendant in terms of individual strength, without exception. Such prodigious talent was truly astounding, even leaving Lin Patian in awe. At least during his own humble beginnings, he struggled to carve out a new path, yet this successor Lin Hao had indeed succeeded. His innate gifts were unprecedented. dazzling through the ages and utterly terrifying. Thunderous roars echoed. Strange phenomena enveloped Lin Hao as he was surrounded by mysterious energies, undergoing his final transformation. After an indeterminate period, Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 31. The Return of the Soul, the eve of leaving the Tower of Heaven. A beam of brilliance erupted from his gaze, piercing straight towards the colossal black sun golden python, which stretched 1,000 feet in length. With a thunderous roar, hiss, 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 the scales of the quasi-saint black sun golden python were shattered, a significant portion sent flying, its flesh charred black. Lin Hao's cultivation progressed ceaselessly, reaching the pinnacle of the four extremes and descending to the peak of the transformation of the dragon. It was only upon attaining the grand perfection of the 10th heaven of transformation that he finally came to a halt. This little rascal is indeed a prodigy, truly worthy of being the descendant of my esteemed friend, surpassing the master in brilliance. Lin Potion's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. For countless years, he had been hailed as a genius by innumerable prodigies, yet today, he almost became a mere backdrop. He could not help but sincerely commend Lin Hao, feeling an immense sense of gratification within. Swish. Lin Hao's face flushed suddenly, and scratching his head, he replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Senior. I merely attempted it. And to my surprise, it truly succeeded. Moreover, after shattering the supreme bone and integrating it within myself, not only has the power of my divine abilities intensified, but I also no longer need to worry about anyone attempting to extract my bones." Lin Potion's lips curled slightly, indicating that Lin Yi's impact on this insufferable lad was indeed substantial. At the same time, a sense of worry began to creep into his heart. What if, during the upcoming Imperial Clan competition, the two brothers were to cross paths? Lin Potion's breath hitched. Could this wretched boy truly be intent on harming his own brother? Although Lin Yi was indeed formidable, perhaps even stronger than Lin Hao at present, Lin Patian was acutely aware that Lin Yi would never resort to lethal measures and would certainly hold back. Yet, this insufferable brat Lin Hao was an entirely different matter. Lin Patian inquired tentatively, "You impudent lad, if you were to encounter your brother during tomorrow's Imperial Clan competition, what course of action would you undertake?" Lin Hao clenched his fist without a second thought. "I shall awaken him with a fierce blow, trample him underfoot. I will make him realize that the path he has chosen is misguided." Lin Patian once again inquired, "You wouldn't kill him, would you?" Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, his tightly clenched fist gradually loosening as he lowered his head, a myriad of emotions flickering across his face. "Senior, how could this be possible? He is, after all, my brother. Even if he has erred or gravely misstepped, I could never bring myself to kill him. My only desire is for him to awaken to reason, to return to the Lin family. Furthermore, with the protective array still intact, we can certainly carve a path through the bloodshed and escape the Taishan realm, and then devise our next steps." Lin Patian let out a heavy sigh of relief. As long as there was no fratricide, that would be the best possible outcome. As for carving a bloody path and escaping the Taishan realm, one must admit that impudent boy's thoughts were truly naive, utterly juvenile. To be hunted like a stray dog? How dare he, Lin Hao, even suggest such a thing? Lin Patian pondered inwardly, "It matters not. I shall accompany this insufferable brat into the realm of the Imperial Clan's grand competition. With my watchful eye, there should be no cause for concern." Just as this thought crossed his mind, the delicate voice of the spirit echoed, "Alas, that may not be feasible. You have just utilized the power of the Tongti in order to safeguard your descendant, nearly exhausting the spiritual energy you had infused. Now, we must return to the Tongtian Tower immediately without delay. Otherwise, I shall be unable to return, and should I be lost, the Holy Emperor will undoubtedly have your head." Lin Patian was taken aback. He had anticipated a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy, yet he never imagined it would be to such an extent. With his departure, he found himself utterly oblivious to the happenings within the Imperial Clan competition, which filled him with a sense of urgency. Even if he could not offer guidance, he yearned to be informed of the events unfolding within. Fortunately, as though sensing Lin Potion's thoughts, the sweet, youthful voice echoed once more, "The remaining spiritual energy is sufficient for you to leave a mark of your soul on this descendant. In due course, you will be able to perceive the occurrences through your descendant's perspective. It should not pose a significant problem." Upon hearing this, Lin Patian could not help but give a thumbs up to the Tongtian Ling, the spirit of the artifact. Truly, it is a divine object from the forbidden predecessors, and it proves to be utterly reliable in its duties. "Senior, what are you up to?" Lin Hao finally could no longer suppress his curiosity. observing Lin Patian as he gesticulated wildly, conversing with the air. What puzzled him was why Lin Patian kept giving himself a thumbs up, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Well, I must take my leave now. Tomorrow's Imperial Clan Grand Competition awaits, so you must consider it carefully. The decision is yours to make. Lin Patian abruptly retracted his outstretched thumb, adopting a serious demeanor as he placed his hands behind his back and inscribed a mark of the soul upon Lin Hao. He had initially intended to converse further with Lin Hao, but realizing the boy's utter lack of comprehension, he deemed it futile to continue the dialogue and chose silence instead. Senior, are you departing? Where are you headed? Enough with the trivialities, just leave. Lin Patian had no time to converse further with Lin Hao, as the Tongtian order swiftly expelled Lin Hao, soaring into the void. A gentle breeze swept by, arriving softly and departing just as delicately. This supreme opportunity seemed rather inexplicable. Lin Hao stood there in a daze, feeling as if he were ensnared in a dream. It was not until the incessant sound of war drums echoed from his clan that he was jolted back to reality. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, he leaped up the stone wall in a few strides, feeling a surge of power that was 100-fold stronger than before. Filled with exuberance, Lin Hao gazed towards the direction of the Wang family, clenched his fists, and roared with a fierce expression to the younger generation of the Wang family. This time, I shall make you suffer the consequences. I will eradicate each one of you. Lin Hao harbored no murderous intent towards Lin Yi, however. His animosity towards the Wang family was profound and visceral. He attributed all of Lin Yi's betrayal of their clan to the Wang family, and had his strength been sufficient, he would have eagerly stormed into the Wang residence to topple the exalted Wang Wutin from his pedestal, desiring nothing more than to sever his head and use it as a ball to kick about. After half an hour, the Tongtian Ling returned with Lin Patian to the third level of the Tongtian Tower. The return was significantly prolonged due to insufficient spiritual energy. With a whoosh, Lin Potion's soul returned to his body. Suddenly, the closed eyes of Lin Potion's true form opened wide, eager to ascertain Lin Hao's whereabouts. He intended to project the image of Lin Hao's current location. At that moment, a chilling voice interrupted Lin Potion's actions. Do you wish to continue challenging the trials? Or will you depart? If you choose to leave now, you can enter the Imperial Barrier silently through the secret passage left by your master in years gone by, avoiding the need to navigate through the 9th level of the Celestial Tower before stealthily entering the Myriad Realms. Perhaps this way, you may expedite your assistance to your kin. The voice belonged to the spirit of the Celestial Tower, the Holy Emperor. Lin Potion's movement suddenly halted, and he nearly shouted out in a fervent outburst, I must leave. Immediately, his tone was filled with urgency, and his heart soared with unexpected joy. Initially, Lin Patian believed that he would have to conquer all 9 levels of the Tower of Heaven to silently traverse the ancient path into the Myriad Realms. To his astonishment, a secret passage leading to the Imperial Gate emerged on the 3rd level. Once he entered the Imperial Gate, the Myriad Realms would be within his grasp. This Saint Emperor, despite his harsh words and somewhat arrogant demeanor, turned out to be quite benevolent. Other than his unpleasant manner of speaking, there was nothing to fault. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Potion's words fell, a profound opening erupted from the 3rd level. However, there appeared to be some soil. It looked as though it was a tunnel hastily dug during a flight. Lin Patian wore an unusual expression as an uncontrollable thought surged within him. Could this be the hole created when the ancient taboo elder fled from formidable foes in a moment of weakness? The Holy Emperor replied nonchalantly, indeed. This cavern has precisely come into existence, as you have surmised. Remarkably, the Holy Emperor could perceive Lin Potion's innermost thoughts. Lin Patian suddenly raised his head, an overwhelming sense of astonishment flooding his heart. What extraordinary power does the spirit of the Celestial Tower possess? He felt nothing, yet his thoughts had already been perceived. Saint Emperor, what level of cultivation do you truly possess? As soon as the words left his lips, the Saint Emperor materialized, still appearing as the silver-haired youth. But this time, a distinct smirk played upon his lips. With arms crossed and a condescending gaze directed downward, his haughty voice resonated. I am merely a legend. Do not inquire about my realm, for the revelation would be too great a blow for you. You only need to understand that had it not been for the Master's acknowledgement, you would have never even had the chance to meet me. Lin Potion's face was marred by a frown, for such words reeked of pretentiousness. How could one be so ostentatious? Everyone has their moments of glory, yet it is folly to mistake a fleeting instance for eternity. Chapter 32, the 4th layer? Beneath the Imperial Pass lies the Divine Tomb. Having encountered many such braggarts with a modicum of strength, Lin Patian chose not to engage with the little red-clad man, nor did he wish to respond. He simply turned away and strode towards the shadowy, earthy entrance. As Lin Patian prepared to leap down, two resplendent four-clawed golden dragons, bowing respectfully, cautiously addressed the ethereal presence of the Holy Emperor. "My lord, we shall take our leave now." However, they were not merely four-clawed dragons. Signs of a fifth claw beginning to emerge were evident, manifesting as a small bulge. The speakers were none other than the previously silent Ao Yin and his son Ao Wushuang. The two dragons had indeed successfully embarked upon their second life. Upon witnessing Lin Potion's awakening, the dragons were filled with immense excitement. Just as they were about to approach him, the Holy Emperor arrived. They dared not raise their heads. Suppressing their words, consumed by fear, for the spirit of the celestial tower was extraordinarily formidable. Most importantly, its temperament was quite eccentric. Who, besides Lin Patian, could possibly command such authority? The Holy Emperor, casting not a glance at the two dragons, dismissively waved his hand. "Be gone." He then turned his attention to Lin Patian. Feeling quite displeased, he had anticipated that Lin Patian would regard him with reverence, yet was met with disdain instead. This greatly irked him. He wished to assert his presence before Lin Patian, to display his superiority. Not a chance. Lin Patian ignored him entirely. With eager steps, Ao Yin rushed to Lin Potion's side, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Foster father, my father, and I wish to accompany you outside. Should there be any opportunity to lend assistance, please be sure to summon us." Ao Wushuang nodded in agreement, urging Lin Patian not to decline their offer. With their newfound vitality and the second life, and their advanced cultivation, the two dragons were brimming with spirited ambition. Upon hearing this, Lin Patian felt a surge of joy. He was in dire need of assistance at this moment. The formidable strength of the Ao father and son would be of great benefit in accomplishing his tasks. However, that was a matter for later. For now, they must depart. "Very well, let us leave together first, and we shall discuss everything once we are outside." Lin Patian hastily articulated his words before plunging into the dark and profound chasm. The resounding echoes reverberated continuously. The father and son of the Ao family exchanged a glance. Leaping down without a moment's hesitation, devoid of any lingering attachment to the Tower of Heaven. Here, aside from delaying the passage of time, nothing could be accomplished. The two dragons were nearly suffocated. In the void, the Holy Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward at the fourth level of the Tower of Heaven, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Ah, Lin Patian, if only you had lavished a few compliments upon me, perhaps you would have found your wife by now. Alas, what a pity. Yet, it seems she does not even recognize you." He chuckled heartily. With a swift motion, the Holy Emperor vanished into the void, and silence once again enveloped the Tower of Heaven. Had Lin Patian still been present, he would surely have erupted in indignation, vehemently denying the Emperor's absurd claims. Where would he have found a wife? He had merely shared a fleeting romance with a celestial-like maiden. But that is a tale for another time, and shall be set aside for now. With a resounding thud, Lin Patian reached the depths of the chasm, clearing the dirt from his eyes. He illuminated his right arm with fiery light and took a glance. Hiss. Lin Patian gasped in astonishment as a magnificent palace suddenly materialized before him. Despite its hidden depths, it remained pristine and resplendent in golden hues. This architectural marvel bore little resemblance to the palaces of the contemporary world. It was evidently a creation from an era long past. Upon closer inspection, he discerned two characters inscribed on the plaque, "Divine Tomb." Lin Patian hesitated to enter, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he observed carefully. Suddenly, two loud thuds resounded from behind. The father and son of the Ao family fell from above, landing on the ground in a most undignified manner. Ao Yin's expression turned to one of shock as he exclaimed, "The magnetic field here is completely different from that of the outside world, and being situated who knows how deep underground, our spiritual powers are rendered useless. It seems that if we wish to reach the Imperial Pass, we must dig our way through with our bare hands." With that, he manifested his dragon claws, preparing to excavate the earth. Those claws had certainly borne witness to many hardships alongside him. "Ina, wait." Ao Wushuang caught sight of the palace ahead, instantly trembling with fear. He suddenly shouted in disbelief, "My heavens, the legends recorded in our ancestral texts are indeed true." Upon hearing this, Ao Yin turned to look, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. He rushed over, pointing at the palace ahead, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word, only gasping in shock. Lin Patian turned his head upon hearing the voice, frowning as he inquired, "Brother Wushuang, do you know where this is?" Ao Wushuang hurriedly approached, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "I know. This is the god tomb." Lin Patian rolled his eyes, secretly lamenting the utter redundancy of such a statement. With the grand inscription of divine tomb emblazoned above, who would be unaware of its nature? The crux of the matter lies in who lies entombed within. That is the essence of the issue. Ao Wushuang, noticing Lin Potion's peculiar expression, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly before speaking. According to the ancient texts of my dragon clan, during the primordial era, a peerless powerhouse vanquished his greatest adversary at this very site. He lamented that such extraordinary strength should not be extinguished, and thus, he personally constructed a tomb in his honor, which he named the Divine Tomb. Upon hearing these words, Lin Patian was profoundly shaken. The Holy Emperor had previously mentioned that this path was unearthed and utilized by the taboo elder to escape. Could it be that within lies the remains of the formidable foe of that very taboo elder? Hiss. Lin Patian was taken aback. Turning to gaze at the tomb that resembled a grand palace, his eyes gleaming with excitement. An existence capable of forcing even the taboo predecessors to such an extent must possess a legacy worthy of emulation. It undoubtedly harbored immense power. Meanwhile, Ao Wushuang stealthily retreated, positioning herself beside Ao Yin, watching Lin Patian with vigilance, ready to flee at a moment's notice. "Father, what are you doing?" Ao Yin inquired, utterly perplexed. Ao Wushuang quickly covered Ao Yin's mouth, anxiously transmitting her thoughts. "Do not speak. Given such an opportunity, do you think Lin Patian would share it with us? If he turns against us, do not hesitate to escape. Have you forgotten that Taichu and the other two once stood as the finest friends of our dragon clan? Yet, what was the outcome? Our kin were utterly annihilated. Having lived for so many years, Ao Wushuang had long ceased to trust anyone. Friends and family were mere facades. When interests are at stake, no one is impervious to temptation, and no one would refrain from seeking exclusive gains. One must harbor no malice, but remain ever vigilant. The world is bustling, all for profit. The throngs move, each for their own gain. Wealth is the most alluring of all." Upon hearing this, Ao Yin pursed his lips, gazing at Lin Potion's retreating figure, and murmured, "Surely, my adoptive father would not act in this manner?" Just as the two dragons felt the tension rise, Lin Patian abruptly turned, placing his hand behind him, as if about to unleash a formidable power. "Iner, flee swiftly. Lin Patian is about to strike." Ao Wushuang's expression changed drastically, and with a decisive step, she propelled Ao Yin away, shouting with fury, "Lin Patian, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Today, it seems we have misjudged you." Lin Patian was taken aback for a moment as he withdrew his hand from behind, revealing a piece of the celestial token. Confusion filled his mind. What was happening to him? He merely wished to immediately assess the situation regarding the great competition of the imperial clan in the Taishan realm, harboring no ulterior motives whatsoever. Could it be that these two dragons suspected he intended to slay them and claim the divine tomb for himself? Lin Patian shook his head with a wry smile, sitting cross-legged. He waved his hands, attempting to invoke the spiritual mark left on Lin how to summon the current scenes of the imperial clan competition. What? It could not be summoned. Lin Patian was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that such fundamental techniques were rendered utterly ineffective? Was it truly as the Ao family had claimed, that the magnetic field in this place was so peculiar that all forms of spiritual energy and divine powers would fail? Lin Patian was overwhelmed with anxiety, contemplating how to proceed. He inwardly scolded Lin Hao, that impudent lad, for his utter lack of understanding. If he didn't keep a watchful eye. Lin Patian truly felt that this reckless youth might jeopardize everything. It was futile, for the magnetic field in this area was peculiar, situated deep underground, rendering spiritual power ineffective. No divine abilities could be employed. The master had also remarked that each generation has its own fortune, hence worrying was of no avail. However, should they miss this divine tomb, regret would be immeasurable. The small voice of the artifact spirit resonated, elucidating the significance of the divine tomb. The reason was simple. The entombed individual within was once on the verge of vanquishing the master. He was the only terrifying entity of that era capable of contesting the master on equal footing. Chapter 33. The trial begins. Lin Patian smiled wryly for a moment. How could he not comprehend this truth? Letting go is a lesson that must be learned. Yet, the Lin family faces overwhelming external threats, and in the imperial clan competition, one misstep could lead to irrevocable disaster. His greatest concern now is that the reckless young man, Lin Hao, will recklessly wreak havoc during the competition, recklessly slaughtering the talents of the Wang family. Though finishing in a position above the last would suffice, Lin Hao insists on contending for the top spot against the Wang family. Should he provoke the Wang family? The emperor of the Wang family may tear the facade and take direct action against the Lin family. And how could they withstand such a confrontation? Furthermore, the imperial clan competition will last for 7 days, coinciding perfectly with the time it takes for the imperial essence to dissipate from the indestructible cauldron. By then, the Lin family will have no defenses left. Lost in thought, Lin Patian turned his gaze towards the Ao family's father and son. Would it be feasible to send them to the Taishan realm to safeguard the family for a while? Perhaps it would be best to decide at that time. He hoped the young rascal could grasp the underlying reasoning. Ye Heir is mature and quick-witted. Perhaps he could enlighten him. Indeed, I have been overly anxious. Shaking his head and sighing, Lin Patian rose resolutely, preparing to enter the divine tomb. Glancing back, he noticed Ao Wushuang still standing in place, showing no inclination to follow. While Ao Yin appeared eager to enter the divine tomb, Lin Patian beckoned with a finger, his brow arching. Come on. Such a grand opportunity. Must I savor it alone? If I intended to slay you, I would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Ao Yin, upon hearing this, shot an exasperated glance at his father. Ao Wushuang, rolling his eyes as he remarked, Father, I fail to comprehend your excessive wariness towards my adoptive father. If he wished us dead, he could have simply refrained from intervening when the spirit of the Sky Tower struck me down. Moreover, had it not been for my adoptive father's infusion of life essence when I was on the brink of death, I would have perished long ago. If you're not going, then I shall. After all, this second chance at life is merely a stroke of luck for me. With that, he strode purposefully to Lin Patian. A grin spreading across his face. Adoptive father, my father is simply this way. Do not take his demeanor to heart. Ever since he was betrayed by those 3 scoundrels, Tai Chu, Mang Tsongtian, and Ni, he has viewed everyone with suspicion. At this revelation, Lin Potion's eyes widened in astonishment. You harbor enmity towards those 3 scoundrels as well? Aoi nodded emphatically, puzzled. Adoptive father, why do you say as well? Do you have grievances against them too? Lin Potion's teeth clattered ominously as he fixed a piercing gaze, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. It is not merely enmity. I shall surely eliminate those 3. Upon hearing this, Ao Wushuang chose to conveniently overlook the recent awkwardness, approaching with a tentative inquiry. Brother Patian, what transpired between you and them? Lin Patian pondered for a moment. The list of grievances was simply overwhelming. Kidnapping his sister Lin Wanner, leveraging the Lin family as a threat, forcing him to leave Tianke, obstructing his return to the Lin family, and even placing the fallen emperor's curse upon him. Such a litany of wrongs was truly too vast to recount in a single breath. Lin Patian waved his hand dismissively, expressing his disinterest as he said, enough of that. Let us not dwell on it any longer. It is imperative that we seize this opportunity within the divine tomb. Come now, let us all enter. What? Are we truly permitted to enter? Brother Patian, you jest not? Ao Wushuang's breath caught in his throat. Having grown accustomed to insincerity, he found Lin Potion's earnestness almost disconcerting. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Potion's eyes twinkled mischievously as he deliberately remarked, the dangers within are abundant. You should remain here while Ao, Yin, and I venture inside. At this, Ao Wushuang found herself momentarily frozen, casting a look of desperation towards Ao Yin. However, Ao Yin, with his gaze directed inward and a demeanor of indifference, stood tall and proud, choosing not to acknowledge her plight. He thought to himself, let them be. Any further concern is superfluous. As for Ao Wushuang, she was of no consequence. Ha ha ha, this father-son duo is truly amusing. Lin Patian stared helplessly at the two, who were laughing heartily, before swiftly entering the divine tomb. Ao Wushuang stood frozen, unsure whether to step inside or not. Ao Yin rolled her eyes, exclaiming that her adoptive father was merely teasing, urging her to hurry and follow. Truly, once bitten by a dog, one remains wary for eternity. With that, Ao Yin also ventured into the divine tomb. How could she, Ao Wushuang, be looked down upon by Yin? No matter. The dragon contends with fervor, unafraid of its demise. Gritting her teeth, Ao Wushuang stepped forward, and in an instant, the scene before her transformed, shifting again and again. Lin Patian was the first to enter and the first to be awestruck. Before him, the resplendent divine tomb vanished in an instant, replaced by an expansive starry sky, with countless celestial bodies suspended like a miniature cosmos. A shimmering galaxy cascaded down, laying itself directly at Lin Potion's feet. In the profound depths of that starry expanse, 3 colossal gates of the cosmos stood silently. adorned with ancient runes that glimmered with a faint luminescence. Lin Potion's expression was remarkable, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "It conceals a grand world within." When the esteemed predecessor constructed this divine tomb, he must have reached an unimaginable realm. To build such a magnificent mausoleum for a formidable foe speaks volumes of the predecessor's vision. Fearing that his enemies might sever the lineage, he erected a tomb for future generations to unearth. Lin Patian is truly in awe. The predecessor's foresight is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the master has also entrusted a portion of his legacy within it. One can only wonder if you will be able to seize it. The spirit of the artifact added. Lin Patian nodded gently, realizing the truth of the matter. Aoin, stepping forward, was struck by the sight of countless stars and 3 grand gates. His astonishment was palpable, and he exclaimed, "Wow, incredible!" Ao Wushuang arrived shortly thereafter, equally overwhelmed, blurting out, "A boat full of lucid dreams pressing against the galaxy. In essence, it is simply magnificent." After uttering this, he turned to Aoin and solemnly advised, "Iner, I have long urged you to read more, lest you find yourself at a loss for words." Aoin rolled his eyes, muttering softly, "Humph, clearly our levels are not so different, yet you still wish for me to excel beyond measure?" Ahead. Lin Patian felt his lips twitch uncontrollably, pondering whether this father-son duo was merely here to create chaos. Could they not enjoy a moment of tranquility? Must they insist on adding drama to the scene? Nevertheless, watching the two bicker alleviated some of the unease that had been building within him. At that moment, before the celestial gates, a majestic 9th-grade stele began to rise. A powerful voice resonated from all directions. "The divine tomb trial commences. Testers, please place your hands upon the testing stele to assess your cultivation aptitude. The 3 celestial gates behind you will open according to your qualifications. Your levels of cultivation will not be taken into account." Upon hearing this, Aoin could contain his excitement no longer and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Foster father, I shall go first." Lin Patian took a step back, tacitly conceding. Aoin bellowed, "Open for me." His hand pressed down instantly. Boom. A radiant beam of light activated the bottom of the 9th level stele, illuminating 5 levels in succession before finally coming to a halt. A line of small characters emerged on the stele. Passable. Entry to the 3rd celestial gate is permitted. Chapter 34. The 4th celestial gate. Child of the heavens. Aoin stared incredulously at the testing stele. Could it be that I only rank at level 5? Upon witnessing this, Ao Wushuang furrowed his brow tightly. Iner's talent ranks among the top 10 in the history of our dragon clan. During the clan's talent stone assessment, he was only slightly inferior to me. Even he possesses merely a 5th level talent, allowing access to only the 3rd celestial gate. I wonder how many levels this stele would illuminate for me. While pondering, Ao Wushuang stepped forward, placing his hand upon the testing stele. A faint, low humming echoed as the stele began to respond, yet the brilliance gradually dimmed, ultimately halting at the 4th level, flickering slightly. The word mediocre appeared prominently on the stele. Simultaneously, a deep voice conveyed with a lackluster tone, "Talent is mediocre. Barely qualifies for entry to the 3rd celestial gate." Ao Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the stele. Am I truly only mediocre? But I possess superior cultivation talent compared to Iner. Historically, Ao Wushuang's talent had always been greater, yet now he received this lackluster assessment from the celestial gate, leaving him utterly stunned. "Ha ha ha, father, this is quite pathetic. You are even inferior to me. Have you been deceiving us all along?" Aoin covered his mouth, stifling laughter. Hearing this, Ao Wushuang's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, rendered speechless. Just then, the 3rd celestial gate blazed brightly, swiftly drawing Aoin and Ao Wushuang inside. Meanwhile, Lin Patian keenly observed that numerous blue luminescent orbs surrounded Aoin, while Ao Wushuang, although similarly adorned, was clearly less enveloped. Observing the situation, Lin Patian did not hastily place his hand upon the testing stone tablet. Instead, he stroked his chin in contemplation. He raised his hand, gathering the azure radiance surrounding him. His eyes ablaze with intensity as he gazed upon it. Each flicker of blue light contained an abundance of stellar energy, resembling tiny yet resplendent stars that danced gently within the palm of Lin Potion's hand. Could this truly be the power of the stars? Is it possible? Lin Patian instantly recognized the source of the blue light, and a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. He murmured to himself, could it be that this testing monument primarily assesses not the aptitude for cultivation, but rather one's affinity for and the quantity of stellar power? to validate his conjecture. Lin Patian retrieved the celestial token. Small, small? The voice emanated immediately from the token, proclaiming, I shall not divulge any information to you. Destiny is governed by the principle of fate. If you are destined, it shall naturally be yours. Lin Patian's lips twitched slightly, instantly dispelling the notion of obtaining any clues from the spirit of the instrument. He inwardly scoffed, thinking, knowing yet refusing to speak, just like that holy emperor. Relishing the role of an enigmatic riddle. Never mind, I shall ascertain the truth through my own efforts. With that, he withdrew the Tongtian order and gestured with his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Patian suddenly emanated a powerful gravitational force, causing countless strands of stellar energy to surge across the barriers of time and space like a tumultuous tide. Possessing an innate affinity for the celestial path, he effortlessly attracted these unclaimed energies. In truth, Lin Patian's ascendance as the most formidable emperor stemmed from his mastery over more than half of the myriad paths, 18,000 in total, across the countless realms. While he dabbled in other disciplines, the depth of his expertise varied. The innate sacred body of the Tao fetus was inherently harmonious with the principles of the Tao. Lin Patian was, indeed, the embodiment of such a sacred body. Beyond the imperial realm, strength was measured by one's grasp of these principles. When realms were equal, the one who commanded more Tao principles would naturally prevail. However, the innate sacred body of the Tao fetus emerged only once in a million years, to Lin Patian's knowledge. Only the taboo elder of the past had possessed such an innate sacred body. In the present age, he stood alone as the sole bearer. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope. His descendant, Lin Feng, harbored a trace of his essence, perhaps offering a chance to ascend from an innate sacred body to an innate sacred body of the Tao fetus. But this remained merely a hope and would be addressed later. Boom, boom, boom. Countless strands of stellar energy intertwined and collided in the air, ultimately coalescing into brilliant rivers of stars that encircled Lin Patian. Waves of stellar energy surged within him, illuminating his form with an unparalleled radiance. It was time to test his prowess. He was uncertain of the outcome. Without hesitation, Lin Patian stepped forward and placed his hand upon the testing stone tablet. In an instant, the 9th-level testing stone tablet ignited, unleashing a blue beam of light that soared into the heavens, accompanied by a cascade of extraordinary phenomena. At the center of the tablet, a dim star was ignited, radiating an astonishing brilliance. The surface of the stone tablet shimmered with resplendent runes. In the distance, the galaxy hung upside down, stars fell, and myriad celestial bodies converged, dazzling in their splendor. For words materialized upon the stone tablet, Son of the Heavens. Upon witnessing this, Lin Patian could hardly conceal the joy on his face, secretly exclaiming, Indeed, it is as I suspected. He had placed his bets wisely. This stone tablet, which assessed one's cultivation aptitude, was merely a fraction of the truth. The paramount evaluation lay in one's mastery over the power of the stars. Lin Patian shook his head and let out a dry chuckle, realizing he had somewhat taken a shortcut. Had he been the first to step forward, he likely would not have achieved the brilliance of all 9 levels illuminated. Pausing for a moment, he gazed at the stone tablet, pondering, is this inheritance truly from the esteemed forbidden elder, or from his formidable adversary? In the next instant, a 4th door unexpectedly materialized from the depths of the void. Simultaneously, a towering figure emerged. With his back turned to Lin Patian, a resonant voice, laced with a hint of satisfaction, echoed, Lin Patian, you have performed admirably. Step into this 4th door, for both my legacy and that of my adversary lie within. Lin Patian breathed rapidly, but was soon taken aback. The revered elder unexpectedly knew his name. Elder, how is it that you are aware of my name? Lin Patian, his voice trembling, was overwhelmed by an uncontainable, terrifying thought that surged within him. He spoke softly. In the past, the present, and the future, I exist, omniscient and omnipresent. Even if the universe were to collapse, I would remain eternal in a single thought. Upon receiving a response, Lin Patian completely lost his composure, exclaiming in horror, Then, are you still alive? What do you think? Came the enigmatic reply. Time has lost all meaning for me. The answer was vague, yet Lin Patian understood. He had truly believed that the forbidden elder had long perished. He was astounded, truly astounded. What kind of lofty summit of existence could render time itself meaningless? And would he ever be able to attain such a realm? His throat moved slightly as Lin Patian was about to voice his many questions when the towering figure gently raised a hand. Lin Patillon was struck with astonishment as he realized he could no longer utter a sound. "You are the chosen one," he declared. "When you arrive at or approach my realm, you will naturally comprehend. To know too much now will only lead to your own harm." He then sighed softly. The myriad realms are on the verge of transformation once more. The hidden mice are about to emerge. Lin Patillon was in a state of acute anxiety, unable to utter a sound. Within his heart, he could not help but grumble about the cryptic nature of those around him. Mice lurking in the shadows? Could it be that the esteemed elder was referring to a foreign realm? Yet, hasn't that realm always been in motion? Is it truly so comfortable to feign ignorance while being fully aware? The ambiguity left Lin Patillon utterly exasperated. With that thought, he resolved to enter and receive the inheritance. With a snap of his fingers, the majestic figure caused the fourth great door in the void to swing open in an instant. A terrifying force of suction erupted, drawing Lin Patillon into its depths. The grand figure sat cross-legged in the void, his visage obscured by mist, rendering his true appearance indistinct. This was merely a projection, not his true form. Just as he was about to dissipate, a flicker of thought stirred within him, sensing something. A hint of a smile appeared on the mist-covered face as his lips moved slightly. "This lifetime is fraught with variables. 2 little ones have arrived here. Let us see their cultivation levels." What? They possess only the realms of the sea of bitterness and the 4 extremes? The smile instantly froze, and he turned his gaze toward a particular direction, following the majestic man's line of sight. Not far away stood a phantom-like youth pouring all his cultivation into a young girl. The girl was vigorously wielding a shovel, laboriously digging. Only a few hundred meters remained to reach the divine tomb. "Xiaoya, you truly are my great aunt. How dare you? You have just crossed the sea of bitterness to become a cultivator, and yet you dare to seize a sect with quasi-saint status? Were it not for the 3 imperial lights left upon you by the ancestor, which deflected that quasi-saint's divine attack, and my timely intervention to lead you away, we both might have perished there." A voice, tinged with helplessness, echoed softly. It was none other than Lin Feng, and the girl, unsurprisingly, was Ji Xiaoya. Unfazed, Ji Xiaoya casually remarked, "Lin Feng, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Just tell me, was this endeavor fruitful? I never expected the Master's imperial light to be so effective. Next time, we must aim for something even grander." Lin Feng forced a wry smile, hastily advising, "But this is truly perilous. You are merely at the Bitter Sea realm. What if something were to happen to you?" Ji Xiaoya paused, her fair face flushing crimson. "If something happens to me, what would you do? Are you truly afraid for my safety?" Upon uttering these words, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Fearing he would disdain her for being just a fledgling cultivator at the Bitter Sea realm, for being a person from the lower realms. In contrast, Lin Feng emerged as a prodigy from a prestigious family across the myriad realms. With his striking looks and cultured demeanor, he exuded an extraordinary charm in every gesture. An indefinable sentiment had already begun to blossom within Ji Xiaoya's heart. Which young girl does not harbor youthful infatuations? Especially when Lin Feng's appearance is undeniably captivating. "If you were to encounter misfortune, I cannot fathom how I would face our ancestor in the future. The ancestor has repeatedly instructed me to ensure your safety. So you must not come to any harm." Lin Feng hastily concluded his words, turning his head aside, fearful that Ji Xiaoya might perceive his unusual demeanor. He was blushing. Chapter 35, The Child of the Stars, An Encounter Behind the Door. If Lin Patillon were present, he would undoubtedly be embarrassed. Had he ever explicitly instructed Lin Feng to safeguard Ji Xiaoya? In truth, he had not. Lin Poxiang clearly spoke of the boundless sky for birds to soar and the vast sea for fish to leap. Alas, he has become the scapegoat. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoya rolled her eyes towards the heavens. "Lin Feng, quickly consume these precious heavenly materials. Restoring your physical form may be just around the corner." As she spoke, she retrieved several reasonably fine celestial treasures from the storage bag she had just seized. "All right, Xiaoya, I shall heed your words." With that, Lin Feng opened his mouth and ingested the celestial treasures. These divine substances, born from the essence of heaven and earth, can be consumed even in the absence of a physical body. A warmth enveloped Lin Feng's heart as he pondered. Could Xiao Yu's impulsiveness be attributed to the presence of several miraculous treasures in that esteemed sacred sect, which are known to aid in the restoration of the physical body? However, this thought was swiftly dismissed by Lin Feng. After all, he was merely a wisp of a lingering soul. How could he entertain such shameless notions? He was yet unaware of when he might be able to restore his corporeal form. In the distance, within the depths of the divine tomb, a towering figure observed every movement of the two with keen interest. With a slight elevation of his arm, an overwhelming force began to envelop them. Before Xiao Yu could react, she was caught in a terrifying whirlwind of suction, drawing her inexorably forward. Xiao Yu! Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, attempting to reach out and grasp Ji Xiaoya. Yet he found himself in a state of ethereal existence, utterly incapable of making contact. Moreover, the force of attraction was overwhelmingly terrifying. Had he possessed a corporeal form, he would have been utterly unable to withstand it. Whoosh! Lin Feng has also been swept away. To think that the descendants of Lin Petion possess such remarkable talents as well? Very well, let us embrace the trials of inheritance together. The towering figure shook his head with a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Boom! He transformed into a myriad of shimmering lights that dissipated into the ether. A few moments later, with a resounding thud. Ouch, my poor back. Ji Xiaoya landed on a jade platform, the impact nearly dislocating her bones. Crying out in pain, she stood up awkwardly, gazing at the scene before her. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she exclaimed urgently, Lin Feng, look! Such a grand door, such a magnificent stone tablet. They must be treasures. Lin Feng. Weevee struck gold this time. Mine, all mine. Before her stood 3 celestial doors, towering majestically, and behind the stone tablet, a 4th celestial door shimmered faintly, adorned with intricate runes. Ji Xiaoya stepped forward, her face alight with joy as she dashed toward the immense testing stone tablet. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware of her precarious situation. Ahead lay nothingness. As a mere practitioner of the Bitter Sea realm, she lacked the ability to traverse the skies. Such mastery was the hallmark of those in the Dragon Transformation realm. She was still 2 major realms away from the Dao Palace and the 4 extremes. Without a hint of surprise, Ji Xiaoya plummeted rapidly, her face paling as she instinctively cried out, Lin Feng, save me. Arriving just in time. Lin Feng's eyes turned crimson at the sight before him, and he bellowed, Xiaoya, I'm coming. With a powerful push, he leaped towards Ji Xiaoya's falling form. But immediately, Lin Feng's complexion also drained of color. What a jest! I can no longer traverse the skies, even due to the essence of the soul. He fell faster than Ji Xiaoya. Before the sacrifice, he had barely touched the threshold of dragon transformation, managing to fly. Now, he found himself utterly incapable of even that. Lin Feng shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he murmured, now, only by merging with Xiao Yu can I impart the art of aerial mastery. It remains to be seen whether she can comprehend it. Otherwise, we shall both succumb to an endless abyss. With this thought, Lin Feng propelled himself with great force. Accelerating once more, and unexpectedly embraced Ji Xiaoyu. Immediately, he merged with her. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Ji Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. This intimate contact and the sensation of Lin Feng's presence within her felt remarkably peculiar. It was warm, it was fervent. Lin Feng had no time to ponder over such matters and urged anxiously, Xiaoyu, if this continues, we shall perish. I will teach you the art of soaring through the skies, embracing the essence and uniting with the universe. What are you waiting for? Quickly, recite after me. Lin Feng's voice trembled with urgency. All right, embracing the essence and uniting with the universe, Ji Xiaoyu shivered, casting aside her distracting thoughts and earnestly attempting to comprehend the technique. However, as moments ticked by, Ji Xiaoyu still found herself unable to grasp it. Lin Feng forced a bitter smile, contemplating surrender, despair filling his heart. Xiaoyu is merely a mortal. How could she possibly master the art of flight in such a brief span of time? Even I took an entire hour to grasp it. Embrace the primordial unity. And the universe shall align with one's will. Ji Xiaoyu incessantly chanted the incantation, her expression contorted to the point of ferocity. Desperately striving to comprehend the art of flight. Yet, she remained unable to grasp even the slightest hint of it. At that moment, the imperial light left within Ji Xiaoyu by Lin Petion suddenly emitted a glimmer of golden radiance. As if enlightened, Ji Xiaoyu, who had previously found no trace of the art of flight, let out a thunderous cry. Stop. Her plummeting form came to an abrupt halt. Lin Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, Xiaoyu, how did you accomplish this? Can it be that you truly mastered the art of aerial manipulation in such a brief span of time? He was genuinely astonished. It was simply extraordinary. Ji Xiaoyu herself was perplexed by her sudden enlightenment, shaking her head and softly replying, I merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the imperial radiance left by my master, and in that instant, I discovered the feeling. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then spoke thoughtfully, perhaps the 3 rays of imperial light left by our ancestor possess the ability to inspire enlightenment? I'm uncertain. But what matters is that we have survived once again. All right, Xiaoyu, it's time for you to ascend. Ji Xiaoya's expression instantly turned awkward. Her voice barely above a whisper. I can only hover in place. I cannot fly. It is far too difficult. I truly cannot master it in such a short time. Please, do not rush me. I will practice a bit more. Embrace the essence, and let the universe flow with your heart. Ji Xiaoya softly recited the incantation. She had already put forth great effort, yet the art of cultivation is greatly dependent on innate talent, of which she unfortunately possessed none. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had perhaps rejoiced too soon. At that moment, countless blue lights, as if drawn by an invisible force, began to swirl towards Ji Xiaoya. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow, so beautiful. They resemble tiny stars. Lin Feng, how is it that they dance around me? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng exhibited a peculiar expression. These blue luminescences did not seem to be intended for Ji Xiaoya, but rather for him, Lin Feng. He could even perceive the jubilant essence of these blue lights, as if they were conveying a message to him, to refine them. Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. What on earth were these things? Tentatively, he inquired, there is no rush regarding the refinement. Can you first carry us both up? Ji Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. Glancing around in confusion, Lin Feng, who are you? Before she could finish her sentence, Ji Xiaoya was astonished to witness a miraculous spectacle. Countless blue lights seemed to respond to some unseen call, rapidly intertwining, converging, and merging into a small boat in midair. It securely lifted the two of them and swiftly ascended towards the towering stone tablet. Upon arrival, she eagerly transmitted a message to Lin Feng, urging him to press his hand upon it without delay. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that he possessed no corporeal form. Now inhabiting the body of Ji Xiaoya, he surmised that her involvement would yield similar results. In a deep tone, Lin Feng instructed, Xiaoya, place your hand upon it. Oh, all right. Ji Xiaoya, still dazed from the enchanting spectacle, numbly placed her hand upon the stone monument. The instant her fingers made contact with the testing stone tablet, an explosive force reverberated through the realm. The surface of the monument radiated with brilliance, as vibrant runes seemed to come alive, illuminating to their fullest potential. All 9 levels aglow. In the air, these runes interwove to form ancient patterns, even more magnificent than the phenomenon triggered by Lin Patian previously. They shimmered with resplendence. The runes transformed into a breathtaking tableau of dragons and phoenixes in harmonious union, with the sun and moon shining together. The celestial forces manifested as dragons and phoenixes spiraling through the skies, emitting thunderous roars, as the extraordinary display gradually faded. 4 powerful characters emerged on the testing stone tablet. Child of the Stars. Ji Xiaoya was left utterly astonished, nearly dropping her jaw to the ground. In disbelief, she pointed at herself and exclaimed in a startled tone, Lin Feng, am I truly the Child of the Stars? Lin Feng smiled and nodded, of course. Once you place your hand upon it, these 4 characters will appear. If you are not the Child of the Stars, then could I possibly be? I knew it. There must be something extraordinary about me, Ji Xiaoya. Otherwise, why would my master have taken me as a disciple? Ha ha ha, it turns out I am truly remarkable. Ji Xiaoya was overjoyed, her pride evident. Xiaoya, you are truly impressive. Lin Feng could not help but chuckle softly. Having spent time with Ji Xiaoya, he was acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivating a mortal body. Such a hollow title held little significance for him. Rather than clinging to this superficial honor, it would be far more beneficial to bestow a measure of confidence in her cultivation journey. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the 4th great door behind the stone tablet swung open. A terrifying force of suction emanated from within, drawing both Lin Feng and Ji Xiaoya into its depths. Upon entering this new realm, before he could even survey his surroundings, Lin Feng's attention was abruptly caught by a figure seated in meditation ahead, instantly igniting his wariness. Were there others present within this door? In the next moment, the meditative figure turned to gaze back, locking eyes with Lin Feng. A simultaneous exclamation of astonishment escaped their lips. Feng, Xiaoya, what are you doing here? Ancestor, what brings you here as well? Chapter 36, Beyond the 36 Paths, Eternity. Lin Feng truly did not anticipate encountering the ancestral master here. Lin Patian was utterly astonished to find Lin Feng and Ji Xiaoya appearing before him. How had they managed to gain entry? After all, this place was buried deep underground. The audacity of 2 young cultivators infiltrating a divine tomb was simply unfathomable. Master, how did you come to be here? Ji Xiaoya exclaimed with enthusiasm as she hurried over to Lin Patian. Although Lin Patian had never formally acknowledged himself as her master, Ji Xiaoya had long since regarded him as such in her heart. Lin Patian waved his hand and let out a wry smile. Xiaoya, this is quite a lengthy tale. However, I am curious, how did you two little ones manage to enter? Lin Patian was truly perplexed. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoya blushed as she hurriedly recounted the events of their frantic escape from being pursued, utilizing earth manipulation to flee for their lives, only to be drawn here by a terrifying force. Fenger, did you truly attempt to rob a sect with a quasi-saint? Lin Patian exclaimed in astonishment. Turning to Lin Feng with a look of disbelief, Lin Feng stood awkwardly to the side, covering his face as he nodded gently. In his heart, he mused, however, this was entirely Xiao Yu's idea. It bears no relation to me. I have always advocated for a methodical approach, taking one step at a time. At the same time, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, anxious that Lin Patian might lecture Ji Xiaoyu. He interjected diplomatically, Ancestor. Xiaoyu is merely a novice in the realm of cultivation and has acted somewhat rashly. I implore you not to take offense. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Lin Potion's stern expression and thought to himself, it's over. The Ancestor is undoubtedly angered. He has always emphasized that stability is paramount in the teachings of the Lin family. With Xiaoyu's current recklessness, she is sure to displease him. But in the next moment, Lin Patian, with a grin playing at the corners of his mouth, could not help but burst into laughter. Rising to his feet, he patted the shoulders of the two young ones, his expression one of condescension as he spoke. In the pursuit of cultivation, one seeks wealth, companions, techniques, and resources. Apart from companions, how does one acquire wealth and resources? Naturally, it must be through seizing them. Indeed, you two little ones have dared to seize a sect with the potential of a quasi-saint, demonstrating remarkable audacity. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoya was filled with exhilaration. Her master was praising her. Lin Feng was taken aback. Is this still the same ancient ancestor who inscribed the principle of stability in the ancestral teachings? In disbelief, he exclaimed, Ancestor, did you not proclaim that all matters should prioritize stability? Although a quasi-saint may be akin to an ant to you, they are a formidable being to us. Upon hearing this, Lin Patian waved his hand dismissively, stating, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Do not conflate the two. Back then, our ancestor's strength was not particularly formidable, hence a cautious approach was paramount. However, now with the reversal of the celestial order, you are free to act as you wish, for our ancestor will protect you. Furthermore, beyond this point lies the Imperial Pass, where our ancestor is soon to return to the family, thereby resolving the Lin family's crisis once and for all. As he spoke, Lin Patian imparted a trace of his mark onto the two individuals, ensuring that he would sense any impending danger. Upon entering this celestial gateway, Lin Patian harbored few reservations. The opportunities here were nothing short of extraordinary. He had learned that exiting through this portal would lead directly to the Imperial Pass. Additionally, the Black Dragon Emperor and his companions from the foreign realm had informed Lin Patian of a crucial matter. The three emperors, Tai Chu, Meng Tsang, and Tian and I, were currently stationed at the Imperial Pass. What does this imply? It signifies that his sister, Lin Wan'er, is also present at the Imperial Pass. The three emperors would undoubtedly carry the sealed divine source stone of his sister with them. Lin Patian had already devised a plan. First, he would rescue his sister, Lin Wan'er, then alleviate the crisis facing the Lin family, subsequently conceal the Lin family, and finally, once his concerns were laid to rest, he would engage in a solitary battle against the myriad realms, settling scores one by one. The celestial being behind the curse of the fallen emperor cast upon him must face death. Lin Patian had contemplated that if the true immortals from the other longevity families in the highest heavens were to personally intervene, he would adopt a strategy of hit and run, engaging in guerrilla tactics. After all, one could always flee if outmatched, and such mobility was far superior to that of a family encumbered by its members. Moreover, these descendants required time to mature, for they were currently far too feeble. Upon hearing Lin Patian announce his imminent return to the Lin family to resolve the looming threat of annihilation, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with joy, his excitement rendering him momentarily speechless. Ancestor, is what you say truly the case? Lin Patian nodded with a smile, acknowledging the truth of the matter. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, his eyes brightening with astonishment. The celestial power within Lin Feng was nearly overflowing, prompting him to exclaim, he is indeed a child of the stars. He had never anticipated that Lin Feng would possess such a profound affinity for celestial energy. Since entering this celestial gateway, Lin Patian had come to understand certain revelations. This realm harbored the complete essence of the celestial path. The child of the stars is regarded as the embodiment of the celestial principles, capable of harnessing its potential to the fullest extent, also known as the celestial conqueror. While the celestial path may not match the offensive prowess of the flame path he already possessed, its extensive area of effect and attacks is utterly unrivaled by the flame path. It can be deemed the most formidable path for mass assaults. Just imagine raising one's hand to summon the myriad stars from the heavens, with meteorites raining down. Who could possibly withstand such a force? Lin Patian never anticipated that his descendant, Lin Feng, would possess such an exceptional affinity with the stellar path. He was taken aback. However, he is a complete innate sacred body, also known as the Son of Heaven. As the name suggests, he is favored by the heavens, capable of cultivating nearly all doctrines, albeit with varying degrees of affinity. Lin Patian shook his head with a bitter smile for a moment, secretly reflecting, the Yangtze River's waves pushed the previous ones forward, each wave stronger than the last. Master, have you truly disowned this? Very well, no need for pretense. I am indeed the child of the stars. Ji Xiaoya, her face flushed with embarrassment, played with her fingers, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing this, Lin Patian nearly lost his composure. You are merely an ordinary mortal. How could you claim to be a child of the stars? Moreover, the reason I imparted my teachings to Ji Xiaoye was partly to resolve past entanglements, but even more so because Feng persistently urged me. Otherwise, Lin Patian would much prefer to resolve her enemies effortlessly than to guide her in cultivation. The challenges of cultivating as a mortal are immense. Living a life of wealth and splendor as an ordinary person truly seems quite appealing. Lin Patian cast a deep glance at Lin Feng, who stood awkwardly, shifting his gaze from side to side. In that moment, he comprehended everything. A subtle smile graced his lips, as he chose to remain silent about his insights. Indeed, dear Xiaoya, you are the rarest gem among millions, destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse with a future that shines brightly ahead. Master, when I ascend to become a supreme being, I shall protect you, Ji Xiaoya. Haha. With a single remark, Lin Patian brought immense joy to Ji Xiaoya, who stood beside him, hands on her hips, laughing heartily. Lin Patian chuckled softly, shaking his head as he walked forward. His voice, though faint, carried a gentle invitation. Fenger, come here for a moment. Lin Feng followed closely, approaching with curiosity. Ancestor, what troubles you? He inquired. Lin Patian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pointing towards the celestial river cascading from the horizon. With a serene demeanor, he spoke calmly. My dear Feng, close your eyes and attune your heart. See if you can uncover the mysteries within. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, then swiftly closed his eyes. In an instant, he opened them in astonishment. With a peculiar expression, he exclaimed, Ancestor, they actually want me to refine them, claiming to possess supreme, divine abilities. They even assert that they can assist me in restoring my physical form. Is this true? Why do I feel as though I am being deceived? Could such a fortuitous opportunity truly exist? Hiss. Lin Patian immediately gasped in astonishment. The celestial river ahead was the stellar path, one he could only comprehend, while Lin Feng boldly requested to refine it. This was truly extraordinary, indeed. The comparison between individuals could be disheartening. However, he had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. In the realm of the stellar path, he was undeniably inferior to the remarkable descendant, Lin Feng. He then pointed towards another direction filled with resplendent golden light and solemnly asked, What lies there? Can you sense anything, my son? Lin Feng glanced back once more, immediately shaking his head. Ancestor, I sense nothing there. Upon hearing these words, Lin Patian felt a considerable lift in his spirits. It appeared that he was not entirely outshone by the generations that followed. Within this ultimate gateway to the starry sky, there existed two fortuitous opportunities, one being the principles of the celestial path, a legacy from the enemies of the tabooed predecessors. As for the resplendent golden light that filled the heavens, it was indeed the inheritance of those same forbidden ancestors. Upon entering, Lin Patian felt a profound sensation and began to comprehend the essence of his surroundings. Simultaneously, his spirit was greatly shaken as he beheld the resplendent golden light, which revealed not merely the 36 paths of the cosmos, but an astonishing 37th path beyond them. This unique path, crafted by the venerable master of the forbidden, was named Eternity. Lin Patian felt an overwhelming sense of terror. Could the great Tao truly be forged by human hands? What extraordinary power must the immortal emperor possess? Feng, you shall contemplate the path of the stars here for the time being, while I venture ahead to seek enlightenment. By the way, The flow of time in this place is different, though not excessively so. One day outside equates to 10 years within. Fenger, you must seize this opportunity to diligently restore your physical form. After imparting a few words to Lin Feng, Lin Patian soared into the air, descending into a realm of golden radiance, where he sat cross-legged, commencing his pursuit of eternity. All right, shall you come here? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and softly beckoned Ji Xiaoye to come over. Ji Xiaoye obediently approached. Without uttering a word, Lin Feng took possession of the moment, guiding Ji Xiaoye to sit cross-legged and delve into the profound essence of the stellar path. Should this scene be witnessed by Lin Patian, it would surely shatter his composure. To comprehend the principles of the Tao while simultaneously mending one's corporeal form is already a formidable and time-consuming endeavor. Yet, his beloved Feng is also instructing Ji Xiaoye in her cultivation? Is this perhaps a bit excessive? Could it be? In the realm of cultivation, time is but an illusion, slipping away like a fleeting shadow. Within the confines of the sect, a decade has passed, and Lin Patian concluded his exploration of the eternal. Yet, time still feels insufficient. 10 years merely suffices to plant a single seed of the Tao, for grasping the eternal path is an arduous task. Nevertheless, every journey begins with a single step. Having sown the seed of the Tao, one need only engage in cultivation. After concluding his training, he gazed upon the starry river, preparing to fathom the intricacies of this stellar Tao. Phone. Lin Patian's pupils suddenly constricted, and he sprang to his feet. Lin Feng has mysteriously vanished. Chapter 37. Ancestor, awaken swiftly. Upon looking around, Ji Xiaoye has also disappeared. Lin Patian was filled with astonishment. With a single thought, he followed the bloodline to sense Lin Feng's whereabouts. His lips twitched involuntarily. Deep within the starry river, he beheld Lin Feng manipulating falling meteors to amuse Ji Xiaoye, who was genuinely delighted, her eyes brimming with admiration for him. What a rascal! Instead of diligently cultivating, he chose to indulge in romantic pursuits. Could it be that Feng has developed feelings for this girl, Xiaoye? Nevertheless, considering that you have restored your physical form, I shall let it be. Lin Patian shook his head, a smile of disbelief gracing his lips, as he felt a sense of nostalgia wash over him. It seemed as though he had become a relic of a bygone era. He found it somewhat perplexing to comprehend the romantic notions held by the younger generation. What was so captivating about a shooting star, after all? Nevertheless, Lin Feng's innate talent was indeed remarkable. In just a decade, he had not only restored his physical form but had also grasped the intricacies of the celestial path to a significant extent. The innate essence of the sacred body within him had grown increasingly profound. Perhaps this descendant, Lin Feng, would one day emerge as the second sacred body of the Lin family, aside from himself. Furthermore, his cultivation had reached the threshold of quasi-sainthood, propelling him to the pinnacle of the younger generation within the Lin lineage. Had he not been delayed by the restoration of his body, he might have attained sainthood in an instant. Yet, this delay also represented a stroke of fortune. In the realm of cultivation, opportunity reigns supreme. Lin Patian shook his head with a smile, no longer gazing at the two, and closed his eyes to contemplate the principles of the stars. Deep within the expanse of the galaxy ahead, he mused. Xiaoye, you mentioned that you have longed to witness a meteor since childhood. Now that you have seen one, do you find it beautiful? Lin Feng commanded the descent of countless shooting stars, a gentle smile gracing his lips. They are beautiful. Thank you, Lin Feng. Ji Xiaoye's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded emphatically, astonished that her casual wish to witness the meteor shower had been so attentively remembered by Lin Feng. Gazing at Lin Feng's tall and upright figure, Ji Xiaoye found herself momentarily lost in thought. How delightful it would be to remain by Lin Feng's side forever. Yet, such a notion was but a fleeting fantasy. Lin Feng was endowed with unparalleled talents and was destined to become a formidable powerhouse, with a lifespan that knew no bounds. As for herself, she was merely an ordinary mortal. The mention of the child of the stars had long ceased to apply to her. A realization that dawned upon her when she first grasped the essence of stellar power. Had it not been for Lin Feng's guidance, she would never have been able to sense the celestial energies at all. 10 years, a full decade, and I have scarcely comprehended even a fraction of the profound mysteries. My cultivation having only ascended to the first level of the Tao Palace. In stark contrast, Lin Feng's realm has become incomprehensible to me. I still seek vengeance for my brother. My master once warned me of the strength of my foes. Yet why does the path of cultivation prove so arduous for me? It seems I have only hindered Lin Feng's progress. Ji Xiaoye's heart brimmed with bitterness. Lin Feng, with his keen perception, noticed the unusual behavior of Ji Xiaoye, and could not help but feel anxious. Xiaoya, what is the matter with you? It's nothing, Lin Feng. Allow me to gaze upon the meteor shower once more. I have heard that making a wish upon a shooting star can be quite effective. Ji Xiaoya collected her thoughts and smiled brightly. Lin Feng nodded in acquiescence. Refraining from refusal, his hands swiftly formed intricate seals, and the power of the stars surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The entire galaxy responded to his call. In an instant, the horizon appeared ignited, as countless meteors streaked across the sky, cascading like a torrent from the Milky Way, dazzling and magnificent, bathed in radiant brilliance. It illuminated Ji Xiaoya's visage. Ji Xiaoya gazed upward, her eyes shimmering with tears, her hands clasped together as she made a heartfelt wish. Lin Feng, with an expression of curiosity, asked, Xiaoyu, what wish did you make? Ji Xiaoyu rolled her beautiful eyes and replied, if a wish is spoken aloud, it loses its power. Hurry and cultivate and refine your stellar Tao. Do not waste time on such frivolous matters. Lin Feng was taken aback. What was happening? Why had things suddenly turned hostile? Very well, I shall retreat to my cultivation. You must not wander off carelessly, for this place is shrouded in mystery and fraught with peril. Lin Feng spoke with utmost seriousness. I understand. Where could this humble cultivator possibly go? Upon finishing her words, Ji Xiaoya felt an inexplicable sting in her nose. Lin Feng scratched his head in contemplation, lightly tapping his toes as he settled beside Lin Petion, adopting a cross-legged posture. An inexhaustible force of countless stars converged around him. Lin Feng was filled with astonishment. Cultivating beside the ancestor felt like soaring to the heavens. He observed that the celestial power surrounding Lin Petion had coalesced into a swirling vortex, drawing in the tempestuous storm. Although Lin Potion's affinity for the stellar path was not as profound as Lin Feng's, his elevated realm compensated for this. Having already mastered a path of flames and bolstered by the eternal Tao seed, Lin Potion's comprehension of the stellar path was progressing at an astonishing pace. Suddenly, an unforeseen disturbance arose. Within the starry river, the previously tranquil starlight erupted into a violent tumult. An elderly man, appearing faintly amidst the chaos, was ensnared by iron chains. Struggling desperately to break free from his confinement, he appeared exceedingly aged, his beard a ghostly white, and a pallor of death lingered upon his countenance, suggesting he was on the brink of demise. Ji Xiaoya was also swept into the suddenly tumultuous star river, the starlight surging violently like a tidal wave, engulfing her delicate form within a dazzling yet chaotic brilliance. A cry of despair resonated from within. Lin Feng, save me. Having just entered a state of cultivation, Lin Feng's eyes flew open, his spirit shaken to its core. The brilliance of the star eye. Without a moment's hesitation, his eyes transformed into swirling stars, unleashing a formidable divine power that burst forth. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding clashes reverberated through the heavens. Yet, they could not stir the raging star river. And Ji Xiaoya was on the verge of being entirely consumed. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure became increasingly distinct, poised to break free from its restraints. Damn it. Who was that person? Lin Feng suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with emotion, and with fierce determination, unleashed another formidable technique towards the distant galaxy. Meanwhile, Lin Potion's body trembled slightly, as if he had succumbed to the perils of his own cultivation, remaining blissfully unaware of the chaos surrounding him. At that moment, with a resounding crack, the chains binding the elderly man shattered completely. The old man turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. With a swift motion, he drew in a breath, and a terrifying force erupted from his palm, instantly pulling Lin Feng away from his position. Lin Feng struggled vehemently. His expression twisted in agony as he ignited his vital essence. With a soul-stirring resonance, he cried out in desperation, Ancestor, awaken swiftly. If you do not stir from your slumber, both shall you and I shall perish here. Chapter 38, The Starry Constellation Taoist. Lin Petion suddenly opened his eyes, rising abruptly as he bellowed, Who are you? To invade my consciousness with the intent of leading me astray is one thing, but to dare to harm my companions is utterly intolerable. Begone. His combat prowess erupted entirely, and with a swift motion, a colossal hand reached into the cosmos, grasping Ji Xiaoyu and pulling her back into safety. In a single bound, he rescued Lin Feng, who was on the verge of being consumed by the stars. Ji Xiaoyu had succumbed entirely to unconsciousness, and Lin Feng was not faring much better, his countenance wan and weary, having just restored his physical form. He was now burning his vital essence, which was simply too much for him to endure. Moreover, Had it not been for Lin Feng's sacrifice of his blood essence to summon and beckon Lin Patillon, he would have remained oblivious to the peril he faced. He had indeed been on the brink of losing himself to madness. With both individuals in tow, Lin Patillon retreated a great distance into safety. Lin Patillon gazed calmly at the elderly man before him, who resembled a zombie, his body shrouded in a suffocating aura of death and covered in dark hair. His expression was as tranquil as a still pond, yet within his heart, tumultuous waves raged fiercely. Who could this man possibly be? Just moments ago, while I was comprehending the principles of the celestial path, a fragment of divine essence unexpectedly infiltrated my consciousness, nearly plunging me into madness. Lin Patillon was genuinely perplexed by the inexplicable appearance of the aged man. However, one thing was certain. His power was extraordinarily formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own. Yet, observing the state of this elderly figure, something seemed amiss. It was as if he possessed a corporeal form devoid of a soul, akin to a soulless automaton. The next moment, a voice, as hoarse as a tattered windbag, emerged from the old man's lips, rasping, "The sacred body in the Tao's embryo must perish. All must perish."
All shall die. Following this frenzied outcry, the aged man bared his teeth and charged forward with wild abandon. Lin Patillon narrowed his eyes,
secretly pondering that this individual had indeed lost his sanity, to the extent that he could no longer wield his divine abilities. He charged forth solely with his physical form. Most importantly, this person harbored enmity towards the innate sacred body Tao? Who exactly was he? There was no time for further contemplation. As the elderly man had already arrived in an instant, Lin Patillon swiftly enveloped Lin Feng and Ji Xiaoya in a protective barrier, casting them away from the battlefield. He unleashed the immortal sword of heaven's severance, sending forth a radiant beam of sword light towards the aged man, intent on gauging his strength. The result, however, left Lin Patillon profoundly shaken. What? He actually caught the sword light with his bare hands. Lin Patillon inhaled sharply, for even a casual attack of his was sufficient to obliterate ordinary peak emperors like Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang, who had lived their second lives. Yet, the aged man stood unscathed. This momentary pause left Lin Patillon bewildered as he gazed up at the man, who wore an unsettling smile. "I shall slay you, refine you, and continue my path to immortality. Then come and try." The chilling smile sent a shiver down Lin Potion's spine, prompting him to abandon any further hesitation and prepare to unleash his full power. A fierce crimson flame erupted from his right arm, coalescing into a diminutive fire lotus that shimmered with an intensity capable of shaking the very fabric of space around it, incinerating the air in its vicinity. While waves of heat rolled forth, as the fire lotus took shape, Lin Patillon thrust it forward with great force, shouting, "Burning Fury Lotus!" with an extreme heat. The Burning Fury Lotus soared away with a piercing howl. The flame pathway? The moment the lotus emerged, the aged man's eyes cleared significantly, as if stirred by an unseen force, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face, dispelling his earlier unsettling demeanor. He raised a hand and uttered, "Falling star." As his words resonated, the world fell into an eerie silence. The distant starry river seemed to awaken under an invisible power, boiling and surging, as the light of the stars dimmed, replaced by an oppressive dark current. In this profound stillness, meteors appeared to be drawn forth by an unseen hand, hurtling from the depths of the starry river ahead. They traversed the void, merging with one another at a speed that made space tremble, ultimately coalescing into a colossal meteor that blotted out the sky, emanating a sinister glow. This massive meteor, imbued with world-destroying might, tore through the heavens, accompanied by roaring flames, directly aimed at the Burning Fury Lotus. Then, they collided with ferocity. In that instant of impact, the world was engulfed in darkness. A searing red light cleaved through the void, intertwining with the meteor's shadowy essence, erupting into a dazzling brilliance that distorted the surrounding space. Boom! Lin Patillon was unexpectedly sent flying, retreating for an immeasurable distance before managing to stabilize himself, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. He suppressed the surging energy within him and quickly regained his composure. He pondered deeply. What overwhelming power! The celestial energy in this place seemed to be entirely at his disposal. Who exactly is he? What astonished Lin Patillon the most was that this ancient man, draped in dark fur and resembling a zombie, could manipulate all the celestial forces. He felt a sense of relief that he had refrained from engaging with the celestial principles he had only just begun to comprehend. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have faced a backlash and been swiftly defeated. Moreover, Lin Patian had a strong intuition that this elderly man had not exerted his full strength. What he had unleashed was merely a casual strike. To be precise, he lacked rationality and acted solely on primal instinct. At that moment, a voice emanated from the previously silent Tontian Ling. I finally remember who he is. Young master, he is the fateful nemesis of our master, the starry Taoist. Xiao Xiao, are you jesting? He is the mortal enemy of our revered predecessor? How could he possibly still be alive? Since Lin Patian obtained the eternal Tao seed, the spirit named Xiao Xiao had abruptly changed her demeanor, instantly addressing him as young master. Upon hearing this, Lin Potion's expression changed dramatically. No wonder this elderly man, known as the starry Taoist, could effortlessly manipulate the powers of the stars. It turns out the true master has yet to perish. The path of the stars rightfully belongs to him. After the previous clash with the divine, the starry Taoist refrained from further action, reverting to a state of complete mental vacancy, standing askew with a vacant expression. Lin Patian felt a sense of unease. How could the nemesis of the forbidding elder possibly engage in a reciprocal confrontation with him? What could be the reason behind this? Lin Patian did not believe he was audacious enough to contend with such a terrifying existence. At that moment, the voice of the instrument spirit resounded with certainty. He must be the starry Taoist. I had previously suffered from Tao injuries, which momentarily clouded my memory. The master had once decreed to spare his life, condemning him to eternal entrapment, awaiting the destined individual of future generations to aid in his liberation. To thoroughly comprehend the path of the stars and refine his Tao rhythm, thereby enhancing his cultivation, as time flows inexorably, spanning millions of years. The starry Taoist realm has completely plummeted into the realm of humanity, his consciousness lost, yet his celestial form remains not entirely decayed. Lin Potion's lips twitched slightly. The more he listened, the more he sensed something amiss. It felt as though the venerable figure of Taboo was deliberately enacting a form of retribution, confining the starry Taoist in this manner, preventing his liberation. However, these intricate entanglements of grievances were beyond Lin Potion's concern. What piqued his curiosity was how to assist the starry Taoist in achieving freedom and comprehending the profound essence of the stellar path, a pursuit undeniably potent. How can I aid the starry Taoist in his liberation? Lin Patian inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. It is rather simple, came the reply. Defeat him, and upon his demise, he shall find release through this artifact. Rest assured, he is currently a practitioner of the human path, his cultivation roughly equivalent to that of a half-step into the realm of transcendent beings. With your treasured possession in hand, the disparity between you is minimal, with some effort. Victory is within your grasp. You have arrived at an opportune moment. Had you come several tens of thousands of years earlier, when the starry Taoist had not yet fallen from the celestial path, he might have effortlessly dispelled you with a mere glance. As the words concluded, a tattered, yellow shroud, stained with desiccated black blood, flew forth from the celestial command. Lin Potion's lips twitched uncontrollably, clutching what he believed to be a treasure. Was it possible that this tattered shroud was truly valuable? Despite scrutinizing it from every angle, he could discern no worth in it whatsoever. In fact, the stench of blood emanating from the cloth was unmistakable. To present this to the starry Taoist for the purpose of collecting corpses seemed nothing short of a cruel jest aimed at the Na'vi. Here he was, merely a newly ascended peak emperor, a fledgling on the path of immortality, being tasked with the grim duty of gathering the remains for a formidable being who had merely taken a half-step into the realm of mortals. This was no laughing matter. Moreover, this starry Taoist was no ordinary half-step immortal. His fallen status belied the vast array of skills and powers he possessed, far exceeding those of his peers. Alas, this was indeed a troublesome predicament. Lin Patian felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty as he stood there, clutching the shroud for the deceased. He was reluctant to squander any more time in this place. All he desired was to return home swiftly. Moreover, the starry Taoist was exceedingly formidable. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The tattered, blood-soaked shroud suddenly flipped over, enveloping Lin Potion's back like a cloak. Lin Potion's eyes suddenly took on a sinister glint, as if he were transformed into an entirely different being. He gazed intently at the starry hermit ahead. The starry hermit also looked back. Lin Patian raised an eyebrow, a proud expression adorning his face. What are you staring at? Chapter 39. The Heavenly Order's Miscalculation, Sudden Changes, the True Immortal of the Red Dust. The starry Taoist was momentarily taken aback, unable to react, as he stared blankly at Lin Patian. Hey, I'm talking to you. ugly fellow in front. What are you looking at? If you have the guts, come at me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, with a thunderous roar, the starry Taoist charged at him, his expression fierce. This time, he understood, as he beheld the furious approach of the starry Taoist. Lin Patien's expression flickered for a moment before his gaze sharpened. Horrified, he exclaimed, "Oh no, don't come any closer. I truly do not have the time to waste with you." Lin Patien found himself in a state of utter despair, having just lost control over his actions. The shroud that enveloped him had taken command, inciting the wrath of the starry Taoist, and he feared the consequences of his anger. In a fit of rage, the tattered cloth feigned death, remaining unresponsive to all insults, quietly draping itself behind him. Simultaneously, it seemed as though the cloth was terrified that Lin Patien might be struck down by the starry Taoist, as an unending stream of spiritual power surged into his body. It continued to channel energy from the second transformation emperor to the ninth transformation peak emperor, barely ceasing just short of the starry Taoist half-step realm. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the starry Taoist, surrounded by a multitude of stars, hurled a fist towards Lin Patien. Lin Potion's expression turned fierce. The chasm that once separated the two had now diminished to mere insignificance, leaving no room for retreat. Since you wish to engage in this game, I shall indulge you, while simultaneously aiding your liberation. Lin Patien shouted in a low voice, his eyes filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Thunderstrikes. Lin Potion's figure trembled as he raised his hand, summoning dark clouds that densely blanketed the sky, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. An endless sea of lightning surged through the void, each bolt harboring the cataclysmic power to devastate the heavens and the earth, crashing down like furious waves upon the shore, relentlessly bombarding the starry Taoist. The starry Taoist, momentarily stunned, gazed upward with pupils constricting in alarm. In a frantic attempt to shield himself, he raised his hand, and the celestial force collided with the boundless sea of thunder in an instant. The very fabric of this world quaked, as fissures tore through the void, and chaotic currents surged wildly. Looking again at the starry Taoist, he was engulfed by the tempest of lightning, flailing about like a headless fly in a state of utter disarray. The supreme imperial weapon, the 10,000 Thunder Prison Sea, displayed its formidable might. Upon witnessing this, Lin Patien understood that if it were not for the fact that the Starry Lodge Taoist was completely devoid of consciousness, the Thunder Sea would undoubtedly be unable to contain him. Nevertheless, even in this state, the Starry Lodge Taoist exhibited signs of imminent escape. Lin Patien shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he spoke. If only I had the undying cauldron in my possession. Once, with the powers of the Thunder Prison Sea, the Sword of Heaven's decimation, and the undying cauldron, he was an unstoppable force, suppressing the thunderous seas, crushing souls with the cauldron, and effortlessly slaying foes with his sword. However, without the undying cauldron, he found himself lacking in support. Yet, undeterred, Lin Patien raised his right hand slightly, his lips parting to utter, "Fire, come forth." Boom, boom, boom. Countless intensely scorching fire dragons erupted forth with a cacophony of roars, slithering out from the rifts in the void, cascading down like a river of flames directly into the tumultuous sea of thunder below. The fire dragons intertwined with the heavenly lightning, unleashing a blinding radiance as the two elemental forces merged, amplifying their destructive power to terrifying levels. The starry Taoist emitted low growls. His form charred and blackened, desperately evading the onslaught, appearing increasingly disheveled. The celestial energy surrounding him trembled under the assault of the thunder and fire, teetering on the brink of collapse as if it might shatter at any moment. At that moment, the shroud of corpses surged forth autonomously, its intent palpable as it eyed the starry Taoist below, launching itself downward with the intention of ensnaring him. Lin Patien let out a sigh of relief, his expression easing considerably as he chuckled and shook his head. It seems that the formidable adversaries of the taboo elder from millennia ago have dwindled significantly in strength. However, in the very next moment, the burial cloth was unexpectedly seized by the starry dweller, who struggled relentlessly, yet to no avail. Looking down from the heavens, Lin Patien's smile abruptly froze. Below, the starry Taoist's entire body shed its black fur, his stature suddenly becoming remarkably upright. With high cheekbones and piercing eagle-like eyes, he exuded an undeniable aura. A fearsome scar traversed his face, enhancing his menacing appearance. Simultaneously, the spirit of the Tongtian Ling trembled and exclaimed, "Young master, we are in trouble." I miscalculated. His previous state of mind was merely a fade. Even his realm is a deception. While he may not be as formidable as in his prime, he is no longer a mere half-step into the mortal realm, but a true celestial being. Damn it. What do you suggest I do now? Lin Patian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, cursing inwardly at the unfairness of it all. Calm down, young master, he urged himself. Let me ponder this for a moment. Immediately, the Tong Dian order fell silent. Lin Patian was rendered speechless, truly at a loss for words. The starry abode Taoist soared into the sky, effortlessly emerging from the sea of thunder, clutching the shroud of the deceased in his grasp. With a disdainful gaze directed at Lin Patian, he proclaimed, "This artifact is now in my possession. What means do you have to contend with me?" Huh. It appears that the successor he chose is rather unimpressive. Lin Patian remained silent, unwilling to utter a word before he devised a method to counter the celestial command. This predicament was utterly vexing. Observing Lin Patian's silence, the starry Taoist mistook it for fear and sneered menacingly, "You insolent wretch! Since I cannot defeat him, you shall kneel thrice and bow 9 times on his behalf. In return, I shall claim your sacred body, the embodiment of your Tao. Should you refuse, I shall sever your true spirit, condemning you to a fate of eternal oblivion." With that, a genuine celestial pressure bore down upon Lin Patian. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Patian gritted his teeth, his leg bones creaking under the strain. At this juncture, with nothing trustworthy to rely upon, he could only depend on himself. He still possessed a hidden card yet to be revealed. However, once this card was played, he would be rendered utterly powerless, left in a state of utmost vulnerability. The long-dormant curse of the fallen emperor would also retaliate with ferocity. Chapter 40. Refining the starry celestial Taoist, the pinnacle of the 7th turn emperor. Quite resilient. Are we? Yet, it is futile. Kneel before me. The oppressive aura of the starry celestial Taoist descended upon Lin Patian like a torrential storm. It was imperative to resort to his hidden card. Otherwise, survival would be impossible at this very moment. Lin Patian made a swift decision. The veins on his forehead bulging as he bore the immense pressure and shouted with fervor. From ancient times to the future, only my singular thought remains eternal. My trump card is the profound inheritance of the Forbidden Elder, from which I have grasped a fragment of the eternal principles. With a sudden and forceful gesture, both hands came together as a golden seed of Tao erupted from Lin Patian's chest. The starry Taoist focused intently, his expression shifting dramatically. And he exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? You have actually comprehended his eternal Tao. There is nothing impossible, since you desire my sacred body and Tao. I too shall demand everything you possess." Lin Patian's body seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, rapidly withering before the naked eye. His skin lost its color, taking on a waxy pallor and becoming slack. The transient elevation of his cultivation to the 9th transformation, attained through the use of a shroud, was swiftly drained, plunging him back to the 1st transformation. This was celestial magic, executed with a cultivation level far beyond his capability. His spiritual energy surged forth like a flood breaching its banks, voraciously consumed by the golden Tao seed. In an instant, it was hurled towards the starry Taoist, as if it were locked onto its target, leaving no avenue for evasion. Without a moment's hesitation, the starry Taoist summoned all his spiritual power, harnessing the might of the stars to counter this annihilating eternal Tao seed. Boom, boom, boom. 99 layers of defense composed of stellar energy were consecutively breached. In the astonished gaze of the starry Taoist, his body was pierced in an instant, crashing to the ground thereafter. Lin Patian coughed up blood profusely, his gaze fixed intently on Xing Xiu Daoren. If this strike were to fail, he would be utterly incapable of continuing. At that moment, the backlash of the fallen emperor's curse also struck him. Lin Patian let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing as he plummeted from the void. A shroud of deathly energy enveloping him, enduring unimaginable agony. Ancestor, Master. In the far distance, Lin Feng and Ji Xiaoya cried out in unison, their fists clenched tightly. Yet they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. They could not even approach the battlefield, lest they be torn apart by the imperial and celestial energies. Witnessing the starry constellation Taoist lying on the ground, seemingly petrified, Lin Feng's lips quivered. He must survive. He simply must. In the next moment, despair consumed him. The starry constellation Taoist, against all odds, propped himself up from the ground and struggled to stand. Though his face was pallid, his attire tattered, and every inch of his body marred, he ultimately rose to his feet. Lin Feng was lost in thought, unable to contain himself as he took a step back. How could this be? How could this be? With a series of measured steps, the starry sky Taoist approached the convulsing Lin Patian. Lin Patian looked up to see the approaching starry Taoist, a hint of relief crossing his face. He shook his head in self-deprecation, remarking, "The immortal of the mortal realm truly surpasses the true immortals, possessing combat power that rivals that of an ordinary celestial king. To attempt a rebellion is indeed a formidable challenge." Lin Patian felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He had yet to rescue his kin and save his sister, Lin Wanner, who was ensnared by the divine source stone. To halt his journey here was simply intolerable. If it were not for that cursed imperial curse, he would undoubtedly still be able to fight. In the blink of an eye, the starry Taoist approached, casting a disdainful gaze upon Lin Patian. His expression heavy with both gravity and trepidation. He spoke in a low voice. "You were merely a hair's breadth away from ending my life. Do you realize? Had you ascended to the realm of the true immortal, that last strike would have sealed my fate. Alas, it was just a fraction too short." A victorious smirk graced his lips as he reveled in his triumph. "Ultimately, I have prevailed. Everything you possess shall now be mine." With those words, without any unnecessary gesture, the starry Taoist raised his hand, intent on absorbing Lin Patian entirely into himself. The urgency in his demeanor was palpable. The recent strike from the eternal Tao had nearly obliterated 99% of his Tao fruit, causing turmoil within him. If he did not swiftly refine this individual before him, his own survival was at stake. So be it, so be it. Lin Patian closed his eyes and shook his head, expending his final vestige of spiritual power to transport Lin Feng and Ji Xiaoya to safety in the distance. The starry sky Taoist paid no heed, regarding them merely as insignificant insects. If they chose to leave, so be it. "Master, ancestor." Lin Fengji and Xiaoya's eyes were crimson, an image truly unbearable to witness. Lin Feng found it utterly inconceivable that the invincible ancestor, who had triumphed for 100,000 years, could face demise. He cast a final glance at the starry Taoist, etching his visage into memory, and roared with fervor, "One day, I shall avenge the ancestor." With a soft chime, the two traversed the portal, being transported away. What is that? A beam of white light emanated from Lin Patian, capturing the attention of the starry Taoist, who paused to gaze in its direction. The situation shifted dramatically. Boom! The white light blazed forth, ensnaring the starry Taoist. The shroud of corpses he held struggled to break free, firmly enveloping the starry Taoist. It was none other than his celestial token. "No, no." A voice emerged from the shroud, only to be silenced thereafter. The starry Taoist had never anticipated that Lin Patian possessed the celestial token, a supreme artifact, and had thus miscalculated completely. How could a mere mortal cultivator wield such a transcendent object? It was simply unfathomable. Boom, boom, boom. The shroud of corpses glowed with blood-red brilliance, fervently refining the starry Taoist. Soon after, the shroud descended upon Lin Patian. The celestial token radiated with dazzling white light, illuminating Lin Patian. The deathly aura gradually dissipated, and the imperial radiance upon Lin Patian reemerged, growing increasingly resplendent. The power of the stars continuously converged upon Lin Patian, with the old master deceased. A new master must ascend. A myriad of extraordinary phenomena unfolded as time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 90 years had elapsed. However, time flowed differently in this realm, and only 9 days had passed outside. Surrounding them, a river of starry power coursed through the night sky, radiant and mesmerizing. As Lin Patian's form was enveloped in a gentle golden glow, gradually mending his damaged corporeal body. Boom! Lin Patian's eyes suddenly widened, and 2 beams of tangible brilliance burst forth from his gaze, his aura swelling with an unstoppable momentum. The realms of the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and even the 7th turn of the great emperor surged one after another. The elevation of his was astonishing. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Patian's Tao rhythm had improved by at least tenfold compared to before. "Little one, you nearly brought my demise this time. If it weren't for your timely intervention to deal with the severely weakened star constellation Taoist, your young master would truly have perished." Lin Patian rose with a bitter smile, still haunted by the experience. The immortal of the mortal realm is indeed terrifying. It is only after engaging in direct combat that one comprehends the sheer magnitude of this realm, far surpassing the true immortals of the longevity clans. However, the rewards from this encounter were undeniably substantial. Not only did he refine the Tao rhythm of the Star Sovereign, but he also completely grasped the celestial path. This understanding surpassed even that of the flame path by a considerable margin. His realm has continuously advanced, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th transformation emperor, with his combat strength multiplying by more than tenfold. At the emperor stage, achieving such a dramatic increase in power is quite unrealistic. A tenfold enhancement is already extraordinarily remarkable. More importantly, the fallen emperor curse has been entirely severed from Lin Patian, no longer exerting its influence. Yet, it has not been eradicated. Lin Patian has already devised a plan for the time when he confronts the true immortal who cast the fallen emperor curse upon him, intending to settle the score meticulously. Young master, I too did not anticipate that the Star Sovereign would conceal himself so deeply. After 1,000,000 years, he has not lost his wits, alas. One can only blame his previous high realm, sighed the artifact spirit, conveying its thoughts. Lin Patian gave a slight nod, feeling that it was entirely reasonable. After all, a person capable of posing a challenge to the esteemed figure of the Forbidden Ones must possess an extraordinary level of strength, bordering on the terrifying. He inquired, Xiao. What realm did the Starry Path Master occupy in the past? The spirit of the Tongtian order contemplated for a moment, struggling to recall due to the passage of time, and finally replied, it seems he was at the early stage of the Immortal King realm. At that time, my master was merely at the half-step Immortal King level and was pursued by him, but in the end, he managed to turn the tables and defeat him. Hiss. Lin Patian instantly inhaled a breath of cold air. The red dust immortal had countered the Immortal King. This forbidden elder is extraordinarily powerful. Although Lin Patian had never encountered the Immortal King, he had indeed seen the star constellation Taoist. The Forbidden Elder was able to confine the Immortal King-level star constellation Taoist to his demise even while only at the half-step Immortal King realm. As one ascends, the challenges become increasingly insurmountable, yet this Forbidden Elder has achieved the impossible. Impressive, truly impressive. Lin Patian was left with nothing but profound admiration, reflecting on the fact that this refinement seemed to have consumed a considerable amount of time. Lin Patian calculated how much longer remained until the conclusion of the great competition of the Imperial clan in the Taishan realm. Alas, Lin Potion's heart was shaken profoundly, filled with overwhelming regret and remorse. The 10-day period for the Imperial clan competition had arrived, yet he found himself still within this ancient tomb. If any misfortune were to befall the Lin family, Lin Patian would never be able to forgive himself. Chapter 41. The conclusion of the Imperial clan competition, Lin Yi's demise. Whoosh. Lin Patian tore open the gateway to the starry sky and stepped out. Fenger, Xiaoyu, why have you not yet departed? Outside the portal stood two figures. Lin Feng and Ji Xiaoya, their faces etched with concern as they paced back and forth anxiously. Lin Patian was utterly astonished. Had he not transported them away? Were they truly unafraid that the starry Taoist might emerge and effortlessly obliterate them? Lin Feng, upon hearing the voice, rose with excitement and exclaimed, Ancestor, you have not perished. Lin Patian's face darkened, realizing that it seemed he must perish. Aware of his verbal misstep, Lin Feng wore an awkward smile, gently touching the tip of his nose as he stammered, what I meant to say is that I knew our esteemed ancestor would surely turn misfortune into fortune. I have always felt the lingering presence of the ancestor's life force, which is why we chose to remain. Ji Xiaoyu's nose turned red, and she suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, Master, it is truly wonderful to be able to see you again. Lin Patian waved his hand, feeling a warmth in his heart. Indeed, there were still those who cared for his safety. However, this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. Lin Patian spoke in a solemn tone. The grand competition of the imperial clans in the Taishan realm is nearing its conclusion. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, we must return to the Lin family at once. Lin Patian was consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread, perpetually haunted by an ominous premonition. That scoundrel Lin Hao might very well wreak havoc upon the prodigies of the Wang clan during the Imperial clan grand competition, potentially inciting the wrath of the Wang clan's mighty emperor. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed, his expression serene as he confidently declared, no worries. Ancestor, the Lin family shall undoubtedly be safe. Lin Patian was perplexed, asking the wind, what is your intention? Lin Feng chuckled lightly and spoke, old ancestor. As Xiaoyu and I emerged, we encountered two elder figures with long horns. They mentioned that the time had come, and in your absence, they would proceed to the Taishan realm to offer protection for our Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Patian immediately realized that the long-horned figures referred to were none other than Ao Yin and his son, Ao Wushuang. He had indeed promised them that should they emerge first, he would assist them in a journey to the Taishan realm to protect the Lin family. Lin Patian pondered for a moment and murmured to himself, with the formidable strength of the two dragons providing protection, my family should be safe, right? Thus, I shall first seek out the three emperors of Taichu to settle the scores and rescue Wanner. Lin Patian made a swift decision, resolving to first venture to the Imperial Pass to rescue his sister, Lin Wanner. Fenger, Xiaoyu, I am heading to the Imperial Pass. Will you accompany me? Lin Patian glanced over. Ji Xiaoya lowered her head in silence. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, Ancestor, we shall not accompany you. Firstly, our abilities are limited, and we cannot be of assistance to you. Instead, we would become a burden. Secondly, Xiaoya and I have decided to venture out on our own. Upon hearing this, Lin Patian narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something amiss in Fenger's expression. There is something, he thought. He beckoned with his hand, moving towards the distance. Fenger, come here for a moment. Lin Feng approached and inquired, Old ancestor, what troubles you? Lin Patian chuckled softly, a knowing expression gracing his face. Fenger, do you harbor feelings for that girl, Xiaoyu? Lin Feng's expression became momentarily frozen. He cast a profound glance at Ji Xiaoya in the distance, then turned his head back, lowering his voice to a faint whisper. Ancestor, do you believe in love at first sight? Lin Patian silently acknowledged the truth of the matter. From the very beginning, when Lin Feng interceded on behalf of Ji Xiaoya, allowing himself to teach her the art of cultivation, Lin Patian sensed something amiss, indeed. It felt profoundly unsettling. Yet, in this realm of affection at first sight, he found himself devoid of experience. Lin Patian couldn't help but reflect on certain matters, recalling a fleeting moment with a peculiar expression. The elder only believes in the gradual development of affection. Very well, since you have made your decision, go ahead. But remember not to neglect your cultivation. A forcibly picked fruit is never sweet, so do not bully the young girl Xiaoya. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Lin Feng repeatedly waved his hand, his expression resolute. Absolutely not. All right, Xiaoyu, you come over as well. Lin Patian nodded slightly, summoning Ji Xiaoya to his side. He bestowed upon them both protective talismans and 2 jade tablets capable of summoning his presence. In a solemn tone, he instructed, Do not use my name to flaunt your presence, but do not shy away from challenges. If you encounter an insurmountable problem, shatter this jade tablet, and my avatar shall descend. The two nodded repeatedly in understanding. Lin Patian raised his arm and, with a flick of his fingers, unleashed a beam of golden light, creating a passageway. This was a secure route leading to a vast realm far from the Imperial Gate. Lin Patian was intimately familiar with the terrain of the Imperial Gate, having mastered its intricacies. You may proceed through this path, he declared. Understood, esteemed ancestor. Lin Feng and Ji Xiaoya bowed respectfully before departing. Watching the two leave safely, Lin Patian turned around, his fingers deftly calculating, his eyes gleaming with fervor, a chilling intent of murder evident within. He growled, Taichu, Mongsong, Tianni, your grandfather Patian has arrived. With a resounding rip, Lin Patian tore open the fabric of space at this location and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, in the Taishan realm, within the small world hosting the Imperial Clan competition, 2 young figures hovered in midair, confronting each other like unparalleled blades, sharp and resolute. Lin Hao, clad in black, gasped heavily, his long hair dancing wildly in the wind, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Opposite him stood Lin Yi, dressed in white, stained with blood, wielding a long sword that quivered at its tip, his condition far superior to that of Lin Hao. Below, the battlefield of the small world had transformed into a veritable hell of slaughter, strewn with the lifeless bodies of countless prodigies. Among them, the Wang clan's elites were the most numerous, all having met their demise. Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly, honestly surprised by this unexpected outcome. Upon entering the small world, he had devised numerous strategies to ensnare Lin Hao and the other talented individuals from their clans, hoping to avoid direct confrontation. To his astonishment, Lin Hao had charged forth, relentlessly pursuing the scions of the Wang family. By the time Lin Yi arrived, the scene had already transformed into a battlefield of chaos. This turn of events completely derailed Lin Yi's plans. He had initially intended to hunt down another imperial clan that held a grudge against the Wang family, thereby diminishing their ranking and preventing the Lin family from finishing at the bottom. However, Lin Hao's actions led to a total failure of that strategy. Consequently, the Lin family now stood at the pinnacle of the rankings. With all the Wang family's elites perished, the Lin clan remained intact. What thoughts would Wang Wutian harbor in light of this? Lin Yi didn't need to ponder. Wang Wutian would undoubtedly be enraged. Yet, It was evident that Wang Wutian no longer had the luxury of time to linger in the Taishan realm. Lin Yi had witnessed the envoys of the Empire on numerous occasions urging Wang Wutian to proceed to the Imperial Pass and partake in the Imperial War against foreign realms. However, it was now certain that Wang Wutian would disregard the century-long truce agreement with the Lin family and would directly annihilate them before his departure. Presently, there remained but one course of action that could potentially delay Wang Wutian. Yet, this course was fraught with uncertainty. He had heard whispers that the powerful beings of the Empire possessed the ability to resurrect the dead and restore decayed flesh at a moment's notice. The veracity of such claims was uncertain. If true, it would be a boon. If false, so be it. Lin Yi was weary, gazing at his brother Lin Hao, whose fighting spirit burned brightly. Lin Yi let out a deep sigh and said, "Brother, just how far can your eyes truly see?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was taken aback for a moment. Then, filled with indignation, he responded with a mocking laughter. "Indeed, you, a traitor of the Lin family, possess a far greater foresight. The Imperial clan competition is on the verge of conclusion, and at present, my Lin family stands at the pinnacle, while the Wang family lies beneath my feet. All your cultivation resources now belong to my Lin family. This is truly the consequence of your choice, Lin Yi. How utterly laughable." Lin Yi smiled as he looked at his naive younger brother, Lin Hao, and shook his head, saying, "Do you truly believe that the Lin family can hold on to these now?" Lin Hao was taken aback. "What do you mean? Please clarify." Lin Yi remained silent, merely wielding his sword and striking down towards Lin Hao, yet his movements were fraught with numerous flaws. Lin Hao could hardly believe it. Emotions surged within him, his eyes turning crimson. "Lin Yi, how could you possibly want to kill me?" Lin Hao felt a profound sense of anguish and heartbreak. Could it be that his own brother intended to take his life? He had not even exerted his full strength in their previous encounters. Yet his brother was willing to resort to murder for the sake of the Wang family? Lin Hao struck with unwavering resolve, perhaps motivated by self-preservation. Launching a powerful punch towards Lin Yi. Boom! Lin Yi's long sword slipped from his grasp. A fist pierced through Lin Yi's chest, penetrating it directly. Lin Yi collapsed onto the ground. Lin Hao was drenched in blood, instinctively supporting Lin Yi, his expression momentarily vacant, before he broke down in tears. "Why? You clearly had the ability to protect yourself. Why didn't you shield yourself?" Lin Yi coughed up blood repeatedly, shaking his head with a resigned smile. "Cough, cough. My dear brother, congratulations on eliminating the traitor of the Lin family. However, sometimes you truly lack wisdom. Reflect upon why I previously confined both you and our kin." With that, Lin Yi's gaze gradually grew vacant. He did not defend against the blow. His heart meridian shattered completely. "Lin Yi, clarify this for me. Awaken and explain it to me. I do not understand, truly do not understand." Lin Hao wept inconsolably, yet he was powerless to halt the ebbing of Lin Yi's life. He did not comprehend, truly did not comprehend. "Lin Yi, awaken. Brother, do not perish." As Lin Yi's vitality extinguished completely, Lin Hao succumbed to utter despair, his eyes shedding tears of blood. A resounding rumble echoed as the small realm unfurled, signaling that the time for the grand contest had arrived. Members of the Wang family, the Lin family, and other imperial clans turned their gazes in unison. Wang Tong, the patriarch of the Wang family, did not even glance back. He spun around with an audacious declaration, "No need to look. The first place is undoubtedly ours." The powerful figures behind him laughed heartily, their expressions reflecting the certainty of their triumph. Yet, in the next moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Only the voice of Wang Wutian, descending from the void, resonated with a chilling intensity. "Junior, you seek death. The Lin family, all of you, shall accompany my Wang family's pride to the grave." Chapter 42, The Death of Wang Ting, The Arrival of the Twin Emperors. Wang Ting was momentarily stunned. Turning to survey the scene, the small realm lay in desolation, bodies sprawled in disarray. Dozens of young elites from various imperial clans emerged, their faces pale and trembling, their eyes fixed on Lin Hao, filled with terror and disbelief. They were utterly petrified, reduced to fleeing in panic. Lin Hao had become a harbinger of madness within the small realm. He dispatched anyone he encountered with ruthless efficiency. Initially at the pinnacle of the dragon transformation stage, he relentlessly hunted down the strongest young prodigies of the major imperial clans. After breaking through to the divine bridge stage, his might escalated to a level that instilled despair. Only by fleeing could they barely cling to life. Remarkably, the Wang family, historically the first, now had no survivors. Their distinctive garments littered the ground. A stark and painful sight. At that moment, the younger generation of the Lin family emerged from a formation, astonishingly unharmed. Suddenly, the gazes of all the leaders of the imperial clans turned icy, fixating on Lin Bufon and several elders from the Lin family who had attended. They demanded in unison, "Lin Bufon, provide us with an explanation." Lin Bufon remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Lin Hao and the lifeless Lin Yi, whose complexion had turned ashen, as if vitality had been utterly extinguished. His eyes were reddened to the point of violet. Amidst a pile of corpses, Lin Hao clutched tightly to Lin Yi's gradually cooling body, his form frozen like a statue. Tears swirled in his eyes but did not fall, and those once bright orbs now reflected only an abyss of emptiness. Lin Hao raised his head, gazing at the infuriated figure of Wang Wutian, whose terrifying aura rendered him breathless. A bitter smile crept upon his lips as he seemed to grasp the meaning behind Lin Yi's words, though confusion lingered. "Who is it? Who did this?" Wang Ting erupted in a furious rage, his eyes ablaze as they scanned the remaining prodigies of the imperial clan, casting a malevolent glance at each one before raising his hand to unleash his divine powers, ensnaring them all without a care for the thoughts of the other clans. "It was him. It was Lin Hao who did this. It has nothing to do with us. Even Lin Yi was killed by him." Panic-stricken, everyone frantically waved their hands, their faces pale as they turned in unison to Lin Hao, who was in the distant small world. Simultaneously, Wang Wutian reached out, drawing the still warm body of Lin Yi toward him. "No, give him back." Lin Hao lifted his hand, helpless and despondent as he witnessed the unfolding events. His heart raced with the dread that Wang Wutian intended to extract the supreme bone and from Lin Yi's body. If Lin Yi were to die without even preserving his corpse, how could that be allowed? Outside, the elders of the Lin family and their patriarch, Lin Bufon, remained silent. Lin Bufon, in particular, clenched his fists tightly, his head bowed low, lips trembling. "My son is dead. The Lin family is doomed." Upon seeing the lifeless Lin Yi, it took Wang Wutian several deep breaths to regain his composure. He truly had not anticipated Lin Yi's demise. What he required was not the supreme bone and of a deceased man. He must resurrect him. He would do whatever it took to bring Lin Yi back to life. Wang Wutian made an immediate decision, tearing through the fabric of space to depart. His voice cold and filled with unbridled fury resonating across the heavens. "All members of the Wang family, heed my command. Leave not a single Lin family member present." He then commanded an assault on the Lin family to annihilate them. With a thunderous roar, the formidable warriors of the Wang family surrounded Lin Bufon and several elders of the Lin family, unleashing their divine powers without hesitation. In mere moments, several elders of the Lin family were severely wounded. Even Lin Bufon struggled to defend himself, blood rising in his throat, his internal energy surging violently. He had not brought the indestructible cauldron, rendering him powerless to resist. Had he brought it, Wang Wutian would have surely seized it away immediately. With a determined step, Wang Tung entered the small world, his towering divine figure manifesting as he grasped Lin Hao and the other young members of the Lin family within his grasp. A prodigy named Lin Jia, his face flushed with anger, shouted, "Lin Hao, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you killing the Wang family's prodigies and Lin Yi, how could matters have escalated to this extent? Lin Hao, you are a traitor to the Lin family, just like your brother, a sinner of the Lin family." Lin Hao remained speechless, merely wearing a wretched smile. Was he truly at fault? He simply aspired to secure the top position in the grand competition, to procure some resources for the Lin family. Was there anything wrong with that? Yet, it seemed, as Lin Yi had remarked, the Lin family was indeed incapable of holding on to such fortunes. Wang Ting gazed at Lin Hao with an icy demeanor, questioning whether it was you who had slain all the prodigies of the Wang family. Lin Hao remained silent, still refusing to speak. Wang Tung's colossal hand of the law suddenly exerted tremendous force. The sound of cracking bones echoed repeatedly among the younger generation of the Lin family. Lin Jia gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, "Lin Hao, why should we bear the consequences of your mistakes? Aren't you supposed to be capable? You should handle it yourself." Another young prodigy, Lin Hai, also erupted in rage, exclaiming, "Lin Hao, you are nothing but a beast. You even killed your own brother. You are unworthy of being human. Now you drag us down with you. You deserve to face your demise alone." Upon hearing these words, Lin Hao felt as if struck by lightning, as though the final straw had broken the camel's back, shattering everything he held dear. Lin Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled against the bindings of a powerful grip, his voice breaking through, "I alone take responsibility for my actions. You killed." Before he could finish, A resounding crunch echoed as Wang Ting tightened his grip, reducing Lin Hao and the younger generation of the Lin family to mere fragments. He cast them down disdainfully, a malevolent smile playing upon his lips. What do you have to offer? What gives you the right? You are nothing but insignificant ants. All of you shall perish. As he spoke, amidst the despairing gazes of the Lin family's youth, Wang Ting pointed with a finger. The beam of light that descended bore a force capable of annihilating these unseasoned individuals 100 times over. Outside, Lin Bufan witnessed this scene, engulfed in profound hopelessness. Realizing he could protect nothing, a sense of powerlessness consumed him. Just as the beam was about to strike, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the void. The light was effortlessly shattered. It is I, Wang Tung, patriarch of the Wang clan. I humbly request your presence. Wang Tung's expression shifted dramatically, his very soul trembling with fear. The formidable members of the Wang clan ceased their assault on Lin Bufan and the others, glancing around in terror. Suddenly, two horned figures emerged from the void, one a middle-aged man with a weathered visage, and the other a young man exuding boundless arrogance. The youth looked down with disdain. His voice booming like celestial thunder, members of the Lin family stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Wang Tung was filled with elation, secretly thinking, so they are not reinforcements for the Lin family. He dared not display arrogance, hastily indicating the shattered remains of the Lin family's young generation, including Lin Hao, and the besieged Lin Bufan and the elders, respectfully announcing, esteemed seniors, these are indeed the Lin family members. As he spoke, the gazes of the two figures in the void fixed upon the Lin family. Lin Bufan felt a chill envelop him, his blood running cold. He had never encountered such formidable beings. Even the mighty Emperor Wang Wutian paled in comparison to the overwhelming presence of these two. Lin Bufan felt that even the ancestral figure might not be a match for the two of them. Moreover, Lin Yinren had lost contact with the ancestor for several days. And now everyone in the Lin family was oblivious to whether Lin Patian was alive or dead. Lin Bufan shook his head with a bitter smile, resigned to his fate. He murmured, Ancestor, there is no need for you to hurry back. The Lin family is beyond salvation. Despair enveloped him completely. In the void above, the youth took a few deep breaths and turned to Wang Ting, his tone growing urgent. Tell me, who is responsible for injuring them? Upon hearing this, Wang Tung felt an unsettling chill. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Senior, it was I who struck them. In an instant, the youth stepped out of the void, appearing before Wang Ting. The entire small world, nay, the entire Taishian realm trembled under his presence. Wang Ting broke into a cold sweat, contemplating the terrifying power of this being, far surpassing even his Wang family's unparalleled emperor. Senior, you, Wang Tung's words were cut short. Die. The figure before him merely uttered a single word, yet it carried the weight of inevitability. In that moment, Wang Ting's body exploded, his scream silenced before it could escape his lips. Gasp. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, collectively inhaling sharply. The Wang family's experts, witnessing Wang Tung's annihilation with a mere word, were left trembling in shock. Surely, even the unmatched emperor of the Wang family could not so easily eliminate Wang Ting? Amidst the terror-stricken gazes, the young man with golden dragon horns approached Lin Hao, who lay unconscious with shattered bones. With a mere wave of his hand, he restored Lin Hao's injuries and exclaimed in astonishment. This talent rivals that of the young man I encountered before, named Lin Feng, though his realm is slightly lower. Having said that, he moved on to heal the injuries of the other young prodigies. Turning around, the young man with the horns looked down upon the outside world, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance as he declared, Young ones of the Lin family, gather behind your uncle Aoin and point out your enemies. I shall eliminate them one by one. Chapter 43, The Lin Family, I Shall Protect. This youthful figure was none other than Aoin. The figure standing with hands clasped behind his back in the void was Ao Wushuang. Ao Wushuang refrained from intervening, vigilantly observing the surroundings, prepared to whisk Aoin and the Lin family away should a formidable emperor emerge. The elder dragon grew more cautious with age. Finally, the second dragon arrived just in time. Had he been any later, the outcome would have been dire. Aoin raised his hand, pulling Lin Bufan and the others behind him. Lin Bufan was perplexed. When did the Lin family acquire such formidable allies? He could not help but inquire, Esteemed elder, who might you be? Why do you extend your assistance to the Lin family? Aoin waved his hand dismissively and replied, Young one, this is not the time for such inquiries. Please indicate which clan seeks to annihilate your Lin family. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bufan's expression was one of turmoil and struggle. He glanced at the Wang family, hesitating to speak out immediately. Ao Yin's eyes narrowed as he declared, "Young man, what are you afraid of? I have instructed you to point it out. Today, I shall protect your Lin family." With his words, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue. His arrogance was palpable, utterly dismissing everyone around him. The members of the Wang family were drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by the scene. Ao Yin observed this with a hint of amusement, remarking, "So it is them, is it?" Witnessing such a formidable elder extend his support to the Lin family, Lin Bufan straightened his back in that instant. The sensation of having someone powerful backing him was truly enchanting. Lin Bufan no longer hesitated. With a pointed finger, filled with fury, he spoke in a low voice, "It is the Wang family." The members of the Wang family felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, disoriented and reeling. Ao Yin, upon hearing this, snorted heavily. "In this lifetime, I have harbored the greatest disdain for those bearing the surname Wang." With a swift motion of his hand, the power of the Tao surged forth. Bang, 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 in a mere flick of his wrist. Half of the formidable warriors from the Wang family were reduced to mere mist of blood. The remaining Wang family warriors were on the verge of losing control, trembling uncontrollably. What unfathomable might was this, capable of slaying thousands with a mere gesture? It is worth noting that each of them had emerged with at least the strength of the sacred realm. Surely, even the unparalleled emperor of the Wang family could not achieve such a feat. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Ao Yin had intentionally spared their lives. He spoke once more, his pride unabated. "Do not accuse this emperor of bullying the weak. I grant you a stick of incense's time to summon aid. When the time is up, should no one come to your rescue, do not blame this emperor for unleashing a massacre." As his words fell, the members of the Wang family exchanged anxious glances, filled with trepidation and fear. Indeed, this young man was undeniably an emperor. Yet, from whence did this emperor arise? And why did he stand so resolutely with the Lin family? The members of the Wang family were utterly in the dark. In this moment, the tables had turned, and the despair that had once enveloped the Lin family was now cast upon the Wang family. Lin Bufan gazed at Ao Yin, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his breath quickening in astonishment. This was indeed an emperor. What splendid news! Lin family was saved. "Senior, may we depart? We bear no enmity towards the Lin family." The leaders of the other imperial clans looked on with eager eyes, speaking humbly. Ao Yin turned his head, regarding Lin Bufan with a raised brow. "Young one, will you release them or not? Just one word." Swish, swish, swish. All eyes once again focused intently on Lin Bufan, their hearts pounding in trepidation. How could this emperor place such significance on Lin Bufan's opinion? Should Lin Bufan choose to deny their release, calamity would surely follow. The leaders of the imperial clans pondered their past grievances with the Lin family, relieved to recall that aside from the Wang family's attack on the Lin family, they had offered no other assistance in times of peril. "Bufan, do you not remember our childhood friendship? I, Gao Qing, am from the Gao clan, and we hold no animosity towards your Lin family. Please, allow us to depart," the clan leader of the Gao family implored earnestly, appealing to emotions first. "Indeed. Clan leader Lin, our Chen family bears no enmity either. Nor do we, the Zhao clan. Nor us, the Huang family. Please, let us go." Ao Yin's brow furrowed deeply as he bellowed, "Silence. Cease your clamor. Young one, will you release them or not? I demand a swift answer." Puff. Members from the Gao, Zhao, Huang, Chun, and other imperial clans spat blood, the weaker among them, those of the sacred realm, even suffering soul fractures. This thunderous command, laced with a dragon's roar, was beyond what these sacred realm individuals could endure. Ao Yin merely sought to suppress these imperial clans, thinking to himself, "Guardian Father, just watch. I will safeguard the Lin family, ensuring they ascend to become the foremost imperial clan in the Taishan realm." As for the young prodigies of these imperial clans, Ao Yin did not even spare them a glance, nor did he wish to oppress them. Even if granted another 1,000 years of cultivation, they would remain unworthy of his attention. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The quasi-emperor ancestors of the Gao, Zhao, Huang, Chun, and other imperial clans tore through the air, a group exceeding 10 in number. With fury etched upon their faces, they roared, "Who dares to harm a descendant of our clan?" Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Bufan's gaze sharpened, a bitter smile playing on his lips. It was evident that the Lin family had truly become the weakest imperial clan in the Xian realm. Nearly every imperial lineage possessed a quasi-emperor, yet the Lin family, apart from their own formidable sage, had scarcely any who had even stepped into the sacred realm. Ao Yin lifted his head, his eyes narrowing in disdain. "What of my injuries? Do you have any objections?" Furthermore, who granted you the privilege to soar above? Come down and speak to me. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Aoin, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The dozen or so quasi-emperors were instantaneously ensnared, plummeting to the ground in shock and horror. This overwhelming pressure was the might of an emperor. They all knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We were unaware of the esteemed emperor's arrival. We beseech your forgiveness." Panic surged within them as they pondered the origins of this formidable emperor. Ignoring the kneeling quasi-emperors, Aoin impatiently inquired, "Young one, have you made your choice? Will you allow these insignificant beings to depart or not?" Lin Bufon let out a deep sigh, wishing not to offend the imperial families too gravely. For if that esteemed elder were to depart one day, the Lin family would become a target of widespread animosity. He bowed slightly and spoke, "Esteemed elder, perhaps it would be wise to spare them? After all, it is prudent to leave a thread of goodwill for future encounters." Upon finishing his words, waves of gratitude surged forth, with voices expressing heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, Chief Lin, for your magnanimity." They gazed at Lin Bufon with immense appreciation. Aoin waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Fine, if you wish to release them, then let them go. Now all of you leave." Just as he concluded, a weak voice from behind interrupted, "Wait. You cannot depart without returning the stakes of the imperial tournament. Each family must relinquish one supreme imperial weapon." Lin Hao sat up, spreading his hands wide. Having witnessed everything in the latter half, and having seen this mysterious senior display his formidable prowess, Lin Hao was determined to claim the prizes. For he had earned them. The crowd paused in their tracks, standing awkwardly. They had thought they could evade responsibility today. "Lin Hao, why are you still fixated on this? For the sake of these trivial items, you would tarnish your brother Lin Yi's reputation." Lin Bufon could no longer contain his emotions and let out a roar. The anguish of losing a child threatened to overwhelm him, especially considering it was a betrayal among kin. Lin Hao bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes. The death of Lin Yi left him indifferent to the notions of right and wrong. His heart ached more than anyone else's, yet nothing could be undone. The retrieval of the Supreme Tao Emperor's weapons had become Lin Hao's sole obsession. With stubborn determination, he extended his hand and bit his lip, demanding, "Hand them over." Seeing this, Aoin gazed at Lin Hao with admiration. This was the spirit. Having come this far, how could one leave empty-handed? Were it not for his reluctance to seize them outright, Aoin would have eagerly snatched these treasures from the imperial families. Each one of them was dripping with wealth. It was perplexing how this young man, Lin Bufon, could allow them to depart so easily. Surely they should be made to pay dearly before they left, after all. How could they justify the long-standing grievances? "Senior, what do you think?" The quasi-emperor powers turned to Aoin. He said nothing, merely gesturing with an open palm. "Hand them over." Upon hearing this, a sense of dread washed over the crowd. It appeared that no matter what, they could not escape this fate today. "Senior, please accept." They reluctantly surrendered the Supreme Tao Emperor's weapons to Aoin, their faces etched with reluctance, careful not to display any dissatisfaction, all the while smiling nervously, fearing the displeasure of this mighty emperor. From the 7 great imperial clans, 1 weapon from each family, 7 Supreme Tao Emperor's weapons now rested in Aoin's hands. "Kid, catch," he said, tossing one to Lin Hao. "Now all of you be gone." With that, Aoin wiped away the markings from the weapons and cast them aside, continuing to scold the crowd. Lin Hao was taken aback, and it was not just him. The entire Lin family was stunned. After all, this was 7 imperial weapons. How could this esteemed figure throw them to Lin Hao without even a glance? Who on earth was this person? Lin Bufon cast a deep glance at Aoin, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his mind swirling with thoughts. "Very well, it is time to deal with you all. Yet, it seems this is futile. After a whole incense stick's time, nothing has been stirred." The fleeting moments passed swiftly, and Aoin observed the despairing Wang clan members with a hint of amusement. They had just attempted numerous methods, yet they could not reach the illustrious Wu Tian ancestor, nor any other ancestors, or even other members of the Wang family. The group resigned themselves to a grim reality. They had been decisively abandoned by the Wang clan. Simultaneously, Lin Patian erupted from the depths of the earth. Entering the Imperial Pass, having pinpointed the locations of the 3 eminent beings of Taichu, he began to conjure the blazing fury Lotus mid-journey and hurled it fiercely downwards. Chapter 44. A Great Blunder. The 9 great heavenly sovereigns from distant realms have arrived. Taichu, Mongsong, Tianyi. I have declared that I would seek retribution. All of you shall perish. A thunderous roar resonated throughout the Imperial Pass. Boom! The blazing Fury Lotus detonated violently below. Lin Patian precisely confined the range to this point. And in an instant, the colossal mansion inscribed with the words Empire Alliance was torn asunder by the surging flames. In that moment, clouds of dust and smoke erupted. Lin Patian's eyes radiated brilliance as he gazed downward, unable to suppress the contraction of his pupils. To his astonishment, there was no one present. To be precise, within the Imperial Alliance, there lay only a charred man, sprawled on the ground, twitching slightly, his breath in utter disarray, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Lin Patian examined closely. And in the next moment, he was rendered speechless. How could it possibly be the foreign Emperor Zun and the Taichu individuals? Lin Patian was utterly bewildered. He had previously sensed the presence of the three emperors of primordial times right here, yet upon his arrival, it had transformed into the imperial sovereign of an alien realm. The most crucial aspect was that he had inadvertently inflicted harm upon him. Almost simultaneously, Lin Patian became acutely aware of an overwhelmingly hostile aura converging from all directions. Approximately 20 alien emperors surged forth like a relentless tide, encircling Lin Patian completely. Among them were familiar faces such as the Black Dragon Emperor and the devouring Divine Insect Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor's chest heaved violently as he barked. How could you betray the imperial sovereign who granted you the immortal herb that ensured your survival? Why did you attack him without provocation? Everyone, heed my command. Seize Lin Patian. The Black Dragon Emperor's eyes blazed with fury. He was genuinely enraged. He had believed that the alien realm and Lin Patian had moved past their enmity, only to discover that nothing had changed. Furthermore, Lin Patian's actions this time were even more insidious, having emerged from the shadows to launch a surprise attack on the imperial sovereign, inflicting severe injuries. With the Black Dragon's order, the numerous alien emperors distanced themselves, collaboratively establishing a formation capable of ensnaring even the most formidable of peak emperors. Enveloping Lin Patian within its confines, Lin Patian offered no resistance. A bitter smile etched upon his face. Allow me a moment to explain. I truly did not anticipate your presence at the Imperial Gate. I believed the three emperors of Taichu were here. Otherwise, I would never have acted. First, permit me to your divine abilities for your esteemed emperor, he implored. Silence. At this juncture, what further explanations could you, Lin Patian, possibly provide? A chorus of furious voices from the foreign emperors interrupted, not allowing Lin Patian to finish his words. Alas, Lin Patian let out a sigh. He truly found himself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered. Just half an hour prior, everyone had still been present. So how had the Imperial Gate changed hands upon his emergence from the depths? At that moment, a feeble voice emerged from the ruins of the Imperial Alliance residence below. Lin Patian, why did you ambush me? His voice was thick with confusion, rendered senseless by the searing flames of wrath. That indescribable burning sensation even ignited his very soul. Hearing the voice, Lin Patian raised his hand and shattered the formidable array set by the allied sovereigns of foreign realms. With a single step, he entered the ruins, casting forth golden light to isolate the outside world, exerting all his strength to alleviate the searing flames of the Tao of fire for the imperial sovereign. Lin Patian, what are you doing? Do not move. I shall be swift. Just bear with it for a moment. Observing that Lin Patian was merely tending to his own injuries and did not make another move, the imperial sovereign accepted his explanation, albeit with a weary tone. Lin Patian, the members of the Imperial Alliance have already retreated, and the three emperors of Taichu departed half an hour ago. Now, the Imperial Pass has been seized by us. Thus, this time, you have truly harmed me by mistake. I was in the midst of searching for treasures when you unleashed a divine ability upon me. Listening to the grievances of the imperial sovereign, Lin Patian felt a wave of embarrassment, yet a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Furrowing his brow, he shifted the conversation. I apologize for my blunder. However, I assure you that I will make amends. Sovereign, do you know the whereabouts of the three emperors of Taichu? The imperial sovereign raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. First, tell me how you intend to compensate me. Perhaps by forsaking the shadows and joining my foreign realm, that could serve as your recompense? Lin Patian furrowed his brow even deeper. We shall discuss compensation at a later time. For now, tell me if you know the whereabouts of the three emperors of Taichu. The emperor, aware that it was futile to persuade Lin Patian to join the foreign realm, ceased his playful banter. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, They have gone to the Tai Shen realm, and their departure was exceedingly hasty. Originally, the imperial pass could have withstood them a while longer. It is said that your human race's true immortals are already en route, yet these three, along with other emperors of the Imperial Alliance, have fled without a moment's hesitation. Lin Potion's motion to heal abruptly halted as he felt the world spinning around him. How could they have ventured into the Taishian realm? How could this happen? How could it be? He was certain he had not revealed himself. Ao Yin, Ao Wushuang. Lin Patian suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling that this pair of dragon men had mentioned their enmity with the three emperors of Taichu. It seemed that the three emperors might indeed be targeting Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang. However, this was equally a grave disaster for the Lin family. After dealing with Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang, annihilating the Lin family would be an effortless task for those three despicable individuals, Taichu, Mongsong, and Tianyi. What's wrong? The emperor sensed the anomaly and turned his head, puzzled. Nothing. Lin Patian spoke nonchalantly, yet his heart was already in turmoil, hastening the pace of healing the emperor's wounds. Home, he thought. I must return home at once. In Lin Potion's heart, only this singular thought remained. Furthermore, due to the golden light barrier isolating him from the outside world, the foreign emperors could not discern the reality and were still engulfed in the astonishment of Lin Potion's recent act of dismantling the magical formation with a mere gesture. How could this be possible? What sort of jest is this, to dismantle a magical formation with a mere wave of the hand? They were filled with terror. Lin Patian merely raised his hand and shattered a formation capable of ensnaring a complete emperor of the 10th layer. Many emperors who had yet to engage with Lin Patian were utterly astounded from head to toe. Lin Patian, should you dare to harm the emperor, whether in the azure skies above or the depths of the yellow springs below, you shall find no refuge from my relentless pursuit across the endless realms, bellowed the Black Dragon Emperor, issuing a fierce threat. Yet, within his heart, tumultuous waves of astonishment surged. How could Lin Patian's power have transformed into something so terrifying, exponentially surpassing his former strength? He could scarcely comprehend Lin Patian's realm. The mystical aura emanating from him bore an uncanny resemblance to that of their own exalted beings from the other domain. Upon entertaining this thought, the Black Dragon Emperor felt an even deeper sense of dread. Could it be? Lin Patian has ascended to immortality, regardless of your newfound status. You shall not wreak havoc today. The Black Dragon Emperor's gaze was piercing as he swiftly produced a horn and began to blow it. The melodious sound of the horn resonated with an ancient and mysterious rhythm. The Black Dragon had actually sounded the celestial horn, intending to summon the exalted celestial lords. But do the celestial lords not refrain from intervening unless in a battle with immortals? Could it be that Lin Patian has truly ascended? How could that be possible? When the path to immortality has yet to be opened, how could he possibly shatter the shackles of mortality? Yet, the fact that he could dismantle the formation indicates that even if he is not a true immortal of the human race, he is certainly not far from it. How terrifying! The foreign emperors gasped in disbelief, feeling incredulous. Boom! As the celestial horn echoed, 9 pairs of eyes suddenly emerged in the sky. They rotated slowly, emanating a mesmerizing radiance that surveyed the world below, ultimately fixing upon the Black Dragon Emperor. A voice, indistinguishable in gender, resonated. Black Dragon, what summons you to call us? Has the Imperial Gate once again been seized by the human race? Yet we sense no presence of a true immortal among them. The Black Dragon Emperor hastily bowed, gesturing towards the ruins, and spoke solemnly. Esteemed Celestials, it is Lin Patian who has appeared inexplicably, attacking the Imperial Sovereign. And now he dares to strike at the Imperial Sovereign once more. My subordinates are unable to subdue him, hence I have sounded the celestial horn, seeking your judgment. Lin Patian? Ah, I recall him, a rather intriguing little fellow. With that, 1 pair of eyes among the 9 turned toward the ruins. What? Lin Patian is actually healing the Imperial Sovereign? The voice expressed astonishment. The Imperial Sovereign's original name is Di Tian. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon Emperor's breath caught. Cold sweat streamed down as he thought. How could Lin Patian possibly be healing the Imperial Sovereign? Was he not attacking him? This would render him a false accuser, and according to the domain's laws, he could face imprisonment in the Imperial prison for a millennium. My subordinates misjudged the situation. I should not have disturbed the esteemed Celestials. I beg for your forgiveness. The Black Dragon Emperor knelt on one knee, trembling uncontrollably. No, you have done excellently. Haha. The path to immortality has transformed into a true celestial journey. I did not anticipate that this route could still be traversed. Such talent must be preserved. Who could argue otherwise? Black Dragon, you have achieved great merit this time. Voices emanated from the heavens, and the 9 pairs of eyes vanished for a moment, only to reappear. The 9 great celestial lords descended personally. Each figure was grand, surrounded by an aura unique to the realm of immortality. Their gazes were as greedy as wolves, fixated on the golden barrier within the ruins as if it were a treasured prize. Among the 9 celestial lords, the sole female, with 9 tails swaying gently, her face adorned like a peach blossom, licked her blood-red lips, a smile of delight gracing her features, and her voice, soft as silk, floated forth. How exquisite a form this is! Brothers, I do not wish to vie for him with you. I am but a frail woman, incapable of competing. All I desire is to share a bridal chamber with him. Chapter 45, The Celestial Sovereign's Strong Retention, no longer concealing. The voice of the alluring celestial sovereign was not only soft, but also imbued with an endless charm that sent shivers down one's spine. The other 8 celestial sovereigns could not help but shudder. They inwardly grumbled, if Lin Patillon were to share a bridal chamber with this enchanting woman, it would be a wonder if he did not perish from her affections. A middle-aged celestial sovereign shook his head and jested. Charming sovereign, you truly are a bewitching figure, living up to your title. The charming sovereign's eyes sparkled like water, and she covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. Hee, sovereign you. May I interpret that as a compliment? If you wish, it certainly can be. Sovereign you was rendered speechless, offering a wry smile and a shake of his head. The central figure, an elderly celestial sovereign with silvery hair, gazed down and spoke with a faint tone. Black Dragon, this matter does not concern you. All of you shall withdraw. In accordance with the command of Sovereign Yi, the Black Dragon Emperor complied respectfully, leading all the emperors away, not daring to utter a word. The reason was simple. The Sovereign Yi was the foremost among the 9 celestial sovereigns, and his words could be said to represent the will of the entire foreign realm. Night, Yu, and Guan constitute the upper 3 sovereigns. Lei, Yu, and Ming form the middle 3 sovereigns. Feng, 2, and Mei make up the lower 3 sovereigns. 9 is the numerical limit. The number of celestial sovereigns has eternally remained at 9. Only upon the fall of one would the path to immortality be opened to replenish the count. However, the true immortal of the red dust is an exception. Once the emperors departed, the sky suddenly darkened. The figures of the 9 celestial sovereigns descended like 9 shooting stars, landing steadily upon the devastated ruins of the Emperor Alliance. Their gazes converged upon the resplendent barrier shimmering with golden light, as the 9 sovereigns stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Their expressions a mixture of seriousness and anticipation. Sovereign Yi spoke in a deep voice. What are your thoughts, everyone? Brother, did I not say? I only wish for this little fellow to share a bridal chamber with me. The charming sovereign giggled, embodying seduction. I did not inquire of you. Sovereign Yi rolled his eyes, directly bypassing her and addressing the other 2 upper sovereigns. Sovereign Yi pondered briefly before responding softly. Our main objective is to subdue him, allowing him to join our domain and impart to us the methods of transforming into a true immortal of the red dust. We have not made progress for far too long. Presently, the immortal king is ethereal, and reconstructing the true immortal of the red dust would yield combat power comparable to that of the immortal king, serving as the best means to suppress the myriad realms. Thus, our domain's top emperors could break the shackles of the 9 and attain immortality. Sovereign Yu's words were most astute. Sovereign Guang nodded in agreement, indicating his support. Sovereign Yi scanned the group, his lips slightly parting as he remarked, but what if he resists? Would we 9 be unable to subdue him? The middle 3 sovereigns shook their heads in unison, affirming, how could that be possible? Now that we 9 celestial sovereigns have gathered, even against an immortal king, we possess the strength to contend. As long as Lin Patillon remains within the realm of emperors, even if he is a 9 transformations great emperor, he shall never dare to act recklessly before us, unless he ascends to become a mortal immortal. Indeed, Yi Go, how is it that you have grown increasingly cautious with age? I, a mere weak woman, seem to possess more courage than you. The enchanting Tianzuan smiled radiantly, her 9 tails swaying gently as she shook her head in amusement. Yi Tianzuan glanced towards the ruins, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. His expression grave as he murmured, though that may be the case, such a prodigious talent must be subdued peacefully. Lin Patillon, I sincerely hope you do not fail to recognize the opportunity. Just then, a soft crack echoed. The golden barrier dissipated. The 9 Tianzans concealed their auras, standing quietly not far behind Lin Patillon and the Emperor, observing the two. The 10,000 years of confrontation and entangled grievances have long fostered a mutual respect between Lin Patillon and the Emperor, should they set aside their positions. Yet, it is indeed difficult to do so. The foreign realms in the myriad worlds are sworn enemies. Emperor, I shall take my leave then. This occurrence was truly unexpected, and I shall make amends in the future. Lin Patian patted the emperor's shoulder, preparing to take his leave. Suddenly, the emperor recalled something and immediately spoke up. Ah. Lin Patian, there is something I forgot to mention. What is it? On that day, I pursued Wang Daoji relentlessly, cornering him with nowhere to escape, leaving him with but a thread of life after devouring and refining him. However, the emperor hesitated, his words trailing off. But what? Lin Patian urged. Please don't tell me you managed to escape. Lin Patian turned his head, his voice trembling with emotion. If Wang Daoji were to escape, then all his years of patience and endurance would have been in vain. As long as Wang Daoji returned to the myriad realms before him, no one from the eternal life families would remain oblivious to his continued existence. The emperor sighed deeply. I truly do not know where he has fled. That day, I was on the verge of completely refining him when, unexpectedly, a colossal finger descended from the heavens, striking towards me with lethal intent. I could not evade it and was forced to endure a devastating blow, sustaining severe injuries. It was during this moment that the last remnant of Wang Daoji's spirit seized the opportunity to escape. My subordinates, the holy tiger, the celestial leopard, and the demon bull, attempted to intercept him but were crushed and grievously wounded by that immense finger. The emperor contemplated for a moment, then murmured, the one who intervened to save Wang Daoji possesses unfathomable strength. Even if there is a disparity between us, they are at least on par with my own capabilities. I heard from the Black Dragon that you were intent on killing Wang Daoji within the Celestial Tower, and in return for my favor, you released him, allowing me to devour and refine him. Alas, the emperor expressed his profound regret, still haunted by the events of that day. The ambush had been far too abrupt. He had genuinely come perilously close to death. Upon hearing this, Lin Potion's expression fluctuated between dark and light. It was no longer a matter of whether the emperor was strange or not, but rather a question of who had ultimately rescued Wang Daoji. After ruminating and turning the matter over in his mind, he found himself utterly perplexed, unable to grasp even the faintest clue. A sense of suffocating anxiety enveloped him. I understand now. I shall take my leave. Lin Patian, weary of superfluous words, yearned solely to depart swiftly and return to the myriad realms. The three emperors of Taichu have already set forth to the Taishan realm. Although Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang possess strength that marginally surpasses that of the three emperors, the Imperial Alliance has always disregarded martial ethics, resorting to overwhelming assaults. Whoever stands in my way shall meet their demise. Lin Patian turned around, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes for the first time. He had truly had enough of these sudden upheavals. Ever since he had ascended to the pinnacle of the seventh transformation emperor, Lin Patian had exuded an unparalleled confidence. Even in the face of true immortals, he feared nothing. Be cautious on your journey, and remember my words. When you can no longer survive in the myriad realms, do not hesitate to abandon the shadows and seek refuge in my foreign domain. The emperor waved his hand from below, reiterating his stance once more. Lin Potion's lips twitched. He had never contemplated seeking refuge in a foreign domain and hastily shook his head, quickening his departure. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. The Knight Supreme had made his move. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the Imperial barrier, catching Lin Patian completely off guard, causing him to collide with the barrier. Alert, he turned back and bellowed, "Who dares obstruct my path? Step forth and reveal yourself." The emperor was astonished. The Imperial barrier had already fallen under the control of the foreign domain. Who could possibly impede Lin Patian without his knowledge? With measured steps, 9 supreme beings emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing them, the emperor's heart jolted. Why were the supremes here? And all 9 had descended together. In an instant, they knelt on one knee and solemnly addressed him. Emperor Tian, we pay our respects to all esteemed supremes. The Knight Supreme waved his hand, lifting the emperor effortlessly, and spoke gently. Emperor Tian, please step aside. We have matters to discuss with Lin Patian. Understood. The emperor cast a lingering glance at Lin Patian above, retreating behind the 9 figures. Though he remained unaware of the Supreme's intentions, he recognized the gravity of the situation and could no longer intervene. He sighed inwardly. Alas, may fortune favor you. The Knight Supreme stepped forward, positioning himself before Lin Patian, clapping his hands in admiration. Young man, why not stay with us? Join our foreign domain, and you shall become the 10th crownless supreme. Lin Patian had no intention of complying. He clasped his hands respectfully yet assertively, stating, "Senior, I am currently occupied with pressing matters and must decline your request. I hope you will permit me to take my leave." If it were not absolutely necessary, Lin Patian wished to avoid any conflict with the venerable elder before him. Addressing him as senior felt entirely appropriate, despite having cultivated for over 100,000 years and becoming a formidable being, which a mortal can claim less than 1,000,000 years of existence. Moreover, his instincts warned him of the extreme danger posed by this individual. The 8 individuals standing below, while formidable in their own right, did not intimidate Lin Patian in a one-on-one confrontation. However, the person before him remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery. Should the 9 choose to launch a coordinated attack, he would find himself in a precarious position. Consequently, Lin Patian discreetly clasped his hands behind his back, focusing his energy on conjuring a flame of wrath lotus. Night Sovereign, upon hearing the refusal, remained unperturbed and continued to smile, saying, "Why not reconsider? Rest assured, should you choose to join us, all cultivation resources will be directed towards you. You truly possess exceptional talent." Lin Patian feigned deep contemplation, struggling to buy time for Shukuo Hulian, and once again hesitantly declined, "Senior, I truly have pressing matters to attend to. I implore you to allow me to leave." The smile of Knight Tianzuan faded in an instant, his voice resonating with authority. "What if I were to say no?" Lin Patian also comprehended that this was not a negotiation, but rather an insistence on retaining him. "Therefore, Senior, you are indeed entitled to refuse. Naturally, I, Lin Patian, can equally assert my refusal." As the words fell, Lin Patian dramatically unleashed the wrathful fire lotus from his back, hurling it towards Knight Tianzuan. Additionally, another fire lotus was indiscriminately cast downwards, exploding towards the 8 Tianzans below. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying heat wave threatened to level the Imperial Gate to the ground. Chapter 46. The 8 Tianzans encircle and suppress, unleashing full firepower. Lin Patian felt utterly desperate. If he wished to escape, he had no choice but to act decisively. Seizing the opportunity presented by the scorching heat and smoke from the explosion of the fiery lotus, he unleashed a powerful punch against the celestial barrier erected by Yi Tianzuan. Boom! The barrier trembled violently, its surface rippling wildly as concentric waves swiftly spread outward. "Grant me passage," Lin Patian bellowed, his veins bulging with might, as he unleashed a punch with the ferocity of a raging dragon surging forth from the sea. A thunderous roar erupted. The celestial barrier established by Night Sovereign could no longer withstand such overwhelming power. Cracks spread like a spider's web, ultimately shattering with a resounding crash. Seizing the moment, Lin Patian accelerated to his utmost, transforming into a streak of light, swiftly making his escape. Behind him, a light chuckle from Night Sovereign echoed, "Young one, I commend your audacity in confronting us, but do you truly believe you can depart without my consent?" Lin Patian felt a tightening in his heart. As his 6th sense warned him of imminent peril, the sky suddenly darkened, clouds obscuring the sun, and a vast celestial might descended from above, enveloping him. Lin Patian looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. A towering mountain, radiating an unmatched aura of power and celestial light, descended upon him with overwhelming force. Lin Patian felt a sudden halt in his breath, completely unable to evade or escape. The voice of the celestial artifact spirit, Tong Tianling, echoed urgently, "Young master, we are in grave danger. This individual possesses the strength of a half-step immortal king. Quickly employ the eternal Tao, or you shall be suppressed by his divine abilities without a chance of resistance." "I understand." In a flurry of urgency, radiant golden light enveloped Lin Patian, the seeds of the eternal Tao bursting forth from his body. He clasped his hands together and intoned fervently, "From antiquity to eternity, only my will prevails." Alas, it was too hasty. The towering celestial mountain descended relentlessly, silencing all in its wake. The Emperor Zun standing afar was left in a daze. Could Lin Patian truly contend with the celestial venerable? Although there was an element of surprise, he had witnessed the celestial venerable's painstakingly neutralizing that intensely blazing fire lotus, without choosing to confront it head-on. How could this not astonish the Emperor Zun? He sighed wryly, shaking his head, "Though we both reside in the realm of emperors, the chasm between us is vast. Yet, why did the celestial venerables personally intervene to stop him? Logically, this defied reason. Were not the celestial venerables disinclined to engage unless confronted with an immortal? The distinction between the realms of emperor and immortal was as stark as day and night. Never had an immortal deigned to address an emperor, save for that true immortal who had bestowed the celestial curse upon Lin Patian. Moreover, had Lin Patian not reached the pinnacle of the seventh transformation of the Emperor realm, drawing near to the realm of the Red Dust Immortal, even the barriers set by the Knight Celestial Venerable would have been insurmountable. The Red Dust Immortal's combat prowess rivals that of the Immortal King, yet falls short. Though he may contend with Lin Patian, he remains merely a true immortal, incapable of matching a genuine Immortal King. A half-step Immortal King equates to a half-step Red Dust Immortal, thus inherently superior to the latter. Stay put, little one. The Knight Celestial Venerable stepped forward, traversing the void with lotus-like grace, as the imposing celestial mountain rapidly diminished in size, resting in his grasp. Turning towards the other 8 celestial venerables, whose garments were slightly soiled from the fiery explosion, he remarked gravely, "Did you all witness that? This is the terrifying strength cultivated along the path of the 9 transformations of the Emperor. Had Lin Patian been a true Red Dust Immortal today, I would have been unable to subdue him." The Yu Tianzun, still shaken, intoned solemnly, "This young man's power is equivalent to that of a late-stage true immortal, truly. It is formidable." The Guang Tianzun nodded in deep agreement. "Indeed, it is terrifying." The Mei Tianzun chuckled lightly. "Hee. Nevertheless, no matter how powerful he is, he cannot rival our elder brother. Let us subdue Lin Patian and return to our domain. I am eager to share a chamber with him. Such astonishing talent. I yearn to bear his child." Upon hearing this, the Knight, Yu, and Guang Celestial Venerables fell into silence, while the 3 middle-ranking Venerables covered their faces. And even the 2 other Venerables of equal rank were at a loss for words. Such insatiable yearning. The Knight Celestial Venerable shook his head in amusement. "Little Mei, there is no hurry for your desires. Lin Patian will not escape. Once we assimilate him and uncover the means to transform into a Red Dust Immortal, you need not ask once, but 100 times, until you bear his progeny. Then I shall thank you in advance, elder brother." The enchanting Tianzuan inclined his body in a respectful bow, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the celestial mountain held by the Knight Tianzuan. A frown crossed his brow as he discerned something amiss. "Something is wrong. Elder brother, why do I sense that your celestial artifact, the Towning Mountain, is in turmoil? What?" The smile on Knight Tianzuan's face froze as he cast his gaze downward. His expression changed dramatically, and he hurled the Towning Mountain away, urgently commanding, "Retreat at once." The others, perplexed, followed suit in their hasty withdrawal. As the Towning Mountain struck the ground, it soared to heights exceeding 10,000 feet, yet it trembled incessantly, with debris cascading from above. Eternal thought. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating with boundless authority and fury from the depths of the mountain's core. As the roar resounded, the surface of the Towning Mountain began to fracture, ultimately shattering into its primal form. Amidst the swirling dust, Lin Patian emerged step by step, collecting the Towning Mountain into the Tongdian order. He fixed his gaze upon the assembly and spoke with deliberate clarity. "Predecessor, do not compel me further. Allow me to depart, and I shall return your celestial artifact." Below, the enchanting Tianzuan's face flushed crimson, utterly captivated by the spectacle of Lin Patian breaking through the suppression. Her eyes were filled solely with him as she could not restrain herself from applauding, exclaiming, "Little one, you are truly formidable. I shall not press you. I wish to bear your child. Come, let us depart together." The scene fell into an immediate, profound silence. Lin Patian glanced down, and Mei Tianzuan cast a seductive glance his way, startling him into exclaiming, "No, no, no, perhaps it is best to reconsider. I am already committed." Lin Patian suddenly shuddered, nearly dispersing the momentum he had just built. It was not that the celestial sovereign of enchantment appeared fearsome, on the contrary. Apart from the gradually fading memory of that woman, Lin Patian found this otherworldly female sovereign to be exquisite in beauty. However, the issue lay in the fact that she possessed 9 tails, while he belonged to the human race. More importantly, he could not forget that woman, the celestial being he had encountered in the secluded mountains 100,000 years ago. A fleeting romance had ensued, and to his astonishment, upon her return a year later, she left him with 3 children to raise. Lin Patian raised 3 children with great difficulty, nurturing them to adulthood and seeing them marry and start families, thus establishing the Lin family. However, that woman unexpectedly returned and took the 3 children away, never to return. As she departed, she proclaimed, "You are too weak. You have no right to raise my children." At that moment, Lin Patian was filled with rage. for those 3 children were also his. As he reminisced about the past, Lin Patian momentarily lost himself in thought, gritting his teeth and murmuring, "Liuli, you may hide. But do not let me find you. Otherwise, I shall show you what it means to be the most formidable, swiftest, and strongest man across all realms." Liuli was indeed her name. Lin Patian has never ceased his quest to find her, and upon finding her, his first priority would be to restore the honor of their union. Night Emperor's face turned ashen, and he admonished sharply, "Which side are you truly on? To bring this matter up at such a time, Xiaomei, is utterly absurd." Mei Tianzuan, visibly displeased, muttered, "Brother, you know as well as I do that the fox clan is dwindling in numbers. I am the last of the 9-tailed foxes. Our ancient texts have long proclaimed that should one unite with a being of primal sacred body, the offspring produced would at the very least be a 9-tailed fox, or even the fabled 10-tailed fox. Such progeny would undoubtedly ascend to become a celestial monarch." Upon hearing this, Night Emperor rolled his eyes and retorted, "Withdraw for now. We are all aware of your little ambitions. I have already stated that we shall discuss this later, but first, we must subdue Lin Patian." Mei Tianzuan sighed in reluctant compliance, stepping back while her excitement bubbled forth as she called out to Lin Patian, "Little one, I can be small too. I wouldn't mind at all." With that, she retreated to a distance. Lin Patian wore a look of horror on his face. Is this something one can utter? He secretly pondered. It would not bode well if, on one fateful day, Liuli returned with the children and discovered that I had remarried. Lin Potianshan felt a wave of terror wash over him. "Fox Xiaomei, Yi Tianzuan was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Their dignity in the foreign realm was at stake. He spun around, channeling all his wrath towards Lin Potianshan, and thundered, "I have declared that you shall not leave. And that is final. Should you utter another word, do not blame us for taking decisive action against you." Upon hearing these words, Lin Patian felt a surge of indignation within him. If gentle persuasion avails nothing, then resorting to force becomes imperative. If he cannot prevail, he shall raise the imperial pass. After all, the imperial pass is already under the dominion of the foreign realm. The actions of the imperial alliance are utterly despicable. For 100,000 years, they have kept the foreign entities at bay from the heavenly abyss. Yet after forcing him to retreat, within a mere 10 days, the Sea of Realms fell, and the imperial pass was breached. Are they truly human? Furthermore, the Sea of Realms harbors countless lower realms, teeming with innumerable mortals and cultivators. Are the myriad worlds to be forsaken in such a manner? He has witnessed countless cultivators being devoured by the foreign adversaries. Reduced to mere sustenance, even the innocents among the mortals are not spared by the foreign invaders. Lin Patian had long been seething with pin-up rage, directed not only towards the myriad realms but also towards the foreign domains. He did not oppose war, for it is an inevitability, however. He vehemently denounced the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent mortals, defenseless and powerless. Having expressed his sentiments, Lin Patian resolved that today, he would boldly measure the extent of the invincibility possessed by you celestial beings. Lin Patian let out a thunderous roar, his body ablaze with the flames of the Tao, the celestial principles, and the essence of eternity, all radiating in unison. Countless minor paths resonated harmoniously. He drew forth the indestructible sword of heaven's severance and struck first. "You, young one, are exceedingly arrogant." The white-haired knight sovereign's hair flared as if he were a deity, unleashing a formidable divine power towards Lin Patian. "You dare, Lin Patian. Your path has narrowed. Challenging us is the gravest mistake you could make." The 7 great sovereigns, Yin, light, thunder, rain, brightness, wind, and earth simultaneously launched their attacks, descending to suppress him. Lin Patian found himself outnumbered 8-1, swiftly falling into a disadvantage. It was a strenuous battle, overwhelming indeed. He would have had no fear facing any individual challenger. However, this was not a mere duel. Those from the foreign realm were resolute in their intent to capture him. Mei Tianzuan stood to the side with a worried expression, grappling with a decision that contradicted her principles, refraining from joining the fray. She was reluctant to intervene and instead felt anxious for Lin Patian's safety. "Careful now, don't injure him. Whoever harms him will face my wrath. My 10-tailed little celestial fox relies on him." As Mei Tianzuan observed Lin Patian's dire predicament, she nearly lost her composure and rushed to his aid. Simultaneously, the 3 great emperors of Taichu, accompanied by the entirety of the Imperial Alliance's formidable warriors, descended upon the Taishan realm. Chapter 47. The Lin family's escape and the capture of Ao Wushuang. In the Taishan realm, outside the small world of the Imperial clan competition, Ao-in barked menacingly. Behave yourselves. Hand everything over to this little fellow. Otherwise, my methods can be quite terrifying. He gleefully plundered the major imperial clans, leaving them utterly bereft. He even commanded them to return home to retrieve more resources. The various imperial clans, left with no recourse, could only cede in silence as they packed up their cultivation resources and surrendered them to Xiang Linhao. Linhao trembled with excitement, his hands shaking as he collected his treasures. He hastily stored the 7 imperial weapons along with countless cultivation resources into his storage ring, subsequently handing the ring over to his father, Lin Bufan. Lin Bufan was equally exhilarated. The cultivation resources acquired today were sufficient to surpass the Lin family's treasury by 100-fold. Not to mention, they had also obtained 7 imperial weapons. Esteemed elder, please allow us to pay our respects on behalf of the Lin family. Lin Bufan gazed appreciatively at Ao-in, prompting the members of the Lin family to kneel in gratitude. Despite any ulterior motives the elder might have regarding the Lin family, Lin Bufan was willing to accept it. No, I cannot bear this. I am merely fulfilling a duty entrusted to me. Ao-in swiftly waved his hand, and before anyone could kneel, they were effortlessly lifted from the ground. Turning his gaze toward the trembling Wang family, Ao-in snorted disdainfully, I have granted you another incense stick's worth of time. Yet no one has come to your rescue. You possess no treasures, so you shall all perish. The Wang family, filled with despair, pleaded on their knees, Elder, please. Just wait a moment longer. Surely someone will come. Though they were uncertain of who might arrive, they clung to the hope that any delay could save their lives, who would willingly choose death. Ao-in's expression grew increasingly impatient as he growled, Silence. Your Wang family still owes the Lin family an imperial weapon. Indicate its location, and I shall retrieve it myself. Upon hearing this, the Wang family hastily pointed towards their direction, their faces contorted with desperation. Elder, this way. We shall guide you. Ao-in looked down upon them with disdain, a mocking smile playing on his lips before he waved his hand. A cacophony of screams erupted as the elite members of the Wang family were annihilated, their forms disintegrating into a mist of blood. Observing the carnage below, Ao-in shook his head in disbelief. What a bunch of fools. You have revealed your location. Yet you expect to remain useful? Do I still require your guidance? He then murmured to himself, Father, you can now rest easy. His purpose in coming to the Tai-Xian realm was resolute, to assist Lin Patian in eliminating all potential threats. He intended not only to eradicate the Wang family present, but to annihilate the entire Wang clan. He had not even contemplated confronting the 3 emperors of Taichu. His focus was solely on the Tai-Xian realm. Ao-in understood that without Lin Potion's assistance, he would never have survived to see a second life. He would have long since perished. The gratitude he felt towards his adoptive father was immeasurable, a debt that could never be repaid. Thus, when he called out father, it was a sincere expression of his heartfelt emotions, devoid of any pretense. His support for the Lin family was genuine and unwavering. In the void, Ao Wushuang monitored the situation closely, wary of any unforeseen developments. He harbored an uneasy premonition about the return to the myriad realms. The 2 dragons primarily aimed to strike down the 3 emperors of Taichu with overwhelming force. However, Ao-in had pledged to protect Lin Patian and suggested postponing the assassination, which led Ao Wushuang to feel indebted to Lin Patian, and thus he had come. Yet, if the Imperial Alliance and the 3 emperors of Taichu became aware of their intentions and confronted them directly, Ao Wushuang had no assurance of victory. The Imperial Alliance was filled with formidable warriors, known for their overwhelming assaults, never hesitating to swarm their foes without an ounce of shame. Consequently, Ao Wushuang was deeply concerned and could not help but transmit a message. Ener, swiftly resolve the crisis facing the Lin family and evacuate all its members. Unforeseen changes may arise. Ao-in found the situation profoundly reasonable and nodded thoughtfully. Just as he intended to depart and eliminate any future threats to the Wang family, an unforeseen event transpired. A warship, larger than the entire Tai-Xian realm, forcefully entered the scene. Upon the deck stood a formidable assembly of no less than 48 emperors. At the forefront were the 3 emperors, Taichu, Meng Tsong, and Tianan'ai, their eyes sharp as a hawk, directly locking onto Ao Wushuang and Ao-in. This was the warship of the Emperor Alliance. Ao-in's pupils contracted in alarm as he exclaimed, This is dire. How could those 3 wretches arrive so swiftly? Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned Lin Hao, Lin Bufan, and other members of the Lin family into the folds of his robes. A grave expression etched upon his face as he gazed skyward. Ao Wushuang descended from the void to stand beside Ao Ying, equally solemn. He had anticipated that Taichu, Mang Song, and Tian and I would not come alone, and indeed, they arrived with a full contingent of 48 emperors. It seemed that a substantial portion of the emperor alliances might have gathered here today. The Lin family members, concealed within Ao Ying's sleeve, found their breaths nearly suspended. It was their first realization that an emperor could manifest not as a singular entity, but as a collective. Among them stood a familiar figure in the far corner, Wang Wutian. With his strength as a first-tier emperor, he could only position himself at the rear. Within his robes sat Lin Yi, his complexion pale, having just been revived, and experiencing an unprecedented weakness. Nevertheless, Lin Yi's expression remained calm. Fully aware that his gamble had paid off, Wang Wutian had indeed ensured his survival, even risking his own descent to the threshold of emperorhood to facilitate Lin Yi's resurrection. Moreover, it appeared that the Lin family was now devoid of worries. Ao Ying and Ao Wushuang stood with dragon horns atop their heads, making it nearly impossible to avoid drawing attention. Lin Yi naturally noticed Ao Ying and Ao Wushuang below, and his double pupils even discerned Lin Hao, Lin Bufan, and the members of the Lin family concealed within Ao Yin's sleeve. Remarkably, they were all unscathed, without a single limb missing. Ah, how splendid it is that they are all still alive. Lin Yiru exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, closing his eyes to regain composure. Although he was unaware of the identities of the two-horned warriors below, he understood that fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. One cannot escape their fate. At this moment, he felt utterly powerless. This was a clash between emperors. Not only he, Lin Yiru, but even Wang Wutian could not intervene. Despite the massacre of many from the Wang family, Lin Yiru had not seen him utter a single word in protest. Emperor Tian Ni's gaze was icy as he looked down, a sneer escaping his lips. Ah, I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be you two little dragon beings hiding away. What brings you out today? Mang Song wore a mocking expression, tauntingly asking. Why do you look at us with such longing? Are you perhaps wishing to plead for mercy, offering your blood to escape death? Standing at the forefront, Emperor Tai Chu remained silent, merely retrieving the celestial artifact, the true dragon sovereign staff, which originally belonged to the dragon clan, and caressing it with a look of intoxication. The moment the true dragon sovereign staff was revealed, Ao Yin's eyes turned crimson with rage. The hatred for the annihilation of his clan surged within him like a tempest. Retaining the last vestiges of his reason, Ao Yin suppressed his fury and transmitted a message. Father, what should we do? Ao Wushuang immediately responded. His voice laden with gravity, I will cover for you. You must go to the Lin family and take all the Lin clan members away from this place. Father. This cannot be. No, we must leave together. Ao Yin exclaimed in distress, realizing his father's intention to protect him while facing the onslaught alone. There's no time for debate. Hurry and go. Ao Wushuang bellowed, his dragon aura emanating powerfully as he transformed into his colossal form, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath towards the Imperial Alliance's warship. With a thunderous roar, smoke enveloped the sky, the warship swaying precariously as a breach was created, rocking violently. Now's your chance. Yin or flee. Ao Wushuang charged against the tide, roaring as he engaged the multitude of foes. Ao Yin intended to assist but was flung away by a sweeping tail from a divine dragon. Gritting his teeth, he turned and revealed his true form, fleeing at once. Guided by Lin Bufan's instructions, he swiftly arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Lin family, extending his dragon claws to uproot the entire Lin clan from the earth, escaping into the distance. Ah, the golden dragon shakes the world, with claws of a dragon. The golden dragon strikes. Father, I will return to avenge you. Listening to his father Ao Wushuang's pained groans and the ongoing unleashing of divine powers, Ao Yin's dragon eyes brimmed with tears as he quickened his pace. He could see the heavens and earth of the Tai-Xian realm being sealed at a visible rate. If he did not escape soon, all would perish here, annihilated by the Imperial Alliance led by the three emperors. The extermination of the Lin clan was merely a trivial matter for the Imperial Alliance, even if the likes of Emperor Tai Chu wished to save face and refrain from direct involvement. The wrath of the Wang family was something the Lin clan could not endure. Ao Yin had even heard Lin Hao mention that the Wang family possessed a formidable Emperor Wutian, whose power was terrifying, rivaling his own, dragon soaring across the seas. Let my blood ignite. Ao Ying's body suddenly accelerated once more, invoking the innate divine escape technique of the dragon clan, coupled with the burning of his essence blood. ultimately managing to flee just as the vast realm of Taishan was completely sealed off. Sensing that Ao Ying had successfully escaped, Ao Wushuang offered a faint smile. After a token resistance, he chose to surrender. Captured by the primeval emperor with the dragon binding rope, he scoffed. "Oh, resisting now, are we? Why the sudden change?" The primeval emperor sneered wickedly. With his dragon head held high, Ao Wushuang ignored him completely. He was not foolish. If captured, any execution would only follow after his essence blood had been thoroughly drained, rendering him devoid of any value. However, if he were to resist stubbornly, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at that very moment. He silently thought, "Friend Patian Dao, I have fulfilled my promise alongside Ao Ying. You cannot abandon us in our time of need. My dragon life awaits your rescue." Chapter 48. A turn of events. Spitting a mouthful of dragon saliva, Ao Wushuang directed it onto the primeval emperor's face, his tone dripping with disdain. "You despicable scoundrel, I have long seen through you, Ao Wushuang. Whether to kill or maim, do as you will alongside Mangsong, you three mutts." Caught off guard, the primeval emperor wiped the spittle from his face, his expression devoid of emotion. Before letting out a chilling growl, "Bring him down to the warship's imperial prison. Extract his essence blood until he is drained completely." Yes. Several sovereigns of the Imperial Alliance stepped forward, grasping the dragon-binding rope to drag Ao Wushuang away. He had no desire to resist, wishing to avoid further pain. As for the pursuit of Ao Ying, he felt no concern. Ao Ying's escape skills surpassed his own. Ao Ying possessed a treasure that facilitated escape and shielded him from calculations, known as the Hidden Dragon Disc. After witnessing Ao Wushuang being taken away, the primeval emperor stood on the deck, calculating Ao Ying's location with a flick of his fingers. Impossible. Even if Ao Ying were to flee at great speed, I should still sense something. The primeval emperor's expression shifted repeatedly, confusion etched across his face. Mang Tsong and Tian Ni approached, also attempting calculations, their shock mirroring his. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Ni mused, "When we exterminated the dragon clan, there seemed to be a semi-divine artifact of utmost speed that Ao Ying carried with him, which prevented us from obtaining it." Mang Tsong paused, reflecting for an instant, then exclaimed, "I recall this matter. It is indeed the hidden dragon disc." The primeval emperor's words cut through the air, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. He began to pace. Frustration evident. If it is the hidden dragon disc, finding him will be nearly impossible. But what? Mang Tsong and Tian Ni inquired in unison, their hearts racing with anticipation. The primeval emperor shook his head with a cold chuckle. "Have you forgotten that we have someone backing us? Huh. The master has decreed that we must capture these two young dragon beings to refine dragon pearls. With him to calculate, it shall be a simple matter." Upon hearing this, Mang Tsong furrowed his brow in deep contemplation and expressed his concerns. "Will this not reflect poorly on our capabilities? Must we resort to seeking his esteemed assistance for such trivial matters?" Tian Ni nodded slightly and replied in a low voice, "Perhaps we should first attempt to extract some information from Ao Wushuang." Tai Chu pondered for a moment and murmured, "That could work. Let us begin by interrogating Ao Wushuang. Additionally, I observed Ao Ying departing with an entire family. What family was that?" At this, Mang Tsong turned to Wang Wutian, who stood at the rear, and called out, "You there, stop looking about. You are Wang Wutian, correct? Come here. We require your assistance." Wang Wutian shuddered. What business could these esteemed figures, standing at the pinnacle of the Empire Alliance, have with a mere newly ascended emperor like himself? Could it be they have discovered Lin Yi concealed within my sleeve, seeking to claim his supreme bone and reincarnated eyes? Yet, if I were indeed to surrender Lin Yi, I would not dare to utter a word. A wave of anxiety washed over Wang Wutian, who was resolutely unwilling to be a pawn in someone else's game. Is your hearing impaired due to your low cultivation level? I commanded you to come here. Did you not hear me? Mang Tsong's stern rebuke nearly startled Wang Wutian's soul away. With a stiffened neck, he approached, bowing deeply with cupped hands, and respectfully stated, "I am Wang Wutian, the newly ascended emperor. I pay my respects to the three leaders of the Empire Alliance." Throughout the entire Taishan realm, Wang Wutian could wield considerable power. Yet before the three emperors of Taichu, he was but a mere shadow, at best a nameless entity. Taichu could barely muster the energy to nod, directly pointing to the vanished direction of the Lin family's ancestral grounds, and inquired, "As a denizen of the Taishan realm, can you discern which family was uprooted?" Wang Wutian focused his gaze and immediately recognized the location. Without the slightest hesitation, he replied, in response to Emperor Taichu. This place is indeed the ancestral grounds of the Lin family. The three emperors, revered leaders of the Empire Alliance, were known as deities within their ranks, a testament to their formidable influence. The Lin family? The Lin family? Mang Tsong and Tian and I exchanged glances, suddenly recalling a figure, one they had long believed to be deceased. A peculiar smile instantly appeared on the faces of the trio, including Taichu. Fixing his gaze on Wang Wutian, Mang Tsong teasingly asked, "Is it the Lin family of Lin Patian?" Without daring to boast, Wang Wutian quickly responded, in answer to Emperor Mang Tsong. "It is indeed the Lin family of the most powerful Emperor Lin Patian, who reigned 100,000 years ago." Upon hearing this, the smiles of the three emperors vanished entirely, replaced by a darkened countenance. Tian and I lowered his voice and growled, "By his merit alone. Does he deserve the title of the most powerful emperor?" "Wang Wutian, if you lack understanding, then silence your insolent tongue." Wang Wutian was taken aback, cold sweat pouring down him. He had not misspoken. Lin Patian was universally acknowledged as the most powerful emperor, his renown unmatched for 100 millennia. In the vast multiverse, which cultivator of any renown was unaware of Lin Patian's legacy? Clearly, they are three envious individuals. Why should they vent their frustrations on me simply because they lack renown? Wang Wutian was internally troubled, yet he dared not reveal his emotions on the surface. He hastily knelt on one knee, bowing his head. "I have allowed the ambitions of others to overshadow my own dignity. I deserve punishment, and I acknowledge my mistake. How dare an insignificant insect presume to judge what constitutes strength? Depart at once." Taichu bellowed, sending Wang Wutian hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the deck. For a fleeting moment, Wang Wutian's expression darkened, but he swiftly concealed it. The other emperors, indifferent, observed with focus on their own thoughts, entirely disregarding the disheveled Wang Wutian, who slinked back into the warship in disgrace. Taichu the Great wore a grim expression as he turned to the other two emperors, inquiring, "Did we not agree that we would refrain from directly confronting the Lin family?" "Indeed, such an agreement exists. However, I did not swear an oath to heaven, did you?" Mang Tsong replied with a sardonic grin. "I have not." Tian and I swiftly shook his head. Taichu the Great chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "What a coincidence. Neither have I. What is an oath to heaven anyway? Who among the honorable would engage in such nonsense? Ha ha. So what shall we do about the Lin family then?" Mang Tsong and Tian and I exchanged knowing glances, a mocking smile gracing their lips. Upon hearing this, Taichu's expression turned icy, and he enunciated each word with chilling precision. "Report directly to the master. We must locate Aoin at the earliest possible moment, seize the hidden dragon plate, and annihilate the Lin family. Not a single one shall be spared, not even an ant." This time, Mang Tsong and Tian and I voiced no dissent, immediately acquiescing. Boom, boom, boom. The three emperors stood at the bow of the ship, each forming a hand gesture with one hand, their divine consciousness shifting as the warship swiftly altered its course, soaring towards the supreme heaven of all realms. Their motivation was singular. The supreme heaven harbored immortals. Concurrently, Aoin ceased his flight. Upon confirming that Taichu and the others had not pursued him, he descended onto a desolate planet, bringing the Lin family down to their roots. It had been a long time since he had returned, and he was taken aback to find his home in such a state. As he arrived, Aoyin's spirits plummeted. He was uncertain where to flee, aimlessly wandering until he reached the ancestral land of the dragon race, Dragon Star. This entire planet had once been home to but one race, the dragon race. Yet now, everything lay in ruin. "Senior, what has happened to you?" Lin Bufon mustered his courage to inquire of Aoin, who stood trembling with his back turned to the Lin family. Aoin let out a heavy sigh and said, "Young one, my name is Aoin. This place is the ancestral land of my dragon clan, which has now fallen into such a state. Only my father and I remain still existing in this world." Upon hearing these words, Lin Bufon immediately comprehended the situation, especially in conjunction with the earlier arrival of the group of emperors in the Taishan realm. His expression darkened. "The dragon clan of your esteemed lineage must have certainly been annihilated by that group. Alas, despite the immense favor bestowed upon us by your noble family, we find ourselves utterly powerless to assist." Lin Bufon felt a myriad of emotions swirling within him, his fists clenched tightly, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. His family, the Lin clan, had endured a similar plight. Had it not been for the intervention of the esteemed dragon man today, their lineage would surely face annihilation. Yet Aoin, possessing a bold and unrestrained character, quickly set aside his sorrow and began to pace anxiously, contemplating a means to rescue Ao Wushuang. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Is there anyone among you who can still establish contact with our venerable ancestor, the breaking sky? Reach out to him directly and convey that Ao Yin is in need of assistance. The expressions of the Lin family members shifted to a peculiar state as a faint voice echoed from an unknown source. Ancestor? Is he not dead? Nonsense. How could he possibly be dead? Ao Yin was struck with a tremendous shock, retreating 3 steps in disbelief. His eyes glazed over. Could it be that my adoptive father perished within that divine tomb? This is impossible. If my father and I, despite our frailty, could survive, how could my adoptive father have met his demise? The speaker's words were uttered without intent, yet they reverberated with significance. And Ao Yin's reference to his adoptive father stirred a tempest of emotions. Lin Bufan gazed in astonishment at Ao Yin, realizing that he was indeed the adopted son of their esteemed ancestor, who had now come to the aid of the Lin family. The entire Lin family pays their respects to the esteemed elder Ao Yin. The Lin family, comprising hundreds of thousands of members, collectively bowed deeply to Ao Yin. Ao Yin remained in a daze, rendered speechless and standing in a stupor. At that moment, Lin Yanran approached, halting a distance of more than 10 paces from Ao Yin. Despite Ao Yin's efforts to suppress his imperial aura to the utmost, Lin Yan found her breath constricted as she drew near. In a hushed tone, she conveyed, "Senior, may I have a word? Our ancestor may indeed still be alive." Ao Yin's eyes instantly sparkled with interest as he turned to her. Chapter 49. In the depths of a foreign land, bound by chains. The two stepped aside. "Young lady, what do you mean by that? Can you perhaps establish contact with your ancestor?" Ao Yin inquired with palpable urgency, his expression reflecting his eagerness. Lin Yanran nodded and said, "Senior, I was indeed able to reach our ancestor through a unique bloodline ability within our clan. However, for reasons unknown, I suddenly lost that connection." After a brief pause, she chose not to elaborate further. "Please, continue. Don't leave me hanging," Ao Yin exclaimed, his impatience palpable as he felt as though they were now engaged in a perplexing riddle. Lin Yanran lifted her exquisite head, fixating her gaze on Ao Yin, and earnestly inquired, "Senior, may I place my trust in you?" Ao Yin was momentarily taken aback, silently chiding her in his heart. Was she not being excessively cautious? "I swear by the heavenly principles that I hold no ill intentions. Otherwise, may the heavens strike me down." Without further ado, Ao Yin solemnly proclaimed his oath, and a profound energy descended from the skies. The heavens acknowledged Ao Yin's vow. Should he ever betray it, calamity would surely follow. With a roll of his eyes, Ao Yin added, "Now do you believe me? Speak up, little girl, and spare us the suspense." Upon witnessing this, Lin Yan completely relinquished her wariness, took a deep breath, and affirmed, "The ancestor is not dead. I can sense a faint trace of his aura. However, I have been unable to establish contact since 10 days ago." Ao Yin, upon hearing this, realized that it coincided precisely with the time of entering the divine tomb. Glancing at Lin Yanran, whose cultivation was merely at the dragon transformation realm, Ao Yin's gaze sharpened, and he grasped the situation. He exclaimed, "It must be due to your insufficient cultivation after your ancestor's power has grown. The concentration of your bloodline and your cultivation level are no longer adequate to connect with him." Lin Yanran was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered such a notion before, yet the elder seemed to speak with compelling logic. Ao Yin waved his sleeve decisively and spoke, quickly, "Unleash your bloodline's mystical abilities, and I shall assist you in channeling your cultivation from the sidelines to see if it holds true." "Very well, esteemed elder." Lin Yan swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, her aura swirling around her. With a graceful lift of her jade-like hand, crimson light blossomed from her fingertips. "Bloodline limit, guide." Lin Yanran silently recited an incantation, and the blood-red radiance grew increasingly resplendent, coalescing into a complex bloodline totem that enveloped her entirely. Ao Yin acted swiftly, forming intricate hand seals, and gently touched her back, cautiously infusing his cultivation into her. Divine Bridge, Quasi-Saint, Saint King. In mere moments, Lin Yanran ascended to the rank of Saint King. Ao Yin withdrew his hands, ceasing the infusion of power. It was not that he could not elevate her further, but rather that Lin Yan could no longer bear it. Should he continue, she would surely explode and perish. If this were insufficient, then there would truly be no recourse. Ao Yin sighed in resignation, intently observing Lin Yanran's transformation. Suddenly, Lin Yanran's entire being was in turmoil, a crimson beam of light shooting forth, her eyes tightly shut, her delicate form trembling incessantly. After several breaths, she abruptly opened her eyes, joy illuminating her features. "Senior, I've established a connection with our ancestor." Ao Yin's face radiated delight, and he urged, "Quickly inform him that my father, Ao Wushuang, has been captured. We are being pursued like stray dogs. He must return at once." Ancestor, Lin Patian, engaged in battle against 8 celestial dignitaries from a foreign realm beyond the Imperial Pass, suddenly received the transmission in his heart. His movements momentarily faltered, causing his offensive to transform. "Lin Patian, how arrogant! To engage with us while distracted," roared Knight Celestial Dignitary, seizing the opportunity to almost suppress him with a single strike. Lin Patian lamented in despair, too occupied with the confrontation to respond. "What did your ancestors say?" Ao Yin inquired, observing Lin Yanran's tightly clenched teeth and her bashful demeanor. "The ancestor. He has replied to me, yet he clearly received it." Lin Yan rested her chin on her hand, a look of bewilderment adorning her face. Why had the ancestor suddenly ceased to acknowledge her? Had the Lin family committed some grave error that displeased the ancestor, causing him to withdraw his guidance? Ao Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it truly be? "Allow me to ascertain." With that, he placed a hand gently on Lin Yanran's back, attuning his senses to their connection, and then called out loudly, "Foster father, foster father. Are you there? If so, please give a sign." Lin Patian furrowed his brows tightly. He longed to speak, yet the celestial sovereign across from him would not permit it. Even the slightest distraction could lead to severe repercussions. "Foster father, foster father," Ao Yin called out, repeating it a staggering 800 times, but Lin Patian remained unresponsive. Ao Yin pondered to himself, perplexed. He had clearly received the message, so why the silence? Was Lin Patian perhaps in seclusion? Yet, given the urgency of the situation, with the Taichu 3 emperors potentially drawing near, he needed to rouse his foster father. What could he employ to jolt him awake? Suddenly, inspiration struck Ao Yin. Raising his voice, he transmitted urgently, "Foster father, the Taichu 3 emperors are at our doorstep. Your Lin family is on the brink of annihilation." "What? I'm coming at once." Lin Potion's voice echoed hoarsely in the hearts of Ao Yin and Lin Yanran. Then, with a resounding crash, silence enveloped the scene, severing even the bond of blood. Lin Yanran turned her head to exchange glances with Ao Yin, her voice trembling with fear. "Senior, what was that sound just now?" Ao Yin pondered for a moment before responding with certainty. "It must be the sound of the boundary breaking, caused by your ancestor's swift movement. Let us wait. He will return shortly." He urged, "You must hasten your cultivation. Do not squander this precious time. The resources acquired from those imperial clans today are quite valuable." Indeed. They agreed. "Then let us cultivate diligently as we await the return of our ancestor." Lin Yanran's delicate beauty seemed to bear profound significance. If even such a formidable predecessor spoke thus, the old ancestor must be returning soon. What on earth is this young man thinking? Distracted in battle, he displays such audacity. Does he truly believe we, the celestial lords, are mere trifles? Observing Lin Patian, utterly immobilized and ensnared within the grasp of the Knight Celestial Lord, Yutian Celestial Lord shook his head in exasperation. There was no time to dwell on him. This lad was exceedingly peculiar. Best to take him back to the foreign realm first. The Knight Celestial Lord uttered in a grave tone, stepping forward and vanishing from sight. Yes. The remaining Celestial Lords clasped their hands in respect, hastily following suit. "Wait, don't forget about me," the charming Celestial Lord exclaimed, stamping her foot repeatedly before vanishing into the Imperial Pass. Observing the direction in which they departed, the Emperor murmured to himself, "What exactly do the Celestial Lords intend to do with Lin Patian? Alas, I can only wish you good fortune, Lin Patian." With a wry smile, he too faded from this place. What Ao Yin and Lin Yanran had heard was not the sound of Lin Patian breaking through the air, but rather the cacophony of his mind in turmoil, utterly distracted and struck by the suppression of divine power. Soon, the 9 Celestial Lords returned to the depths of the foreign realm. A flick of their palms sent the unconscious Lin Patian hurtling forth. Swish. 18 black chains descended from the heavens, piercing Lin Potion's body directly. "What are you planning to do?" The excruciating pain jolted Lin Patian awake, beads of cold sweat pouring from him. The agony of the chains penetrating his flesh was at least tenfold more intense than the eruption of the fallen emperor's curse. It was utterly unbearable. With deliberate steps, the Knight Celestial Lord descended from the high platform, a smile gracing his face. "Lin Patian, fear not. The pain will soon subside." Rest easy and sleep. Upon awakening, you shall belong to us. Chapter 50. The Night of Wedding Lights. The Glimmer of Lioli. As the words fell, it was as if he were under a spell. Lin Potion's gaze rapidly dulled, his head drooping in weakness as he succumbed to slumber. The charming celestial lord approached with a radiant smile, lifting Lin Potion's chin, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Turning with a light laugh, she declared, "The dark matter has already been infused. I shall take him away." The night celestial lord's expression darkened, brows furrowing in disapproval, sensing the impropriety of her haste. However, the assimilation ritual was complete. Lin Patian had fallen into a state of total disorientation, merely awaiting 27 time, when he would be entirely transformed into a being of the foreign realm. Very well, very well. Take him away, but do remember, do not indulge in nightly revelry, or you may inadvertently end his life. Having spoken, the Night Celestial Master waved his hand to dismiss the others and ascended the high platform, entering a state of meditation with closed eyes. The remaining Celestial Masters followed suit, sharing a brief chuckle before immersing themselves in their own practices. Upon reaching the Celestial Realm, each exertion would deplete a significant amount of celestial energy. However, since the ancient battle of the fallen Celestials, the supply of celestial energy had dwindled. After attaining immortality, one found themselves heavily constrained, unable to replenish the consumed celestial energy, thus relying solely on personal cultivation for sustenance. Should one deplete too much energy, there was even the risk of a decline in their realm. The Enchantress Celestial Master, hearing this, smiled lightly, unfastening the chains that bound her, causing Lin Patian to collapse into her embrace. Gazing upon his jade-like handsome face, she pressed her red lips together, murmuring to herself, "How could I possibly bring about your demise? Hiki, I shall instead leave you yearning for immortality." With a swift motion, the enchantress vanished, waving her hand to transform the surroundings. Suddenly, a resplendent bridal chamber appeared, adorned with joyous decorations. Bright red satin cascaded from the ceiling and crimson candles flickered, casting light upon a grand double happiness character. Lin Lang, from this moment forth, you shall be my beloved husband. The enchantress delicately waved her jade hand, and Lin Patian's dark attire instantaneously transformed into a vibrant red wedding garment. She herself donned a splendid red bridal gown, complete with a crimson veil, gracefully seated upon an intricately carved wedding bed. If it were not for the 9 tails gently swaying behind her, one might genuinely mistake this for a scene of matrimonial bliss. Then, with a delicate gesture of her verdant fingers, she continued. Lin Patian suddenly opened his eyes. Yet, there was no glimmer of consciousness within them, resembling a marionette, as he approached Mei Tianzuan and lifted her red veil. "My lord, please take a seat and come sit beside me." Lin Patian appeared dazed, utterly devoid of consciousness, obediently complying. "Lang Jun, it is time to partake in the cup of union." Mei Tianzuan lifted the wine cup, entwining her arm with Lin Potion's, and then promptly drank it all. In Lin Potion's eyes, a flicker of struggle emerged, only to be swiftly consumed by darkness. As the 18 chains pierced through his body, the dark matter capable of assimilating humanity into an otherworldly entity surged in, relentlessly corroding Lin Potion's consciousness. Thud. Lin Patian drank the ceremonial wine. "Hiki, my lord, it's time to consummate our union. To be gentle." Mei Tianzuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she blew a soft breath of fragrant air towards Lin Patian. "Ah, roar." Lin Potion's eyes instantaneously turned a vivid pink, his body akin to a red-hot steel beam, both fiery and unyielding. He lunged towards Mei Tianzuan. Just as their lips were poised to meet, a mere inch apart, an explosive sound erupted. Lin Potion's body became rigid, and a surge of blue light erupted around him, instantly nullifying Mei Tianzuan's enchanting technique. A graceful female apparition emerged from within Lin Patian. She wore a resplendent celestial gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her gaze imbued with an icy detachment, surrounded by a faint radiance, as if she had descended from the heavens, belonging not to this world. The woman cast a cold glance at Mei Tianzuan and spoke with slightly parted lips. "You charm him, disregarding my existence, do you?" Mei Tianzuan's pupils constricted. This woman had placed a restriction within Lin Patian. Moreover, it only manifested when he was on the verge of losing himself. She recalled Lin Potion's prior mention of having a family. It appeared that this woman was indeed the family he spoke of. But what of it? Merely a wisp of soul with no cultivation dared to compete for a man? Unyielding, Mei Tianzuan fixated on the woman and coldly scoffed. "What of your existence? What of your non-existence? I assure you, Lin Patian is mine. In the future, I shall rise high while you remain low." With that, the oppressive aura of a mid-stage celestial being was unleashed. The ethereal woman momentarily froze, but her gaze quickly regained its frigid, untainted state. And she replied softly, "You may rise, but when my true self arrives, repeat what you just said, and then you may claim your ascent." "What do you mean?" Mei Tianzun inquired warily. "Nothing much. She is coming," the apparition stated before vanishing abruptly. Simultaneously, a streak of light shot from the fourth level of the celestial tower. Disregarding the barriers of the foreign realm and heading directly here, even those immersed in cultivation, such as Yi Tianzun, remained oblivious. The light swiftly descended behind Mei Tianzun, who suddenly turned around, her pupils dilating in shock. A woman dressed in a flowing white gown appeared behind her, skin as white as snow, resembling the most exquisite porcelain. Those cold eyes, akin to an abyss, stared intently at Mei Tianzun. A profound chill enveloped Mei Tianzun. More importantly, this woman was the very apparition she had just encountered. How had her true self arrived without her noticing? And this was the deepest part of the foreign realm. How had she entered? Mei Tianzun's heart raced as she demanded sharply, "Who are you?" The woman raised her delicate brows, her lips slightly parting as her voice floated ethereally. "I am Lioli. Lin Potions." "That is not the crux of the matter. The crux is for you to repeat what you just said." The woman hesitated, refraining from revealing the nature of her relationship with Lin Patian. Upon hearing this, Mei Tianzun's heart quaked with trepidation, especially since she could not discern Liuli's cultivation level. Leaving her genuinely unsettled, she feigned ignorance, saying, "What did I just say? I have forgotten." With that, Mei Tianzun lowered her head deeply, her teeth clenched. This was the first time she had ever shown weakness, and to a woman no less. Mei Tianzun felt a surge of displeasure within her. Liuli's face remained expressionless. Her voice suddenly sharp as she continued to insist, "I said, repeat it again." Mei Tianzun abruptly raised her head, her expression filled with indignation. Was she made of dough? What was this woman interrogating her about? Mei Tianzun's anger flared within her, and she retorted, "I said I will be the prominent one, and you will be the lesser. Do you understand?" Liuli slightly nodded, a hint of expression finally gracing her face, tinged with amusement. "Very well, it seems there are individuals like you. If one were unaware, they might assume you are the legitimate wife, and I am the interloper." Mei Tianzun muttered under her breath, "I'm a nine-tailed celestial fox, not a human. Besides, you didn't mention you were Lin Potion's partner. If you hold him in such disdain, why not relinquish him to me?" Liuli's expression stiffened, her lofty demeanor faltering as anger flickered across her face. "To take pride in such disgraceful tactics, do you still believe you have a right to speak? The other realms are truly filled with pests." This remark struck Mei Tianzun deeply, her countenance paling to the utmost degree. "Speaking further with you is futile. It is merely a waste of time." Liuli had no desire to engage in further banter with Mei Tianzun. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, she unleashed an attack. Mei Tianzun was unable to withstand it, instantly sent flying thousands of feet, grievously wounded from a single encounter. Simultaneously, the joyous wedding chamber was shattered, revealing the original, profound cave. Coughing, she thought, perhaps she is not as formidable as imagined. This divine power pales in comparison to Mei Tianzun's. Mei Tianzun spat blood, her face burning with humiliation, feeling the sting of being intimidated at the onset. Furthermore, she was bewildered as to how Lin Potion's legitimate wife had stealthily entered this place. Logically, with her strength, it should have been impossible to infiltrate the depths of the other realm unnoticed. With a swift step, Liuli advanced, this time raising her palm. Regardless, Tianzun's wrath. As the palm approached her face, Mei Tianzun instinctively activated her secret technique, waves of energy rippling outward. In a flurry, the other 8 heavenly lords, engrossed in their training, opened their eyes, revealing a hint of astonishment. There was no time to ponder. All departed immediately. Mei Tianzun was the swiftest, arriving before Mei Tianzun. With some effort, he raised his hand to shield her from Liuli's impending strike, feeling the profound intricacies within, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "You are indeed a half-step into the mundane realm." Liuli halted her assault, narrowing her eyes slightly. "You are not bad yourself, half-step celestial king." Yu Tianzun and Guang Tianzun stepped forward, their voices resonating. "Even if you are a half-step into the mundane realm, you shall not act recklessly today." Mei Tianzun turned to Mei Tianzun, his tone grave. "Little Mei, what exactly is going on here?" Mei Tianzun wore an expression of grievance, as if seeking justice. "She is vying for a man with me. Brother, you must stand up for me." Mei Tianzun, upon hearing this, felt utterly bewildered. What does it mean to vie for a man? Upon uttering these words, Lioli's gaze lost its composure, brimming with fury as she exclaimed, "Silence! He is my man, always has been. Do not presume that my silence means you can control your tongue. Initially, I had no intention of intervening in this matter. I was indifferent to whether Lin Patian hailed from the myriad realms or an alien domain. However, today, I shall take a stand. You would do well to expunge the dark matter from Lin Potion's being and release him at once, or you shall bear the consequences." Night Sovereign scoffed coldly. "You possess quite the audacity, yet you are merely a half-step into the mortal realm, daring to speak so boldly. Let us not even discuss whether you can pass my trial. Even if you could, this place will not tolerate your insolence." With that, the remaining 7 sovereigns, save the severely injured Meiteon sovereign, converged upon her. The scene echoed the previous confrontation with Lin Patian. Lioli surveyed the situation, a chilling smirk gracing her lips. "Do you think you can bully me just because I am a woman?" The sovereigns remained silent, advancing relentlessly towards Lioli. "And so what if they do? They seek to intimidate me alone. What of it?" Not far off, Meiteon's sovereign wore an expression of pride. Chapter 51. 3 Celestial Kings of One House, dominating the alien domain. Lioli, undeterred by their words, calmed her demeanor and raised her hands in resignation. "If that is the case, let my 3 sons speak on my behalf, for I am but a mere woman, lacking in understanding. However, I cannot be accountable for their reactions upon seeing Lin Patian in this state." With that, Lioli produced a long flute and blew into it with fervor. Upon witnessing this, Night Sovereign and his companions felt a sudden weight in their hearts, enveloped by an indescribable sense of impending danger. Boom! From the depths of the Sea of Realms, figures emerged from the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels of the Celestial Tower. The foremost individual shattered the barrier of the alien domain with a single punch. The resounding crash echoed like the collapse of the heavens, instilling fear in the hearts of the alien denizens. 3 thunderous voices reverberated throughout the alien domain. "Who dares to bully our mother? Fear not, mother, we are here." The moment the words left their lips, 3 towering figures descended into the depths of the alien realm. The entire domain trembled at their arrival. It is vital to recognize that the alien domain is a cohesive entity, not smaller than the myriad realms. Should these 3 men appear in any realm of the myriad worlds, none would withstand such terrifying presence, and the world would crumble in an instant. Night Sovereign's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the 3 imposing figures. They stood like colossal mountains, looming in the void of the alien realm, their eyes crackling with intensity as they gazed down at Night Sovereign. In that fleeting moment, Night Sovereign felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of despair. The only thought racing through his mind was, Celestial Kings. 3 Celestial Kings. Night Sovereign's worldview nearly shattered. When did humanity give rise to such a fearsome lineage? A family of 3 Celestial Kings. Moreover, this ethereal and cold woman appeared to be Lin Potion's companion. Could it be said that? Night Heavenly Sovereign dared not ponder further, feeling as though his breath had nearly ceased. In that moment, a man in the center spoke first. Gazing at Lioli with a gentle voice, "Mother, is it him?" He gestured toward Night Heavenly Sovereign. Night Heavenly Sovereign felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, chills coursing through him. He noticed that this man possessed 2 pupils, born with dual sight. The other Heavenly Sovereigns were in disarray, nearly collapsing under the immense pressure, their leg bones trembling in fear. May Heavenly Sovereign's face turned ashen. What kind of existence had he provoked? He couldn't help but cast a terrified glance at Lioli. It was not just him, it was they. Lioli uttered merely 6 words, yet it caused the otherworldly Heavenly Sovereigns to shudder in unison. The man with dual pupils immediately looked down. With a mere flick, without even using divine abilities, he compelled all 9 to spew forth blood, losing millennia of hard-earned cultivation. Furthermore, he particularly targeted Night Heavenly Sovereign, reducing his half-step Immortal King status back to the pinnacle of Heavenly Sovereign. Though it was merely a half-step, it represented 1,000,000 years of accumulation for Night Heavenly Sovereign. The difference between half-step Immortal King and Immortal King was akin to a chasm. It is no exaggeration to say that an Immortal King could effortlessly contend with 10 half-step Immortal Kings without breaking a sweat. Barring a few extraordinary individuals who crossed realms to battle, the Heavenly Sovereigns looked utterly powerless, wondering if today signified the end of their realm. Crack! Night Heavenly Sovereign's nails dug fiercely into his thigh, his head bowed and eyes reddened, feeling a deep bitterness. This was an overwhelming dimensional strike. 3 Immortal Kings had joined forces, and the otherworldly realm could hardly withstand it, while the other Heavenly Sovereigns were unaware. Night Heavenly Sovereign knew that there were more than 1 Immortal King stronghold in the otherworld, all currently dormant. And in a true confrontation, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Yet, to yield like this filled Knight Heavenly Sovereign with a sense of unwillingness. The next moment, another towering figure in the void voiced his discontent. Elder brother, you are too merciful. Look, Mother hasn't even smiled. She is surely dissatisfied with your leniency. In my opinion, why bother with so much? They have already bullied Mother. Your approach is far too lenient. As he spoke, golden light radiated from his chest. An overwhelming and terrifying energy coalescing to the supreme bone. Knight Heavenly Sovereign gasped in horror, nearly forgetting to think. If the strike were to land, not only would their nine be annihilated, but the entire otherworld would likely be shattered, no longer a cohesive entity. Without a moment's hesitation, Knight Heavenly Sovereign knelt with a thud, bowing his head to the ground, trembling as he pleaded, Great immortal kings, please spare our lives. The remaining Heavenly Sovereigns followed suit. Kneeling in succession, equally trembling, My lords, please grant us mercy. The towering figure adorned in brilliant gold remained utterly unmoved, coldly stating, You should not plead for mercy from us, but rather seek forgiveness from my mother. Upon hearing this, the assembly of celestial lords turned their positions towards Liuli, pleading incessantly. Liuli furrowed her brows. To be honest, she detested this feeling of bullying others based on one's power. Yet, wielding her son's influence did not seem entirely unjustifiable, did it? With her cool, shimmering gaze, she was not soft-hearted. Rather, she had her own concerns. She waved her hand and, looking at the majestic figure before her, spoke gently, Wulyo, let it be. Your elder brother has already punished them, and Mother is no longer angry. Let us return. She continued, Moreover, Wunyan is your elder brother. You should handle matters as he does to spare Mother any worry. Upon hearing this, Wulyo appeared slightly displeased, crossing his arms and muttering softly, Humph. Elder brother is just merciful. At the center, the man named Wunyan chuckled silently to himself. Was he truly merciful? Not necessarily. It was merely that his dual-colored pupils perceived several celestial kings lying dormant in some unknown realm. If a conflict were to arise now and disrupt their mother's plans, when would this matter ever conclude? Wunyan longed to return home swiftly and fulfill the filial duties he had neglected for countless years. Wunyan, Wulyo, and Wuli, the names of the three brothers, Nyen Luli, Nyen Lioli. As for their surname, dissipating the golden light from his chest, Wulyo glanced down. Snorting with disdain, consider yourselves fortunate. It was evident that his murderous intent was the most pronounced among the trio. Below, Meitian-Zun wore a face of relief. Astonished that she had not been targeted, she had originally anticipated meeting a grim fate today, yet surprisingly, the woman named Lioli did not even mention the previous events. Moreover, Meitian-Zun sensed that Lioli was merely displeased with her for coveting Lin Patian, and had subsequently conspired with other celestial lords to oppress her. Otherwise, she would not have summoned the three sons of the celestial kings. It was as if she feared these three would discover Lin Potion's affairs. Wait a moment. Meitian-Zun finally reacted. Could it be that these three celestial kings were? Suppressing her terror, she looked up, her heart racing with shock. They truly are Lin Potion's sons. The resemblance between the three brothers and Lin Patian was uncanny. They bore such striking similarities that one could discern their connection at a mere glance, without the need for meticulous scrutiny. Meitian-Zun was left in a daze. Utterly disheartened by the prospect of competing with the original wife, how could she ever surpass that hurdle? It was insurmountable. Three celestial kings from one family left Meitian-Zun in complete despair. As Lioli turned to return to the Tower of Heaven, Wunyan and Wulyo followed closely behind. At that moment, Wuli, who had remained silent, furrowed his brows and spoke, his expression peculiar as he gazed at their mother Lioli's back, sighing inwardly. Mother, you may have gone a bit too far this time. Chapter 52, An Unconventional Approach, the heart's desire of the enchantress fulfilled. Wunyan, startled, abruptly turned around, his entire being trembling in shock. Wuli, what did you say? Wuli's gaze was somber as he cast a lingering glance at his mother Lioli's slightly quivering figure. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head with a faint smile. It's nothing. Perhaps I misinterpreted it. Let us proceed. Wuli exhaled heavily, a smile breaking across his face as he chuckled. Phew. Wuli, you nearly frightened second brother to death. How could father possibly be in a foreign realm? Oh, you truly have become muddled in your seclusion. Wunyan, sensing the situation, felt a stir within. How could third brother be confused? Perhaps father truly is here. His eyes, imbued with a glimmer of hope, turned toward a corner of the cavern below, his vision momentarily blurred with tears. For he had seen. Turning back, He sent a message to Lioli, his tone tinged with melancholy. Mother, why did you not tell us that father was here? Do you have any idea how long it has been since we last saw him? Lioli shuddered, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. Munyan. The time is right. The right person is here, and the portal to the immortal realm is about to open. You promised me you would help me return to my world. I yearn to go back. I truly long to return. Upon hearing her words, Munyan's eyes dimmed, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he continued to communicate. Mother, the immortal realm is your obsession. What of us? Alas, once the portal opens, with my 2 younger brothers to protect you, it shall suffice. I will not ascend with you. I will return to Father S' side, for I bear the surname Lin. Lioli turned, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at her eldest son, Lin Munyan. After a moment's pause, she shook her head softly, murmuring, as you wish. With that, Lioli vanished from sight. Lin Munyan exhibited a faint smirk, his heart tinged with bitterness. My mother has never regarded my father with any affection. Our very existence merely served to assist her in reopening the portal to the celestial realm. We are but tools in her grand design. Shaking his head in despair, he let out a wry smile before turning sharply and calling out, Lin Wulio, Lin Wuli, we shall depart. Very well, brother, replied Lin Wulio, stretching lazily before transforming into a streak of light to follow suit. Lin Wuli paused for a moment. Her elder brother had never addressed her by both her name and surname. Could it be that he had noticed something? Perhaps he mentioned her name solely to remind her not to forget her own surname? Lin Wuli gazed downward, observing the Knight Sovereign and others who remained kneeling below. With a firm voice, he declared, as you have surmised, Lin Patian is indeed our father. Should any harm befall him in your foreign realm, you shall meet your demise. Rest assured, our esteemed elder will come to no harm. We shall treat him with the utmost respect and ensure his safe passage. The confirmation of his suspicions sent a tremor through Knight Sovereign's heart, prompting him to hastily bow his head in solemn assurance. Lin Wuli pondered for a moment, his voice neither joyful nor sorrowful as he continued, do not reveal our existence, otherwise. Knight Sovereign was taken aback by his words and could not help but inquire, my lord, why is that? Not only he, but the other sovereigns were also stunned, exchanging glances of confusion. There is no reason. You simply need to comply, or else do not blame me for obliterating the foreign realm. Lin Wuli's cultivation radiated a formidable aura, akin to that of his 2 elder brothers, marking him as a true immortal king. My lord, please do not be angered. We understand, the Knight Sovereign gasped, his breath momentarily halted, and he dared not inquire further, bowing his head in trepidation. Humph, understanding is sufficient. After a heavy sigh, Lin Wuli cast a reluctant glance at the cavern below before departing in thought. With a resounding chime, the layers of the celestial tower lit up in unison, echoing 4 triumphant sounds. He has finally departed. The enchanting Knight Sovereign, having survived the ordeal, stood up, her delicate form drenched in fragrant perspiration. A family with 3 immortal kings. Was this the profound heritage of the Lin clan? In the presence of such immortal kings, we find ourselves utterly powerless. The gathered sovereigns exchanged bittersweet smiles, pondering what terrifying entity they had provoked. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief that during Lin Patian's century-long watch over the heavenly deficiency, they had refrained from recklessly confronting him, for otherwise a calamity would have befallen their realm. They felt no shame. Kneeling before the powerful was a matter of course, for strength reigned supreme in their world. The Knight Sovereign remained silent, recalling the earlier words of the Emperor Tian, who had spoken of the Lin family facing extinction. Now, he was engulfed in confusion. Turning to the others, he spoke in a grave tone. Everyone, Emperor Tian mentioned that the Lin family is to be eradicated. This is why Lin Patian was so eager to return. But can such a family, with 3 immortal kings, truly face a force capable of annihilating them? Upon hearing this, the sovereigns widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Leader Yi, what did you just say? Is there truly someone who can destroy the Lin family? Surely. You jest. The enchanting Knight Sovereign tightened her form, her 9 tails no longer swaying with grace. She had believed that reaching the sovereign realm was the pinnacle of this world, yet the Lin family had unexpectedly produced 3 immortal kings, alongside 1 half-step into the mortal realm and another nearing that threshold in Lin Patian. Moreover, Lin Patian's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Though he had not yet reached the half-step stage, he alone could suppress the half-step immortal king, the Knight Sovereign. If not for the combined assault and Lin Patian's distraction, a battle lasting 10 or 8 years would have been required to subdue him, a mere fantasy. Yet, A family of such illustrious standing was on the brink of annihilation? What kind of terrifying existence in the myriad realms sought to strike against the Lin family? Gulp. The enchanting Knight Sovereign swallowed hard, realizing the sheer terror lurking in the depths of the realms. The Knight Sovereign pondered for a moment before speaking gravely. Send word down the line to halt the advance toward the myriad realms. We shall camp at the Emperor's Pass to guard against treachery. The Sovereign stepped forth with a respectful gesture. Understood. He promptly departed for the front lines. The enchanting Knight Sovereign approached, biting her lip, and hesitantly asked, Leader, what about Lin Podien? Shall we truly let him go just like that? Without planting a seed, the enchanting Knight Sovereign felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Her ten-tailed little celestial fox. If united with a primordial sacred body, the offspring would undoubtedly be ten-tailed celestial foxes. The opportunity lay before her, and if missed, where could she find another? Upon hearing these words, Knight Supreme's eyes widened, and his chest heaved violently, clearly infuriated. He exclaimed sharply, Fox Xiaomei, have you lost your senses? How dare you let him remain? If that woman returns with her 3 celestial king's sons, will you step forward to confront them? Instantly, Mei Tianzuan wilted, her eyelids drooping. If she could withstand the situation, she would have taken decisive action earlier, wouldn't she? The truth was, she simply could not endure it. However, there was still a way. Xiaomei, come here. Knight Supreme's tone shifted, his gaze flickering as he beckoned Mei Tianzuan to draw near. He whispered in her ear, I will impart to you a method to extract Lin Podien. Afterward, you shall proceed in this manner, and ultimately, it shall succeed. First, you must enter the cave and accomplish this task. Then, we will come in to reclaim the dark matter and inquire about his methods for cultivating into a red dust immortal. Regardless of whether we obtain answers, we must ultimately allow him to depart. Upon hearing this, Mei Tianzuan's eyes sparkled, her delicate face flushed. Chief, you possess such means. Truly, you are shamelessly audacious. The method proposed by Knight Supreme was utterly mortifying. Clearing his throat, Knight Supreme's face reddened. Isn't it quite normal to have no partner and keep my right hand as company? Mei Tianzuan rolled her eyes at him and stifled a laugh. Chief, if you had told me this sooner, many of our Fox clan's females are quite enamored with you. With just a word from you, I could easily gather 100 or more that would surely vie for your attention. Enough, enough. I am solely devoted to my cultivation. Knight Supreme waved his hands repeatedly. Mei Tianzuan scoffed. Humph, then I shall proceed. I shall be quick and won't take too long. As she turned to leave, Knight Supreme caught her arm, appearing quite bashful, a sheepish smile adorning his face. Xiaomei, how about we try it your way? Try what? Mei Tianzuan paused, then suddenly enlightened. Casting Knight Supreme a meaningful glance, she tossed her hand dismissively and declared as she departed, Knight Leader, leave this matter to me, Fox Xiaomei. I shall indeed bring you those 100 or so youthful foxes, each one of them 18 years old, providing you with a sensation akin to first love. Ensuring your legacy continues. Her voice resonated loudly, causing all nearby celestial supremes to gaze at the petrified Knight Supreme with expressions of bewilderment. Oh no, now he would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Feeling the peculiar stares directed at him from behind, Knight Supreme did not dare turn around, his face burning with shame, wishing he could find a fissure in the ground to hide within. Hurry up, please. Knight Supreme's eyes were fixed longingly on the cave entrance. Never before had time felt so sluggish. Each second seemed to stretch into eternity. Fortunately, mere minutes later, Mei Tianzuan emerged from the cave, her attire immaculate. Yet her gaze entranced, exuding an air of newfound maturity. Is it all done? Knight Supreme inquired. Yes, it is complete. So fast? Is time for the human race truly this swift? Knight Supreme's tone was laced with astonishment. Indeed, it was remarkably swift. Mei Tianzuan licked her crimson lips, seemingly savoring the moment. Then, with a fierce spat, she urged, you all should hasten inside to take a look. It appears he is on the verge of regaining his consciousness, and astonishingly, dark matter is being absorbed by him. Yi Tianzuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How is this even possible? Come, let us investigate. With hurried steps, the group swiftly entered the cave. Mei Tianzuan remained in place, her fingertip delicately brushing her lips, exuding an alluring charm as she murmured with a sly smile. Once my little tin-tailed celestial fox matures, Yoli, is it? I shall boldly compete with you for a man. I shall rise, while you shall dwindle. With a swift motion, Mei Tianzuan vanished. Meanwhile, within the cave, Lin Podien lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. His veins bulging, his body oscillating between a state of sanctity and one shrouded in darkness, his expression grotesque. It was as if two forces were clashing within him. Gradually, Lin Patian regained a semblance of consciousness, yet his body remained beyond his control, leaving him to introspect, while a dull ache emanated from his kidneys. What is happening? Why do I feel as if my body has been hollowed out? Could it be that they have tampered with my kidneys? Lin Patian was engulfed in confusion, his spirit shaken and his voice lost. Chapter 53. The frantic absorption of the celestial lords, trapped in the celestial cage. This sensation of weakness was unlike any he had experienced before, akin to an ineffable feeling that could only be understood but never articulated. However, it had been 100,000 years since he last felt this way, leaving Lin Patian uncertain. He ceased to dwell on it, as other peculiar changes in his body instantly captured his attention. To his astonishment, the celestial order had inexplicably entered his body at some point, now incessantly absorbing the dark matter from Lin Patian and even transforming him. What on earth was happening? He was indeed absorbing dark matter at an astonishing rate. It seemed that within a day he would completely consume it. The celestial lords encircled Lin Patian, stroking their chins in contemplation. They had never encountered such a situation. Who had ever absorbed dark matter with such ferocity? Suddenly, one of the celestial lords smacked his forehead in realization. I understand. What have you understood? The others inquired with earnest expressions. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, it must be because Lin Patian inherently possesses our exotic bloodline. Now that dark matter has entered his body, it has awakened his foreign heritage, enabling him to absorb it so rapidly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other celestial lords lit up. Could it be that another crownless celestial lord was about to emerge from their realm, and that the three celestial kings might also be half from their exotic lineage? Seeing this, Night Celestial Lord's expression twisted in disbelief. Have you all been so intimidated by those three celestial kings that you've lost your wits? They aren't even present, yet you're forging connections in their absence. He couldn't help but exclaim, I think you've all gone mad over the celestial kings. Light Celestial Lord, are you out of your mind? Lin Patian is clearly of the human race. As his words fell, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them, leaving the celestial lords in a disheartened state. But if that is the case, then how do we explain the current situation? Light Celestial Lord scratched his head in confusion. Leader, what should we do now? Without a moment's thought, Night Celestial Lord replied. Of course, we wait for him to awaken. Otherwise, how would you know how to cultivate the red dust immortals methods? Cough. Indeed, I am not very knowledgeable about that. Light Celestial Lord chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed as the black and white energies surrounding Lin Patian became increasingly distinct, nearly equally occupying either side of his body. His expression grew more grotesque as he emitted a pained howl. Night Celestial Lord gestured for everyone to step back, a foreboding sense gnawing at his heart. Lin Patian suddenly sat up with his eyes closed, startling everyone around him. Before they could catch their breath, Lin Patian slowly raised his hand. In an instant, a terrifying force of suction erupted from his palm. Yi Tianzuan's gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, retreat at once. Yet, they found themselves unable to move, as if rooted to the ground. The earth beneath their feet seemed to transform into an invisible quagmire, ensnaring them tightly. What a joke! Lin Patian is actually absorbing our cultivation. The several Tianzuan exclaimed in unison, horrified to discover their powers swiftly dissipating like flowing water, pure energy uncontrollably drawn out. Converging towards Lin Patian, Guang Tianzuan's complexion turned pale as he distinctly felt the spiritual energy within him surge forth like a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollable in its escape. He turned to Yi Tianzuan, his voice filled with dread. Leader, what on earth is happening? How would I know? Yi Tianzuan's face was marred with veins, roaring in frustration, exerting all his strength in an attempt to break free from this invisible restraint. But he could only manage to step forward a bit before being drawn back again. Lin Patian, please stop the absorption. Guang Tianzuan's face had turned ashen, cursing in anger. The other Tianzuan, whose powers were slightly weaker, lacked even the strength to speak, their faces pale with despair. Lin Patian could see the outside world, yet he found himself unable to command his own body. Witnessing this scene, he was perplexed, though he acknowledged that his cultivation had indeed improved. He felt no guilt, merely a twinge of embarrassment, contemplating inwardly. So, they aspire to cultivate the nine-turn Emperor's path, striving to become transcendents in the mortal realm. Very well, upon my awakening, I shall bestow this knowledge upon them. Thus their efforts shall not have been in vain. In the next moment, Lin Patian's body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back as a surge of spiritual light erupted to its zenith. After a fierce tremor, he fell unconscious once more. The devouring power abruptly dissipated, leaving the weaker celestial beings feeling a sudden lightness, their strength drained, causing them to stumble and collapse to the ground. They had nearly been consumed to the point of oblivion, had it not been for their numbers. A solitary individual would likely have been drawn down into the Emperor's realm by Lin Patian today. The expression on the face of the celestial being was as pale as parchment, gasping for breath, while the night celestial, though considerably stronger, struggled to breathe, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Bang! Lin Patian's body, after sitting up, gradually collapsed, the surrounding black and white aura dissipating, restoring tranquility to the scene. However, the tumultuous waves of anxiety surged within the hearts of the onlookers. The radiant celestial, in a state of trepidation, exclaimed, "Leader, this young man is truly ominous." Upon hearing this, the night celestial swiftly produced a burlap sack inscribed with intricate runes. Though seemingly unremarkable in appearance, it was, in fact, a semi-divine artifact. With a swift motion, he placed it over Lin Patian's head, instantly enveloping him within. The night celestial, visibly shaken, declared, it would be best not to await his awakening to inquire about the method to cultivate the red dust immortal. Let us simply send him out of this foreign realm at once. Otherwise, if he were to rise again like a corpse and siphon our cultivation, we would suffer both losses and casualties. Once he is outside this realm, he will no longer concern us, with him currently in a state of unconsciousness. It is the perfect opportunity to utilize this semi-divine sack to transport him away. The radiant celestial paused, perplexed. Leader, is such a crude approach truly necessary? Who shall bear the burden? The night celestial raised an eyebrow, casting a glance in his direction. Naturally, whoever poses the question shall carry it. With that, he swiftly placed the sack upon the radiant celestial's shoulder. The radiant celestial turned pale, wishing he could slap himself in frustration. Why did he have to speak up? Scanning the room, he found the other celestials maintaining a stoic silence, some even humming a light tune. It was a jest. Who would willingly volunteer for such a task? What if Lin Patian awakened mid-journey, burst from the sack, and began his rampage once more? Who could withstand such an onslaught? The night celestial approached, patting the other shoulder of the radiant celestial with utmost seriousness, and spoke in a grave tone. It appears the consensus favors you. Thus, this heavy responsibility is now entrusted to you. Your sole task is to escort Lin Patian out of this foreign realm. The radiant celestial felt trapped, gritting his teeth as he nodded. Very well, I shall go. With that thought, he vanished in an instant, moving with astonishing speed. He was genuinely fearful that Lin Patian might awaken, break free from the sack, and mercilessly drain their cultivation. How could one see or hear anything in such darkness? Enveloped within the sack, Lin Patian found himself engulfed in utter blackness, perplexed and contemplative. How fortunate I am among these foreign beings. Despite having absorbed so much of my cultivation, they have not taken my life. Not only that, but Lin Patian also sensed his spirit gradually reintegrating with his body, and he could now move his entire right hand, filling him with joy. Wait, why am I in this sack? Lin Patian's erratic movements immediately alerted him to a peculiar situation. Boom, boom, boom. The honored light swiftly traversed the void, emerging from the otherworldly realm. Suspended in the emptiness above a tumultuous sea of stars, where the faint strains of a zither resonated. Various sounds emanated from within, seducing the mind with their allure. The honored light, resolutely guarding his mental fortitude, closed his six senses, turning a deaf ear to the enticing calls. For, in comparison to Lin Patian's malevolence, this place was far more sinister. This was the greatest forbidden zone of the myriad heavens. Bang, bang, bang. Imprints of hands continued to materialize upon the burlap sacks. Observing this, the honored light's countenance darkened with fury as he exclaimed indignantly, "Behave yourself. Lin Patian, having drained my cultivation, you still wish to return home? Dream on. Were it not for the support you have behind you, I would genuinely consider ending your life." Lin Patian was taken aback. Was there someone behind him? Who could it be? Before he could ponder further, the celestial sovereign declared menacingly, "Below lies the celestial prison. You shall remain within until your last breath." With that, he flipped the sack open and unceremoniously tossed Lin Patian down as if he were a mere seedling being planted in dry earth. Lin Patian's heart and mind were shaken profoundly. Who could this person, burdened with a sack, possibly be? They had actually thrown themselves into the immortal trapping cage. This is the most forbidden zone across the realms. Once one enters, they become eternally ensnared, unable to find liberation for countless lifetimes. No one has ever managed to escape from the immortal trapping cage. This is dire. Chapter 54. The cycle of rebirth begins, defying the river of time. Patian, I still desire. A soft moan roused Lin Patian from his slumber as he rubbed his bleary eyes open. Lin Potion's breath caught in his throat, and he suddenly lost his voice. Lioli? Before him stood a woman, ethereal and enchanting, delicately drawing circles on his chest with a playful affection. Her eyes brimming with love. Her skin was fairer than snow, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, and her features bore an untainted elegance. Lin Potion's heart raced. This woman was none other than the Lioli he had yearned for day and night. Brother Patian, you are awake. I've prepared breakfast for you. Please get up and eat. Lioli spoke softly, pulling Lin Patian from the tender reverie. Wait, she is an illusion. Lin Patian knew all too well. Lioli would never exhibit such tenderness. In truth, she had never called him that, and even her name was rarely uttered. Lin Patian nodded in acknowledgement, following Lioli towards the great hall. Before him, 3 boys were engaged in playful antics, their laughter filling the air. A modest wooden table was set before them, adorned with a simple array of dishes. The moment they caught sight of Lin Patian emerging, the trio chorused in unison, Father. Lin Po's eyes suddenly glistened with moisture as he turned to Lu Li with a bittersweet smile, saying, I had almost forgotten what Wu Nian, Wu Lu, and Wu Li looked like in their childhood. Thank you. Lin Patian chuckled heartily as he made his way to the dining table, beckoning a few individuals to sit down and partake in the meal. Lu Li's expression stiffened. She fixed her gaze upon Lin Patian and spoke in a somber tone, Patian, have you discovered something? Lin Patian feigned ignorance while pretending to understand, asking, What have you discovered? Lioli shook her head repeatedly, replying, It's nothing, let's eat. The group settled down, with Wulio eagerly devouring food, his mouth smeared with grease, as he incessantly snatched morsels from his elder brother Wunyan and third brother Wuli. Wunyan graciously yielded, while Wuli nearly engaged in a scuffle with Wulio. Stop snatching, Wulio. If you continue like this, I shall bestow upon you a resounding slap, your favorite. Wulio paused momentarily, pouting in indignation. Lin Patian shook his head and let out a silent laugh, secretly marveling at the astonishing realism of this illusion. It not only vividly captured the likeness of the 3 brothers in their childhood, but also flawlessly replicated the small wooden house he had constructed back then. Had it not been for the absence of the glass at that time, he might have almost been convinced, yet, even aware that it was merely an illusion. Lin Patian yearned to lose himself for a moment in the simplicity of the life he had longed for. However, dreams inevitably come to an end. Lin Patian finished his meal and spent the entire afternoon playing with his 3 brothers. Later, he engaged in a philosophical discussion about life with Lioli in the room. Afterward, he dressed and stepped outside, waving goodbye, saying, Farewell, my unattainable dream. As Lioli took a step forward, her aura abruptly transformed, her skin fracturing inch by inch, becoming chillingly terrifying. A cold, indifferent voice emerged. When will you finally realize that we are but illusions? Lin Patian tilted his head, realizing from the very beginning that the facade could no longer be maintained. At least Lioli was never beneath him, yet you seemed to relish the situation. However, you were not at a disadvantage either. I even molded a clay doppelganger to accompany you in play. As soon as the words left his lips, the 3 brothers emerged, their predatory gazes fixed ominously upon Lin Patian, ready to unveil their true selves. Without so much as a glance, Lin Patian raised his hand and unleashed a radiant beam of golden light. Boom! 4 anguished cries echoed through the air. The illusion shattered in an instant, revealing the originally sinister cavern. Within the depths of the cave lay a plethora of rare treasures, including 3 imperial weapons. In one corner, a golden holy sword emanated an aura of celestial energy, leaving Lin Patian utterly astonished as he exclaimed, To think it is an immortal artifact. His gaze then fell upon the 4 pools of blood on the ground, and with a soft sigh, he murmured to himself, I never imagined you truly ensnared so many souls. I had intended to spare your lives, but you insisted on revealing your true forms and courting death. With that, he gleefully gathered the rare treasures, the 3 imperial weapons, and the immortal artifact. Chuckling softly, Is this what you referred to as the illusory corpse of the celestial prison? Hardly impressive. Swish. A beam of white light shot forth from Lin Potion's Dantian, revealing the Tongtian order. The artifact spirit manifested from the Tongtian order, wearing an expression of disbelief. Young master, how did you discern their true nature? The spirit was genuinely astonished. Many years prior, it had accompanied its master to this very place and had witnessed a true celestial being perish here. Yet, the young master had managed to unravel the illusion so swiftly. Hearing this, Lin Patian shrugged and scoffed. Lioli would never submit to my will. Nor would she prepare meals for me. That is nothing but a whimsical fantasy. This statement rendered the spirit artifact speechless for a moment, before it finally spoke. Young master, now that you have absorbed some cultivation from those foreign celestial beings, your realm has ascended to the pinnacle of the nine-turn great emperor. Entering this immortal capturing cage is not a calamity, but rather a tremendous opportunity. If you can navigate through the 9 trials of worldly tempering here, you shall attain the status of a true immortal of the mortal realm. The illusionary corpse formation has been surpassed. Only 8 trials remain. Upon hearing these words, Lin Patian, who had not yet taken the time to assess his own cultivation, now took a moment to do so, and indeed, it was as he suspected. Within his dantian, a wisp of black energy drew Lin Potion's attention, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire, "What is this?" When Lin Patian absorbed the cultivation of the foreign celestial beings, the manifestation of that black aura left a profound impression on him. He had longed to inquire about it. And now, with the opportunity finally at hand, he seized the moment to ask. The spirit of the artifact smiled enigmatically and replied, "Young master, why not explore it yourself and discover the answer?" Lin Patian nodded slightly, a stirring within his heart as he endeavored to summon forth that enigmatic black energy. In an instant, an unprecedented torrent of ferocious power surged within him. With his eyes closed, Lin Patian felt as though he had transformed into a black hole. With everything around him converging upon him in a frenzied rush, even the very fabric of space subtly warping. With a gentle lift of his hand, the black energy surged forth, imbued with an ineffable devouring force, consuming the spiritual essence in its wake. It was indeed the essence of the devouring path. Lin Patian suddenly opened his eyes, a look of astonished elation dawning upon his face. This dark energy was, in fact, a manifestation of the great law of devouring. The spirit of the artifact raised an eyebrow in triumph, its voice dripping with arrogance. "Young master, they from the foreign realm sought to assimilate you. The dark matter they injected contained the essence of the devouring principle. I merely employed a slight technique to extract it. Everything was within my calculations." Upon hearing this, Lin Patian immediately raised his thumb in admiration and remarked, "Ah, how astute of you. No wonder you remained utterly unfazed when I was subdued. It appears you had meticulously calculated everything in advance." The spirit of the artifact froze momentarily, a hint of awkwardness flickering across its countenance as it replied in a feeble voice, "Not quite. My combat prowess is rather limited." At that time, the burial cloth had not yet been fully refined by the starry Taoist, rendering me incapable of utilizing it, which ultimately led to your subjugation. Lin Patian was rendered speechless. At that moment, a dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted from the front, tearing through the air with an irresistible force, sweeping directly towards Lin Patian. Lin Patian immediately resisted, firmly rooted in place like an ancient tree. The spirit of the artifact urgently spoke, "Young master, do not resist. The second trial has commenced. The swiftest path to becoming a celestial being in the mortal realm is through the 9 rebirths heart refinement method, which will spare you countless arduous endeavors in cultivation. As a relic of a forbidden predecessor, although the Tongdian order possesses little combat power, it is all-knowing and all-seeing when it comes to secrets." Lin Potion's expression revealed his distress, caught in a web of turmoil. "Xiao Xiao several days ago, Ao-ing conveyed a message to me through the bloodline limit of the Lin family, stating that the 3 emperors of Taichu have come knocking at our door. How can I possibly focus on refining my heart under such circumstances? My thoughts are already as tangled as a ball of yarn." The spirit of the artifact, fully aware of the situation, lamented, "Young master, this is the prison of immortals. If you cannot pass these 9 trials of heart refinement, you will be unable to escape, regardless of your status as an immortal king." With a shift in tone, the spirit continued, "Moreover, the flow of time here differs. Each trial lasts but a day, which will not consume too much of your time. If all goes smoothly, you could complete it in just a few days. By then, young master, you shall become a true immortal of the mortal realm." The spirit was exceedingly excited, even more so than if it had achieved the status of a true immortal itself. Lin Patian let out a deep sigh, expressing his concern that the Lin family might not be able to wait for him any longer. He implored, "Do not conceal the truth from me. If I become ensnared, it will not merely be a matter of time, but rather an eternity." The spirit of the artifact bowed its head and sighed, reassuring him, "Do not worry, young master. With my presence, an eternal existence is utterly impossible. At most, you shall be confined for a century, after which you will surely be free." Lin Potion's expression darkened, pondering the passage of a century. What could possibly remain after 100 years? Memories of the certain celestial sovereign who had cast him into the celestial confinement cage surged forth. And Lin Patian gritted his teeth, clenching his fist in a low growl. Once I escape, I will surely take your life. He had merely absorbed a fraction of that formidable being's cultivation, yet this unknown sovereign had acted with such malice, imprisoning him within the cage. At worst, he would return the minuscule cultivation he had taken and then exact his vengeance. Revenge for grievances must be pursued, and the heart of the Tao must remain unclouded. Boom, boom, boom. In a moment of distraction, Lin Patian was suddenly engulfed by a brilliant light that flared before him. With a thunderous roar, he awoke within the confines of a dilapidated temple. Where am I? Surveying the surroundings, Lin Patian felt an unsettling familiarity. He had undoubtedly visited this place before. As he glanced down at the tattered hemp garments adorning his body, he was rendered speechless. This cannot be real, can it? Lin Patian's heart quivered violently. In order to validate his thoughts, he stepped out of the dilapidated temple and approached a small puddle, lowering his head to gaze into it. As he beheld the youthful and innocent visage reflected in the water, his mind went blank. Has this illusion transported me back to my childhood? Simultaneously, the voice of the Celestial Order's spirit emerged weakly, laced with profound bewilderment. Young master, this is not an illusion, it is genuine. I am equally perplexed. The subsequent 8 trials have inexplicably merged, allowing you to traverse the river of time and return to your youth. What did you say? Lin Patian felt as though his heart was on the verge of ceasing its rhythm, traversing the long river of time. Does this not imply that every action he undertakes now will inevitably influence the trajectory of the future? Could this not fundamentally prevent the annihilation of the Lin family? Lin Patian could not help but tremble with excitement, for his life had been filled with countless regrets. He often dreamed of reliving it all once more. Chapter 55. Retracing the Past. The voice of the spirit tool grew increasingly feeble. Young master, do not interrupt me. It is not as you perceive. The past cannot be altered, and what has been done cannot be changed. Minor matters are of little consequence, but should you attempt to forcefully alter a significant event, the fabric of time and space may be thrown into chaos. Not to mention, you would undoubtedly be condemned by the river of time itself. At your current state, you cannot contend with the river of time, otherwise you would not be in this predicament. Squeezing his face, feeling the pain, Lin Patian furrowed his brow and said, Does this mean I must endure my regrets once more, experiencing this futility where nothing can be altered? The spirit tool nodded. Young master, you may interpret it that way. However, you originally would not possess any memories. It was I who expended all the energy of the Tongtian order to preserve your memories. You may uncover certain truths you wish to know, to be resolved upon your return. With that, the spirit tool could no longer sustain itself and fell into a deep slumber. After a pause, Lin Patian begrudgingly accepted this reality. He had been reborn, yet not entirely. As nothing could be changed, he could only traverse once more through a span of over 100,000 years like an NPC. The thought alone was torturous. Shaking his head, he bitterly murmured, Then let us walk this path again and uncover who is truly behind the machinations against the Lin family. I shall not alter the major events, but I will seize every opportunity in the minor matters, no longer allowing my present self to be so passive. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps interrupted Lin Patian's thoughts. He looked up to see a youthful maiden, carrying several steaming buns, approaching with a joyful demeanor. Her eyes crescent-shaped with delight and dimples gracing her cheeks. Despite her sallow complexion, it was evident that she was a beauty in the making. Lin Patian's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears as he tightly embraced the newcomer, his voice choked with emotion. Wana, I miss you dearly. Lin Wanner was utterly bewildered. She had merely stepped out for less than an hour, so how could her brother have missed her so profoundly? Moreover, in her recollections, her brother had never embraced her. At most, he would pat her head. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Wanner, Lin Patian had cherished his longing for her for over 100,000 years. Now, upon seeing his sister once more, how could Lin Patian possibly contain his surging emotions? Brother, what is the matter with you? Lin Wanner gently patted Lin Patian's back, speaking softly. Lin Patian quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and laughed heartily, saying, It's nothing. It's nothing. Let us hasten our departure. I have an unsettling feeling about this chilling atmosphere. As he bid farewell to his sister, an overwhelming sense of guilt enveloped his heart. Orphaned at a young age, he had once descended into the depths of beggary. Now, having barely learned to identify medicinal herbs, he could just manage to scrape by. His sister had endured considerable hardships by his side. Lin Patian felt an immense ache in his heart, and the thought of Lin Wanner lying coldly within the frigid divine source stone intensified his anguish. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise mingled with the cries of battle horses erupted. Lin Patian hastily stowed away the steamed bun and, without hesitation, seized Lin Warner by the arm, urgently exclaiming, "Hurry, follow me." In Lin Potion's recollection, in just a few moments, a band of fleeing bandits would arrive, closely pursued by the officials, leading to a fierce battle within this dilapidated temple. That year, he had been too slow, resulting in an arrow mistakenly piercing his leg. And it was during his subsequent descent down the mountain to gather herbs that he plummeted into the abyss, where he fortuitously encountered Lioli. This very precipice would later become the back mountain of the Lin family. However, with the opportunity to relive this moment, Lin Patian, now devoid of any cultivation, resolved to avoid that arrow sting, which was truly agonizing. He would simply wait for Lioli this time. Yet, he vowed that he would not linger below again. He must adeptly seize the moment with her. Lin Patian sprinted ahead with Lin Warner, who wore a peculiar expression and muttered, "What has gotten into my brother today? Why is he acting so strangely?" With hurried footsteps, the two arrived at a quaint wooden cabin and came to a halt. Lin, panting heavily, said, "This is a small cabin I built for the convenience of gathering herbs. You wait here for me while I attend to some matters." Lin Warner lightly caressed the exquisite jade pendant. "Good." Lin Patian turned and departed, utilizing both his hands and feet, swiftly reaching the base of the cliff. His brow glistened with perspiration as he gasped for breath, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Alas, this body is truly feeble. These few steps nearly exhausted me. With no time to rest, Lin Patian hurriedly entered the cave from his memory, anticipating the arrival of Lioli, who would descend from the heavens in but a quarter of an hour. Lin Patian is now genuinely eager to uncover the origins of Lioli, longing to embark on a quest upon his return to the mortal realm. As time trickles by, each moment feels like an eternity. Yet, the thought of the impending display of grandeur brings an uncontainable smile to his face. "Lioli, in those years you regarded me as insignificant as an ant. Now, I shall make you aware of my formidable prowess." After a brief interval, a faint sound emanates from outside the cave. With the sound's emergence, Lin Patian is acutely aware that Lioli has arrived. Instantly, he sits cross-legged, assuming a solemn expression, turning his back to the cave. Soon, a woman gracefully enters. Her footsteps light, her bare feet gliding effortlessly, each step blooming like a lotus, clad in flowing white garments that dance in the air, untouched by dust. She appears as though she has just descended from the clouds, her beauty nothing short of breathtaking. The woman is none other than Lioli. Lin Potion's breaths grew increasingly rapid, and his heart raced with mounting anxiety. "A mortal?" Upon discerning a mortal seated cross-legged in the cave, Lioli exclaimed sharply, "Mortal, this is not a place for you. Depart immediately." Lin Patian turned his back, shaking his head for a moment, then spoke in a deep, controlled voice. "You have finally arrived, Lioli. I have awaited your presence for a long time." Lioli was taken aback, her heart suddenly filled with caution. Could it be that she had misjudged him? How could he possibly know her name? Could he be an unparalleled master of the essence of return to simplicity? Her gaze flickered with intrigue. Her eyes glowed with a faint blue light as she cautiously probed the situation. Suddenly, she was startled and stepped back, her eyes shining with astonishment as she regarded Lin Patian. To her disbelief, this man was indeed a congenital holy body. Lioli mused to herself that if she could unite with him, combined with her own physique, their offspring would undoubtedly be extraordinary talents. In that moment, her expression shifted. If he were truly an ordinary man, she would have taken the initiative without hesitation. However, given the uncertainty surrounding this man's true nature, she refrained from acting impulsively. Lin Patian spoke simultaneously. "Do not investigate further. I am the innate sacred body Tao. I perceive your thoughts. You wish to have a child with me, do you not?" Lioli shuddered, taking a significant step back, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the man who had his back turned to her. In a voice filled with disbelief, she exclaimed, "How do you know?" Lioli felt as though she had encountered a ghost today, as if she had stumbled upon a celestial being. Chapter 56, A Timeless 10,000 Years, The Thunder Tribulation of the Nine Heavens. Her inner thoughts unveiled. Lioli grew increasingly anxious. Yet, no matter how she scrutinized the man before her, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary mortal. With her heart settling slightly, she demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Patian slowly turned around, his handsome visage causing Lioli to raise her eyebrows in surprise, silently acknowledging his striking good looks. In the next moment, Lin Potion's lips parted slightly as he nonchalantly declared, "I am the father of your future child." Upon hearing this, Lioli's expression suddenly turned icy, and she retorted coldly, "Do you find this joke amusing?" Although she harbored such thoughts, she would never admit to them. Lin Patian approached step by step, his gaze fixed intently on Lioli, surveying her from head to toe, a sense of secret delight swelling within him. Observing her demeanor, he realized that he had entirely seized the initiative. Do you perceive this as a jest? In truth, we hail from the same origin. It is merely that I currently reside in a state of rebirth, devoid of any standing. Lin Patian stood with his hands behind his back, feigning profundity, while the probing became increasingly audacious. Upon hearing this, Luli was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically, and she almost blurted out, "Are you also one of the condemned beings cast down from the celestial realm?" Lin Potion's hands trembled momentarily behind his back, and his breath became disordered for an instant. He finally grasped the origin of Lioli. She hailed from the celestial realm. It is said to be a realm where myriad immortals converge. No wonder Lioli had previously looked down upon him. She was indeed a denizen of the upper realms. Huh. How ironic, isn't it? Lin Patian waved his hand with a smile. Having grasped the most crucial matters, and with the circumstances having undergone some alterations, he felt no need to inquire further. It was imperative to align with the unfolding of history. Thus, it was time to attend to serious business. Grasping the delicate wrist of Lioli, as pristine as white jade, Lin Patian eagerly led her towards the stone bed within the cave dwelling. "What are you doing?" Lioli exclaimed, her face flushing crimson, taken aback by the man's unabashed rudeness. Lin Patian, with a mischievous smile, proclaimed, "Since you dare to dream, I shall dare to act. Time waits for no one. A moment of spring's night is worth 1,000 gold coins." Lin Patian showed no signs of fear, although he currently lacked any cultivation. His keen eyesight remained intact. At this moment, Lioli also appeared to be devoid of any cultivation. Perhaps she had lost all her powers upon descending from the celestial realm. Or perhaps other factors were at play. In any case, aside from her impressive celestial radiance, she possessed nothing else. Lin Potion's frustration grew as he pondered how he had been so easily deceived by Lioli in the past. Lioli, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed with indignation, "You possess an audacity like no other. Since you are also of the celestial domain and know my name, you should be aware of my identity." Before she could finish her words, Lin Patian forcefully pinned her down, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "You treated me this way back then. What on earth are you talking about?" Lioli was utterly bewildered. She had no recollection of this individual and could not fathom acting in such a manner toward him. Indeed, she had never behaved in such a way with any man. Lin Patian ceased his speech, merely pressing his lips against the delicate petals of Lioli. Subsequently, a night devoid of slumber ensued. Time flowed unceasingly, indifferent to day and night, and 3 days passed. Lioli, having donned her attire, rose with a countenance filled with melancholy as she gazed at Lin Patian, who lay asleep in a side profile. Having regained some of her cultivation, she contemplated severing this lecherous man with a single strike, yet found herself unable to summon the resolve. With a gentle pursing of her lips, she mused, "Let this be regarded as a transaction, all orchestrated by fate. Since you are in the midst of rebirth, I shall lend you my aid." With that, she shook her head and exited, leaving behind a considerable amount of cultivation resources, far more than in years gone by. Once Lioli departed, Lin Patian turned to sit up, surveying the mountain-like pile of abundant cultivation resources before him, murmuring to himself, "The wheel of fate begins to turn. This time, I shall take the initiative." Thus began the passage of over 100,000 years. A year later, Lioli returned, accompanied by Wunyan, Wulyo, and Wuli. Lin Patian had established the Lin family. 2 decades later, following the establishment of their own families, the 3 brothers found themselves on a dark and stormy night as Lioli led them away, withholding their destination. Lin Patian stealthily followed, fully aware of their path. Concurrently, he ascended to become the youngest quasi-emperor. 60 years hence, he was promoted to the rank of emperor. And the Lin family flourished. A century later, on the eve of Lin Wanner's capture, Lin Patian had prepared a secret method in advance, preserving it for future salvation while respecting the course of history, allowing Lin Wanner to be taken. After shedding a single tear of helplessness, he achieved a breakthrough in his state of mind. 150 years later, facing pressure from the 3 emperors of Taichu, Lin Patian left a fragment of his soul to monitor the Lin family before departing for Tianke. 30,000 years passed, and during his guardianship of Tianke, the Lin family's library was set ablaze. The fragment of his soul sent word, revealing to Lin Patian the true immortal behind the attacks on the Lin family. His murderous intent surging forth as he roared, "It is he." Thus, the years flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, the present era arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Across the heavens and earth, torrents of spiritual energy storms erupted, akin to a stampede of countless steeds, surging forth to ensnare the immortals. Streams of spiritual energy wound and twisted, merging into the confinement of the immortals, creating an extraordinarily magnificent spectacle. At that moment, in the highest realms of the heavens, the 9 great longevity families were thrown into turmoil, their gazes fixed upon the confinement of the immortals, gasps of astonishment echoing. Who is it? Who is cultivating into immortal? In this era of declining immortals, who could possibly attain the status of a true immortal? Everyone yearned to discern the truth. As the celestial decree radiated brilliance, obstructing their inquiries. Swish, swish, swish. Over a dozen figures emerged from their respective longevity families, racing toward the confinement of the immortals. Arriving in the blink of an eye, each exuded an aura of terror. Though not as formidable as the 9 great heavenly sovereigns of foreign realms, their numbers were overwhelming. Unsurprisingly, they were all true immortals. The true immortals, who typically looked down upon all beings, were expressions of complexity. Astonished that someone could cultivate to a level rivaling the strength of an immortal king right beneath their very noses, such a feat was utterly inconceivable. Moreover, the radiant white light could not be thwarted. It served as a guardian for those transcending the mortal realm. As for descending, who would dare? This was the celestial confinement. A misstep could lead to eternal entrapment. Within the confines of this celestial prison, Lin Patien remained oblivious to the gazes from the outside world. Fully immersed in the final leap of his breakthrough, thunderous roars echoed as the tumultuous storm clouds brewed in the void, filled with rolling thunder and shimmering golden light, each flash threatening to rend the heavens asunder. The clamor of thunder was deafening. He was about to face the tribulation, an unprecedented 9 heavens lightning tribulation. The assembled immortals were struck with astonishment. They had only encountered accounts of the 9 heavens lightning tribulation in ancient texts, which claimed no one had ever survived its wrath. This was the utmost punishment from the heavens, and those who underwent the tribulation were deemed to be envied by the celestial forces. As the name suggests, the heavenly will harbor jealousy towards the talents of the tribulation bearer, seeking to annihilate them entirely. The rarity of the red dust immortals stemmed from their intrinsic rejection of the celestial energy provided by the heavenly path, rendering them unrecognized by the divine order. Under the confluence of the red dust immortal and the 9 heavens lightning tribulation, many immortals lost interest. Several shook their heads and departed, deridingly remarking, "There is nothing worth watching. This person is undoubtedly doomed." However, a significant number remained, keeping a safe distance to avoid the tribulation's destructive range. Anticipating the identity of the tribulation bearer, in hopes of witnessing a miracle, the thunderclouds continued to brew ominously, reverberating throughout the cosmos, stirring an unsettling dread. The lightning power concealed within the dark clouds appeared capable of obliterating all, reducing the world to mere dust with its overwhelming might. Lin Patien was enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, which manifested as resplendent patterns preparing for the impending heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed as the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended like a cascading waterfall, carrying with it a cataclysmic force aimed directly at Lin Patien. Lin Patien suddenly opened his eyes, gazing calmly at the looming thunder tribulation above. He murmured to himself, "Today shall determine whether I transcend to immortality or perish in the void." With that, he soared into the sky, wielding his sword to slash at the thundercloud. Chapter 57. Provoking the Heavenly Tao. Exert yourself, and do not falter. As Lin Patien broke free from the confines of the immortal cage and confronted the thunder, the remaining immortals beheld his true form, their expressions filled with astonishment. How is this possible? It is Lin Patien. Was he not already dead? One exclaimed. Indeed. Did not the younger generation of the Imperial Alliance, Taichu, proclaim to the heavens that Lin Patien's blood had run dry, tragically besieged by foreign realms? The sudden appearance of Lin Patien bewildered the celestial beings. Not all of them bore animosity towards him, most merely recognized his name. A celestial being with triangular eyes gazed gravely at Lin Patien, who stood with sword in hand, and solemnly remarked, "If he successfully transcends this tribulation, he shall carve his name into history. We may no longer regard him as merely a junior." The assembly of immortals nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. At that moment, a seemingly simple-minded immortal, whose true essence was entirely inscrutable, arrived late and softly suggested from the back, "If he breaks through to the red dust immortal realm, we might as well provide him with additional cultivation resources and persuade him to repel the foreign realms, safeguarding Tianke. What do you think, dear friends? Wuzhong, immortal king. Your words carry the weight of imperial decree. This is indeed commendable. Lin Patian is not one of our Chongqing clan, and the myriad realms do not require such a formidable presence. Guarding Tianke would be his most fitting conclusion. This seemingly simple immortal was none other than the immortal King Wuzhong. As soon as he finished speaking, many echoed their agreement. Upon hearing their response, Wuzhong, immortal king, wore a peculiar smile, his ostensibly innocent face betraying a chilling demeanor. He then departed without a glance at Lin Potion's tribulation, arriving and leaving in a swift and decisive manner. Meanwhile, Lin Patian stood beneath a suddenly darkened sky, where ominous clouds churned like an ink sea. Thunder roared within. And as Lin Patian effortlessly dispelled the first slender thread of tribulation lightning with his indomitable sword, the heavenly tribulation became incensed. Like a furious dragon, it ceased its probing and unleashed a cacophony of thunder, 3 bolts of tribulation lightning simultaneously tearing through the heavens, bearing the might to obliterate worlds, and struck fiercely towards Lin Patian. The lightning had even taken on a faint golden hue, descending in a relentless torrent. The gathered immortals held their breath, eyes wide with trepidation, fearing that a moment's distraction might cause them to miss the sight of Lin Potion's demise. Yet, in the next instant, they were left astounded. Lin Patian raised his hands, which transformed into 2 profound and terrifying black holes, swirling with the power to consume all. The 3 bolts of golden tribulation lightning were drawn in by an invisible force, howling as they vanished into the black holes, leaving no trace behind. Immediately thereafter, Lin Patian erupted with dazzling electric light, akin to a multitude of silver serpents dancing wildly, the brilliance enveloping him entirely. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, then trembled in awe, exclaiming, "It is indeed the principle of devouring. Lin Patian, he is utilizing the 9 heavens tribulation lightning to temper his body. Does he believe there is no hope for his tribulation and thus seeks death?" They were left speechless, astonished. To cultivate to the realm of immortality was a feat achieved by only a minuscule fraction of the population. And though many had experienced the tempering of their bodies with tribulation lightning, this was no ordinary lightning. It was the 9 heavens lightning tribulation, known as the most formidable celestial punishment. They simply could not believe Lin Patian could withstand it. And indeed, it was as they feared. Lin Potion's anguished howls echoed through the air, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. The assembled immortals shook their heads in dismay. Lin Patian had been overly ambitious. They had initially believed him to be an unparalleled genius, only to discover he was a fool blinded by arrogance. Perhaps the confinement in the celestial prison had driven him to madness? Many wore expressions of derision, mocking him openly. At that moment, a celestial maiden widened her beautiful eyes, pointing ahead, and exclaimed urgently, "No, look quickly. He truly endures." Upon hearing her words, the crowd turned their gazes once more. Boom, boom, boom. The electric light enveloping Lin Patian gradually subsided, his skin glistening like jade. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the power of thunder flowing quietly beneath his veins. With a furrowed brow, he sighed softly, "It is still insufficient. This mere bolt of tribulation lightning does not suffice to comprehend the grand path of thunder." Though his voice was but a whisper, it resonated clearly among the gathered immortals, particularly those few true immortals who had earlier mocked Lin Patian. Feeling an acute sense of embarrassment wash over them, while others approached their tribulations with utmost caution, fearful of death, Lin Patian boldly defied convention, seeking to harness the power of the tribulation lightning to attain enlightenment in the way of thunder. Did he truly harbor no fear of incurring the wrath of the heavenly Tao? Perhaps sensing an inadequacy, Lin Patian summoned the imperial weapon, the sea of 10,000 thunder prison, and leaped into its depths, bathing in the tempestuous lightning. He called out to the tribulation clouds, "Heavenly Tao, could you exert a bit more force? Strike down upon me with vigor, and do not relent." Lin Potion's fingers curled slightly, provoking the heavens with audacity. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial order was instantly incensed by Lin Potion's defiance. Above the firmament, calamity clouds surged violently, resembling a boiling sea of wrath, brewing devastating power. In a mere breath. For golden bolts of calamity thunder cleaved through the sky, no longer the pale gold of before, but resplendent and dazzling pure golden divine thunder. Bearing an oppressive aura that sent chills down the spine, they thundered down upon Lin Patian, ensconced within the Sea of Thunder prison. As a weapon of the Thunder Tao, the Sea of Thunder prison was equally exhilarated. Should Lin Patian endure, it too would likely ascend to the realm of celestial artifacts following the baptism of thunder. How exhilarating this was! Enveloped by the tempest of thunder, Lin Patian was surrounded by crackling electricity. Faced with the terrifying 4 bolts of calamity thunder, he not only displayed no fear, but his eyes sparkled with fierce determination, a hint of arrogant amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the thunder struck. The Sea of Thunder prison trembled violently, nearly unable to withstand the onslaught of power. Yet Lin Patian trembled with excitement. Boldly charging towards the 4 golden bolts of calamity thunder, his body taut as he collided with the lightning, producing a deafening roar. The entire space was illuminated, prompting the assembled immortals to avert their gazes, unable to bear the brilliance. Meanwhile, 8 of the 9 heavenly tribulations had already passed, leaving only the final bolt. In the hearts of the immortals, a singular thought prevailed. Perhaps today, they were destined to witness a miracle. Regardless of whether Lin Patian transcended to become a celestial being or not, he already embodied a miracle. Should he perish, he would be the miracle of self-destruction. Urging the thunder to strike harder, daring to provoke the celestial order, it was utterly reckless. Should he survive, it would be an even greater miracle, shattering the ancient decree that none could live beneath the 9 heavenly tribulations. As the brightness began to diminish, the immortals hastily turned back, their gazes intent, scrutinizing the aftermath. Alas, it was still slightly lacking. The most powerful among them, a true immortal, revealed a trace of regret in his eyes upon discerning the scene. Those true immortals who had previously mocked Lin Patian for his bravado now wore expressions of knowing expectation, raising an eyebrow and remarking, "If one does not court death, one will not die." Following their gaze, in the distance, Lin Patian's hair stood on end, resembling a lion with frizzed fur. His entire being was charred black. Skin split open to reveal flickering sparks of electricity within, strands of thunder fire burning inside him. He floated silently in midair, devoid of any vitality. Only the residual thunderclaps from the Sea of Thunder prison echoed slowly in the desolate expanse. He was dead. There was nothing more to behold. A few true immortals' eyes flickered, proclaiming Lin Patian's demise, shaking their heads in disappointment, preparing to depart. They felt that had Lin Patian survived, he would have been the chosen one to repel the otherworldly threat. If he were to die, they would have to take the field themselves. Still not having enjoyed enough of their fortune, and facing the risk of death, the mere thought was unbearable for the immortals. At that moment, the same female immortal from before exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, it seems Lin Patian is not yet dead." Chapter 58, An Alien Invasion. What concerns me? As the words fell, the crowd abruptly halted, turning their gazes back. What? He still draws breath. A true immortal from the Chongqing family, the Fong clan, narrowed his pupils in astonishment and exclaimed, "Not only that, look at his chest." All eyes focused intently, and although Lin Patian's breathing was faint, his aura grew increasingly profound. A radiant golden light suddenly burst forth from his chest, enveloping him like a cocoon of gold. One sharp-eyed true immortal leaned forward involuntarily, exclaiming, He is undergoing nirvana, seeking to commence a new life." A nearby individual was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Taoist Jige, you jest, do you not? Rebirth through nirvana? This is an ancient technique. How could Lin Patian possibly have mastered it?" Jige's expression grew solemn, his conviction unwavering. He is indeed undergoing nirvana. I have perused ancient texts within my clan and can affirm this without doubt. Hiss. Upon hearing Jige's declaration, the initially skeptical crowd gasped in disbelief, regarding Lin Patian with trepidation. As a member of the Ji family, the foremost clan among the 9 Chongqing families, Jige's words carried immense credibility. It is said that post-nirvana, one's combat prowess may multiply severfold. Were it not for the ongoing celestial tribulation, which indiscriminately targets all within its reach, the crowd might have even considered seizing Lin Patian's Dao fruit. Boom, boom, boom. The final bolt of tribulation lightning churned within the darkened storm clouds, brewing with ferocity. This bolt bore more terrifying power than the cumulative might of the previous 8 bolts, its hue transformed to a sinister black. Jige, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them in disbelief, swallowing hard, the world-destroying divine thunder. His gaze widened in horror. This was recorded in ancient texts as capable of obliterating early-stage immortal kings with a single strike, specifically targeting the soul. Even if Lin Patian transcended to the realm of the mortal immortal, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. The mortal immortal may possess combat power comparable to that of an immortal king, yet their soul remains at the true immortal level. This distinction marks the greatest disparity between the two, rendering the mortal immortal particularly vulnerable against an immortal king specializing in soul attacks. It seems the heavens too fear Lin Potion's innate talent, descending the world-destroying divine thunder to annihilate him. What a pity. The earlier true immortal from the Fong clan shook his head, gazing regretfully at the golden cocoon ahead. Jige, with a sardonic smile, turned to speak in a silky voice. Fong Hao, should Lin Patian perish, it would indeed be a tremendous loss for your Fong clan, which specializes in soul attacks. Otherwise, after you ambush him, your clan would gain yet another formidable puppet. Upon hearing this, Fong Hao shot a fierce glare at Jige, then swiftly reined in his gaze. Scoffing, Jige, cease your baseless slander. Though your Ji family is the premier Changshan clan, my Fong clan is not one to be casually demeaned. With that, the aura of a fully realized true immortal surged forth from him. This individual's strength was on par with any of the alien domain's esteemed figures, slightly inferior only to the Night Sovereign. With a mocking expression, Jiga turned away, no longer engaging in a sharp exchange. Simultaneously, the cataclysmic divine thunder brewed amidst the ominous clouds, descending violently upon Lin Patian, ensconced within the golden cocoon below. The terrifying impact surged forth like a raging tide, sending the more than 10 true immortals present flying through the air. They stumbled backward, barely managing to steady themselves light years away. Their faces were filled with horror. They had anticipated the might of the annihilating divine thunder, yet none could fathom its overwhelming strength. Had this divine thunder struck any one of them, they would have been utterly unable to withstand it. All eyes fixated on the direction from which the calamity thunder fell, the pitch-black lightning rampaged like a colossal dragon, devouring everything in its path. The golden cocoon enveloping Lin Patian dimmed under the onslaught of the divine thunder, its surface marred by faint cracks, as though it might shatter at any moment. Within the cocoon, he exclaimed, "Spirit of the artifact, is your method effective or not? I feel as though my head is about to explode." Lin Patian, with a wry smile, conveyed his thoughts to the spirit of the Tongdian Ling. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. This is the divine-level nirvana technique left by my master, which is entirely unlike those superficial temptresses outside. Focus your mind and allow the apocalyptic divine thunder to temper your soul, rendering it indestructible while simultaneously comprehending the principles of thunder. Indeed, as everyone has stated, Lin Patian is truly undergoing nirvana. The Tongtian Ling imparted the divine-level nirvana technique to him right at the onset of the tribulation. It is indeed true. This nirvana technique is exceptionally formidable. Lin Patian gazed inward at his soul, his heart brimming with joy. Before him, the river of his soul, once resembling a mighty river, now surged magnificently, its golden radiance dazzling and resplendent, transforming into a vast ocean of gold. Each strand of his soul seemed to embody the weight of mountains and rivers, exponentially stronger than before. As his soul expanded, its reach subtly encompassed half of the heavens. Deep within his soul, a thunderous mark shone brightly, a testament to his successful comprehension of the thunderous path. Lin Patian gently raised his hand, and with a mere thought, boundless thunder encircled him. Within the golden cocoon, concealed from the outside world, Lin Patian beckoned forth the imperial artifact, the 10,000 thunder prison sea, his heart overflowing with delight. "Old friend, you have ascended to the realm of divine artifacts." A resonant hum emanated from the 10,000 thunder prison sea, responding to Lin Patian. As the power of lightning surged forth, now composed entirely of golden thunder, marking a transformation unparalleled, as it had now entered the ranks of divine artifacts. The net of thunder was vast and encompassing. Lin Patian felt a surge of inspiration, unleashing a divine technique that transformed the sea of 10,000 thunder into a vast network of lightning, deftly maneuvered at his command. Furthermore, the sea of 10,000 thunder was one of Lin Potion's innate treasures, should he ascend to the status of a mortal king. The golden thunder within would metamorphose into the cataclysmic divine thunder. The sea of 10,000 thunder would likewise ascend, evolving into a treasure worthy of an immortal king. Lin Patian sat cross-legged within the golden cocoon, opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of turbid air, murmuring softly, "It is time to emerge. Time waits for no one." Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, and the cracks on the surface of the golden cocoon widened dramatically. Boom! Resplendent golden light erupted from within, its brilliance so dazzling that the celestial beings outside could not bear to gaze upon it directly. Step by step, surrounded by a gentle golden radiance, Lin Patian emerged slowly from the golden cocoon, each step resonating with the rhythm of the cosmos. His eyes sparkled, one reflecting the brilliance of countless stars, while the other crackled with the fury of thunder. The principles of thunder and stars converged within his gaze. Dark, devouring forces coiled around his left arm, while his right arm erupted with searing flames. The doctrines of devouring and fire were refined within his limbs. A golden seed of the Tao flickered at his chest, embodying the essence of eternity. The 5 fundamental principles converged as Lin Potion's lips curled into a faint smile. I lack nothing now. Such strength, could this truly be the realm of the immortals in the mortal world? GG's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The pressure emanating from Lin Patian was overwhelmingly formidable. He sensed that even the reclusive immortal kings of his clan might not possess such terrifying might. The faint golden light surrounding Lin Patian gradually receded, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the surroundings. He recognized many of the individuals present, raising an eyebrow. Ji Ge. Feng Hao, what brings you here? And you, Zhong Lin, why are you also present? Are you planning to hunt me down? By the way, Feng Hao, do you intend to ambush me as well, erasing my consciousness to forge me into an immortal puppet? Lin Patian gazed mockingly at Feng Hao, who remained silent. His fists clenched tightly, his head bowed in deference. After speaking, Lin Potion's gaze shifted to the only female immortal present, known as Zhang Lin. It is worth noting that Lin Patian had once been pursued by her. As for Feng Hao, he was a bitter enemy. Lin Patian had once ascended to the highest heavens to confront a true immortal, and it was this very Feng Hao he sought vengeance upon. The reason was simple. This man had sacrificed countless cultivators and mortals to forge immortal puppets. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin replied coolly, "You know full well what you did back then. Can you truly blame me for hunting you down?" Lin Patian cleared his throat, and his expression subtly shifted. "Why bring up past matters?" Zhong Lin retorted with a disdainful roll of her eyes, communicating telepathically. "That year you spied on me while I bathed and didn't take responsibility. Can this be overlooked? Let us discuss it another time, another time." Lin Patian felt utterly wronged. That year, he truly saw nothing, it was merely a misunderstanding. However, there was no time to explain now. He could only wait for a future opportunity to clarify. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining true immortals present, witnessing Lin Potion's unscathed passage through the heavenly tribulation, cast him glances filled with malice, and the atmosphere instantly froze like ice. The myriad realms did not require such a formidable worldly immortal. The cake of the heavens was only so large. If another worldly immortal were to emerge, there would simply not be enough to share. Feng Hao lowered his head. His countenance darkened, fist clenched tightly, too intimidated to meet Lin Potion's gaze. Back then, during his mid-true immortal stage, he had nearly been vanquished by the pinnacle of the Emperor, Lin Patian, and the shadow of that encounter still loomed large. Let alone the fact that Lin Patian had now ascended to become a worldly immortal. GG's eyes glimmered with a sinister intent as he seemed to calculate something. He slowly stepped forward, his voice as cold as the biting wind that sweeps through the forest. "Lin Patian, having broken through and significantly enhanced your strength, you bear the responsibility to contribute to the myriad realms. Now that the Sea of Realms has been breached and the Imperial Pass lost, the monstrous entities from other domains are stirring. I command you to proceed immediately to guard the heavenly gap and protect our celestial peace." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and visions of the realm seas appeared in the air, foreign cultivators rampaging, dark miasma filling the skies, slaughtering indiscriminately. Ji Ge was confident. Someone like Lin Patian, capable of safeguarding the heavenly gap for 100,000 years, would undoubtedly possess a sense of responsibility for the world. By forcing him into this role, the likelihood of success was substantial. Indeed, Lin Patian, you are most familiar with the foreign realms. Now that you have become a worldly immortal, your combat prowess rivals that of an immortal king, making you the most suitable candidate to rectify this situation. The many true immortals present united in their assault. Brother Lin, set aside past grievances. This matter truly cannot be handled by anyone but you. Feng Hao, with a bold face, also voiced his support. Only Zhong Lin dared to convey a secret message. Do not go. They will harm you. Zhong Lin could only communicate this telepathically. To speak it aloud would render her a target, a risk she could not afford to take. How could Lin Patian possibly be unaware? Furthermore, he truly has no desire to concern himself with these trivial matters any longer. He has been true to everyone. Yet the heavens have been unjust to him. Lin Potion's demeanor was frigid, his gaze disdainful, and a hint of scorn graced the corners of his lips as he regarded Ji Ge. His voice as cold as frost. Cut through the air. An invasion from foreign realms? What concern is it of mine? Why do you not take action yourself? As he spoke, Lin Potion's aura surged dramatically. bearing down upon Ji-gu with palpable intensity. Chapter 59, Slaying Immortals as One Would Slaughter Dogs. In the twist of time, Lin Patian ultimately discerned the identity of the one orchestrating the schemes against the Lin family from the shadows. It was none other than the Wuzhong immortal king, Ji Wuzhong, of the Ji clan. Moreover, in a series of actions aimed at undermining both the Lin family and himself, the fingerprints of Ji Wuzhong were unmistakably evident, with the Ji family complicit in the undertakings. Thus, Lin Patian resolved to subjugate Ji-gu today, or rather, to see him perish. The Ji family had truly gone too far. Ji-ji's countenance turned a deep shade of ashen fury. He, too, was a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of true immortality, and he had not anticipated being nearly forced to his knees. Even more shocking was Lin Potion's audacity to be so openly disrespectful. With a thunderous roar, he retorted, "Lin Patian, I am of the Ji family. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Even if you have attained the red dust immortal status, you remain woefully inadequate before the two immortal kings of my Ji clan." Lin Patian remained oblivious to his surroundings, advancing slowly, each step seeming to tread upon Ji-ji's very heart, causing the latter's complexion to grow increasingly pale. In an instant, Ji-gu comprehended Lin Potion's intent. He was exerting pressure upon him. Should he allow Lin Patian to continue, his legs might very well be shattered beneath him, forcing him to kneel. Resolutely, he made a decision. He must act first to defuse the situation. Ji-ji's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder across the heavens and earth. "Lin Patian, you have gone too far." With that, Ji-ji's figure flickered, and he appeared before Lin Patian in an instant. His palm gathered resplendent celestial energy, transforming into a colossal golden handprint, imbued with an overwhelming force, which he then struck down towards Lin Patian with great ferocity. The golden handprint traced a dazzling arc through the air, its might truly astonishing. Lin Patian let out a cold grunt, and a brilliant golden light enveloped him. With merely a glance, countless thunderbolts roared forth, dispelling the golden handprint. The assault persisted. In his other eye, the power of the stars ignited, and in an instant, several massive stars materialized out of thin air, crashing down upon Ji-gu. With a gasp, Ji-gu spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with horror. Despite Lin Potion's single strike, he found himself gravely injured. Lin Patian let out a cold chuckle, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he coldly declared, "What of it if I deceive you? Moreover, I intend to kill you." As his words hung in the air, the golden radiance surrounding Lin Patian abruptly receded, replaced by an overwhelming surge of lightning. The boundless thunder prison sea flickered ominously behind him, each bolt of lightning brimming with terrifying power. With a single step, he closed the distance to Ji-gu in an instant, his right fist enveloped in the nascent form of annihilating divine thunder. The wind from his punch was fierce, rending the fabric of reality into fragments of nothingness. Is Lin Patian truly intent on killing me? How dare he? Ji-ji's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the essence of destruction contained within Lin Potion's strike. He hastily summoned all his celestial energy to form a resplendent shield of light, striving to withstand this fearsome blow. Boom! Lin Patian moved like lightning, with thunderous radiance enveloping him. With a single punch, he shattered Ji-ji's luminous shield and pierced through his vital essence, leaving him gasping for breath. Even the residual force sent the surrounding true immortals reeling in disarray. Cough, cough. Lin Patian, how dare you treat me this way? Are you truly unafraid of the wrath of the Ji family's Wuzhong immortal king and Wuhui immortal king? Ji-gu spat blood, yet his words remained menacing. In the realm of true immortals, even if but a single cell remained, resurrection was still possible. Thus, as long as Lin Patian could be intimidated into retreating, this mere injury would heal within mere hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Patian abruptly withdrew his fist, standing amidst the void as the surrounding thunderous light receded, leaving only his eyes ablaze, fixated upon Ji-gu. With a resounding roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth, he demanded, "Where is Wuzhong? I am here to settle accounts with him. Do you truly believe that I am unaware of your Ji family scheming behind my back?" As he spoke, the ominous manifestation of the thunder prison sea re-emerged, each bolt of lightning imbued with the power to extinguish stars, instilling a chilling dread within the hearts of all present, causing them to involuntarily retreat. Ji-gu was taken aback, her eyes widening in horror, as if she had witnessed an unfathomable terror. Trembling, she stammered in disbelief. How could you know? This secret is scarcely known even among the upper echelons of my Ji family." Lin Potion's lips curled into a chilling smile, subtly conveying, "In this world, there exists no wall that does not allow the passage of wind. The schemes of the Ji family have long left traces in the dust of time. Jigu was taken aback, utterly bewildered by his words. Had it not been for Lin Patian being pulled back through the river of time while trapped in the immortal prison, he would remain oblivious. The Ji family had concealed their intentions far too deeply. Even now, Lin Patian was at a loss as to why the Ji family harbored such hostility towards the Lin family and himself. Nevertheless, pondering the past held no value. It was time to settle the score. Starting with you, Jigu, one by one, I shall reckon. With that, Lin Patian abruptly gestured, and from the sea of thunderous imprisonment, powerful golden lightning surged forth, cleaving through the sky with a cataclysmic force, aimed directly at Jigu. Yet, to his astonishment, Ji's expression shifted from shock to composure, a triumphant smirk dancing upon his lips. With swift hand seals, he intoned the incantation, causing a strange black mist to surge within Lin Patian. The fallen emperor's curse had been instigated by Jigu. Haha, Lin Patian. You never imagined that the fallen emperor's curse was sown by my own hand, did you? Today marks your demise. Jigu cackled madly, his eyes gleaming with frenzied light as he fervently chanted the spell. Yet, Lin Patian appeared utterly unfazed. How could this be? How could this happen? Jigu was left in a state of utter confusion. Lin Patian's lips curled into a chilling smile. He had long since severed the connection of the fallen emperor's curse from his bloodline, rendering himself unaffected. Initially, he had anticipated a lengthy search for the true celestial being behind this curse, yet unexpectedly, Jigu emerged all on her own. Huh. So it was you who orchestrated this. Lin Patian's expression grew increasingly frigid, his arm slightly raised. The malevolent energy that had wreaked havoc within him suddenly reversed its course. Howling towards Jigu, a backlash. Ji's complexion turned ashen in an instant, terror-stricken, and he turned to flee. Yet it was futile, under Lin Patian's command. The fallen emperor's curse, infused with his celestial aura, surged forth. It was no longer appropriate to call it the fallen emperor's curse. It must be termed the fallen immortal's curse. Whoosh. The fallen immortal's curse swiftly caught up with Jigu, enveloping and piercing through him. Horrific screams echoed wildly. In mere moments, Ji's flesh and soul vanished entirely, returning to nothingness. He was dead. Hiss. Zhang Lin gasped in shock, her beautiful eyes fixed in stunned disbelief upon Lin Patian. Feng Hao's eyelids twitched violently, his heart gripped by profound trepidation. Lin Patian has ruthlessly slain true immortals as if they were mere dogs. Ji's strength is by no means inferior to his own. Yet she was so effortlessly dispatched by Lin Patian. Should Lin Patian turn his attention towards me, escape would be utterly impossible. Moreover, there exists a complex web of enmity and favors between us, making the likelihood of his aggression considerably high. Whoosh. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Hao quietly retreated behind the crowd, transforming into a fleeting light as he hastily made his escape. Lin Patian cast a fleeting glance, but chose not to pursue. Today, Feng Hao was not the central character. It was the Ji family that held the spotlight. He turned his gaze towards the two remaining true immortals of the Ji family, who regarded him with impassive expressions. Coldly, they inquired, "Where's Ji Wuzhong?" Bang, bang. Their strength was feeble, merely at the initial stage of true immortality. Under the weight of Lin Patian's imposing gaze, they could scarcely endure it and were forced to kneel. Trembling, they spoke, "We do not know. The immortal King Wuzhong only passed through here briefly before departing." Departed? Lin Patian pondered for a moment, his breath suddenly quickening as he considered the most likely destination of Ji Wuzhong, the Dragon Man Star. Aoin had once informed Lin Patian that he used the semi-immortal artifact, the hidden dragon disc, to evade divination, leading the entire Lin family to escape to the Dragon Man Star. Yet, a semi-immortal artifact cannot possibly thwart the calculations of an immortal king. Ah, Ji Wuzhong, should you dare to harm even a fraction of my Lin family, I shall undoubtedly annihilate your entire Ji clan. Lin Patian's hair stood on end as he stepped forward, pressing down on the heads of the two prostrating true immortals. With a resounding bang, their skulls burst open, their souls escaping only to be crushed by Lin Patian's hand, leading to their demise. In an instant, he transformed into light and departed at an unprecedented speed. The remaining true immortals stood in stunned silence, and after a lengthy pause, Zhang Lin finally regained her composure. She had never witnessed such a terrifying intent to kill and sighed softly, pondering, "Lin Patian, what has truly transpired within you? You were not like this before. I hope you survive, for the events of that year still await your resolution." As everyone gazed in the direction Lin Patian had vanished, An elderly true immortal's eyes filled with gravity as he lamented, Lin Patian has succumbed to darkness. Who will safeguard the myriad realms now? The foreign domain has entrenched itself at the Imperial Pass, treating the Sea of Realms as its own garden. Who will tame it? Upon uttering these words, all the true immortals fell into silence. Time passed, and soon another celestial king from the Ji family, King Wuhui, arrived. His voice soft, yet resonant. What is there left to protect? The resources of the myriad realms are finite. If the foreign domain continues its invasion, we should concentrate all high-tier cultivators above the saint level in the highest heavens. A voice retorted, and what of the myriad realms and the mortals? Along with the low-tier cultivators? King Wuhui chuckled, his tone unhurried. Let them be offered to the foreign domain. The lives of mortals have always been inconsequential. And the low-tier cultivators are merely a group of lackluster individuals lacking effort. There is no need to squander resources. If they perish, so be it. Chapter 60. Subduing the primordial with one hand. The fire lotus incinerates 2 emperors. How can this be? Are we not surrendering the vast territories of our myriad realms without resistance? Indeed, we are yielding without a fight? Ji Wuhui's declaration stirred the waters, inciting a cacophony of whispers and discussions among the crowd. Ji Wuhui cast his gaze downward, his expression indifferent, and admonished, "What are you all clamoring about? This is the result of discussions among the celestial kings of our esteemed families. You need only be aware of it. Return to the highest heavens now, as urgent matters from your families await you. As for the issues between my Ji family and Lin Patian, others should not meddle, otherwise. Do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, he surveyed the crowd with a haughty gaze. The others, drenched in cold sweat, did not dare to refute him, nodding slightly as they clasped their fists in respect, declaring, "We shall heed the command of King Wuhui." With that, the assembly departed with reluctance, feeling the weight of the declaration. Could it be that the celestial kings of their families had all agreed to such a course of action? To retreat to the highest heavens while relinquishing their other territories? Zhong Lin gazed incredulously at Ji Wuhui in the void above, her heart ablaze with fury. How could he suggest handing over millions of cultivators, mortals, and the myriad realms to the foreign domain? It was astonishing that Ji Wuhui, a celestial king, would utter such words. Just as she prepared to voice her protest, a true immortal from the Zhang family grasped her arm, shaking his head. He transmitted a message to Zhong Lin. "We hold little sway and cannot dictate terms. Let us depart." Upon hearing these words, Zhong Lin slightly stamped her foot and communicated back with a face full of indignation. "Uncle Zhongshan, those are lives at stake. The myriad realms belong to everyone, not to a single family, let alone to an individual." The unregretful immortal king curled his lips into a faint smile as he looked down. "I can hear your communication as well. The supreme immortal king of your Zhong family has consented to this matter. If there are any issues, you may inquire directly with him upon your return. Now, vanish from my sight at once." A low reprimand from Ji Wuhui resonated, infused with the authority of an immortal king, driving Zhong Lin and her true immortal uncle back 1,000 miles. Zhong Lin's face turned pale as she spoke in a daze. The rise and fall of the myriad realms is a responsibility for all. Why retreat without a fight? I do not understand, truly do not understand. Zhongshan shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh. "Little Lin, let us depart. This matter is beyond our intervention." With a sorrowful smile, Zhong Lin nodded and followed Zhongshan away, yet her heart yearned for that man to rescue the myriad realms. When he guarded the heavenly void, every inch of land was fiercely defended, but now, without a battle, everything must be relinquished. In the span of mere breaths, over 10 true immortals had departed. Ji Wuhui slightly lifted his gaze towards the direction of Dragonman Star, a smirk playing on his lips. "Haha, has Lin Poti arrived? But you must die today. Your existence will disrupt far too many affairs." Whoosh! Ji Wuhui immediately set forth towards Dragonman Star, situated at the fringe of the realm. Even an immortal king would require the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to descend. Simultaneously, Lin Poti arrived at Dragonman Star, and the sight before him nearly made his eyes bulge in fury. He beheld the Imperial Alliance's warships charging towards Dragonman Star with great force. Before him, Ao Yin's veins bulged as he exerted all his strength to cast the remaining protective formation of the Dragonman clan. 7 Imperial weapons, unseen by Lin Poti before, radiated with unparalleled might, while the indomitable cauldron was momentarily activated by Ao Yin, striving desperately to resist the collision of the Imperial Alliance's warships. The Lin family members were engulfed in despair, utterly perplexed as to why, despite having relocated from the Taishan realm and the Wang family no longer pursuing them. The Imperial Alliance had chosen to personally hunt them down. As Aoin seemed on the verge of collapse, Lin Patian summoned an enormous avatar, a hand of immense proportions, and directed it towards the Imperial Alliance's warship. With a resounding crash, the warship crumbled beneath Lin Patian's colossal hand, resembling a fragile paper kite, instantaneously shattered into countless fragments. Debris scattered through the starry expanse, and numerous Emperor-level powerhouses stumbled forth, bloodied and bewildered by the overwhelming force. They could scarcely comprehend the audacity of someone daring to confront the Imperial Alliance so brazenly. Ao Wushuang's pallid dragon form emerged, its eyes tightly shut in slumber, seemingly drained of an untold amount of vital essence. Wushuang, my dear friend, you have endured much suffering. Lin Patian let out a sigh, lifting Ao Wushuang and drawing her into the Tong Tian order. The three emperors, Taichu, Mangsong, and Tian and I, were the first to react, evading the impending strike of the colossal hand. The ferocious Taichu emperor turned sharply, his gaze piercing through the layers of stars. His thunderous voice reverberated through the cosmos, causing the surrounding celestial bodies to quiver. Who dares to assault my Imperial Alliance's warship? Step forward and let me behold your true identity. Lin Patian concealed himself in the shadows, his expression icy as he regarded his adversary, deliberately allowing a hint of his aura to seep through. The rat in the dark has found you. Taichu bellowed, his form erupting like an enraged primordial beast, enveloped in an overwhelming imperial majesty, as he lunged toward the darkness where Lin Patian resided. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed from the depths of the shadows. Mangsong and Tian and I were startled. The cry unmistakably belonged to the great Emperor Taichu. Who could it be lurking within the darkness? The two emperors instantly felt a surge of tension. The unseen was the most terrifying of all. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps emerged. The emperors of the Imperial Alliance and Mangsong, Tian and I craned their necks to behold a tall man, exuding a chilling aura, who grasped the neck of the great Emperor Taichu with one hand, lifting him effortlessly into the light. The assembly of emperors stood in stunned silence. The peak of the Imperial realm, the great Emperor Taichu, appeared as fragile as a newborn chick in the grip of this individual. As Mangsong and Tian and I recognized the figure, their expressions shifted dramatically, akin to encountering a ghost. They exclaimed, Lin Patian, you are still alive? As the words fell, the scene plunged into a profound silence. After a brief moment of stillness, the emperors of the Imperial Alliance gazed at the gaunt silhouette, each voicing their astonishment. Is he truly Lin Patian? The invincible emperor from 100,000 years ago, still alive? Was it not said that he had allied with the foreign realms and was slain by the three leaders? Confusion painted their faces as they grappled with the enigma before them. Gulp. Why has Lin Patian grown so powerful? Mangsong and Tian and I looked towards Lin Patian, whose eyes were as cold as ice, swallowing hard, entirely perplexed by his realm. Lin Patian, release me. Otherwise, at my command, the Imperial Alliance will ensure you have no place to bury your remains. The great Emperor Taichu's face turned crimson, his eyes bulging as he clutched Lin Patian's arm with all his might, his legs flailing in the air, yet he could not free himself in the slightest. Lin Patian's gaze was as cold as ice as he lowered his head to stare directly at the Taichu Emperor. In that moment, the Taichu Emperor felt a chill seep into his heart, for all he could see within was his own reflection, a fractured reflection. How desperately does Lin Patian yearn for his own demise, to perish without a resting place? Today, I shall ensure that all of you meet the same fate, bereft of burial. By the way, where is Ji Wuzhong? Why has he yet to arrive? Lin Patian's lips curled into a chilling smile, and with a faint utterance, he exerted pressure with his palm, causing the countenance of the primordial emperor to instantly turn a shade of bruised purple, leaving him so astonished that he could only stammer, cough, cough. How could you possibly know? Lin Patian remained unresponsive, his expression suddenly turning icy as he exerted force once more. The countenance of the great Emperor Taichu instantly drained of color, as though he were on the brink of being crushed. Fear gripped his heart. How could Lin Patian not only survive the curse of the fallen emperor, but also grow so formidable? His power had reached an incomprehensible level, nearly rivaling that of an immortal king. Moreover, how could Lin Patian be aware that the Ji family was targeting the Lin family? The three of them were merely pawns of the Ji family. As Lin Patian's grip tightened, the surrounding air became palpable, and everyone held their breath, horrified by the unfolding scene. Mangsong hastily retrieved the emperor's ring, producing the divine source stone that had sealed Lin Wan'er, and shouted sternly, Lin Patian, if you continue to be obstinate, do not blame me for shattering the divine source stone, leading to Lin Wanner's immediate demise. Lin Patian turned his gaze at the sound. With a swift motion of his hand, a resounding explosion ensued as the divine source stone shattered. Mang Tsong was momentarily engulfed in terror, bewildered by Lin Patian's inexplicable audacity. Not only had powerful figures returned, but he also dared to crush the divine source stone that sealed his sister? Did he not fear that Lin Wanner would be reduced to mere dust? Yet, contrary to his expectations of witnessing Lin Wanner's annihilation, she appeared as if in a tranquil slumber, her breath faint yet steady, gently suspended in midair, surrounded by a soft halo of light, tenderly protected by an enigmatic force. Lin Patian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he murmured, Sister. During those tumultuous years of reversal, Lin Patian had long bestowed upon Lin Wanner a secret technique capable of causing the divine source stone to shatter, while she would remain entirely unharmed. Furthermore, this technique had been meticulously practiced by Lin Patian, ensuring its absolute infallibility. Now, as Mang Tsong once again sought to use Lin Wanner as leverage, he awaited this very moment. With a decisive step forward, Lin Patian was determined to rescue Lin Wanner. Mang Tsong and Tian and I, upon witnessing the unforeseen transformation of the divine source stone, finally realized the gravity of the situation. Should Lin Patian manage to reclaim Lin Wanner, he would be liberated from all constraints. They could scarcely fathom who could possibly control Lin Patian thereafter. Perhaps only a celestial being could intervene. Without a moment's hesitation, Mang Tsong and Tian and I gritted their teeth and stepped forward, intent on seizing Lin Wanner. Get away. Lin Patian let out a thunderous roar, his eyes wide with fury. In a moment of haste, he conjured a half-finished fiery rage lotus and hurled it towards the two adversaries. The lotus rapidly expanded in the air, its searing flames seemingly capable of incinerating all in their path, descending with a tempestuous energy. Mang Tsong and Tian Ni's expressions shifted dramatically as they exerted every ounce of strength to resist. However, the flames surged like a furious ocean wave, instantly engulfing their imperial bodies. The figures of the two twisted and struggled, their forms swiftly dissolving in the violent inferno. With a quarter of their essence incinerated in an instant, and the flames continued to rage. Ah, it is celestial fire. Lin Patian has ascended to immortality. Cries of anguish erupted from the mouths of the two. The emperors of the Imperial Alliance collectively gasped in shock, their faces pale as they beheld Lin Patian. The path to immortality had not yet been opened, yet this bearer of the title of the strongest emperor had somehow achieved ascension. With a mere gesture, he seemed poised to reduce Mang Tsong and Tian and I, two peak emperors, to mere ashes. A sense of dread engulfed the crowd. With a grip as effortless as one might use to seize a chick, Lin Patian clutched the neck of the primordial being. Casting a glance at the scorched remnants of Mang Tsong and Tian and I, his eyes were devoid of warmth. Do not rush to reincarnation, come one by one. As the words fell, he was but a hair's breadth away from rescuing Lin Wanner. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ji Wuzhong arrived late, casting but a glance before raising his hand to unleash a formidable power aimed at Lin Patian. Chapter 61. Lin Patian versus Ji Wuzhong. This old man arrived just in time. In a fleeting moment, Lin Patian's pupils constricted as he made a resolute decision. Summoning the protective golden light, he braved the divine power and took another step forward, rescuing Lin Wanner. However, blood immediately seeped from the corner of his mouth. Enduring the divine power was excruciatingly challenging. The divine abilities of a celestial king are not so easily withstood. Lin Patian felt an unceasing surge of vital energy coursing through his body, while his organs trembled intensely. An opportunity. Ji Wuzhong's eyes gleamed brightly as he launched a soul attack towards Lin Patian. Although Lin Patian had strengthened his soul significantly through the thunder refinement technique, there remained a slight disparity when compared to an immortal king. This was the greatest disadvantage of the mortal realm. As expected, Lin Patian's gaze momentarily became vacant. Seizing the moment once again, Ji Wuzhong swiftly raised his hand towards Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner's soul was swiftly extracted and confined within his sleeve. With a flick of his hand, he extinguished the celestial flames consuming Mang Tsong and Tian and I. Their imperial forms had been lost, leaving only their imperial souls intact. Had it not been for Ji Wuzhong's timely intervention, the two would have been incinerated alive, leaving not a trace behind, not even ash. Tai Chu was also rescued by Ji Wuzhong, who bellowed, "Take your people and leave at once." Yes, yes, yes. Tai Chu hurriedly nodded. beckoning the members of the Imperial Alliance to carry away Mang Song and Tian and I, retreating like frightened dogs with their tails between their legs, vanishing without a trace. Lin Patian did not witness this scene. His gaze quickly became clear and focused. He swiftly enveloped Lin Wanner within the Tongtian order and cast a glance around. Everyone from the Imperial Alliance had fled. Ji Wuzhong, you have gone too far in your tyranny. Lin Patian charged directly towards Ji Wuzhong, unleashing his full strength. Upon discovering that Ji Wuzhong was the mastermind behind everything, an overwhelming hatred consumed Lin Potion's heart. However, the Lin family had never harbored any enmity towards the Ji family, and he himself had never offended Ji Wuzhong. On the contrary, he had always regarded him with respect as a senior. Yet, at this juncture, Lin Patian no longer pondered such matters. A singular thought remained in his mind: to kill, and then to lead the entire Lin family away from the realms, transforming into a forbidden zone. Never to concern himself with worldly affairs again. Lin Patian felt a profound chill in his heart. He had wronged no one, yet these individuals utterly disregarded his arduous efforts, instead seeking his annihilation. Suddenly, an explosion of resplendent light erupted around him, the force of the laws swirling like a great dragon in flight. With a thunderous roar, Lin Patian clasped his hands together, summoning the celestial might of a colossal meteor, imbued with unfathomable pressure, hurtling towards Ji Wuzhong, the Inferno Lotus of Wrath. Without pause, Lin Potion's right hand transformed into a fierce palm, flames surging forth from his palm, manifesting the complete form of the Inferno Lotus of Wrath. Its scorching radiance illuminating the entire space, warping the very fabric of the void. Thunderous radiance. At that moment, a devouring force erupted from within him, drawing everything in the vicinity towards its core. Ultimately, myriad golden thunders coalesced above his head, pouring down like a torrential rain. Carrying the momentum of utter destruction towards Ji Wuzhong, Lin Patian held nothing back, unleashing a lethal strike with the intent to dominate, kill, kill, kill. Ji Wuzhong's expression shifted slightly. He had anticipated that Lin Patian would be formidable after achieving the status of a red dust immortal, but this level of ferocity was astonishing. Yet, he remained unperturbed. For an immortal of the red dust was ultimately still a true immortal, while he was a celestial king. Without moving, Ji Wuzhong erupted with radiant celestial light, resembling the blazing sun illuminating the ages. His hands formed intricate seals as he softly chanted, "The celestial king descends. All laws return to their source." In an instant, ancient runes seemed to materialize in the void, intertwining to create profound patterns, each rune embodying the celestial power capable of creating and destroying worlds. Lin Potion's earth-shattering star descended first, carrying the might to shatter mountains and rivers, crashing into Ji Wuzhong, while it dissipated a significant portion of the celestial king's runes. It too transformed into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the void. The flames of the burning fury lotus surged like a torrent of rage, sweeping towards the remaining flickering celestial king runes, their searing heat melting the very fabric of emptiness. Within the flames, the runes writhed and distorted, yet ultimately succumbed to this cataclysmic force, dissolving one by one into nothingness. What? Is this some kind of joke? Ji Wuzhong's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his features. He could scarcely accept that, as a seasoned celestial king, a being of mid-celestial king rank, he was being driven to such a dire predicament by Lin Patian, who had only recently entered the realm of mortal celestial beings. Was it not said that the combat prowess of the mortal celestial beings merely matched that of celestial kings? Yet why did Lin Potion's divine abilities wield such tremendous power? Little did Ji Wuzhong know of Lin Potion's tumultuous journey thus far. Now, Lin Patian possessed the entirety of 4 great paths coupled with the eternal seed of the Tao, and had repeatedly honed his foundation within the reversal of time, reaching a point of no further advancement. Upon breaking through to the mid-mortal celestial realm, he instantly transcended into that stage, bolstered by his profound foundation. In the face of equal realms, Lin Patian regarded Ji Wuzhong with utter disdain, eager to subdue him in an instant for questioning. The Ji family's peculiar maneuvers against both himself and the Lin family filled Lin Patian with deep suspicion of unseen hands orchestrating events from the shadows. Simultaneously, the dazzling golden thunder rained down like a galactic cascade, bearing an aura capable of obliterating the heavens and earth, crashing upon Ji Wuzhong's protective celestial light. Bang! The golden thunder erupted, its brilliance blinding, and Ji Wuzhong's figure flickered within the lightning, as his protective celestial light trembled violently, fissures spreading across it. On the verge of collapse. Crack! The celestial light shattered explosively, leaving Ji Wuzhong aghast, as he coughed up blood and was sent flying. As Lin Potion's feet suddenly accelerated, he charged towards Ji Wuzhong with unrelenting ferocity. Ji Wuzhong had no choice but to confront him, finding himself in an utterly disadvantageous position. This was no ordinary man. Lin Patian was far beyond the realm of humanity. Ji Wuzhong was left in a daze, unable to fathom that he would be subjected to such overwhelming force. The clashing of weapons and the resounding echoes of divine abilities colliding filled the air. Below, during the previous assault on Longran Star by the Empire Alliance, a formidable barrier had been established to prevent any escape. Within this isolated realm, akin to a solitary star cut off from the world, the Lin family and Ao Yin remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. How had the Empire Alliance's blockade been lifted? And what was this sound of battle? Ao Yin sat solemnly upon the altar, his brow furrowed with confusion and curiosity. The Lin family members below, too, were startled by the explosive sounds of combat. Each one gripped with trepidation. The magnitude of the noise was nothing short of terrifying. Lin Bufan furrowed his brow and turned to Ao Yin, sighing, "Senior, if it truly comes to this, let us continue our flight." Ao Yin's ears twitched slightly as he attentively listened, murmuring, "This sound resembles the clash of unparalleled masters unleashing their divine powers. Could it be that the Imperial Alliance is engaged in battle with others, thus neglecting the annihilation of me and the Lin family?" He lowered his head, casting a peculiar glance at Lin Bufan, and inquired, "Young one, does your Lin family still possess formidable experts abroad?" Lin Bufan shook his head like a rattle drum, his bitter smile persistent. "Perhaps I am the greatest expert in the Lin family now." It was strange. What was the source of the fighting sounds above? Upon hearing the reply, Ao Yin's brow furrowed deeper, his perplexity intensifying. The cacophony of clashes grew louder, akin to the low rumble of an ancient behemoth reverberating through Ao Yin's heartstrings. Regardless, I must take a glance. If the Emperor's alliance is indeed engaged in battle with others, it would be an opportune moment for the Lin family to escape. Finally, unable to suppress the stirring within, Ao Yin revealed his golden dragon form, breaking through the celestial dome of the Dragonman star, soaring into the clouds, and peering around. To his dismay, Ao Yin could not discern the presence of the Emperor's alliance. Only fragments of battleships floated in the void. Excellent. It seems some formidable force has driven away these despicable members of the Emperor's alliance. Alas, I have not seen the individual responsible, otherwise, I would express my heartfelt gratitude. Ao Yin's expression brightened, the heaviness of being pursued lifting considerably. The distant sounds of continued conflict once again captured Ao Yin's attention. He beheld a dazzling display of light and sound in the heavens, where two figures clashed amidst the starry expanse, their silhouettes flickering in the radiant brilliance. Each encounter caused the stars to tremble and the void to collapse. How powerful! What kind of beings are these, so fearsome in their might? One of them, in particular, seemed to dominate the other, the rhythm of their Tao flowing with such intensity that a mere glance could obliterate my very soul. Ao Yin's gaze was filled with shock and reverence. Such strength was truly unprecedented. Moreover, in battles among such powerful entities, one would expect a stalemate. Yet the tall figure was overwhelming, mercilessly pummeling the opponent. Unable to resist, Ao Yin focused intently on the scene. As he recognized the figure of Lin Patian, his mind momentarily blanked. After a considerable pause, he finally reacted, unleashing a dragon's roar of excitement. "Heavens! Earth! Father, you have returned as a king." Chapter 62, Lin Patian. "I demand that your entire clan accompany you to the grave." Bam! 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 Lin Potions resembled a dragon, growing increasingly intense with each strike. Ji Wuzhong's figure floated gracefully. And although he exerted all his might to resist with his supernatural abilities, he was still shaken, his vital energy churning, his garments fluttering audibly, and his complexion turning pale. "Lin Patian, how dare you so brazenly bully me?" With a furious shout, Ji Wuzhong swiftly formed hand seals, as spiritual energy held around him, brewing a formidable technique in an attempt to reverse the tide of battle. "It is you, Ji Wuzhong, who first wronged me and the Lin family." Lin Potion's gaze was icy, offering Ji Wuzhong no respite. The celestial energy within him surged, amalgamating all his strength into a single fist. The wind from his punch howled as he bellowed, heaven-shattering fist. Boom! The silhouette of his fist suddenly expanded. transforming into a ferocious dragon that charged towards Ji Wuzhong with an unstoppable force. Ji Wuzhong's pupils constricted, feeling an irresistible power rushing towards him. There was no escape. In an instant, he was struck by Lin Potion's formidable blow. Cough, cough. Ji Wuzhong staggered, coughing up blood, on the verge of collapsing. Step, step. Lin Patian approached Ji Wuzhong with an expressionless demeanor, step by step. With a resounding thud, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Ji Wuzhong sprawling to the ground. Standing atop Ji Wuzhong's chest, Lin Potion's eyes sparkled with the fury of stars and thunder as he bellowed, "Speak. Who is behind your Ji family's attempts to eliminate me and destroy the Lin clan? No one orchestrates my actions. Lin Patian, your brilliance is too glaring. A person like you is destined for death." Ji Wuzhong retorted fiercely, his eyes gleaming with malevolence as he spat a mouthful of blood. Lin Patian swiftly countered the blood spray, delivering a resounding slap to Ji Wuzhong's face. The latter was momentarily blinded, taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an audacious affront. This was a crude tactic employed by mere mortals, utterly lacking in finesse and decorum. Yet, it was equally rife with humiliation. Ji Wuzhong's chest heaved violently, his rage simmering to the point of explosion. How could a dignified celestial king like himself be so disgracefully struck? His eyes narrowed into slits, filled with a seething fury as he bellowed, "Lin Patian, you court death. Should you dare to slay me, my esteemed brother, the unrepentant celestial king, along with several exalted beings from the Ji clan, will join forces to issue a universal warrant for your capture. Your fate will be nothing short of death." Lin Patian displayed an utter lack of fear towards any threat. With a sudden surge of strength, he seized Ji Wuzhong by the throat and lifted him effortlessly. His voice chilling to the core, "You have reminded me that the shadow of your Ji family looms behind this. They must surely be aware of the mastermind. Very well. Since you are so resolute, you shall meet your demise. One by one, I shall hold each member of your Ji family accountable. For I cannot believe that every last one of you possesses the same fortitude as you, Ji Wuzhong." Lin Patian was utterly consumed by darkness. His mind fixated on a singular thought, to repay others in kind. If the path was impassable, he would forge a way through with his fists. Boom. Lin Potion's left arm erupted with a terrifying gravitational force, the phenomenon of devouring laws re-emerging, directly siphoning off Ji Wuzhong's cultivation. "Ah, Lin Patian, what are you doing? Damn it, how could you possess such foreign abilities, you traitor, a traitor of the heavens?" Ji Wuzhong, feeling the rapid depletion of his celestial essence, was thrown into a state of panic. If Lin Patian truly chose to take his life, he had 100 ways to resurrect. After all, a celestial king was not so easily slain. However, if Lin Patian were to drain his cultivation entirely, then all would be rendered futile. Lin Patian raised his gaze slightly, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "It is merely the utilization of waste. Moreover, I am not the traitor of the myriad realms. You are." Upon the ascension of Hongqian, Lin Patian had already discerned that this world was devoid of celestial essence, and every bit was precious, necessitating arduous cultivation. Thus, absorbing Ji Wuzhong's celestial essence can indeed be regarded as a prudent use of waste. As for the notion of betrayal, in Lin Potion's heart, he bears no guilt towards the myriad realms. He had once fought for them, exhausting an entire lifetime. Yet, these immortal families and the Imperial Alliance, while scheming behind the scenes to harm him, also sought to annihilate his clan. They have taken refuge in their corners, adopting a policy of non-resistance, which has led to the loss of the Sea of Realms, the fall of the Imperial Pass, and its surrender to foreign hands. If anyone is to be called a traitor, it is undoubtedly these individuals. "Stop, please stop." Ji Wuzhong's face turned ashen, growing increasingly feeble, his mid-stage celestial king realm on the verge of instability. "You say stop, and I shall simply halt?" Lin Patian shook his head and let out a cold smile, his devouring pace accelerating even further. In his heart, he secretly rejoiced. Indeed, nothing is swifter than seizing what others possess. Lin Patian calculated briefly. In such a short span of time, the amount of celestial essence he had absorbed equaled the result of his arduous cultivation over 10 millennia. He pondered with newfound clarity. Every fraction of celestial essence consumed diminishes one's own reserves. It is no wonder that those from the immortal families, the celestial kings and true immortals, are reluctant to engage in battle for the myriad realms. The path of devouring from foreign lands, of course, seeks to invade the myriad realms and refine all living beings. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Patian comprehended everything completely. Ding! After a few breaths, A faint sound emanated from Ji Wuzhong's body. His physique suddenly shriveled significantly, causing him to plummet in rank. He had descended from the mid-stage of Celestial King to the early stage. Meanwhile, Lin Potion's condition improved remarkably. Not only had he replenished the celestial essence expended during the recent battle, but he had also amassed a considerable surplus. He was now a step closer to the late stage of the Red Dust Immortal. Lin Patian estimated that if he could completely absorb and refine Ji Wuzhong, he would be perilously close to the boundary of the late stage of the Red Dust Immortal. The path of the Red Dust Immortal is infinitely more arduous than that of the true Immortal, demanding a far greater amount of celestial essence. However, with every effort comes a commensurate reward. A towering edifice rises from the ground. The immortal kings forged upon the path of the Red Dust are not to be compared with ordinary immortal kings. They embody the pinnacle of invincibility, where defiance becomes a fundamental skill. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Patian channeled the devouring Tao to its utmost, warping the surrounding void, which erupted with thunderous roars. Ji Wuzhong, his eyes filled with despair, could no longer endure the descent into oblivion. He bellowed in anguish, "Stop. Please, cease. I confess, I shall tell all." Lin Patian reluctantly released Ji Wuzhong's neck, and the law of devouring dissipated accordingly. Ji Wuzhong collapsed like a lifeless fish, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror. "Speak. Who is orchestrating this from behind?" Lin Patian looked down from his lofty perch, his voice as frigid as the biting wind. Ji Wuzhong trembled, struggling to lift his head. His voice faint and quivering. "Yes, Lin Patian, are you truly certain you wish to know?" Ji Wuzhong hesitated, responding with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Lin Patian was slightly taken aback. The Ji family had already established itself as the foremost family among the myriad of eternal clans. Could it be that the unseen forces behind them were beyond even the Ji family's capacity to offend? Yet, having arrived at this juncture, Lin Patian was resolute in his quest for the truth. Furthermore, he had no intention of letting the Ji family off the hook. "Speak," Lin Patian shouted sternly, his demeanor resolute. Ji Wuzhong took a deep breath, poised to reveal the identity of the person behind the scenes. Suddenly, a brilliant divine power descended from above, striking toward Lin Patian with unanticipated ferocity. In the distance, Ao Yin, who was watching intently with a flushed face, exclaimed in alarm, "Foster father, someone above is attempting to assassinate you. Be cautious." Lin Patian received a reminder and, with a start, gazed upward into the vast emptiness. A resplendent display of divine power, silent yet formidable, descended abruptly from the heavens above, carrying with it the might to annihilate worlds. Its overwhelming force rent the surrounding space asunder, leaving it fragmented and shattered. Lin Potion's expression changed dramatically. The power of this divine ability far surpassed that of Ji Wuzhong. It was conservatively estimated to be an attack from a formidable being at the late stage of the Celestial King realm. Had it not been for Ao Yin's timely warning, he might have been caught off guard and faced the peril of true annihilation. Lin Patian abruptly clasped his hands together, his eyes radiating brilliance as the celestial energy enveloping him surged, forming a resplendent protective barrier. This luminous shield collided instantaneously with the divine power descending from the heavens, resulting in a deafening roar and a dazzling explosion of light. Lin Patian retreated a considerable distance before finally stabilizing his form, his expression heavy with gravity. Should he face this unknown powerhouse in a one-on-one confrontation, he would harbor no fear. However, it was evident that this individual was an aid to Ji Wuzhong. Although Ji Wuzhong had fallen to the early stages of the Immortal King realm, rendering him less formidable, the fact remained that he was still capable of action. If this unknown force entangled him, Ji Wuzhong could strike at the Lin family, placing them in a precarious position. With clarity of thought, Lin Patian swiftly retreated to the Dragonman Star. He produced the Celestial Token, which radiated a brilliant white light, enveloping the entire Dragonman Star within its confines. The internal space of the Celestial Token was astonishingly vast. It could easily accommodate not just one Dragonman Star, but even half of the myriad realms without difficulty. What is this treasure that can contain an entire planet? The voice of the unknown powerhouse trembled in the void. This unknown entity was none other than Ji Wuhui, the late arrival from the Ji family, a formidable immortal king in the later stages of his realm, the most powerful figure among the 9 illustrious longevity clans. With a single step, Ji Wuhui positioned himself beside Ji Wuzhong, not even sparing him a glance, and urgently addressed Lin Patian. "What is that object? If you surrender it to me, I shall spare your life today." Upon hearing this, Lin Patian could not help but chuckle. swiftly suppressing his mirth and responding with deliberate enunciation. Spare my life? Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Ji Wuhui, a top-tier immortal king, quickly regained his composure after a brief lapse, retorting with mockery. You are merely at the mid-stage of the mortal realm. It is inevitable that I have you in my grasp. Lin Patian shrugged his shoulders, and in the face of such arrogance, he felt no desire to retort. He spoke calmly. Why not give it a try? With that, he stamped his foot and instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. Ji Wuhui stood momentarily stunned, his expression twitching in disbelief. He ran away? Lin Patian unexpectedly chose to flee, which completely took Ji Wuhui by surprise. Ji Wuzhong also did not anticipate this. Logically, Lin Patian should not have retreated, given the prowess he had just displayed. He should have been able to contest with Wu Hui on somewhat equal terms. Why did he choose to escape rather than engage? Focusing intently on the direction in which Lin Patian departed, Ji Wuzhong felt a jolt of realization. He raised a finger, his voice trembling violently. The direction he is headed is towards our Ji family. What? Ji Wuhui exclaimed, his expression instantly contorting with rage. He bellowed forward, Lin Patian. If you dare to lay a single finger on a member of my Ji family, I shall ensure your entire clan pays the price. Chapter 63, The Destruction of the Ji Family, The Shadow Revealed. In an instant, Ji Wuhui transformed into a streak of light, dragging the weakened Ji Wuzhong as he pursued Lin Patian, unleashing a frenzied barrage of threats. Lin Patian paid no heed to the roars behind him. Instead, he quickened his pace, his lips whispering fervently, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. With their own methods, let them reap what they have sown. The Ji family has reduced my Lin family to such despair, they must bear the consequences. As he traversed the river of time once more, Lin Patian gleaned a wealth of knowledge. The fire that engulfed the Lin family's library was instigated by the Ji clan, while the Wang family's suppression of the Lin family was orchestrated by the Imperial Alliance, which, in turn, is backed by the Ji clan. The machinations behind all these events are suffused with the influence of the Ji family. These matters must be settled with the Ji clan. Swiftly, Lin Patian surged into the highest realm. The intent of his indomitable sword, the unyielding sword of heaven, was already fervent. He raised his hand and cleaved towards the Ji family with an unwavering strike. No. Ji Wuhui, rushing to the scene, felt his heart shatter, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He was already too late to intervene. All he could do was hope that the protective formation of the Ji clan would withstand the blow, and that the powerful true immortals within their ranks would react in time. Above the Ji clan, golden sword light surged like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, an unstoppable force, piercing directly towards the Ji family. In an instant, the entire clan stood frozen in terror as they beheld this radiant sword light. As the protective formation of the Ji clan made contact with the golden sword light, it began to dissolve at an alarming rate. In perhaps just a breath or two, it could be fully penetrated. Swish, swish, swish. 7 venerable true immortals of the Ji clan, their hair white and adorned in ancient celestial robes, stepped forth from their secluded chambers. 2 celestial kings and 7 true immortals. This was the foundation of the Ji clan. Adding to this, the recently slain Ji Gu meant the Ji family had a total of 8 true immortals. Their eyes glimmered with confusion and rage. Without hesitation, they ascended into the heavens, collectively weaving a dazzling net of celestial energy to envelop the protective formation once more, striving to withstand the impending, unstoppable sword strike. However, it was futile. The sword light still pierced through. The expressions of the elders shifted dramatically, filled with dread. Who possessed the audacity to launch such a surprise attack against the Ji clan? Even more terrifying was the sheer power of this strike, having been momentarily obstructed by the protective formation and the celestial energy net. It still retained nearly half of its original might. It is known that this protective formation could withstand a full-force strike from a mid-level celestial king. Yet, having been resisted twice, this sword light still had a significant portion intact. Should it descend directly upon the Ji family, not only would the entire clan be reduced to rubble, but also, none below the true immortal level would be able to withstand its fury. In other words, the one who unleashed this sword harbored intentions of annihilating the Ji clan entirely. What tremendous enmity must one possess? The Ji clan had never offended anyone. The 7 true immortals of the Ji family pondered tirelessly, yet could not discern who they had wronged. However, time was of the essence. 2 visibly aged true immortals, their hair devoid of luster, gritted their teeth and descended, colliding with the sword light using their physical bodies. Bang! Bang! As the two true immortals of the Ji clan charged forth resolutely, the golden sword light erupted in a blinding brilliance upon contact with their forms. Their bodies disintegrated rapidly within the sword light. First their skin, then their bones, and finally their internal organs, until they were reduced to mere clouds of blood mist. Along with their souls, they were utterly shattered amidst the boundless sword and tint, dissipating into the cosmos. The golden sword light, having obliterated the two true immortals, finally exhausted its last remnants of power and gradually faded away. Ancestor. The members of the Ji family were engulfed in profound sorrow, weeping uncontrollably. Had it not been for the sacrifices of these two ancestors, the entire Ji clan would have been buried. Ah, Lin Patian, I shall not rest until we are both dead. Witnessing this, Ji Wuhui completely lost the dignity of an immortal king. His blood felt as though it were freezing. Consumed by rage, charging towards Lin Patian like an enraged lion. I have long since sworn that we are irreconcilable foes. Lin Patian stood high above the horizon, gazing at the scene before him with not a trace of compassion in his eyes. For had he returned even a moment later, the Lin family would have met a similar fate. Moreover, the Ji family had sought to harm him and annihilate the Lin clan. Thus, he could hardly be blamed for his ruthless actions. When will the cycle of vengeance ever cease? The only solution is to eradicate the threat completely. With a swift motion, Lin Patian raised his right hand, and an invisible force drew upon the heavens and the earth, exuding an unbearable heat. In the palm of his hand, flickering flames ignited, and the blazing fury lotus took shape in an instant, swirling violently within his grasp. His gaze descended, fixated upon the Ji family below, paying no heed to Ji Wuhui, whose expression was already contorted with rage as he charged towards him. Boom! The blazing fury lotus was released, plummeting downward. Instantly, the ground transformed into a vast ocean of flames, the anguished cries drowned out by the crackling sounds of the inferno. No. Oh, my Ji family! Ji Wuhui and Ji Wuzhong's eyes burned with fury, their roars echoing throughout the highest heavens. The other immortal families had already seen and heard the chaos. Yet none ventured forth to offer aid. Each was preoccupied with their own affairs, eagerly awaiting the Ji family's downfall to seize their opportunity. Cough, cough. Lin Patian endured a devastating blow from Ji Wuhui, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth as he coughed incessantly. Yet, his eyes glimmered with the coldness of distant stars, fixating on the Ji family estate, now engulfed in flames. His voice, low and hoarse, resonated with finality. The Ji family is no more. Turning his gaze towards the dazed Ji Wuhui and Ji Wuzhong, Lin Patian cracked a smile, his lips parting slightly. Take good care of your heads. I shall come to claim them. With that, amidst the predatory stares of the two, the celestial order glowed with a brilliant white light, enveloping Lin Patian and whisking him away at a speed that rendered Ji Wuhui utterly despondent and powerless to intervene. Lin Patian stubbornly endured a punch from Ji Wuhui, sustaining considerable injury. Furthermore, with the presence of the Lin family members within the Tongtian Ling and his own diminished state, he had no choice but to retreat. Ji Wuhui soared downwards, extinguishing the flames of the burning fury lotus. Looking back at the Ji family, only a few unseen bodies of true immortals remained. Everything else had been reduced to ashes. He stared blankly in the direction of Lin Potion's departure, his eyes vacant. Ji Wuzhong approached, his eyes bloodshot, standing silently beside him. After a long pause, Ji Wuhui murmured, "Wuzhong, our Ji family is no more." Ji Wuzhong shook his head, slightly raising his sleeve to release Lin Wanner's spirit. Even at the moment Ji Wuzhong was trampled by Lin Patian, he had withheld this spirit. Ji Wuhui looked up, perhaps overwhelmed by the devastation, his expression one of bewilderment. What does this mean? Ji Wuzhong's gaze turned icy as he spoke deliberately. Is it not the intention of the esteemed lord of the celestial realm to have Lin Patian perish? Given our current state, let him send someone to claim Lin Potion's life. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuhui sighed. A visitor from the celestial realm is a cross-border matter. Regardless of the likelihood of success, the commotion would be immense. How could Lin Patian be foolish enough to walk into his own demise? Ji Wuzhong resolutely waved his hand, his expression unwavering. With this spirit present, Lin Patian will undoubtedly come. Time is of the essence. We must summon the esteemed lord immediately. With his abilities, it is possible he could even resurrect those of our Ji family who have perished. Encouraged by Ji Wuzhong's words, Ji Wuhui ceased his contemplation and immediately rose. The two made their way to the forbidden ground at the back of the Ji family estate, seated themselves upon the altar, and closed their eyes in concentration. Their hands swiftly formed seals, the blood beneath their skin drawn forth by mysterious forces, gradually rising and intertwining in midair to form a complex array of runes. Ji Wuhui suddenly opened his eyes, determination gleaming within them. He bit his middle finger, droplets of his essence spilling forth, cascading onto the heart of the array. Instantly consumed by it. Only when Ji Wuhui's face had turned pale from the loss of blood did the rune array erupt with a dazzling red light, enveloping the entire altar. At the center of the array, an eyeball materialized out of thin air. Indeed, it was an eyeball. Yet its aura was 1,000 times stronger than that of a celestial king. When it abruptly opened, it gazed upon Ji Wuhui, whispering softly, "Descendant of the celestial families. What is your request? My realm is too potent. I can only manifest this eye for 10 breaths. Otherwise, the heavens shall collapse. Speak swiftly." At this moment, Ji Wuhui had lost too much essence and lacked the strength to respond. Ji Wuzhong hastily knelt and addressed the eye. Ji Wuzhong pays respects to the esteemed young master of the previous generation. We have failed in your command. The Lin family was on the brink of annihilation, yet Lin Patian, for reasons unknown, remains alive and has grown immensely powerful, even obliterating our Ji family from the lower realm. Now, only the two of us remain. The eyeball visibly paused, then exuded a chilling intent as it coldly uttered 2 words, "Waste." Ji Wuzhong dared not retort, cold sweat dripping down his brow, trembling in fear. Because this individual hails from the esteemed Ji family of the immortal realm, he is indeed the eldest son of the upper house. He is the true adversary of Lin Patian, possessing an unimaginable level of strength, such that the entirety of the myriad heavens can only behold him with a single eye. Chapter 64. Above the immortal king, the terrifying dark hand. What a bunch of useless fools, unable to handle such a trivial matter. A spectral figure, obscured by mist yet revealing only the rough contours of his youthful visage, emerged from the eye, his voice laced with fury. The contours of his face suggested he was exceedingly young, at least in appearance. The man slightly turned his head, casting a fierce glare at Ji Wuzhong and Ji Wuhui, his tone softening a bit. "Very well, you are at least members of the family. I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. By the name of the immortal sovereign, I summon the heavenly laws of the myriad realms, granting the Ji family and all a moment of rebirth." With that declaration, as if words held the power of law, his eyes suddenly blazed with brilliance. A faint celestial radiance surged forth, descending upon the Ji family estate, which had been left in utter ruin. In an instant, the estate that had been reduced to naught but ashes was restored, its decayed beams shimmering with renewed vitality. Before the astonished gazes of Ji Wuzhong and Ji Wuhui, the entire Ji family regained its former glory, resplendent and radiant. The two were so elated that their limbs trembled, exchanging glances as their lips moved in awe. This was nothing short of a miracle. Meanwhile, within the Ji family estate, 7 ethereal souls of true immortals slowly manifested, entering the yet-to-be fully charred immortal bodies. In a moment, their eyes fluttered, and it would not be long before they awakened. The next second, one could see hundreds of thousands of Ji family members, whose souls resembled scattered starlight. Gradually coalescing from the void, yet lacking physical forms, their expressions bewildered. For their corporeal bodies had long since turned to ashes. Ji Wuhui was filled with heartache, lamenting how Lin Patian had so utterly extinguished humanity, incinerating the entire Ji clan. He could not help but plead with the man, saying, "Eldest son of the upper house, I implore you, revive these members of the Ji family." The latter, without a moment's thought, snorted coldly and replied, "To reshape their departed souls is already a feat of cosmic creation. As for reconstructing their diminished bodies, do you truly believe I am the creator? The souls have been reformed. As for the physical bodies, if you cannot solve such a trivial issue, are you not a gathering of fools?" With those 2 statements, Ji Wuhui felt his face flush with embarrassment, a sheepish smile spreading across his features. "We can resolve it. We can resolve it. As for the matter of Lin Patian, I shall send my subordinates to thoroughly deal with this pesky fly. Do not interrupt the summoning array. I shall dispatch someone immediately." The man, having spoken, was on the verge of dissipating, his eyes closing as he longed to return to the celestial realm. At that moment, Ji Wuzhong approached, contemplating Lin Patian's formidable prowess and that enigmatic token. He could not help but caution, "Young master, Lin Patian is not to be trifled with. He has already attained the mid-stage of the mortal realm's immortals, and his combat strength can even rival that of a late-stage celestial king. Furthermore, he possesses a mysterious token that allows him to evade capture as effortlessly as an eel slips through fingers. Upon hearing this, the man let out a disdainful chuckle. Umph. It's merely a fragmented Tongtian order. Even its master, while indeed formidable, does not concern me. He intended to utter a few intimidating words, but realized he had none to offer. Ji Wuzhong and Ji Wuhui exchanged glances, perplexed. Tongtian order? What is that? The man waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. You need not concern yourselves with such matters. Just know that the individuals I send will reach the limits of the heavens' tolerance, true invincibility in the lower realms. If Lin Patian survives this, I shall have no choice but to breach the rules and personally project myself to annihilate him. Ji Wuhui was taken aback, his breath quickening. The limits of the heavens' tolerance? Invincibility? Surely, the late-stage celestial king is not the pinnacle. These two terms deeply stirred the strongest figure among the celestial realms. Yet more than that, Ji Wuhui was eager to inquire how Lin Patian, a being of the heavens, had offended this esteemed young master to such an extent that he would defy the rules to extinguish him. Gathering his courage, Ji Wuhui clasped his hands and coughed awkwardly. Young master, may I be so bold as to ask how Lin Patian has wronged you to warrant such extreme measures? As soon as the question left his lips, the man's countenance darkened noticeably, and he replied coldly, Your inquiry is already quite presumptuous. The inhabitants of the lower realms are indeed insufferably crude. His tone dripped with haughtiness, and he showed no inclination to engage further with Ji Wuhui. Abruptly, he vanished, his eyes closing as he disappeared. Ji Wuhui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. When did the celestial realms become synonymous with the lower realms? He sensed a distinct air of contempt directed at him. Wuhui, the young master has instructed us to maintain the summoning array. What are you waiting for? Ji Wuzhong seated himself cross-legged and urged. At this, Ji Wuhui's eyes brightened with excitement, and he immediately settled into position to uphold the summoning array. A slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as visions of Lin Patian's imminent defeat danced in his mind. Before long, the summoning array's apex began to warp, and suddenly, a hand emerged, followed by the gradual appearance of a half-armored figure, faint purple light shimmering across the armor. Soon, the entire form was revealed, exuding an overwhelming aura that pressed down upon them. A man clad in resplendent purple armor emerged step by step from the summoning array, each stride seemingly crushing the void with the weight of 10,000 tons, causing the space to emit a mournful cry of unbearable strain. His unarmored eyes shone like two blazing suns, illuminating the entire Ji family estate as if it were broad daylight. Even those from the Ji family who had just reconstituted their souls could hardly contain themselves from shattering once more. Ji Wuzhong, taken aback, hurriedly stepped away from the array to shield his kin. The terrifying disturbance was felt not just by the Ji family, but resonated throughout the highest realms. Ji Wuhui found it difficult to breathe, his eyes wide with astonishment, murmuring in a voice filled with dread, He surpasses us immensely. This subordinate of the young master must be in existence beyond the celestial king. As the man in purple armor fully descended, he approached Ji Wuhui, arms crossed, exuding the demeanor of a formidable being. In a voice devoid of emotion, he stated, I am Ji Ba, the purple-armored guardian of the Ji family from the celestial realm. By the command of the young master, I have come to eradicate Lin Patian and the Lin family from the lower realm. Who oversees matters here? At that moment, Ji Wuhui's breath caught in his throat, and trembling, he raised his hand. To you, Lord Ji Ba, I am Ji Wuhui, the patriarch of the Ji family. His voice was barely a whisper, and he felt a profound bitterness within, realizing that his title as the strongest among the realms had become a mere jest. Upon hearing his words, Ji Ba cast his gaze downward, narrowing his eyes with a slight smirk. The late stage of Celestial King is indeed feeble. Ji Wuhui felt an immense sorrow. Now, with the celestial essence of the realms depleted and the path to ascension severed, it was virtually impossible to advance further. And even the lineage had been interrupted. He was unaware of what realms lay beyond the Celestial King. With a humble demeanor, Ji Wuhui respectfully inquired, If I may be so bold, my lord, what realms exist beyond the Celestial King? Forgive my ignorance. But with the path to the heavens cut off, we are entirely unaware of the realms above. Ji Ba chuckled, reflecting on the utter weakness of the lower realm, astonished that they were ignorant of the realms surpassing the Celestial King. However, recognizing that the Ji family here was a branch of the Ji family from the celestial realm, He patiently elucidated. Above the celestial king are the celestial emperor, celestial sovereign, celestial lord, and the legendary celestial emperor. And I, Jiba, am at the initial stage of the celestial emperor. His tone was brimming with arrogance, and upon realizing the weakness of the lower realm, Jiba's presence surged with newfound confidence. Ji Wuhui, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of realization. Beyond the celestial king, there indeed existed 4 grand realms: the celestial emperor, celestial sovereign, celestial lord, and celestial emperor. Earlier, when the young master commanded the heavenly laws, he spoke in the name of the celestial lord. Ji Wuhui's pupils dilated in disbelief, exclaiming, "The young master is a celestial lord? What virtue or capability does Lin Patian possess to provoke him?" No wonder he refrained from personally dealing with Lin Patian. Were I in his position, I too would find it difficult to lower my face. Silence. Do not discuss the young master behind his back, or face death. Ji Ba's voice resonated with authority as he reprimanded. Ji Wuhui immediately fell silent, offering a sycophantic smile. At that moment, Ji Wuzhong approached, his face adorned with a flattering grin, and said, "My lord, please take your rest. We shall take care of bringing Lin Patian here." Ji Ba waved his hand dismissively. He preferred not to undertake the search personally, wishing to avoid unnecessary fatigue. He nodded and replied, "Very well. Simply bring Lin Patian to me." With that, Ji Ba concealed his presence and departed. Once he was gone, Ji Wuzhong glanced at the soul of Lin Wan'er cradled in his palm, a cold smirk spreading across his face. "Hey, Lin Patian, let us see how you meet your demise this time." Brother Wuhui, spread the news that Lin Wan'er's soul is in the hands of the Ji family. I refuse to believe that Lin Patian will not attend this grand banquet. Ji Wuhui nodded slightly, utterly convinced, and chuckled softly. "You play this game of burning the bridge remarkably well, Wuzhong. I shall immediately disseminate the news." With that, he departed without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Tongtian Ling soared through the skies, unceasingly advancing until it found a secluded spot within the Sea of Realms, where it proceeded to bury itself with remarkable skill, evident of a frequent practice in self-concealment. Chapter 65. The Lin family welcomes the return of the ancestor. At this moment, within the Tongtian Ling, under Lin Bufon's leadership, the entire Lin family knelt before Lin Patian, their hands raised in reverence, proclaiming in unison, "The Lin family welcomes the return of the ancestor." Lin Patian endured the excruciating pain of receiving a punch from Ji Wuhui, lifting the crowd effortlessly with a gentle smile. "You have all suffered, dear descendants." Upon hearing these words, Lin Bufon's eyes reddened, and he shook his head repeatedly. He understood all too well that had it not been for the timely return of the ancestral figure, the Lin family would undoubtedly have faced complete annihilation at the hands of the Imperial Alliance, with not a single soul escaping. "Ancestral Master, as long as you return, that is enough. With your presence, our Lin family will have a steadfast pillar of support. No matter how arduous the path ahead may be, we shall fear no more." Lin Bufon expressed earnestly from the depths of his heart. Tears brimmed in Lin Yanran's beautiful eyes. As the sole descendant of the Lin family connected by blood to Lin Patian, she had a myriad of words to express, yet found herself utterly speechless. With a heavy heart, she lamented, now that the ancestor has returned, her younger brother Lin Feng can never come back. Lin Patian glanced over, perceiving her thoughts, and gently descended to tenderly wipe away Lin Yanran's tears, his voice imbued with utmost gentleness. "Yanran, do not weep. The ancestor feels your pain." This scene evoked profound envy among the members of the Lin family, who couldn't help but weep uncontrollably, yearning for Lin Patian to dry their tears one by one. In the hearts of the Lin family, Lin Patian is their sole faith, although discordant voices may emerge during times of hardship, causing a rift among them. Once Lin Patian returns, they unite once more as one. "Yanran, the wind still lives. He is thriving now," Lin Patian continued with unwavering tenderness. "Ancestor, what do you mean?" Lin Yanran quickly wiped away her tears, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. The members of the Lin family surrounding her were equally stunned. When Lin Feng made his sacrifice, many were aware of it, and now that the ancestor claimed Lin Feng was still alive, how could they not be taken aback? Lin Patian, unwilling to persist in explanations, recalled that Lin Feng possessed his jade token, which allowed for the observation of his current situation. Thus, he promptly activated the live feed of Lin Feng's present circumstances. A luminous screen materialized in the air, revealing Lin Feng in tattered garments, desperately sprinting through the rugged forest with Ji Xiaoya closely in tow. Behind them, a dark throng pursued relentlessly, their battle cries echoing like thunder, while magical assaults descended upon them like a torrential downpour. Yet, Lin Feng consistently evaded danger at the last possible moment, even managing to glance back at Ji Xiaoya and share a smile, as if they were merely engaged in a playful frolic. At this juncture, the scene appeared rather normal, and Lin Patian, with a look of satisfaction, remarked, "This lad Feng has actually attained sainthood. His speed is certainly not inferior to mine in my prime. And as for Xiaoya, she too has made commendable progress, having reached the realm of the four extremes." The members of the Lin family gazed intently, and exclamations of astonishment erupted from the elders. "Incredible! Lin Feng has achieved sainthood. Unexpectedly. Lin Feng's diligent efforts have culminated in him becoming the most accomplished among the younger generation of the Lin family." Below, Lin Hao, who had been staring at the ground with a despondent expression, lifted his bloodshot eyes for a fleeting moment, only to let them fall again in despair. No one could fathom the pain he harbored within. The heinous label of fratricide clung to him like a shadow, imprisoning him in a self-made confinement. His younger brother is truly still alive. Lin Yanren was overwhelmed with joy, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she focused intently on the girl beside Lin Feng. No one understands a brother better than a sister. Lin Yanren was certain that Lin Feng and this girl shared a significant story. Sure enough, in the next moment, the scene took a dramatic turn. In the frame, Lin Feng and Ji Xiaoya were cornered at the edge of a cliff, not high enough to claim Lin Feng's life. Yet he uttered, "Xiaoya, we have no way out. If we jump, we will perish. Are you afraid?" Ji Xiaoya shook her head, her eyes imbued with an enigmatic emotion. "If I can die alongside you, I am not afraid." Lin Feng's ears twitched slightly as he earnestly smiled and said, "Then could you grant me a kiss? That would leave me without regrets in death." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoya and the scene appeared utterly astonished. The onlookers from the Lin family were equally bewildered, nearly dropping to the ground in shock. This was unmistakably evident. Lin Yin rolled her eyes, nearly fainting from disbelief. Unless this little sister across from her had an extraordinary fondness for Lin Feng, he was undoubtedly destined to receive a slap followed by a scathing reprimand of rogue. However, Ji Xiaoya merely pursed her lips slightly, rising onto the tips of her toes. Crack! Lin Patian, with a face clouded in displeasure, switched off the projector and cleared his throat, saying, "There's nothing worthwhile to see anymore." The Lin family members wore expressions of unfulfilled anticipation, as they witnessed such a captivating narrative abruptly interrupted by the elder. This was akin to having one's trousers unexpectedly removed. Ahem. It bears resemblance to savoring a delectable meal, only to be hastily ushered out by the proprietor at closing time. It is utterly devoid of an understanding of youth. Lin Patian did not contemplate much. He simply felt that the scene was exceedingly explosive, and that the Lin family had minors under the age of 18 who must not be permitted to view it. In the realm of the Stargate, a day for Lin Feng and Ji Xiaoya equates to a decade in the outside world. They are no longer mere children. If one were to calculate accurately, Lin Feng is already in his 20s, older than his sister Lin Yanran. His strategies may be as predictable as a sow wearing a bra, repetitively devised. However, should he ever wrong Xiaoya, he knows he would not escape unscathed. Lin Patian let out a bitter smile, pondering to himself. Subsequently, he cast his gaze around the members of the Lin family, searching for the descendant he longed to see, yet found none. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to Lin Bufan and inquired, "Bufan, where is he?" Lin Bufan's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as he gazed helplessly at Lin Hao, who was mere inches away from being buried in the earth, yet he remained silent. There was a matter known only to a select few elders of the Lin family. Lin Hao was not the biological son of Lin Bufan. The Lin family boasts 3 distinct bloodlines, yet as time flowed inexorably, only one individual from the supreme bone lineage remained by the time it reached Lin Hao's father. His father maintained a close bond with Lin Bufan, akin to true brothers. Since Lin Hao was the last of his line, following his father's heroic sacrifice for the Lin family, Lin Bufan, fearing for Lin Hao's safety, took him in to raise as his own. However, Lin Bufan always regarded Lin Hao as his own child, a fact unbeknownst to Lin Hao. With a swish, as Lin Potion's words fell, all the Lin family members turned their gaze towards Lin Hao. Some even seized Lin Hao by the collar, shouting furiously, "Lin Hao, you have personally slain Lin Yi and nearly brought ruin upon the Lin family, you fool." With that, a resounding slap sent Lin Hao crashing to the ground. Lin Hao offered no resistance, his eyes devoid of life as he sat silently on the ground. In the small world, when Lin Yi ensnared all of the younger generation of the Lin family within an illusionary array without causing them harm, Many astute individuals realized that Lin Yi was not genuinely betraying his clan. They urged Lin Hao to refrain from acting impulsively, yet Lin Hao disregarded their counsel, insisting on breaking free from the illusion and personally slaying Lin Yi. Thus, not only was Lin Bufan unable to accept such fratricide, but the other members of the Lin family were equally dismayed. What? Howard, did you not vow that you would never take Er's life? Lin Patian staggered back a few steps, utterly heartbroken. At that moment, trapped within the divine tomb, he remained unaware of the events transpiring during the imperial clan competition. However, the death of Lin Yi at the hands of Lin Hao pierced his heart with unimaginable anguish. Lin Hao suddenly raised his head, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. He realized that these words were spoken only to the elder residing in the back mountain. As he glanced around, Lin Hao spotted the distant figure of the black sun coiled around the golden python. The ancestor had sought him out, rescued him, and guided him in his cultivation. He had even tested whether Lin Hao would harm his brother. In an instant, everything became clear to Lin Hao. Overwhelmed with emotion, he buried his face in his hands and sank to his knees, appearing almost deranged, repeatedly bowing to Lin Patian. Finally, he lifted his head, blood streaming from his forehead. Utterly lost and trembling as he spoke, "Ancestor, I truly never intended to harm Lin Yi." He could have easily evaded that punch. Lin Patian was unwilling to listen. Gazing at the onslaught of despair that threatened to engulf Lin Hao, his heart ached at the thought of a prodigy being ruined. With a sigh, he said, "He has already passed. There is no need for you to elaborate on right or wrong. Just live well and cultivate diligently." Lin Hao listened, yet he could not absorb the words. Immediately, Lin Patian, with a solemn expression, addressed the entire Lin clan with gravity and conviction. "I must vindicate Er. He is not a traitor. He is a true hero." As his words resonated, a hush fell over the assembly, and all members of the Lin family turned their gaze towards Lin Patian without exception. Lin Hao, in a state of bewilderment, lifted his gaze. In his heart, he could not fathom the notion of having committed fratricide. Yet, could Lin Yi truly be associated with the notion of a hero? At the forefront, Lin Bufan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes already brimming with tears. He had finally awaited this day, the day when the ancestral figure would personally vindicate Lin Yi. Chapter 66. Vindication for Lin Yi, the Celestial King's Bounty. The members of the Lin family held their breath, all gazing intently at Lin Patian. The younger generation, particularly Lin Jie and Lin Hai, who had previously clashed with Lin Hao, expressed their bewilderment in unison. "Ancient ancestor, it is an undeniable fact that Lin Yi has betrayed our clan, even if he trapped us in an illusionary array within the small world, sparing our lives. He nevertheless extracted Lin Hao's supreme bone, which is indisputable. How can such a person be regarded as a hero of the Lin family?" As these words were spoken, whispers erupted among the crowd, sparking a flurry of discussions. Lin Patian gazed into the distance, his deep-set eyes reflecting a myriad of thoughts. After taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, he spoke. "It was I who consented to the excavation of Hei's supreme bone." "What? Ancestor, you agreed to this? Why?" The elders of the Lin family were rendered speechless, and the younger generation wore expressions of astonishment. Lin Hao was utterly bewildered, his heart a tumult of emotions to the utmost degree, gazing at his ancestral figure with a complicated expression. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Bufan stepped forward, his brow furrowed, and spoke in a grave tone. "On that day, the esteemed Wang Wutian of the Wang family explicitly demanded the inclusion of Lin Hao and Lin Yi into their ranks. Upon reporting this matter to our ancestor, he surmised that Wang Wutian intended to extract the essence of our lineage for his own gain. To avoid placing all our hopes in a single venture, our ancestor devised this precautionary measure, instructing Lin Yi to procure Lin Hao's supreme bone. For the supreme bone and eyes to converge within one individual, it necessitates the cultivation of at least a great sage to be effective. The facts have validated our ancestors' conjecture. Lin Yi faced no harm within the Wang family, and instead, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, as Wang Wutian devoted the entirety of the Wang family's resources to nurture him. This was merely a strategy for preservation. Lin Yi did not betray our clan. Subsequently, within the small world, Lin Yi did not inflict harm upon you. Rather, he chose to confine you, ensuring your safety, which speaks volumes. After his declaration, the members of the Lin family present were rendered speechless, deep in contemplation. Soon, a chorus of regretful voices arose. "Indeed, we have wrongly accused Brother Yi. On that day, we hurled insults at him, yet he still brought us into the illusionary array, preserving our lives. Had we known sooner. Alas, the younger generation collectively lamented, regretting their actions. Lin Yi was once the pride of the Lin family, and his betrayal brought considerable turmoil to the clan. The admiration that once surrounded him swiftly transformed into intense hatred, a common reaction among people. Lin Hao appeared bewildered, pointing at the tip of his nose as he gazed at Lin Patian, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Ancestor, what about me? Why did you not inform me back then? Had I known, I would never have harbored hatred towards Lin Yi, nor would I have mistakenly harmed him." The final phrase erupted from him almost as a roar. Bold Lin Hao, how audacious to show disrespect to the ancestor. Lin Jie and Lin Hai shouted furiously, joining forces with several young prodigies of the Lin family to restrain Lin Hao, forcefully striking his kneecap, causing him to kneel in response. "Release me, ancestor. Why did you not inform me back then? Speak up, please, speak up." Lin Hao struggled incessantly, and in his relentless struggle, he succumbed to tears. "Let him go." Lin Patian turned his head and softly admonished, "Be respectful. Should you show any further disrespect towards the ancestor, it shall not be so easy for you." Upon hearing this, the others reluctantly released Lin Hao, letting out a fierce roar before clasping their fists in anger, glaring at Lin Hao. To provoke the ancestor's authority is utterly unforgivable within the Lin family. Had it not been for the ancestor's intervention, Lin Jie, Lin Hai, and the other young prodigies would have sincerely intended to teach Lin Hao a lesson. Lin Patian stepped forward to Lin Hao, crouched down, and gently combed his disheveled hair. He calmly remarked, "The supreme bone can regenerate. I shall refrain from mentioning the matter of the ancestor returning to assist you with its revival. Instead, allow me to show you a vision." With a wave of his hand, a scene unfolded before them. In the vision, Lin Yi was ensnared by an unknown force, compelled to ingest a vibrant elixir. Instantly, his veins bulged, and he emitted feral roars as his consciousness visibly waned, teetering on the brink of becoming a mere puppet. In a desperate act, he began to excavate his own bones, enduring excruciating agony to resist the potion's influence. Blood gushed forth incessantly. Yet he managed to cling to a sliver of awareness. What a fearsome and malevolent elixir! The moment ego consumed it, he was nearly plunged into madness. The younger generation of the Lin family gasped in astonishment, merely gazing at the scene before them, which was truly shocking. Several keen-eyed elders of the Lin family, after careful scrutiny, felt their pupils constrict and their hands tremble uncontrollably. They stammered in disbelief. The soul-disturbing pill. This is the Wang family's soul-disturbing pill. Consuming it would render one the most loyal puppet of the Wang clan. This is a pill potent enough to ensnare even a quasi-emperor. Ear has astonishingly endured such extreme torment. Moreover, this pill manifests its effects once every day, which only deepens the elders' anguish, leaving them at a loss for words. The younger generation of the Lin family trembled in unison, with many emotional individuals even covering their faces in tears, fully grasping the arduous circumstances Lin Yi had faced at that time. To single-handedly delay time and rescue the Lin family from peril. If this is not the mark of a hero, then who else could possibly claim that title? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes glazed over. He had believed that enduring the excruciating pain of having his bones extracted was a sufficient ordeal, yet his brother had to endure it daily. At that moment, Lin Patian struck Lin Hao's head with a firm hand and admonished, "Pay close attention to those small characters above. As for why I did not inform you, do you think your mind is capable of withstanding the turmoil induced by the soul disturbance pill? Can you withstand the probing inquiries of that imperial figure from the Wang family? You must comprehend that if you fail to endure this, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the Lin family." The words of Lin Patian struck deeply at Lin Hao's innermost being, rendering him speechless and prompting a relentless introspection. Could he truly withstand such pressure? Even if he could, what would happen if he inadvertently let something slip before the ancestor returned? Who in the Lin family could endure the onslaught of the Wang clan? No one. And inscribed upon the supreme bone of Wang Qing were two small characters, Hao and Yi. "Brother, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake." Lin Hao finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, his heart laden with boundless remorse. At that moment, in the distance, Ao Yin appeared anxious, calling out loudly, "Foster father, please delay the family assembly. You must come quickly, my father is in dire straits." Lin Patian gazed ahead, observing Ao Wushuang's pallid complexion and faint breaths. He swiftly stepped forward, placing his hand upon Ao Wushuang's pulse to ascertain his condition. Then, he turned to Ao Yin and softly remarked, "There is no cause for alarm. He has merely lost an excessive amount of blood and has temporarily succumbed to unconsciousness." Upon hearing this, Aoin exhaled deeply, his previously tumultuous heart now finding solace. The dragon clan possessed an abundance of vital essence. If he were to faint, so be it, as long as their patriarch remained alive. However, Lin Patien held a contrasting perspective. Had it not been for the assistance of the Ao father and son, the Lin family would have faltered before his return. Thus, he owed them an immense debt of gratitude. Consequently, Lin Patien raised his hand and summoned a pure essence of celestial energy, along with a method of earthly cultivation, infusing it into Ao Wushuang's being. In an instant, a radiant aura enveloped Ao Wushuang, color returning to his pale visage. His eyes flew open. Invigorated by the robust energy coursing within him and the profound technique he had just received, he promptly knelt on one knee, overwhelmed with emotion, and exclaimed, "I am immensely grateful, esteemed Taoist Patien, for your bestowed technique and celestial energy. Henceforth, our dragon clan shall undoubtedly follow your lead." Upon hearing this, Ao Yin's lips twitched slightly as he murmured, "Father's grandiloquent remarks are quite impressive, as if the dragon clan still boasts a multitude of members, pledging to follow." Ao Wushuang's expression darkened, and he delivered a sharp smack to Ao Yin's head, admonishing, "Must you always undermine your father's stature? Are we not capable of honoring him together?" Lin Patien chuckled silently, gesturing dismissively. "There is no need for such formality. Your assistance to the Lin family is a profound grace. I, Lin Patien, would never allow my friends to suffer losses." With that, he unleashed another stream of celestial energy towards Ao Yin. Instantly, Ao Yin stood tall, his dragon form rigid as a rod, yet a smile of unbridled joy played at the corners of his mouth. He finally comprehended how his usually cunning father could utter such words of deference. A wisp of celestial energy comparable to that of a late-stage celestial king, coupled with the red dust celestial techniques, represented an unparalleled opportunity in these realms where the path to immortality had been severed. Furthermore, this celestial energy was exceedingly extraordinary, propelling Ao Yin directly into the realm of a first transformation emperor, with ample reserves of strength still remaining. What to do? If I were to speak up, would my adoptive father grant me even more? Ao Yin scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nearly letting his thoughts slip out, yet after a moment of contemplation, he decided against it. Simultaneously, Lin Potion's fingers subtly beckoned, drawing forth a strand of the essence blood of the two dragons. With his divine soul fully awakened at the mid-stage of the red dust celestial realm, he could nearly encompass half of the cosmos. Since the Ao family had rendered such tremendous assistance, it was only just to help them search for any lost dragon kin. Perhaps, when the dragon clan faced annihilation, some dragons might have managed to escape. Before he could locate the lost dragons, Lin Potion's gaze fell upon the multitude of Celestial King bounties that flooded the skies, issued jointly by the Celestial Kings Ji Wuhui and Ji Wuzhong of the Ji family. Lin Patien cast a disdainful glance, letting out a low chuckle. "You need not seek me out. Once I regain my optimal state, I shall come looking for you. As for the Empire Alliance, they too must be eradicated. Although you are feeble, it would be somewhat akin to bullying the weak. Yet, what I desire is nothing short of obliteration. The Ji family shall not be spared in my pursuit. The Empire Alliance, too, must face annihilation. It is merely a matter of convenience." Chapter 67, The Banquet of Hongmen. A solo charge. Once again closing his eyes, Lin Patien meticulously searched and indeed uncovered a group of lost dragonfolk. In the turbulent fringes of the heavens, there existed several diminutive dragonfolk tribes, numbering merely in the dozens. He then opened his eyes and let out a gentle laugh. "Ao Yin, I have discovered some of your kin in the sea of turbulence." Ao Yin trembled with excitement. "Foster father, is it truly so? Friend Patien, are you speaking the truth?" Ao Washwang immediately rose to her feet, equally exhilarated. Indeed, Lin Patien nodded slightly and gestured to project the scene he had previously witnessed. Ao Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the dragon people within the images. Those were his seventh aunt and eighth aunt. Ao Wushuang's breath quickened as she deeply bowed to Lin Patien, sincerely proclaiming, "For your immense kindness, I express my gratitude without words. I, Ao Wushuang, solemnly swear by the heavenly Tao that the dragon clan willingly pledges itself as a vassal to the Lin family." Thunderous echoes reverberated through the air. Even within the edicts of the heavenly Tao, such oaths remain binding. Lin Patien stood in silence, realizing that he did not wish for the dragon clan to sacrifice anything for him or to seek benefits for the Lin family. It was merely a matter of balancing the scales of cause and effect. However, Ao Wushuang was astute, aware that with his return, The Lin family was no longer what it once was, and choosing to become a vassal was only logical. With a wave of his hand to dismiss further thoughts, he entered the coordinates of the Dragon Clan settlements into the minds of the two dragons before stepping towards the stone platform. Sister, it is time to awaken you. Lin Pation's gaze was gentle as he summoned Lin Wan'er's form, his lips moving slightly to rouse her from her slumber, his face filled with hope. Yet, Lin Wan'er showed no signs of awakening, her body growing increasingly cold. How could this be possible? Lin Pation was suddenly overwhelmed with panic. Logically, upon the unbinding of the slumbering state, he should awaken immediately. In a moment of sheer desperation, his mind went utterly blank. Lin Bufan approached from a distance, cupping his hands and speaking solemnly. Ancestor, it seems that Andy Gu has vanished without a trace. Just now, I did not witness her spirit returning to its rightful place. Upon finishing his words, he instantly awakened those lost in slumber. Lin Poyen's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Lin Wan'er. Indeed, her soul was absent. In an instant, Lin Poyen's expression darkened ominously. Bufan, you may withdraw. He commanded Bufan to leave and began to ponder deeply, contemplating, the soul cannot vanish without reason. At the moment I attempted to seize my younger sister, her soul was evidently present. What went awry in that sequence of events? Just as Lin Poyen was lost in thought, the spirit of the Heavenly Order artifact materialized, its voice resonating. Young master, at that moment, Ji Wuzhong took advantage of your attempt to capture Lin Wan'er and unleashed a mental attack, momentarily paralyzing your soul. It was then that he seized the opportunity to extract Lin Wan'er's soul and conceal it within the realm of his sleeve. Upon hearing this, Lin Pation clenched his fists with a creaking sound, gritting his teeth in a furious roar. Ji Wuzhong, Ji family, you are courting death. Although he had not fully recovered and was not at his peak fighting capacity, he could no longer remain idle in this place. Action was imperative. The Ji family's actions were exceedingly despicable, and Lin Pation was genuinely concerned that they might do something to his sister, Lin Wan'er's soul. With a thought, he intended to leave the Tong Tianling. However, to his surprise, the spirit of the artifact directly sealed off the world within the token, blocking Lin Pation's way. He paused momentarily and asked, Xiao Xiao, what do you mean by this? Xiao Xiao is the name of the spirit of the Tong Tianling. As mentioned earlier, the spirit manifested, displaying a look of urgency, and hurriedly said, Young master, you cannot go out now. The outside world is rife with wanted notices for you. Consider why the Ji family dares to openly pursue you. Lin Pation pondered briefly before scoffing coldly. Isn't that Ji Wuhui, the late-stage immortal king? I have no fear of him whatsoever. If other long-lived clans come to assist the Ji family, I shall simply sink the supreme heaven. After all, they are merely a swarm of parasitic leeches, exploiting without contributing. In the end, I shall bear the burden alone, transforming myself into a barrier to quell the foreign realms. Lin Wan'er's soul was captured, leaving Lin Pation in a state of utter bewilderment, rendering him incapable of rational thought, completely oblivious to any potential consequences. The dragon possesses its reverse scale, and for Lin Pation, that scale is his family. The weapon spirit, upon hearing this, wore a bitter smile, then solemnly remarked, Young master, the situation is not as straightforward as you perceive. On the day you annihilated the Ji family, an extraordinarily terrifying wave of celestial energy descended upon the desolate Ji residence. If I am not mistaken, someone from the Ji family in the celestial realm has arrived. Their audacity may very well stem from this reason. Lin Pation was taken aback, his expression tinged with suspicion. The Ji family of the immortal domain? Could it be that the immortal domain also has a Ji family? The spirit of the artifact nodded gravely, even displaying a hint of trepidation as it replied, Not only does it exist, but the terror of the Ji family in the immortal domain is far beyond that of the Ji families across the myriad realms. The four great families of the immortal domain, namely the Tian family, the Chu family, the Yi family, and the Ji family, have thrived for countless eons, producing formidable warriors who have perpetuated their lineage without interruption. Although the Ji family ranks at the bottom and seems to be facing a decline, they should never be underestimated. Upon hearing these words, Lin Pation fell into a prolonged silence. He had not anticipated the existence of the Ji family in the celestial realm, and he was even more taken aback by their formidable strength. The crucial question remained, how did individuals from the celestial realm descend to this world? Lin Pation exerted great effort in his quest to find the path to the celestial realm, yet he met with naught but failure. It was as if all the myriad worlds had been forsaken, with every route leading to the celestial realm obstructed. Furthermore, ever since he had reversed the flow of time and encountered Lioli, learning of her origins from the celestial realm. She had expressed her desire to return to her homeland on more than one occasion. Lioli was merely her given name. Her surname was Chu, making her Chu Lioli. Perhaps it is indeed easier to descend than to ascend? And is Lioli perhaps related to the esteemed Chu family? Lin Patian ventured a bold conjecture. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the artifact nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, young master. Ever since the battle of the ancient celestial fall, the connection between the myriad realms and the celestial domain has been severed. No one can ascend to the celestial domain anymore. It requires the right time, the right place, and the right individuals, namely, 3 fully realized celestial kings working in unison to restore the path to the celestial realm. Only then can one set foot in the celestial domain. The beings descending from the celestial domain are typically of the utmost caliber, either fully realized celestial kings or those at the nascent stage of celestial emperors. While this may not sound daunting, even a fully realized celestial king is beyond your current capability to contend with. It is exceedingly difficult for a mid-stage red dust immortal to challenge a fully realized celestial king, not to mention the celestial emperors. There is an adage that states, all beneath the celestial emperor are mere ants. As for whether your companion, Lioli, hails from the Chu family of the celestial domain, I cannot say for certain. She is a person marked by heavenly tribulation, and all information concerning her is shrouded by the veil of fate. I truly cannot ascertain her origins. Those marked by heavenly tribulation are those stripped of their qualifications for the celestial domain and cast down to the lower realms. The Tongdian Ling accompanied Lin Patian as he reversed the flow of time, and he has indeed encountered Lioli. Lin Patian trembled involuntarily, realizing the true implication of being marked by heavenly retribution. Could it be that Lioli's fervent desire to return was driven by a profound vendetta? Furthermore, the conditions to ascend to the celestial realm were astonishingly stringent, requiring not just 3 correct elements, a precise time, a specific location, and the harmonious collaboration of 3 celestial kings to reconnect with the celestial pathway. In the next moment, Lin Patian grasped the weight of the revelation and exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder Liuli was so insistent on taking Wunyan, Wulio, and Wuli away all those years ago. The artifact spirit nodded in agreement and remarked, the extraordinary talents of the 3 young masters would naturally lead them to achieve the pinnacle of the celestial kings within 100,000 years of dedicated cultivation. Moreover, the auspicious time has already been set to unfold a day later, during the celestial alignment of 108 stars. The designated location is none other than the Sea of Realms. Lin Patian was utterly stunned, lost in deep thought. Does this mean that tomorrow is the day Liuli departs? After reversing the flow of time, Lin Patian became aware that Liuli and his 3 sons were separated across the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th levels of the Tongdian Tower. Originally, he intended to awaken Lin Weiner, retrieve them, and persuade Liuli to stay, allowing the entire family to live in carefree harmony. However, that now seemed like an unattainable dream. Liuli could not remain, as his sister's soul was in the hands of the Ji family, leaving Lin Patian in a dilemma. Nevertheless, he was not one to dwell on indecision. Soon he resolved with determination, stating, Xiao Xiao, protect my Lin family members well. I shall go reclaim Weiner's soul. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the artifact grew anxious, immediately sealing the Tongdian order and exclaiming in distress, Young master, you must not. If the envoy from the Ji family is an immortal emperor, it would be utterly insurmountable. No one has ever triumphed over an immortal emperor from a lower realm. Not even our former master. Thus, should you proceed, it would be akin to courting death. Even if you insist on going, you must take me with you. With my speed, even if we cannot fight, there remains a 20% chance of escape. The Tongdian order was not at its zenith, and it could not guarantee an escape from the grasp of an immortal emperor. Lin Patian shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke earnestly. It is precisely for this reason that I cannot bring you along. If we were to fail in our escape, not only would you fall into the hands of the Ji family, but my Lin family would also be lost. You should understand the wisdom of not placing all your eggs in one basket. As for me, I must rescue honor. You are not human. You cannot comprehend. In a person's life, there are things that must be protected. In the past, I had no choice, but now I wish to seize every opportunity. Moreover, what if the one from the celestial realm is not my match? Lin Patian is indeed an optimistic individual, possessing a cheerful disposition. No, you must stay. The spirit of the artifact insisted, resolutely refusing to allow Lin Patian, to venture to the highest heaven to face death. Lin Patian shook his head with a wry smile for a moment, choosing not to elaborate further. His demeanor shifted dramatically as he summoned the eternal Tao seed. Declaring in a deep voice, "Heavenly command, heed my call. Lift the restraints and allow my passage. This is not a negotiation, but a command." The spirit of the artifact trembled in response. The eternal Tao seed represented its master's path, exerting absolute dominance over it, and the confinement was instantly shattered. Lin Patian seized the opportunity, soaring away, leaving the Lin family and the Ao family in a state of bewilderment. Upon exiting, Lin Patian adjusted himself to his peak condition, heading straight towards the highest heavens, with his sights firmly set on the Ji family. Chapter 68, Perilous Encounters, Soul Replacement. Successful rescue. Many members of the Lin family voiced their confusion. Where is the ancestor going? Why did he not bid us farewell? Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang, eager to find their kin, turned to the artifact's spirit and bowed, saying in unison, "Senior, we humbly request your permission to leave." Before they could finish, they were met with a thunderous rebuke from the artifact's spirit. "Silence." Ao Yin and Ao Wushuang were momentarily stunned, standing awkwardly in place. The artifact spirit took a deep breath, calming itself, and realizing that the Ao father and son could offer no assistance, it waved its hand to open a portal, stating, "Travel 30,000 miles east, then 20,000 miles north. It is a shortcut." Upon hearing this, Ao Wushuan eagerly grasped Ao Yin's hand, bowing again with gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." The artifact spirit did not even glance at them, directly transporting the two away, before retreating to ponder thoughtfully. Resting its chin in its hands, the young master faces the formidable beings of the celestial Ji family alone. The risks are indeed monumental. If that individual were a perfected celestial king, it would merely be perilous. But if they were a celestial emperor, victory would be utterly unattainable. As these thoughts raced through its mind, the artifact spirit grew increasingly anxious, its ponytail becoming a tangled mess. Suddenly, a thought struck it, and its eyes brightened with joy. Were not the three young masters in the Tongtian Tower? If their assistance could be secured, this situation would not be so fraught with danger. Without hesitation, the artifact spirit summoned the Tongtian order, which soared from the depths of the earth towards the Tongtian Tower. Meanwhile, Lin Patian reached the highest heavens. Upon arrival, he was immediately enveloped by a palpable aura of impending doom. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found the Ji family ablaze with light, while the other 8 great eternal families lay shrouded in silence, their gates firmly shut, their mountain doors as impenetrable as iron walls, devoid of any glimmer of light. The eternal families wished to remain uninvolved, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. On one hand, there was Lin Patian's devastating display of power against the Ji family, and on the other, they had witnessed a figure of terrifying aura, a man clad in purple armor, descending from the heavens. What was even more astonishing was that all those who had perished from the Ji family had been resurrected. Had only 1 or 2 individuals returned, the eternal families would not have been so astounded. But the resurrection of hundreds of thousands from the Ji family was truly a transgression against the heavens. Moreover, the celestial king Wu Hui of the Ji family had once declared that no one was to interfere in their grievances with Lin Patian. In hindsight, it was evident that this was born of confidence. The various clans could not help but marvel at the Ji family's unparalleled legacy, affirming their status as the foremost family of eternity, their foundation indeed unfathomable. Upon witnessing the brightly lit Ji family, bustling with shadows of people, Lin Patian was equally astonished. His pupils dilating as he murmured to himself, "The entire resurrection? Could this be the method of that celestial being from the realm? Is it truly the case that beneath the immortal emperor, all are but mere insects?" Lin Patian believed that his abilities were vastly inadequate. If the immortal emperor truly possessed such powers, this journey would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The disparity was as profound as a chasm. In the next moment, the gates of the Ji family swung open, and the 2 immortal kings, Ji Wuzhong and Ji Wuhui, emerged together, their faces adorned with cold smirks as they gazed upon Lin Patian. "Wuhui, I had predicted that Lin Patian would come. There was no need for us to seek him out," Ji Wuzhong remarked, turning to Ji Wuhui with an expression of certainty. In the palm of his hand floated a faint glimmer, the very essence of Lin Wanu's soul. Devoid of a corporeal form, her spirit appeared increasingly frail, resembling a flower on the verge of wilting. Lin Potion's countenance suddenly darkened. His sister, Lin Wanu, was in a state of despair, deteriorating to such an extent that it was beyond redemption. If he failed to reclaim her today, she would surely perish. The thought of his adversary's absence troubled him greatly. Were it not for the intervention of the esteemed young master from the upper realm, the Ji family would have been utterly annihilated. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to devour Lin Potion's flesh, to drink his blood, and to wear his skin. Ji Wuhui enunciated each word with deliberate precision, his gaze chillingly devoid of emotion as he fixed his stare upon Lin Patian. Ji Wuzhong, upon hearing this, nodded slightly, observing Lin Patian on the brink of fury above. His demeanor filled with mockery as he suddenly summoned power into his palm. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Wanner's spirit flickers like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Ah, Ji Wuzhong, you scoundrel. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Patian felt as though his heart were being twisted by a multitude of sharp blades. His eyes burned with a fierce crimson, and he clenched his teeth, incessantly reminding himself to remain calm, calm. Only through composure could there be a glimmer of hope for resolution today. Ji Wuzhong, rather than seething with anger, erupted into a wild, derisive laughter. Ha ha ha. Lin Patian, look at you now. When you annihilated my Ji family, you looked down upon everything. And now, reduced to a barking wild dog, to plead for our mercy in such a manner? Huh. A dog must possess the awareness of its station. Kneel before us, or I shall shatter Lin Wanner's very soul. Lin Potion's body trembled violently as he bellowed. How dare you? How could you ever think that I would not dare? Ji Wuzhong raised an eyebrow, exerting a sudden force, causing Lin Wanner's spirit to waver even further. Beside them, Ji Wuhui spoke each word with chilling clarity, commanding, kneel down. Lin Patian remained silent, his back drenched in sweat as he pondered how to break the stalemate. An audacious idea struck him, albeit fraught with peril. He contemplated its feasibility, inwardly musing, there is but one solution, soul substitution. I shall extricate Wanner's soul from Ji Wuzhong's grasp, allowing myself to fall into his hands. Given Ji Wuzhong's current strength at the initial stage of the Immortal King, if I act swiftly enough to prevent anyone from reacting, I can escape and completely turn the tide. As for confrontation, that is the least desirable option. The Ji family, so brazenly provoking me, surely has a formidable entity backing them from the immortal domain. It would be wise to avoid confrontation if possible. Lin Patian made up his mind and lifted his gaze to deeply observe the still wildly laughing Ji Wuzhong. Kneel before you? What a joke. Lin Patian let out a low shout and, with a sudden stamp of his foot, charged towards Ji Wuhui. Ji Wuhui was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Lin Potion's assault, as he had always prioritized the safety of his loved ones above all else. Did Lin Wanner's soul no longer concern him? Yet, surprisingly, Lin Patian chose to confront himself rather than dealing with Ji Wuzhong, who was at the initial stage of the Immortal King. Could it be that he looked down upon him? Ji Wuhui immediately became enraged, bellowing, You dare! Do you truly believe that I, Ji Wuhui, am afraid of you? He then charged towards Lin Patian with ferocity. Ji Wuzhong furrowed his brow deeply. Based on his understanding of Lin Patian, he was certainly not a reckless warrior. Despite possessing extraordinary strength, his intellect was not to be underestimated. His only flaw was his deep sense of loyalty and affection. It was perplexing that he had seemingly abandoned concern for Lin Wanner's soul. This was indeed troubling. It could be a ruse. Ji Wuzhong promptly resolved to retrieve Lin Wanner's soul. Now was the time. Lin Patian seized the moment as Ji Wuzhong was casting his spell, narrowly avoiding a collision with the swiftly approaching Ji Wuhui, and instantly transcended his spirit. In the blink of an eye, just as Ji Wuzhong was about to reclaim Lin Wanner's soul, the exchange was flawlessly executed. Lin Wanner lost control of her spirit, drifting aimlessly like a rootless water plant, soaring towards the void. What? Ji Wuhui was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment how cunning Lin Patian was. He had thought Lin Patian to be an honest individual, but unexpectedly, he was so decisive, daring to act even in such a dire situation. Ji Wuzhong reacted swiftly, sensing his inability to suppress Lin Potion's spirit. Gazing at the hollow-eyed celestial form of Lin Patian, he quickly made a judgment and shouted, Brother Wuhui, swiftly destroy Lin Potion's celestial body. He is about to be rendered utterly incapacitated. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuhui was enlightened by the words. He unleashed the most ferocious and formidable offensive divine power towards Lin Potion's celestial form. A celestial body devoid of spirit is merely an unmoving target. Release. Lin Potion's soul was in a state of frenzy as he gathered all his strength, shattering Ji Wuzhong's suppression in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Wuzhong was struck by a backlash, spewing blood and losing his combat capability, having already fallen to the early stage of the Immortal King. He now seemed on the brink of further decline. Meanwhile, Ji Wuhui's divine abilities bombarded Lin Potion's immortal form, illuminating the entire celestial realm with resplendent light. Yet, Lin Potion's immortal body appeared as fragile as a porcelain doll, riddled with cracks. Ji Wuhui's gaze sharpened, astonished, not shattered. Then let us try again. In an instant, another divine ability began to brew. Whoosh. As Lin Potion's soul re-entered his corporeal form, he felt a tumultuous whirl of chaos, his condition deteriorating to an extreme degree. With no time to catch his breath, he narrowly evaded the devastating attack from Ji Wuhui, soaring into the void. Guided by his bloodline, he pinpointed Lin Wanner's soul and successfully retrieved it, feeling an immense sense of relief. Despite the fractures adorning his body, he gently murmured, "Sister, I have brought you back." At that moment, Ji Wuhui charged at him with gritted teeth, roaring, "Lin Patian, you should have resigned yourself to death." The poignant moment was abruptly interrupted as Lin Patian assessed his injuries, realizing he had no other options left. Whoosh! Lin Potion's figure transformed into a streak of light as he fled, disappearing into the highest heavens in the blink of an eye. Ji Wuhui immediately gave chase, sternly rebuking, "Lin Patian, is fleeing the only skill you possess?" Lin Patian remained blissfully unaware, finding the situation rather amusing. To charge recklessly into certain death is the epitome of folly. Moreover, the members of the Ji family from the lower realm had yet to make their move. Thus, as long as the Green Mountains endure, one need not fear the absence of firewood. If there is a chance to escape, it is wise to do so, to temporarily evade the danger. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. When I return, I shall recreate my former glory. You worthless coward, cease this madness. Ji Wuhui shouted furiously from behind. Upon hearing this, Lin Patian ran with even greater fervor, igniting his vital essence as he fled. Yet at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. "What use are you two worthless beings?" The voice thundered. "Very well, this emperor shall take matters into my own hands." The supreme sky was suddenly enveloped by a formidable force, rendering escape impossible. Lin Potion's heart sank. The denizens of the celestial realm could no longer restrain themselves and had finally taken action. Chapter 69. Trapped in desperation, 3 shadows crushed the supreme sky. Moreover, this individual boldly proclaimed himself as the emperor. Lin Potion's heart sank to the depths of despair. With a measured stride, a towering man clad in resplendent purple armor emerged from the gates of the Ji family. Each movement he made resonated with an aura of power, causing the ground to tremble beneath his feet. The subtle purplish glow that enveloped his armor only accentuated the piercing gaze of his eagle-like eyes, which fixed intently upon Lin Patian in the distance. Lin Patian also cast a glance in that direction. In the eyes of the man clad in purple armor, he perceived nothing but disdain and contempt. The purple-armored man tilted his head slightly and spoke, "So you are Lin Patian. I never anticipated that I would be dispatched to deal with a mere insect at the mid-stage of the mortal realm." His tone was laced with profound incredulity and condescension. Lin Patian did not refute. Setting aside the extraordinary abilities and techniques of the beings from the celestial realm, in terms of realms alone, he was undeniably far ahead. The man clad in purple emerged from the Ji family, and a violet celestial ladder descended from the heavens, landing directly at his feet, encircled by a radiant purple light. He then ascended the ladder, step by step, advancing towards Lin Patian. Lin Patian stood as if facing a formidable enemy, his hands clasped behind his back, subtly conjuring the flames of wrath and the golden thunder of the world, while the power of the stars quietly coursed through him. Is this the demeanor of an immortal emperor? Ji Wuhui stood nearby, his expression one of envy, as the violet celestial ladder unfurled, allowing him to ascend with undeniable grandeur. Even those reclusive families of longevity, with their gates firmly shut, observed in hushed reverence. "Ancestor, what realm does the title of emperor signify?" inquired a descendant of one such family. Turning to their ancestral immortal king, "The emperor must surely be a realm beyond that of immortal kings, yet alas, the path of the heavens has been severed. After reaching the immortal king stage, the road ahead is lost," the immortal king ancestor lamented, shaking his head repeatedly. A collective gasp arose in response to this revelation, the sound of swallowed breaths echoing through the crowd. "Wait, an emperor is personally descending to confront Lin Patian?" An unexpected voice broke through, causing a wave of astonishment among the onlookers, who had only just grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, an emperor was taking direct action against Lin Patian. Bearing the weight of the mightiest sovereign, Lin Patian continued his audacious advance upon the celestial path, exhibiting unparalleled courage. That day, he had not only obliterated the Ji family, the foremost clan of longevity, but also toyed with two of its immortal kings, ultimately departing unscathed. Regrettably, today marked the moment an emperor had chosen to intervene. And Lin Patian was not at his zenith. Ji Wuhui had previously ambushed his immortal form, leaving him with perhaps less than half of his combat prowess. A powerful immortal king expressed his admiration, yet his gaze towards Lin Patian was laden with sorrow. He reminisced about Lin Potion's 10,000-year guardianship over the celestial realm, his contributions ensuring peace for countless ages, which only intensified his sense of loss. Look, the emperor has approached Lin Patian, an urgent voice proclaimed, drawing the attention of all to the forefront. The man in violet armor stood resolutely before Lin Patian and spoke with an air of calm authority. I offer you two choices. First, surrender that half-damaged celestial decree and then take your own life. Second, I shall obliterate you with a mere gesture and turn you into a puppet of the dead. Should I act, I will be displeased, and I shall personally seek out the celestial decree, ensuring that all those of the Lin family who hide behind it shall also be transformed into puppets of the dead, condemned to never attain rebirth. The violet-clad man articulated his demands with the utmost composure, as if stating the most natural of facts. Lin Potion's expression stiffened. The man clad in purple armor before him actually recognized the heavenly order. However, upon recalling that he hailed from the Ji family of the immortal realm, a formidable entity distinct from the Ji family scattered throughout the myriad realms, he felt a sense of gravity. Before I make my choice, could you enlighten me as to who is orchestrating this against me? Lin Patian yearned to uncover the answer to a question that had plagued him for far too long. To his recollection, he had never offended the Ji family, let alone the esteemed Ji family of the celestial realm. The man clad in purple armor let out a chilling laugh. A deceased individual need not concern himself with such matters. You must simply understand that in your next life, you should avoid provoking those whom you cannot afford to offend. Be clear about what is permissible to touch and what must remain untouched. Now, enough of your superfluous words. Make your choice. Lin Patian remained perplexed, for the statement was exceedingly ambiguous. The only individual he knew who could possibly be connected to the celestial realm was Lioli. What can be touched, and what must be avoided? Wait, Lioli, the one condemned by heaven. Lin Patian suddenly comprehended certain matters. However, the armored man urged once more, hurry and choose. This armored figure was none other than Ji Ba, a guard from the Ji family who had descended from the heavens. At this moment, he was exceedingly agitated, as he had been dispatched to deal with a mere mortal celestial, which seemed an egregious waste of resources. If it were a fully realized celestial king, Ji Ba might have found it more justifiable, but Lin Patian was merely a mid-stage mortal celestial. Although his combat prowess was formidable, capable of contending with even Ji Wuhui, a late-stage celestial king, he was nonetheless just a mortal celestial, truly akin to an insignificant insect. Mortal celestials, being an alternative form of true celestials, ultimately were still true celestials, two grand realms beneath Ji Ba. I choose the third one. In an instant, Lin Patian unleashed the long-prepared inferno lotus of wrath and the resplendent golden thunder. Simultaneously, the power of the stars stirred, and a massive meteor, as large as a celestial body, plummeted from the heavens, hurtling towards Ji Ba's head. The former emperor tacitly acknowledged your choice. I have turned you into a puppet. You refuse to tread the path to paradise, yet you willingly descend into hell. Ji Ba let out a cold chuckle, raising his hand as a dense array of defenses enveloped him, effectively nullifying a significant portion of Lin Potion's onslaught. Remarkably, he withstood the three divine powers with his physical form, not retreating an inch. Well, not entirely. His right foot shifted ever so slightly, though it was hardly perceptible. Lin Potion's pupils constricted sharply. He had anticipated the immense strength of the celestial emperor, yet he never fathomed the disparity would be so profound, akin to an insurmountable chasm. As the spirit of the Tongtian order had articulated, although he was not at his peak, exerting merely 50% of his strength could only repel a mere fraction of the force. In a fully realized state, how much could he truly withstand? Half a step? A full step? In that instant, a wave of helplessness washed over Lin Patian. The gap in realms had grown so vast that no remedy could bridge it. This farcical spectacle, reminiscent of a jester's performance, was destined to conclude. Ji Ba's voice resonated in a deep tone, and then he clenched his fist, launching a direct strike at Lin Patian. As the punch was unleashed, the world fell into silence. With a thunderous crash, Lin Potion's already fractured celestial form was shattered by half. The splintered remnants of his celestial body scattered like broken porcelain, the air thick with a faint metallic scent of blood. Lin Patian was sent flying, coughing up blood, desperately attempting to recover. Yet the pace of his healing was utterly outstripped by the rate of his disintegration. Ji Wuhui, witnessing the terrifying might of the punch, could not help but feel his eyelids twitch violently, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this the power of an immortal emperor? Even in my prime and scathe, I fear I could not withstand such force." Jiba gazed at the continually shattering Lin Patian, his voice not loud, yet resonating through the heavens and the earth. "Beneath the immortal emperor, all are but ants. In this realm, I am invincible." With that proclamation, the world once again fell into silence. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon Jiba, filled not with doubt, but with profound reverence and dread. Lin Patian was in a continuous descent, the words of Jiba fading into the distance, leaving only the howling wind as his companion. He had never endured such grievous injuries, not even during the moment of his near demise from the heavenly rupture's imperial curse, when his lifespan had nearly been extinguished. Did he suffer so greatly? In comparison, it was a mere trifle. He felt an overwhelming fatigue. Lin Patian felt his eyelids growing heavy, on the verge of surrendering to slumber, his heart brimming with bitterness. His adversaries were indeed terrifyingly formidable, and this solitary meeting at the pinnacle of the heavens concluded in defeat, leaving only desolation and unyielding resentment. Suddenly, the situation took a dramatic turn. High above, gazing down upon the masses, Jiba lifted his gaze with a grave expression. 3 streaks of luminous energy surged forth, forcefully breaking through the barriers of the highest heavens. 3 young men united in purpose descended, their presence compressing the very fabric of the void. An extreme fury manifested across their faces. 2 stepped forward, one on each side, radiating divine light that bore down upon Jiba. Observing that only 2 were perfected celestial kings, Jiba grew somewhat complacent, yet to his astonishment, he found himself utterly suppressed. What a jest! Jiba was struck with disbelief and terror, realizing he was unable to fully dominate these 2, who held him at bay, leaving him no choice but to contend with them equally. The one in the center, without a moment's hesitation, descended to catch the remnants of Lin Patian, tears streaming down his face as his dual pupils swirled, working to mend Lin Potion's injuries and momentarily halting the fragmentation of his form. Lin Patian slowly opened his eyes, and upon recognizing the face of the man before him, tears welled up in his eyes. Gently caressing the man